The man was still worried about the 3,000 yuan rent last month, and even considered selling his blood to raise money. When he was bullied, he didn't dare to fight back, living like a complete loser. But who could have imagined that just a month later, the man would simply wave his hand and cause the entire Wall Street to tremble? Those who were originally eager to make a move were so frightened that they didn't even dare to take action and could only slink away in disgrace. Even more outrageous, he only threw one punch, and the thug who used to bully him ended up in the hospital for a whole month. This man's name is Chun Hao. In order to save enough money for his girlfriend's dowry as soon as possible, he worked tirelessly day and night, running errands and entertaining clients. Eventually, he became so exhausted that he even vomited blood and was hospitalized. But to his utter surprise, shortly after being discharged from the hospital, he caught his girlfriend cheating on him on his way home, and the other woman was none other than his boss. The leader showed no remorse whatsoever. Instead, he threatened him, saying that if he dared to tell anyone, he would be fired immediately. His girlfriend showed no mercy, publicly humiliating him as a piece of trash and mocking him for not even lasting 3 minutes. At that moment, Chun Hao completely broke down, even contemplating ending his pathetic life. Just then, a system called Sea King Cultivation suddenly bound itself to him. The more favorable a relationship he develops with a beautiful woman, the more points he earns. These points can be exchanged for money, abilities, attributes, and even things that can change his destiny. With a ding, a system notification sounded, indicating that the host had successfully bound herself to someone. Lin Xiaoming, 27 years old, with a beauty rating of 7.8 and an accounting expertise, but the system's evaluation of her was extremely low, two-faced, vain, and inherently rebellious. Even more outrageous, her goddess token was a luxury item, and her current favorability rating was only 20. Chun hadn't bothered to delve into those comments. Since they had already broken up, he simply decided to exchange all the luxury goods he had bought for Lin Xiaoming. The anger of betrayal made him shift his focus, thinking it's worth a try, and maybe he could even gain something. He rode his electric scooter back to his rented room and dug out all the bags, jewelry, and clothes he had given to Lin Xiaoming, piling them on the bed. Looking at these things he had once poured his heart into, he chuckled to himself. Am I crazy? I'll find out if I try. Then he picked up an LV bag and immediately chose to redeem it. The next second, the bag vanished into thin air, and the system notified him that the redemption was successful. Chun Hao was stunned for a moment, then looked at the notification again and saw that the points corresponding to the favorability rating had been credited to his account. He immediately became interested and threw the ring, necklace, clothes, and even the diamond ring into the system, redeeming them all in one go. A total of 18 luxury items were exchanged for 360 points. Chun Hao opened the exchange interface, where the options were divided into money, abilities, and enhancements. He chose money almost without hesitation. I want to see if this system can really give money. The system notification stated that 1 point could be redeemed for 10,000 yuan. He immediately redeemed all 360 points. The next second, his phone vibrated, and a bank notification popped up. 3.6 million yuan had been deposited into his account. Chun Hao stared at the screen, repeatedly confirming, completely stunned. It's actually real. At that moment, his mind opened up completely. As long as he bound himself to more goddesses, increased their favorability, and obtained tokens, he could continuously exchange them for money. Thinking of this, his anger subsided considerably, and he even felt that being betrayed this time might not be all bad. Just as he was getting excited, his phone suddenly started vibrating incessantly, with messages popping up in the company group chat and private messages. Vice President Wang Ligua sent a cold message. The company has decided you're fired. There was no room for negotiation. Chun Hao frowned and asked for the reason, but the other party cited frequent absence from the company and bottom-ranking performance as the reason. Chun Hao was immediately amused and annoyed. This was obviously an excuse. He had been the top salesperson for 4 consecutive years, and most of the company's business depended on him. He suppressed his anger and retorted, "If you let me go, can you bear the consequences?" Vice President Wang coldly replied that the company didn't need him and cited a board decision. At this point, Chun Hao understood that this was Wang Kaming's revenge. Since things had already fallen apart, Chun Hao decided to directly discuss compensation. HR manager Lee stepped in and said they could compensate him with 4 months' salary based on the amount of it. Chun-hao immediately retorted, "Unjustified termination of the contract is 2n+1, plus 3 years' worth of bonuses and year-end bonuses, not a penny less." Upon hearing this, the other party immediately erupted. Vice President Wang angrily accused him of making exorbitant demands, and HR changed their tune, only willing to offer n+1. They also threatened to take him to arbitration if he didn't agree, saying the company could afford the time, and implied that it would affect his subsequent background check. Chun-hao found these words ironic. He had poured his heart and soul into this company, from its inception to its IPO, yet now it was being treated like a discarded pawn. Without further ado, he replied, "Then let's arbitrate and see who gives in first." He then requested a termination notice and a certificate of resignation from the company, preparing to return to complete the formalities. On the way, HR Xiao Zhao privately messaged him, saying that he had been asked to revoke all of his privileges. Chun-hao simply replied, "I understand." When he returned to the company, the access control was disabled, and his computer and system accounts were all blocked. The place where he had once worked so hard now felt completely unfamiliar. Chun-hao silently packed his personal belongings, just as he ran into HR manager Li walking over with some documents. Mr. Li handed him the termination agreement, stating insufficient ability as the reason for leaving. Chun-hao sneered, offering no argument, but instead asked while packing up, "Don't I need to hand over my work?" The other party dismissed his concerns, telling him to leave immediately. Chun-hao picked up his things and left, amidst the whispers of his colleagues. The former top salesman had been fired. Almost no one believed it was true. With the recordings and evidence prepared, Chun-hao went straight to a law firm after leaving the company to apply for labor arbitration, leaving everything to the law. As I left the law firm, the company group chat exploded. Xiao Zhao immediately sent a message saying that problems had arisen immediately after he left, and Vice President Wang was so angry that he wouldn't let anyone leave work. The entire sales department was given a severe dressing down. After reading it, Chun-hao just sneered and replied, "It's normal. The higher-ups only know how to look at PPTs and brag in meetings. They don't understand the business at all, yet they still get high salaries." Xiao Zhao also complained, saying that the grassroots employees were treated like oxen and horses, and he couldn't understand why the company would fire Chun-hao, the top salesman, for 4 consecutive years. Chun-hao knew the real reason perfectly well. It was all about Lin Xiaoming and Wang Kaming. He had hit someone, and with Vice President Wang backing him up, the outcome was already predetermined. He replied, "It's all right. If this place doesn't want me, there are plenty of other places that will. I can take this opportunity to rest." After hanging up, Chun-hao fell into deep thought. With the system in hand, he no longer planned to work. Only one question remained in his mind: where to find a new goddess and obtain tokens to exchange for points. Just then, a ding sounded, and the system notified him again that there was a goddess with an 8.9 rating and looks within 50 meters, who was alone and not too difficult to win over. Chun-hao's spirits lifted immediately. He looked around and realized he had arrived at the night market. Sure enough, there was a stunningly beautiful woman in the opposite stall area. Compared to his ex-girlfriend's 7.8 rating, this 8.9 was clearly more amazing. She had long, flowing hair, wore a bodycon skirt with black stockings and high heels, and exuded a hot and eye-catching aura. While eating barbecue at a roadside stall, Chun-hao secretly observed the woman. She was selling stockings, but after more than 10 minutes, she hadn't made a single sale and was engrossed in her phone, making no effort to attract customers. He shook his head, thinking that this approach to business was definitely not going to work, and sales were precisely his forte. After finishing the last bite, he walked across the street, intending to use his top sales skills to achieve his goal and simultaneously increase his favorability to obtain system rewards. Just then, a customer who had failed to strike up a conversation left, and Chun-hao casually picked up a pair of stockings, smiling as he said, "Can I have them?" The woman immediately backed away warily, angrily saying, "What do you want? Leave if you're not buying." Her goodwill towards him plummeted instantly. Chun-hao quickly explained, introducing himself, "My name is Chun-hao, and I used to be a top salesperson selling stockings." But she completely ignored him, even accusing him of trying to pick her up. As his favorability rating continued to decline, Chun-hao simply threw out the key question, "Wouldn't you like to sell hundreds a day, or even clear out your inventory?" The beautiful woman clearly didn't believe him and coldly retorted, "What do you think? Chun-hao continued to use his persuasive skills, saying that doing business requires proactive marketing and that he could even teach her methods. But she remained dismissive, and her favorability rating had plummeted to -20. Seeing that the situation was not good, he directly increased his offer. Within 2 hours, I will help you sell hundreds or even thousands of items. The beautiful woman responded with a cold laugh, then sell it. Clearly, she wasn't buying it. Chun-hao simply played his trump card. If you can't sell it, I'll buy all your inventory. Upon hearing this, the woman finally wavered, and her favorability towards him began to rise. Chun-hao pressed his advantage. If we sell out, can I come to your place for a late-night snack tonight? The beautiful woman stared at him for a few seconds, then finally nodded. If we sell out, whatever you want. Having achieved his goal, Chun-hao was brimming with confidence. In his view, this amount of inventory was nothing. He first inquired about the price, and, upon learning it was 25 yuan per item, immediately changed his tune. From now on, we'll sell them for 30 yuan. The woman immediately retorted, we can't even sell them for 25 yuan, and you're raising the price? Chun-hao calmly replied that she should just wait and see the results. He then found a piece of cardboard and wrote several eye-catching words. Tear a sock challenge. 100 yuan reward for tearing a sock. The beautiful woman immediately became anxious. Won't I lose money like this? Chun-hao waved his hand and said, if you lose money, it's on me. You just need to watch and learn. She crossed her arms again, looking wary, and stared at Chun-hao, demanding an explanation of how much the stockings would cost. Chun-hao didn't mince words, asking about the quality and durability of the stockings. She assured him they were difficult to tear, so he immediately proposed a solution. A human-centered marketing approach combined with a game-like element, launching a Tear Stockings Challenge, offering a 100 yuan reward for each stocking torn. The proprietress frowned upon hearing this and pressed for details about who would bear the loss. Chun-hao, somewhat helpless, decisively said, I'll take it. Just then, a female customer approached, and he immediately stepped forward to promote his stockings, emphasizing that they were durable and wouldn't snag, promising, if they tear, I'll give you a free pair of stockings and an extra 100 yuan. The female customer was attracted and decided to try it on the spot. She tried with all her might to tear it, her face turning red, but the stockings were extremely elastic and kept stretching longer without breaking. Chun-hao kept encouraging her from the side. Put a little more force into it, and you'll earn 100 if you tear it. After struggling for a long time, the customer finally gave up. After failing the challenge, Chun-hao smoothly backed down. If you can't tear them, you have to buy them, 30 yuan a pair. The other person didn't hesitate and bought 2 pairs, one black and one flesh-colored. The shopkeeper was busy collecting money, while Chun-hao held up the signboard and continued to shout, Tear Sock Challenge, 100 yuan reward for tearing them. Anyone want to try? Upon hearing about the prize, the crowd immediately became excited, repeatedly confirming its authenticity. Chun-hao readily replied, absolutely. Soon, a group of people surrounded the stall and began frantically trying to tear stockings, the scene becoming increasingly lively and attracting even more passers-by. Taking the opportunity, Chun-hao whispered to the shop owner that this was using the spectator psychology to first attract attention, then use challenges to keep people engaged, which would naturally boost sales. The shop owner was already too busy to handle anything, and nodded while collecting money. Understood, 30 per item. After the first round, Chun-hao organized a second round. A girl asked if her boyfriend could participate, and he immediately added, sure, but you have to buy several that can't be torn. The girl immediately declared, I'll buy 10 that can't be torn. The boyfriend was pushed forward to try his best, but ultimately failed and could only obediently choose the items. This game sparked a competitive spirit among many, with both men and women eager to try it. The rule was simple. If you failed, you bought something. If you succeeded, you got 100 yuan. Everyone was willing to participate. Within 10 minutes, the stall was packed, even attracting customers from across the street. Customer traffic kept increasing. Girls who failed to sell items bought them for themselves, while boys who failed bought them for their girlfriends. 300 items were sold in 1 hour, and over 800 were sold in 2 hours. By 10 p.m., the foot traffic began to decrease, but sales continued to rise. By 11 p.m., the stockings that had been piled up were almost sold out, with total sales reaching 1,500 pairs. The proprietress, who had initially been distrustful, was now beaming with joy and even offered Chun-hao water. In just one night, She earned 45,000 yuan, equivalent to her turnover over the past few months. As they packed up to close, Chun Hao, seeing her excited expression, casually asked, "Did I manage to sell some goods for you?" The proprietress nodded repeatedly. He didn't mince words, directly explaining his strategy. In today's business world, you can't passively wait for customers. You must use innovative models and human-centered marketing to transform selling into a participatory and entertaining experience. The proprietress listened intently, even more so than when she was in school. Chun Hao smiled and asked her if she had learned it, to which she repeatedly replied that she understood. Then, he jokingly reminded her, "You promised to treat me to a late-night snack." Unexpectedly, the proprietress simply pulled him along, saying, "Come on to my shop." The two packed the remaining goods into boxes and pushed them away. Originally, there were more than 20 boxes, but now there were less than 2 left. After walking around several streets, they arrived at a storefront. Chun Hao then realized that she also had a physical store and couldn't help but complain that if he had known earlier, he could have designed more marketing methods, such as a membership system, which would have made the store a bestseller both day and night. The proprietress smiled and replied that there was plenty of time and they could eat and study at the same time. She opened the shop door and ordered late-night snacks. Chun Hao looked around the shop and noticed that there was a bed and daily necessities inside, so he asked her if she lived there. She nodded and said that she had just graduated and stayed in the big city to start a business, but business had been dismal until now. She frankly admitted that if she hadn't met Chun Hao, she probably wouldn't have been able to survive. Chun Hao then summarized that it's indeed difficult to succeed in business if you don't understand the business model. The proprietress smiled and replied, "Then you can teach me." After saying that, she extended her hand and introduced herself. "My name is Zhang Menglu." The moment the two shook hands, a system notification sounded, and Chun Hao successfully bound himself to the goddess Zhang Menglu. The system quickly provided her detailed information. 25 years old, 172 centimeters tall, appearance 8.9, proficient in English and fashion, but described as somewhat vain and stubborn. Most outrageous of all, the so-called goddess token was actually stockings, along with a body-tempering pill as a reward for reaching 100 points of favorability, which made Chun Hao's heart flutter. Chun Hao couldn't help but complain inwardly. Asking for stockings on their first meeting was just too absurd. But with the reward right in front of him, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue. Zhang Menglu had already brought over a chair for him to sit down, while she busied herself setting up a small table and preparing wine glasses, making it look quite ceremonial. Not long after, the late-night snack arrived. She jogged to pick it up, making sure to close the door properly, and even pulled down the roller shutter, as if intentionally creating a private atmosphere. She invited Chun Hao to eat with her. The table was full of food, and she had also prepared a few cans of beer. The two sat down facing each other, and as she busied herself, bending over, Chun Hao's gaze was somewhat awkward, but he remained expressionless. She opened her beer and apologized first, saying she had mistaken Chun Hao for a pervert. Chun Hao looked somewhat helpless, but didn't offer much explanation. After clinking glasses, the atmosphere gradually eased. He then brought up the topic, saying he could teach her how to do business and guaranteed she would make money. Zhang Menglu immediately nodded seriously, clearly very interested in making money. When talking about her income that day, she said she earned 45,000 yuan, her tone full of excitement. But Chun Hao immediately corrected her, explaining what gross profit margin was and teaching her how to calculate costs. Only then did she realize that she had no concept of it at all, so she could only listen obediently and even take out her phone to calculate and learn at the same time. When she learned that she had made over 10,000 yuan in one night, she was overjoyed. But Chun Hao quickly poured cold water on her enthusiasm, pointing out that there was a problem with her sourcing channels. She was buying from a platform where the cost was ridiculously high, while the price from the actual factory was only around 2 yuan, or even less, which shocked her on spot. Chun Hao showed her the supplier information, and the two unconsciously sat very close. She was practically touching him as she looked at her phone, taking notes diligently. The system notified him that their favorability rating had increased to 50. Chun Hao's heart stirred, and he began to further close the distance while continuing to explain the core logic of information gap and price difference. As the explanation deepened, Zhang Menglu became increasingly excited, nodding and drinking as she listened. Gradually, she became slightly tipsy, relaxed, and began to recount her experiences. She said that if she had met Chun Hao earlier, perhaps her career wouldn't have reached this point, her tone clearly tinged with grievance. She leaned on Chun Hao's shoulder, telling him how tough it was to work alone in the city. She had broken up with her boyfriend after graduation, her job wasn't going well, and her business venture ended with her partner leaving her all alone. Chun Hao casually put his hand on her shoulder, and she didn't resist. Instead, she leaned closer to him, relying on him even more. The atmosphere gradually warmed up, and Chun Hao felt the time was right, so he further tried to get closer to her, saying that he could help her with marketing plans in the future and guarantee that she would make money. Zhang Menglu looked up at him, her eyes softening and becoming serious, and directly asked him why he was being so nice to her, and whether he had any ulterior motives. Chun Hao stopped hiding his intentions and admitted that he did indeed want something. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Menglu misunderstood him. Blushing, she leaned in and gently kissed him on the cheek, looking at him with a tentative gaze, instantly creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Chun Hao was taken aback for a moment, and could only explain that that wasn't what he wanted. She immediately pressed him with a serious expression, and he could only bite the bullet and reveal his true purpose. He wanted her stockings. As soon as the words left his mouth, the air fell silent, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Zhang Menglu stared at him for a few seconds, her expression complicated. Just when Chun Hao thought he was going to fail, she suddenly stood up, and the next second she sat on his lap, taking the initiative to get closer again, clearly interpreting his intentions in a different way. To be honest, Zhang Menglu wasn't a promiscuous woman. In the past, she would never have been so intimate with a man she'd just met. After graduation, finding a job was difficult, so she impulsively partnered with her best friend to open a hosiery shop, hoping to turn her life around through entrepreneurship. The ideal was beautiful, but reality was cruel. For nearly 3 months after her best friend withdrew her investment, she was left to struggle alone in the shop. Business was slow, the pressure was immense, and loneliness and anxiety gradually consumed her, almost making her give up. Just when she was on the verge of collapse, Chun Hao appeared. He was a marketing expert, spoke eloquently, and seemed to radiate light when helping her sell goods. Earning 45,000 yuan in one night, this ability completely shook Zhang Menglu. She knew Chun Hao's motives might not be pure, but she still chose to accept him. Not because of love, but because his experience and abilities gave her hope and the courage to stay and work hard in this city. Afterwards, the two squeezed onto the small single bed, still breathing heavily, reminiscing about their intimacy. For Chun Hao, everything that had happened in the stocking shop was incredibly novel. Zhang Menglu had just gotten up to tidy up when Chun Hao stopped her. "Wait a minute, didn't you say you'd give me the stockings you wore?" She paused, then asked, "You really want them?" Chun Hao smiled. "Just a souvenir." She sat back down on the edge of the bed with a sigh, took off her stockings and tossed them to him, then put on a t-shirt and went to tidy up. The loose hem of the shirt just covered her hips, and her long legs swayed in the room, which pleased Chun Hao. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded. Exchangeable token detected. Exchange. Chun Hao snapped out of his daze and silently said exchange in his mind. The next second, the stockings disappeared. Exchange complete. Current favorability, 60. 60 points gained. This is equivalent to 600,000 cash. Chun Hao was shocked. He then tried to exchange the stockings from the store, but was told it was invalid. Clearly, there was no loophole in the rules. He simply withdrew all his points, and 600,000 yuan quickly arrived in his bank account. Earning this much money in just one night thrilled him. Looking at Zhang Menglu, not only was she beautiful, but she also brought in points, far surpassing his ex-girlfriend Lin Xiaoming. After Zhang Menglu finished tidying up, she lay down, and Chun Hao pulled her into his arms and gently kissed her forehead. The two fell asleep in each other's arms, spending a peaceful night together. The sound of the roller shutter door waking Chun Hao the next morning. He opened his eyes and saw Zhang Menglu wearing denim shorts and a t-shirt, running back with breakfast in her hand. "You're awake. Have something to eat." The two sat down to eat hot, dry noodles in a relaxed atmosphere. Zhang Menglu asked hesitantly, "Are you free these days?" Chun Hao nodded. "Always free. What's up?" She said somewhat shyly that she wanted to go to Guangxing to buy goods, but she was unfamiliar with the area and hoped Chun Hao would accompany her. Chun Hao confidently replied, "I'll arrange it, and I can even help you open up distribution channels. You can just ship directly via logistics from now on." Hearing this, she smiled happily and even put an egg on his plate, saying, "You're so kind." Chun-hao casually replied, "Considerate payment for last night." Her smile froze instantly, and her thoughts became complicated. Chun-hao was eating while scrolling through his phone when he noticed that Lin Xiaoming had called him several times and sent him a bunch of messages urging him to come back. He replied directly, "We've already broken up. Where I go is none of your business." The phone rang immediately, the caller sounding dissatisfied and accusing him of being unreachable. Chun-hao, too lazy to argue, hung up several times and even blocked her number. The atmosphere became somewhat tense. Zhang Menglu cautiously asked who was calling, and Chun-hao casually said it was a former colleague. Not long after, another call came in. This time, it was his manager, Wang Kaming. Chun-hao answered the phone calmly. The other party's tone was serious. "Put personal grudges aside for now. You must return to the company today and hand over all the work that needs to be handed over." Chun-hao replied with a hint of infuriating sarcasm. "The handover has already been completed. Your uncle Wang Ligua personally approved it, and HR manager Li also signed it. This is none of your business." After saying that, he played the recording he had made earlier directly to Wang Kaming. Wang Kaming's face immediately darkened, and he lowered his voice, saying, "So you are this cunning. Tell me, what will it take for you to come back to the company?" Chun-hao retorted calmly, "You've taken away all my privileges. I can't use the access control or the elevator. How am I supposed to go back?" Wang Kaming could only back down. "Come back and I'll come downstairs to pick you up myself." Chun-hao coldly replied, "I'm very busy and don't have time for you." The other party suppressed his anger and continued to press. "Are you determined not to cooperate?" Chun-hao retorted without hesitation, "Watch your attitude. You're no longer my boss." Before he could finish speaking, Chun-hao hung up the phone and blocked the other person, finally getting some peace and quiet. The pent-up frustration he'd been holding in all night dissipated considerably after that call. Zhang Menglu, sitting next to him, was completely bewildered and couldn't help but ask him what had happened. Chun-hao casually explained, I caught the company manager messing around, so he just found some excuse to fire me. He thinks I should come back to hand over the reins? Dream on." Zhang Menglu's eyes widened in shock. "Your previous company was this chaotic?" Chun-hao gave a wry smile, not mentioning Lin Xiaoming's matter, and simply said, "Firing someone without reason, not even giving bonuses or profit sharing, and trying to renege on the 2N+1 compensation, and now they want me to come back to work? There's no such thing as a free lunch." Zhang Menglu stared at him for a while. "So you're unemployed now?" Chun-hao changed the subject. "If you don't mind, I can work for you and help you make money." She smiled and replied, "I can't afford a high salary." Chun-hao smiled faintly. "No salary is needed, just room and board, plus the stockings you wear every day." Upon hearing this, Zhang Menglu's face instantly flushed red, and she softly scolded, "You're so annoying." But she still extended her hand and said, "Then let's have a pleasant cooperation." The two quickly reached an agreement, and the atmosphere became relaxed. After lunch, Zhang Menglu began preparing to open the shop. There were almost no customers in the morning. Chun-hao lay in bed scrolling through his phone when Xiao Zhao sent a message saying that things at the company were in complete chaos, several projects were stalled, and Vice President Wang was frantic. Then another video was sent, showing Wang Ligua smashing things in his office, clearly furious, and berating Chun-hao. Just then, the other party called, which Chun-hao immediately rejected and blocked, showing no mercy. He replied to Xiao Zhao, "I just added fuel to the fire," and then blocked her to avoid further trouble. After chatting, Chun-hao was in a great mood. Over the years, he had worked tirelessly for the company, but had not received the rewards he deserved. Now that things had completely turned sour, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Chun-hao got up and walked around the shop. Zhang Menglu immediately came up to him and asked cautiously, "Are you done with your work? Teach me some business tips." Only then did Chun-hao take a good look at the shop. The space was long and narrow, with stockings hanging on both sides, making it look crowded and messy. He asked, "Did you start this shop yourself, or did you take it over?" Zhang Menglu obediently replied, "I took it over. At first, it was a partnership, with each of us contributing 150,000. Later, she withdrew her shares, and I added another 300,000. It was all financed by loans." Chun-hao frowned as he listened. This batch of goods was worth at most 200,000, but she had invested 300,000, clearly suffering a loss. He continued to inquire about the principal, and she opened her ledger and said, Now, I only have 45,000 left from yesterday's profit. I plan to save up 100,000 to buy more goods in Guangqing. Chunhao shook his head after listening. This girl was a bit impulsive, but she also had a strong drive. He analyzed. Your shop has a very niche customer base, a limited product range, and a small audience. Why did you even think of opening a stocking shop in the first place? Zhang Menglu directly lifted her leg to show off. Because it looks good on me, and I can wear it every day when I open a shop. Chunhao was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but smile wryly. This reason was indeed very much in line with her personality, and it was no wonder that her token would be stockings. A whole morning passed without a single customer. The shop was located in a night market alley, where there was almost no foot traffic during the day, relying mainly on evening customers. Chunhao quickly realized the problem. Such a location was simply unsustainable for business. During lunch, he bluntly said, "This shop has no future. It can barely survive in the summer, but it'll be finished in the winter." Zhang Menglu panicked upon hearing this. Then what should we do? After Chunhao found out that there was still a month's rent left, he decisively told her not to renew the lease. He suggested that after dinner he would take her to see storefronts and explain the logic behind site selection. Zhang Menglu immediately sped up her eating, finishing in a few bites, and urged them to leave. Chunhao had no choice but to quicken his pace as well. After locking the door, the two went out together to look for a shop. As the two walked and looked at the shops, Zhang Menglu suddenly pointed to a shop on the side of the road and excitedly exclaimed that there were still vacant shops for rent along the street. Chunhao, however, immediately denied it, telling her to observe the flow of people carefully. He said that the narrower the road, the faster people walk and the less time they spend, so business would naturally be bad. Most of the shops in this row were being sublet, and renting them would basically result in a loss. Not far away, they saw another shop under renovation. Chunhao pointed to the steps at the entrance and analyzed that every additional step would cause a loss of customers. This shop had 5 steps, making it very difficult to do business. Continuing on, he summarized the street patterns, saying that wide streets are easily divided into yin and yang sides. Businesses on the yang side are booming, while those on the yin side are deserted. You must choose the right location, otherwise you will lose so much money that you won't even be able to break even. Zhang Menglu was stunned, repeatedly marveling at how many intricacies there were to running a shop, something she had never realized before. As they walked, Chunhao pointed to a narrow shop sandwiched between 2 buildings, saying that no matter how cheap it was, you shouldn't touch those coffin shops with their narrow storefronts and excessively long backs. The two arrived at Chua Han Street. As they walked, Chunhao explained the location logic of golden corners, silver edges, and garbage wastes, emphasizing that corner shops are the best, followed by the side locations, and the worst are the middle and rear sections far from the intersection. The two then entered the mall. Zhang Menglu took his arm and asked if they could rent a shop in the mall. Chunhao immediately advised against it, saying that the mall had many rules and fierce competition, and it was difficult to make money as it was barely enough to survive. During their shopping trip, the two strolled around casually like a couple. Chunhao even bought her a few clothes, which made Zhang Menglu very happy. She even kissed him, which attracted the attention of the sales assistant. As dusk fell, the two walked back. Chunhao continued to explain that opening a shop in a residential area requires checking the occupancy rate, which must exceed 60%. He also emphasized the need to observe the lighting situation in the morning and evening to avoid making mistakes. As they approached the night market, he cautioned against venturing into the underground shopping street and the so-called city that never sleeps, warning that they would struggle to attract crowds and likely become ghost towns. Zhang Menglu had learned a great deal that afternoon, admiring Chunhao even more and jokingly suggesting he should become a real estate agent. Chunhao seriously stated that once her shop stabilizes, he will work as a real estate agent for a month, not to sell houses, but to understand the market so he can buy houses at a lower price and avoid being taken advantage of. He even boasted that with his abilities, he could not only earn a salary and commission each month, but also get extremely low discounts through insider channels. Otherwise, he would be considered incompetent. Zhang Menglu listened with admiration, smiling as she asked if she could live in the house he bought in the future. Chunhao casually agreed, and the two chatted and laughed as they returned to the night market. Upon arriving at the booth area, they discovered that many of their competitors had already imitated the sock-ripping challenge, hanging up similar signs. Zhang Menglu was immediately annoyed and wanted to confront them, but Chunhao stopped her, saying that business models are easily copied and there was no need to dwell on it. She was still somewhat anxious, worried that if everyone did the same thing, she wouldn't be able to make money, and she was on the verge of a breakdown. Chun Hao, however, remained calm, stating that the other person had only learned the surface. The real core lay in adaptation. He could easily adjust his approach and still dominate the game. Zhang Menglu immediately pressed for a plan, and Chun Hao chuckled and patted her on the shoulder, telling her to hurry up and prepare the goods so as not to delay the opening time of the stall. She immediately ran to get the stockings, while Chun Hao turned around and went to the dollar store to buy red envelopes and paper and pens and began to write down various surprise messages. The stall was quickly set up with a new sign that read, "Buy stockings and get a surprise free," and a wall next to it was specially covered with red envelopes, which was very eye-catching. After the stall opened, the flow of people gradually increased, but at first no one came. Zhang Menglu was a little anxious, but Chun Hao remained calm. Seeing a female customer pass by, he greeted her, "Beautiful lady, buy stockings and get a surprise gift. Want to try?" The customer asked curiously what the surprise was, and Chun Hao pointed to the red envelope wall and explained that as long as you buy a pair of stockings, you can enter a lucky draw with various prizes. The customer pressed further, asking if he had cash. Chun Hao answered decisively, "Of course. 1 yuan, 5 yuan, 10 yuan, up to 1,000 yuan. The customer was clearly intrigued, but still skeptical. Really? Is this some kind of scam? The female customer remained somewhat wary, but Zhang Menglu pressed on, saying, "Buy one to try, it won't hurt." However, her overly eager tone only made the customer more defensive. Chun Hao immediately chimed in, changing his tone. "The first customer today gets a special treat. You could draw a red envelope first, then decide whether to buy or not." The female customer immediately became interested, picked up a red envelope, opened it, and found a discount of 5 yuan. Chun Hao immediately clapped and cheered. "Congratulations! Originally 30 yuan, now everything is 25 yuan." The customer repeatedly confirmed that every item was discounted by 5 yuan, and after receiving a positive reply, she immediately started picking and grabbed several items in one go. With the first customer, the stall quickly gained popularity. While Zhang Menglu was busy selecting goods, several young men nearby stared at her, clearly attracted. Chun Hao noticed this and leaned over to whisper, "Buy stockings for a chance to win a red envelope, and you might get to add the owner's WeChat." The group instantly perked up and immediately pulled out their money to participate. They randomly picked a few pairs of socks, their attention entirely focused on the red envelopes. One person drew a 1 yuan reward, another received 5 squats for the boss lady, and yet another got 1 more pair. Zhang Menglu looked puzzled, and Chun Hao simply said, "Just cooperate for the sake of business." She could only do squats in front of everyone, while several boys surrounded her, cheering her on, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Someone seized the opportunity to buy another pack and try their luck again, this time winning the Add the Boss Lady on WeChat card, causing a burst of cheers. Zhang Menglu had no choice but to add her as a friend. She was somewhat dissatisfied and muttered a complaint to herself about Chun Hao selling her. Chun Hao explained that this was an upgraded version of human-centered marketing, using differentiation to attract customers. These young people added him on WeChat, and there was potential for future conversions. They were long-term resources. Although Zhang Menglu didn't quite understand, she could only cooperate for the time being. As the campaign progressed, the content of the red envelopes were constantly adjusted, with offers like 1 more message, cashback, and add me on WeChat appearing in turn, with add me on WeChat being the most common offer. Chun Hao also created a members group and had Zhang Menglu add all the customers to it, emphasizing that this was the most crucial private domain traffic, which could be used for continued online sales. That night, her stall once again became the hottest spot in the night market. Word spread among students, and large numbers of young people flocked to the stall, mostly hoping to add her on WeChat. One boy bought 6 items in a row before winning the grand prize, a 1,000 yuan reward, causing an instant uproar. Chun Hao immediately announced that he had become a VIP of the store, and the 1,000 yuan would be used in installments as vouchers. He then quietly added, "The owner will take photos of the new stockings and send them to you separately." The boy was immediately thrilled, practically floating on air. She sold from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. After the night market closed, she tallied the sales figures and found that although not as many as the previous night, she still sold 1,100 items. Zhang Menglu excitedly clenched her fist in celebration, the gesture so large that it attracted the attention of passers-by, but she was completely absorbed in her joy and didn't notice. On the other side, the other vendors passing by didn't look too happy. Some had tried to imitate the designs, but failed to sell them, and with the added losses from trial use, some were even incurring losses. The gap between their competitors filled them with both envy and helplessness. On her way back after packing up, Zhang Menglu kept staring at her phone balance and grinning foolishly. 78,000 in 2 days, that's unbelievable. For her, this was the first time she had actually made money since opening the shop, so she was naturally very excited. Chunhao reminded her that what was truly important wasn't the actual foot traffic, but rather the 400-plus new customers they'd added that day. If managed properly, these customers could generate a steady stream of orders, far more stable than street stall. Zhang Menglu listened with skepticism, but was clearly tempted. Chunhao seized the opportunity to offer a deal. If you treat me to another late-night snack, I'll teach you a secret money-making method that I guarantee will make you even more. Zhang Menglu didn't hesitate and immediately took out her phone to place an order. You absolutely have to. Everything seemed to return to last night. Late-night snacks, a small table, and a gradually warming atmosphere. The two opened beer, and Chunhao analyzed the street stall business while drinking, saying that this industry was too dependent on the weather and that they had to transform as soon as possible, from street vending to micro-business, then to e-commerce, and finally even live-streaming sales. As he spoke, he asked Zhang Menglu to stand up and walk a few steps, stating bluntly that her biggest advantage was her legs, which were very eye-catching. Zhang Menglu didn't deny it. On the contrary, she seemed very confident. Chunhao then offered a suggestion. It's not unusual for ordinary stockings to sell for 30 yuan, but if they were ones she had worn, she could set the price herself. These words stunned Zhang Menglu. She wasn't sure if anyone would buy them. Chunhao, however, was very certain, saying that not only would people buy them, but they would be in high demand, and different styles could be sold at different prices. Hearing this, she became serious and continued to press for the specific operating methods. Chunhao suggested she open an online store, focusing on goddess outfit showcases, featuring photos and videos of her wearing stockings and highlighting her personal style. Zhang Menglu hesitated, feeling this would expose too much of herself. Chunhao suggested she wear a mask, concealing her face and only showcasing her outfits and figure. He then added that short videos could be used to attract traffic, which could then be directed to the store. Zhang Menglu was worried that the new store wouldn't have enough traffic, but Chunhao reminded her that she already had a base of customers and could gradually convert them from existing users. Under his explanation, her thoughts gradually became clearer. Zhang Menglu listened and nodded, even starting to get excited. However, she still muttered to herself, feeling that this kind of thing was probably only something Chunhao would like. Chunhao just smiled and didn't say anything more. He went on to emphasize male consumer psychology, saying that many products are essentially visually driven, and that grasping this point would open up the market. This remark made Zhang Menglu realize something, and she immediately took action, saying she happened to have a JK skirt and could try it out. She immediately changed into a short skirt and stockings, posed in front of the mirror to adjust her posture, and even slightly altered her loose t-shirt to accentuate her waistline. She turned to Chunhao and asked if it was all right. Chunhao stepped forward to help her adjust her movements, making the overall look more natural and expressive. The two were very close, and the atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. Zhang Menglu suddenly stopped what she was doing and looked at him with a hint of teasing. Chunhao was momentarily stunned. The atmosphere on the scene was no longer a simple teaching session, but had become subtle. As night deepened, the two fell silent. Zhang Menglu quickly fell asleep, while Chunhao quietly got up and used the stocking she had worn to exchange for something through the system. The system notified him that the exchange was successful. His favorability rating had increased to 80, and he had also gained 80 points. He had originally planned to exchange his points for cash, but this time he stopped and instead opened other function pages. Besides money, the system also had two options, abilities and enhancements, which made him seriously explore the system's potential for the first time. On the ability page, he typed sales, and different levels immediately appeared, from apprentice to master to top level, with the required points increasing exponentially for each level. The highest level even required tens of thousands of points, making him sigh that the cost was too high. He tried other skills and found the rules were the same. They had to be unlocked level by level. Even when trying to input some special abilities, the system directly prompted that the level was insufficient and that he needed to strengthen himself first. This made Chun Hao realize that this system was far more than just a way to make money. He then opened the enhancement interface and saw his basic attributes. Physique, martial arts, comprehension, etc. all had values, but the cost of enhancement was extremely high, requiring 100 points to increase by even 1 point, which he found outrageous. At the same time, the system's evaluation of him also appeared. On one side were positive labels like business prodigy and extraordinary luck, while on the other were negative comments such as broken down heart and weak body. Seeing these comments, Chun Hao's face gradually darkened. Broken down heart, cuckolded? He couldn't help but swear. These comments seemed to deliberately hit a nerve, making him increasingly annoyed. He verbally protested, but inwardly he had to admit that the system's evaluation was indeed somewhat accurate. He accepted the money grubber label, but the weak aspect really bothered him. He was still complaining about the selection no matter what. After calming down, Chun Hao began to consider how to use his points. He already had 4.64 million yuan in cash and wasn't short of money in the short term, so his points were clearly more valuable. He currently had 80 points, and he decided to save them for now. After shutting down the system, Zhang Menglu was already asleep. The narrow single bed, crammed with 2 people, felt strangely cozy. She instinctively draped her legs over him and leaned on his shoulder, looking just like a couple deeply in love. The next morning, the jarring ringtone of a cell phone woke them both up at the same time. Chun Hao rubbed his numb arm, answered the phone, and asked somewhat impatiently, "Who is it?" A familiar voice came from the other end of the line. "Chun Hao, this is Wei Xinglong." Chun Hao immediately woke up, subconsciously responding in a professional tone, and even made up an excuse about working overtime. President Wei had clearly heard about his departure and brought it up directly. Chun Hao could only try to smooth things over, but the other party didn't mince words, stating that he only trusted him as a person and that without him, there was no need to continue the cooperation. Immediately afterward, General Manager Wei presented his terms. Sales Director, double base salary, 10% commission plus bonuses. In the past, Chun Hao would never have hesitated to accept such offer. But the situation was different now. He had the system at his disposal and no longer relied on working for someone else to earn money. Therefore, he politely declined, saying he wanted to rest for a while. General Manager Wei didn't press him, instead telling him to reconsider at any time. Before hanging up, Chun Hao casually inquired about the shop. Mr. Wei happened to have a lease expiring and was willing to give him priority. After a brief discussion, they finalized the address. After the call, Chun Hao, while washing up, said to Zhang Menglu, "I'm going out for a bit. I'll take care of the shop for your new store." These words warmed her heart. While eating breakfast, Chun Hao's phone kept vibrating with calls from clients trying to poach his employees. He refused them one by one, even jokingly saying that these longtime clients were being very considerate. Zhang Menglu was curious about which company he would choose, but Chun Hao smiled and said, "I'll go to Guangqing with you first, and we'll consider it once you're settled." Upon hearing this, her eyes clearly changed. A system notification appeared. Current favorability, 90. After the two finished breakfast, Chun Hao went out alone to the storefront mentioned by Boss Wei. Located on a bustling commercial street, it was a near-ideal silver-edged shop, but with a large customer flow. Chun Hao observed for half an hour, and, finding the business consistently brisk, immediately decided to take it over. He quickly finalized the price with Mr. Wei, 150,000 yuan per year, with a minimum lease term of 3 years. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Chun Hao transferred the money on the spot, paying the first year's rent in full. Not long after, the original owner received the notification and was furious, cursing the landlord for breaking his promise. Chun Hao felt somewhat conflicted, but he didn't dwell on it and turned to leave. Just then, the phone vibrated again, the caller ID showing little Beauty Nana. She was a new employee at the company and also a former apprentice of Chun Hao. The purpose of this call was somewhat intriguing. "Nana, what's wrong?" Chun Hao answered the phone, expecting it to be about work handover, but instead heard a low sob on the other end. Son Nana choked back tears, saying she didn't want to work anymore. The entire project was on her shoulders, and she was being scolded by Vice President Wang every day. She felt incredibly wronged and wanted to resign and leave with Chun Hao. Chun-hao offered her a few words of comfort, letting her explain the situation slowly, and finally arranged to meet at Starbucks in the commercial street. After hanging up the phone, Sun Nana's image appeared in his mind, sweet-looking, with a soft voice, and easily softened by her tears. This trait was practically a killer app in the sales industry. As he sat down at Starbucks, the system suddenly notified him. A familiar goddess is approaching within 100 meters with a 9 out of 10 rating for looks. She is both grateful and admiring towards him, making her relatively easy to win over. Chun-hao was stunned for a moment when Sun Nana appeared at the door. Brother Hao. As soon as she saw Chun-hao, she felt like she had found savior. She ran over and sat down, and began to complain incessantly about the chaos that had gripped the company these past few days. Projects stalled, communication problems arose, it all fell on her shoulders. As she spoke, her eyes welled up with tears again. Chun-hao looked at her from a different angle this time, and realized that she was indeed quite beautiful. Although her figure was not as good as Zhang Menglu's, she was cute and sweet, especially her pitiful temperament, which easily aroused people's protective instincts. Get to the point. Are you here to complain or to discuss business? Chun-hao interrupted her directly. Sun Nana was taken aback for a moment, then lowered her voice and said that there were rumors within the company that he was being targeted because of a profit-sharing issue, and she made it clear that she was on Chun-hao's side. She became more and more serious as she spoke. You're the backbone of the company, and what they've done to you is too much. I can't help them. I'm here to see you. At the end, she lowered her head, fidgeting with her fingers, and pleaded softly. Where are you going? Could you take me with you? These words sounded very sincere, but Chun-hao didn't immediately believe them. Based on his understanding of sales and human nature, he knew the company wouldn't entrust all the important projects to a newcomer for no reason. There was likely another arrangement behind it. He quickly realized that this might be a setup. That old fox, Vice President Wang, might be using Sun Nana to lure him out, and even this meeting might be part of their scheme. Sure enough, not long after, the Starbucks doors were pushed open, and a group of familiar faces barged in. Leading the way was Wang Kaming, whose eyes were bloodshot, with his ex-girlfriend Lin Xiaoming standing next to him, followed by Vice President Wang, whose face was gloomy. The group immediately locked their gaze on Chun-hao and strode over menacingly. Lin Xiaoming was the first to attack. You still say it's okay? How do you explain this now? Her voice was loud, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Sun Nana panicked on the spot and hurriedly waved her hands to explain, I didn't bring them here, I really didn't know. Her eyes reddened again, clearly frightened. Chun-hao, however, remained calm, obviously having expected this. Wang Kaming rushed forward, angrily saying, Finally caught you. Let's see where you can hide now. Vice President Wang stopped him, saying in a deep voice, Let's get down to business first. He then adopted a business-like attitude, demanding that Chun-hao complete the handover immediately, or he would sue Chun-hao for causing losses to the company. Chun-hao crossed his arms and said calmly, What if I don't agree? Wang Kaming immediately flew into a rage, pointing to his injured eye and threatening, If you don't hand it over, I'll call the police and have you jailed. Hearing this, Chun-hao stood up instead, his tone even colder. Then call the police and let them judge this. Wang Kaming wanted to continue arguing, but Lin Xiaoming suddenly rushed out, swung her designer bag at Chun-hao, and emotionally accused him of cheating and having affairs. Wang Kaming seized the opportunity to turn the tables, shouting, Yes, you're the ones with the problem. If you don't cooperate, I'll expose you and ruin your reputations. The two of them, working together, turned black into white, instantly reversing the atmosphere. Sun Nana, her eyes reddening with anxiety, quickly explained, I didn't. We're just colleagues. Don't talk nonsense. Chun-hao was completely enraged. He snatched the bag and warned coldly, Lin Xiaoming, don't force me to produce your evidence. Upon hearing the word evidence, Lin Xiaoming visibly panicked, but Wang Kaming didn't take it seriously. Instead, he became even more arrogant and threatened to make it impossible for Chun-hao to survive in the industry. Even Vice President Wang sided with them, adopting a strictly business-like stance, accusing Chun-hao of assault and messing around, and saying that firing him was already lenient. Chun-hao originally didn't want to escalate the situation. After all, their relationship was common knowledge, and going public would embarrass him. But with the other party pressing him relentlessly, he could no longer tolerate it. You forced me to this. He pulled out his phone and played a video in front of everyone, letting everyone see the truth. The video clearly showed Wang Kaming and Lin Xiaoming in a shameful situation inside the car. The scene fell silent instantly. Both of them turned pale and froze. Enraged, Wang Kaming rushed forward to snatch the phone, but Chun Hao, prepared, punched him. Wang Kaming staggered backward, knocking over a table, creating chaos. Lin Xiaoming, furious, rushed forward and demanded, "You'll ruin me like this." Chun Hao, in his rage, slapped her across the face. This slap was not only an outburst of anger, but also a release of years of suppressed emotions. 3 years of relationship, from acquaintance to falling in love to meeting each other's parents. He had given almost everything, only to end up like this. He had promised her a high dowry and a house and car, wholeheartedly wanting to be with her forever. But as the company developed and personnel changed, everything slowly went wrong. In the end, it wasn't that he changed his mind, but that Lin Xiaoming lost her way amidst interests and circumstances. That slap completely severed their relationship. The scene shifts to the police station. After taking a statement and hearing the story, the police officer expressed understanding of the emotions involved but still proceeded according to the law. Chun Hao readily admitted to assaulting someone, but made it clear that he would not apologize. Anyone would not tolerate this. "I accept the punishment, but I do not admit wrongdoing." He was ultimately fined 500 yuan, signed the papers, paid the money, and left the police station. It was already dark outside. As soon as he took out his phone, he found that the company group chat had exploded with activity. Messages were everywhere, and the news had spread. Lin Xiaoming's affair was exposed, and various group chats were buzzing with discussion. Some criticized her for being immoral, some blamed Wang Kaming, and others sympathized with Chun Hao. Regardless, the news of her being cuckolded had spread far and wide, and the company had completely lost face. Chun Hao looked at the chat history, a heavy feeling settling over him. He silently left the group, refusing to read the discussions any longer. "This is something I can't erase," he thought with a bitter smile, preparing to hail a taxi and leave. Just then, son Nana suddenly chased after him and called out, "Brother Hao." Chun Hao was a little surprised. "Why are you still here?" she said softly. "I'm waiting for you." As she spoke, she naturally took his arm and said with concern, "Now that I know the truth, I have to stay with you for a while." She looked at Chun Hao and suggested, "Let's go, I'll buy you drinks and keep you company." The two found an open-air food stall and ordered barbecue and draft beer. While drinking, son Nana complained about Lin Xiaoming, saying she had noticed something was off between her and Wang Kaming a long time ago, but hadn't dared to speak up. Now that it was public, she felt relieved and even half-jokingly said, "There are plenty of fish in the sea. Like me, I'm not bad either." She then raised her glass, determined to drink with Chun Hao until they were both completely drunk. The two chatted and ate, the atmosphere gradually becoming more relaxed, but Chun Hao's phone kept vibrating with messages from Zhang Menglu, asking when he would be coming over that evening. Chun Hao casually replied that he was having dinner with his landlord to discuss the lease on a storefront, trying to sign the contract as soon as possible, and told her to hold on for now. Zhang Menglu was visibly uneasy, saying that some of her peers had already started imitating the red envelope campaign. Chun Hao quickly typed to reassure her, telling her to combine the stocking-tearing challenge with red envelopes, and then leverage her own strengths to attract customers to add her on WeChat, aiming to accumulate 800 customers and build a foundation for her private domain. Seeing that he was constantly talking with his head down, son Nana asked with some dissatisfaction who it was. Chun Hao casually brushed it off, and the two continued drinking. She then asked about his future plans, expressing her desire to continue working with him. Chun Hao smiled wryly and said that he still had to wait for the arbitration results, and coupled with the restrictions of the non-compete agreement, he could not engage in the same business in the short term. Upon hearing this, son Nana became somewhat emotional. She had also signed a similar agreement and complained that the company was heartless. She worried that her resources would be snatched away in 6 months, while Chun Hao remained calm, stating that clients wouldn't be easily lost, and even raised his glass, saying, "Wait until I make a comeback." The two clinked glasses, reigniting the atmosphere. Son Nana finally relaxed a little, saying she had been worried he would be hurt. Chun Hao, however, admitted he still harbored resentment, unable to understand why Lin Xiaoming would betray him. Son Nana analyzed that besides material reasons, the more important factor was Wang Kaming's skill in manipulation. She also revealed that he had tried to recruit her into illicit transactions. She recalled crying in the bathroom because she was implied that getting a permanent position would come at a price. She felt disgusted by this and therefore admired Chen Hao, who earned his living through his abilities, even more. Her words repeatedly expressed her approval and goodwill towards him, and her emotions gradually became more apparent. Chen Hao understood that ever since he helped her share her sales revenue, Sun Nana had developed different feelings for him. Now, taking advantage of this drinking session, her attitude was quite direct. The two drank more and more until nearly midnight, when the crowds on the street gradually dispersed. Chen Hao was about to take her home, but Sun Nana, drunk, said she didn't want to go to work anymore, planned to go through arbitration, and even said she wanted to stay with him. Helpless, Chen Hao could only help her away. She leaned almost entirely on him, and as they left the food stall, they attracted the attention of many passers-by. Unable to get her address, Chen Hao found a nearby hotel, settled her in a room, and casually put her on the bed, not being able to help but complain, "She's really heavy." Sun Nana mumbled a rebuttal, saying she wasn't fat at all, and even lifted her clothes to try and prove it. Chen Hao barely managed to stay awake, quickly checked her condition, and didn't think much of it, only noticing that she clearly had developed a dependence on and expectation of him. She fell asleep quickly, and Chen Hao sat beside her, watching over her. Ultimately, he had always considered Sun Nana as a younger sister and didn't want to cross that line under these circumstances. Their colleague relationship was already complex, and mishandling it could have far more serious consequences than a momentary impulse. At night, she slept in a disheveled position, constantly kicking off the covers, and her clothes gradually became loose. Chen Hao helplessly helped her cover up with the covers while reminding himself to be discreet. Just as he was slightly distracted, Sun Nana, in her drowsy state, casually took off her underwear and threw it aside. Chen Hao stood by the bed, somewhat helpless. Sun Nana was indeed a restless sleeper. The blanket had already been kicked to the side. He muttered to himself as he helped her cover herself up again. Just then, a piece of underwear landed at his feet, and a system notification sounded, asking if he wanted to redeem it. He instinctively bent down to pick it up, but before he could even hesitate, the system automatically processed the successful redemption, and the points were credited to his account. Before Chen Hao could fully process what was happening, he heard a soft sob coming from under the covers. He frowned and asked, but the other person seemed still asleep and offered no response. In her dream, Sun Nana returned to the past. She was pampered by her parents from a young age, but was strictly restrained in matters of the heart. Her budding adolescent feelings were suppressed, and her relationships during college were unsuccessful. She never truly committed to a relationship. After entering the workforce, she gradually came to understand the harshness of reality. To survive, she learned to use feigning weakness and tears to gain space for herself, methods that Chen Hao taught her in sales. To her, Chen Hao was not only a colleague, but also someone who guided her forward. What she remembered most vividly was that Chen Hao had given up his own performance to give her a big order, allowing her to turn her business around. That kindness had always been buried in her heart, and it also made her feel complicated feelings towards Chen Hao, from initial admiration to current dependence, and even a hint of possessiveness had emerged. In her dream, she had made up her mind to be with Chen Hao, and even began to fantasize about their future life together. That scene was warm and complete, immersing her in it so much that she didn't want to wake up. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room, and Sun Nana slowly woke up. She was groggy for a while, then suddenly sat up, looking around for Chen Hao, only to find clothes scattered all over the floor. She lifted the covers to check the situation and froze, her mind completely blank. Her memory of last night was almost entirely fragmented. She couldn't recall what had happened, only feeling a headache and confusion. She tried to recall the events repeatedly, but couldn't grasp the key details and even began to doubt herself. What puzzled her even more was that her body didn't seem to have any obvious abnormalities, which made her even more confused, unsure of how far things had progressed. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became, even a little angry, feeling that Chen Hao's early departure seemed irresponsible. But then she reconsidered and came to a conclusion in her mind. If something really had happened, she would never let him off easily. When she got up to get dressed, she suddenly realized that a crucial piece of clothing was missing. She searched the room for a long time, but couldn't find it, and she was completely bewildered, vaguely guessing that Chen Hao might have taken it. Left with no other choice, she could only awkwardly straighten her coat and carefully leave the hotel, feeling extremely uncomfortable the whole way. She blushed as she walked, constantly feeling that everyone around her was staring at her, and she felt both ashamed and annoyed. After getting into the taxi, she became increasingly angry and directly messaged Chun-hao to question him. At that moment, Chun-hao was buying breakfast. After seeing the message, he replied casually, but his tone was serious as he explained the situation from the previous night in a very elaborate way. He claimed that she had acted out while drunk and even gave him her things as souvenirs, making up a bunch of exaggerated details. Sun Nana was skeptical, but considering that she had indeed blacked out, she believed most of it, feeling both ashamed and embarrassed. The two chatted briefly, and the atmosphere gradually eased. Sun Nana tentatively asked if anything had happened last night, but Chun-hao denied it outright, and instead asked her what she thought, making her both embarrassed and annoyed, so she simply ended the conversation. Meanwhile, Chun-hao had returned to the entrance of the hosiery shop and was knocking on the door to call for people. A moment later, the roller shutter door was pulled open, and Zhang Menglu, dressed in revealing clothes, came out excitedly, eager to share her creations. She checked her phone balance and saw it had exceeded 100,000 yuan. She had earned another 30,000 yuan in one night. Chun-hao nodded in approval and told her to go wash up and eat first, while casually mentioning that they were going to look at a new storefront today to sign a lease agreement. When she heard that the annual rent was 150,000 yuan, Zhang Menglu was almost shocked. She even stopped brushing her teeth, poked her head out with a mouthful of foam, and asked in shock. Chun-hao set out the breakfast and casually mentioned that the new store was located on a bustling commercial street. Zhang Menglu hesitated, saying that she didn't have enough funds and couldn't afford such a storefront. Chun-hao replied nonchalantly, "I've already paid the first year's rent for you. You just need to sign the contract, and you'll have to earn the rent yourself after that." This statement stunned Zhang Menglu, who clearly hadn't expected him to go this far. She had met many wealthy people, but this was the first time she had seen someone like Chun-hao silently shoulder the burden for her. Overwhelmed with emotion, she pounced on him and kissed him on the cheek. Just then, a system notification sounded. Zhang Menglu's favorability has reached 100. A special reward will be issued. She laughed and said, "Your face is covered in toothpaste." She looked a little silly, but also exceptionally cute. Chun-hao urged her to wash up, but his mind was preoccupied with the reward. He thought it would arrive in his account immediately, but instead, a progress bar popped up. Body tempering pill is being generated at 0.01%. The progress was ridiculously slow, but the description of the effect was enticing. He decided to stop worrying about it. After they finished breakfast, Zhang Menglu began to dress up carefully and even asked for his opinion on her outfit. Chun-hao suggested she wear black stockings, which she did without hesitation. After changing her clothes, she put her legs up on the chair to put on her stockings, a natural yet alluring movement. Once ready, the two locked the door and took a taxi to the coffee shop where they had arranged to meet Mr. Wei. Upon arriving at the location, Chun-hao had expected President Wei to be there in person, but instead, a mixed-race female secretary appeared. Before she even entered, the system notified him that a top-tier beauty with a rating of 9.5 was approaching. The woman walked in, dressed in a sharp, professional outfit, exuding confidence. Her white shirt was slightly open, and her black skirt paired with black stockings showcased her stunning figure. Her brisk walk instantly attracted a lot of attention. She introduced herself as Shiva and shook hands with Chun-hao with a confident and natural demeanor. The system then provided her binding information, showing that she was not only exceptionally capable, but also classified as a top goddess. However, Chun-hao was somewhat surprised by her goddess token. It was money. This also meant that the way to win her over would be completely different from before. Just as Chun-hao was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower back. Zhang Menglu had secretly pinched him. He snapped back to reality and quickly invited Shiva to sit down so they could begin discussing the contract. Shiva explained that President Wei was in a meeting and that she would handle the matter entirely. Zhang Menglu carefully reviewed the contract terms, and the two sides quickly moved on to detailed discussions. Chun-hao listened attentively while observing the two women. Zhang Menglu was already quite outstanding on her own, but compared to Shiva, she was clearly inferior. The other woman's aura was simply too dazzling. However, Shiva didn't seem to care about Chun-hao's gaze, occasionally responding with a hint of ambiguity. After Zhang Menglu confirmed everything was correct, Chen Hao also proposed adjustments to details, such as the renovation schedule. Shiva readily amended the terms, and the three parties quickly completed the signing. She stated that the property would be handed over in 2 days, and the cooperation concluded smoothly. Before leaving, she called Chen Hao aside and said bluntly on the street, "If you are willing to join President Wei's company, I can give you some special rewards." After saying that, she handed him a fragrant business card and smiled meaningfully. Chen Hao was momentarily stunned, vaguely sensing that this was a clear case of a honey trap. Back at the store, Zhang Menglu was in high spirits and dragged him a stroll around the area near the new storefront. They happened to stumble upon a clothing store clearance sale, and the crowds were so large that she was instantly captivated. She picked out a lot of clothes, spending several thousand yuan, all paid for by Chen Hao. Chapter 17. First mediation fails. When the two came out, Zhang Menglu was carrying large bags and packages, and she was extremely happy. "I'm so happy today." "Don't just focus on being happy. What are your thoughts on the new store's renovation?" "What kind of renovation?" Zhang Menglu had never considered this aspect. Chen Hao didn't bother to explain. He simply took out his phone and searched for the client in charge of the renovation. Ring, ring, ring. Just as Chen Hao was about to make call, he received a call from his lawyer. "Is this Chen Hao? The company you applied for arbitration with, and the lawyer they hired, are requesting an out-of-court settlement. Would you like to meet with them?" Chen Hao thought about it seriously. "I happen to be free this afternoon, so it wouldn't hurt to meet up." After arranging a time with his lawyer, Chen Hao hung up the phone and said, "I have to go to the law firm this afternoon. You can go back by yourself first." "Okay, remember to come back tonight no matter how busy you are. The night market is waiting for you to open." Chen Hao patted her butt. "Go quickly." After parting ways with Zhang Menglu, Chen Hao went straight to a law firm, intending to have a detailed discussion with the lawyer hired by the company. To Chen Hao's surprise, the people sent by the company were Vice President Wang Ligua and HR Director Li. In the law firm's conference room, the two sides sat facing each other. The opposing lawyer was aggressive from the very beginning. "Mr. Chen Hao, your departure has caused several projects of the company to be suspended, and clients who were supposed to sign contracts have failed to do so on time. You will bear the full economic losses caused to the company. These are the relevant contracts and project quotation sheets, which detail the amount of losses." Chen Hao's lawyer took the documents, glanced at them, whispered something to Chen Hao, and then righteously refuted him. "Please make one thing clear. My client, Mr. Chen Hao, did not cause any losses to the company during his time there. It was only after your company dismissed him without cause that these project losses occurred. Therefore, your company shall bear all the losses." The opposing law firm produced a professional conduct agreement and slammed it on the table. The engagement agreement clearly states that even if an employee leaves the company, they must return to assist in completing the project. Our lawyer responded with a cold laugh. "The professional conduct agreement is just an agreement. Whether it's legally recognized is another matter. Besides, my client was fired by your company and is just going out to relax and unwind these past few days. What's wrong with him not being able to cooperate?" Wang Ligua immediately issued orders. "Since he's right here, make him hand over all his client resources and projects that are about to be signed immediately." The lawyer quietly asked Chen Hao for his opinion, but he didn't speak. Instead, he silently took out his phone and turned on the audio. "Out of professional ethics, I kindly reminded Mr. Li, are you sure my work doesn't need to be handed over?" Chen Hao's voice. "You still think you're so great? The company doesn't stop functioning without you. Stop stalling and get out of here right now." HR Manager Li's voice. There were many more instances where General Manager Li made sarcastic remarks, all urging Chen Hao to leave the company immediately, and even forbidding Chen Hao from saying goodbye to his colleagues. During the audio playback, HR Manager Li's face was ashen, and Wang Ligua stared at him irritably. After the audio ended, Chen Hao calmly put his hands together and questioned him. "Since the company can operate just fine without me, why should they need my cooperation? How can someone be so fickle?" HR Manager Li was speechless, his face ashen. Chen Hao continued to kick someone when they were down. According to what President Li once said, people should be responsible for their actions and words. How come he's going back on his word now? Isn't that a slap in the face? At this moment, Wang Ligua was so angry that his face turned red and he slammed his fist on the table. "Don't push your luck. So what if Manager Li said those things? It's your duty to hand over your work. If this kind of unprofessional behavior gets out, your colleagues will look down on you. You don't need to worry about that, Vice President Wang. My professional ethics have already reminded you that you were in a hurry to kick me out of the company back then, so you can't blame me for everything afterward, can you? Vice President Wang swallowed his anger for a long time before whispering something to his lawyer, who then asked the questions on his behalf. What will it take for you to hand over the reins? Chen shrugged. My demands are very simple, namely 2N plus 1, plus my overdue year-end bonus and the quarterly dividends that have been overdue for 3 years. I must not be shortchanged by a single penny. Vice President Wang immediately objected. You've already resigned, and you still want year-end bonuses and quarterly profit sharing? You're dreaming. Chen crossed his arms and persisted. I feel it's necessary to remind you, Vice President Wang, that the year-end bonus is from last year. Because the amount of my year-end bonus was huge, the company has been owing me and hasn't paid it yet. There's still 3 months of quarterly dividends left. This was agreed upon long ago. After the company goes public, it will distribute dividends based on 1% of the project profits every quarter of the year. These are company benefits, rules and regulations, and profit-sharing agreements, etc. I have backups of all the orders I completed during my employment. Would you like me to send you a copy? Vice President Wang was so angry he was panting heavily. I really didn't realize you were such a scheming person. I'm telling you right now, forget about your demands. You've caused huge losses to the company. I'll sue you until you're bankrupt, or I'll write my name backwards. HR Manager Li also acted arrogantly, pointing his finger at Chen Hao and criticizing him. If you keep pushing your luck like this, you'll be blacklisted by the entire industry. I'll make sure you can't survive in sales. Then we'll see if you come begging to us. Now that things have turned sour, Chen Hao sees no need to tolerate them. You office workers who know nothing about sales dare to talk so arrogantly in front of me. Please go out and ask around, and then come and talk nonsense about my reputation. Chen Hao. Let me tell you the truth. This company exists because of me. Without me, it would go bankrupt within 6 months. Just you wait and see. Wang Ligu's face turned red with anger. Chen Hao, you've gone too far. How dare you talk to us like that? Chen Hao rolled his eyes, still acting like a boss. I'm your employee inside the company, but outside the company you're nothing but a nobody. You're an idiot who doesn't know anything. You join the company and mess things up. If you don't go bankrupt, who will? Wang Ligua was so angry that he wanted to hit someone, but fortunately his lawyer stopped him in time. Chen Hao was still deliberately provoking them. You're getting angry. Go ahead and hit me. If you don't, you're a dog. Wang Ligua was so angry that he flew into a rage. You just wait. I'll make you regret this. Seeing that they could not reach an agreement, the lawyers for both sides had no choice but to end the mediation early and decide to go through the litigation process in order to avoid escalating the conflict. Chen Hao talked with his lawyer and confirmed that all the procedures were complete, so he had a high chance of winning the lawsuit. I received a message from Nana as soon as I left the law firm. What exactly happened? Just now, Vice President Wang came back and called Wang coming into his office and gave him a beating. His screams were like a pig being slaughtered. It was really satisfying. Brother Hao, how about we meet tonight? I have a video to help you calm down. Chen Hao smiled faintly. Watching the video is just a pretense. Their real intention is something else entirely. You decide the time and place. Chapter 18, just because the tiger doesn't roar doesn't mean I'm a pushover. Following the address sent by Sun Nana, Chen Hao arrived at a quiet restaurant. After waiting for a long time, as darkness fell, Sun Nana still hadn't appeared. Just as Chen Hao was getting a little impatient, a person wearing a hat and mask, completely covering himself up, entered through the door. After confirming several times, Chen Hao was certain that the person who came was indeed Sun Nana. Nana. After she sat down mysteriously, Chen Hao asked, puzzled, "Why are you covered up so tightly?" Sun Nana made a shushing gesture and lowered her voice. "Shoo, I'm afraid someone will follow me." After saying this, she looked around mysteriously, like a thief. "What's going on? Why are you sneaking around to see me? Why are you being so mysterious?" "You don't understand. When I left the company, I overheard some shocking gossip." After confirming that no one was around, Sun Nana spoke in a very low voice. "I overheard Wang coming plotting something in the underground parking lot. Guess what he was planning?" Sun Nana still has this habit of only saying half of what she means. If she weren't a beauty, Chen Hao would have really wanted to yell at her. Spit it out if you have something to say. Okay, okay. Seeing Chun Hao's displeasure, Sun Nana immediately continued. I overheard in the break room before I came that Wang Kaming was planning to hire a group of thugs to break your leg. Oh, Chun Hao's face immediately darkened. It was Lin Xiaoming who came up with the idea for Wang Kaming. The two of them conspired together. The gist of it was that Lin Xiaoming would secretly arrange to meet you, and then Wang Kaming would find some thugs to break your leg. When I left the company, the two of them left mysteriously. I was afraid of being followed again, so I went home first. Sun Nana spoke eloquently and fluently. But at this moment, Chun Hao felt his mind go completely blank. I can understand why Wang Kaming wants to beat himself up. Lin Xiaoming's suggestion for Wang Kaming left Chun Hao feeling extremely disappointed. Even though they had broken up, they had been in love for 3 years. Didn't Lin Xiaoming feel his feelings for her and how much he doted on her? Chun Hao clenched his fists tightly, his mood so low that he didn't hear a word Sun Nana said afterward. It wasn't until Sun Nana held Chun Hao's hand and gently comforted him that the situation improved. Brother Hao, for your personal safety, you should go and hide out of town for a few days. Stop talking. After giving a rebuke, Chun Hao took a deep breath and tried to remain calm. Sun Nana continued to chime in. Lin Xiaoming is a terrible person, and so is Wang Kaming. He blames all his resentment on you. I heard that the ruthless gangster he's looking for is ruthless. You still want to hit me? Dream on. They're heartless, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Watch me ruin those two scoundrels. Sun Nana kept advising Chun how to go out and lay low for a while. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. Wang Kaming is rich and powerful and knows a lot of people. Don't be so stubborn. Just think of it as going out to relax. They were clearly in the wrong first, yet they still retaliated against Chun Hao. How can a person be so disgusting? Chun Hao was determined not to let the matter rest without teaching the two adulterers a lesson. At worst, it'll be a fight to the death. They brought this on themselves. To comfort Chun Hao, Sun Nana showed him a secretly filmed video. This is the video I secretly recorded when Wang Kaming was being beaten by his uncle. The video footage was a bit shaky, but you could clearly see the sound of Wang Kaming being slapped in the face in Vice President Wang's office, as well as Wang Kaming begging for mercy. The screams of agony echoed throughout the entire company. After watching the video, Sun Nana blinked her big eyes. Did you feel relieved after watching it? Chun Hao shook his head in denial. If I had to say what would be satisfying, it would only be if I punched him in the face. If you didn't know about this, that would be one thing. Chun Hao was cheated on and broke up with Lin Xiaoming. You could say he just had bad luck with women, and the two of them just couldn't be together. Wang Kaming actually resorted to violence. Did he really think Chun Hao was a pushover? I subconsciously checked the system page. The body tempering pill is being generated. Current progress, 97%. The body tempering pill is about to be completed, greatly improving my physical fitness. Whether I can beat a few thugs is another matter, but beating Wang Kaming up will be more than enough. Brother Hao, what are you spacing out for? Sun Nana was asking her a question in a coquettish tone, and Chun Hao also came to his senses. I wasn't thinking about anything. Let's eat first. Tonight is a golden opportunity. He left for half an hour during the meal, beat up Wang Kaming, and since Sun Nana was with him the whole time, she had an alibi. As long as he was careful, he would never be able to trace it back to him. After all the dishes were served, the two raised their glasses and drank together, chatting happily. Chun Hao was completely distracted, checking his system points. Currently available points, 160 points. I have enough money now, and I can use points to buy skills. If you want to fight, you can't just have physical strength. If there are many people ganging up on him, no matter how strong he is, he can only take the beating. You also need fighting skills. Open the System Ability Exchange page. Enter Fighting in the input box, and detailed information will immediately pop up. Apprentice level fighting skills. 1 point purchasable. 10 points for Fighting Mastery. Requires unlocking apprentice level. Combat Mastery level 100 points. Fighting Master level 1,000 points. God of Fighting 10,000 points. Chun Hao currently has 160 points. He will spend 111 points to purchase items from the apprentice level and unlock them all the way to the Fighting Master level. Current remaining available points, 49. In an instant, Chun Hao felt a massive amount of knowledge flooding into his mind. One move to defeat the enemy, one strike to kill. Various fighting techniques appeared in my mind like a slideshow, frame by frame. This wasn't Chun Hao's memory. It was as if he had been born with it. Bite. Body tempering pill has been successfully generated. Just when I was about to go to sleep, someone brought me a pillow. It was like sending charcoal in snowy weather, or even icing on the cake. Chun Hao secretly raised his hand, and a jet black body tempering pill appeared in his palm. Without thinking, he swallowed it in one gulp. It melts in your mouth, and a warm current flows through your limbs and bones. Chun Hao felt a huge change happening to his body. His muscles were tense, as if they were about to explode. At the same time, Chun Hao's personal page is also changing. Chun Hao, early stage of body tempering. Physical constitution, congenital deficiency, under repair, current progress 36%. Lifespan, 62 years remaining. The following is a 6-dimensional diagram. Constitution 10, martial strength 10, comprehension 15, can be enhanced. Potential 88, luck 99, charisma 48. Cannot be enhanced. As expected, after transforming from mortal to a body-tempering stage cultivator, if I remember correctly, my lifespan also increased by a few years, and my physique and martial prowess both improved to varying degrees. Cool. What's up, Haoji? Had a good drink. Sun Nana blinked her big eyes and asked. Chun Hao smiled. I've had a bit too much to drink. I need to go to the restroom. He got up and left, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Wang Kaming, you'd better prepare to face the consequences. Chapter 19, let's beat him up first to vent our anger. There's a strange phenomenon among urban white-collar workers. They post about eating and shopping on WeChat moments, as if they can't live without posting on WeChat moments. Chun Hao should take the initiative to find Wang Kaming. Although he doesn't know where he is yet, it won't be difficult to locate him through his WeChat moments. Besides, based on Chun Hao's understanding of Lin Xiaoming, if the two of them conspired together, given Lin Xiaoming's personality, she would definitely be with Wang Kaming now. Coco Bar. Lin Xiaoming's WeChat moments and Douyin videos were actually filmed in a glitz and glamour nightclub. Finding one leads to finding another. Wang Kaming, let's see where you can run now. Coco Bar is a common nightclub in Jiangxing. It is famous for its affordable prices, attracting many college students who come here to enjoy themselves day and night. The area in front of the bar was bustling with traffic, with cars piled up everywhere. On the sidewalks, you can see drivers riding electric scooters everywhere, chatting in 2s and 3s, or holding their phones, ready to accept orders at any time. One of the designated drivers had just picked up a fare, looked at the crisscrossing vehicles in the parking lot, and negotiated with the bar staff. Could you please notify the owner of the BMW 747J to come and move the car? Thank you. The staff entered the brightly lit bar and, amidst the loud music, went straight to the VIP table. At this moment, Wang Kaming is arm in arm with a gangster with dragon and tiger tattoos all over his body, calling each other brothers. Tiger, look what you've done to me. I look like a panda now. Don't worry, brother. As long as the money is right, I guarantee I'll break one of his legs. Be particular, drink alcohol. As the two clinked glasses, a staff member called out softly. Boss Wang. Wang Kaming glanced at the staff member with disdain and asked irritably. What are you doing now? Could you please move your car? Wait. Wang Kaming subconsciously scanned the entire venue, trying to find Lin Xiaoming, who was dancing wildly in the frenzied crowd. But there were too many people, and you couldn't see anyone at all. Wang Kaming had no choice but to move his car himself. Humming a little tune, he walked out of the noisy nightclub and went straight to the dark parking lot. He took out his car keys, and the BMW beeped twice. As soon as he gripped the handle, he felt a chill run down the back of his neck and instinctively shivered. Then he felt a strong force coming from behind, and someone pressed his head down and slammed it hard against the car frame. Thump! After a muffled thud, Wang Kaming immediately saw stars and lost consciousness on the spot. After successfully launching his sneak attack, Chun Hao looked around to avoid being seen. To ensure everything went smoothly, he tossed the unconscious Wang Kaming into the car like a chick, closed the door, and then proceeded to beat him mercilessly. You'll teach me to cheat on you. Let you talk back. I told you to get some thugs to beat me up. Chun Hao unleashed all the anger he felt after the breakup through his fists and violent outbursts. It was so satisfying to play. Only after Wang Kaming was covered in wounds did Chun Hao clap his hands, get out of the BMW, put on a baseball cap, and drive away, disappearing into the dark night. About 30 minutes later, Lin Xiaoming and Tiger, a gangster, hadn't seen Wang Kaming return for a long time and assumed he had skipped out on his bill, so they came out grumbling and looking for him. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Lin Xiaoming saw that the BMW was still there, but Wang Kaming was nowhere to be seen. Frustrated, she took out her phone and kept muttering to herself. Answer the phone. Tonight's bill is over 18,000 yuan. I can't afford it. Don't make any noise. Tiger looked around for a while and finally looked into the BMW. The two of them leaned close to the car window for a closer look. Soon, ambulances and police cars arrived. After venting his frustrations, Chun Hao hummed a little tune as he returned to the hotel. By then, Sun Nana was almost asleep. You've been gone so long. I thought you'd fallen into the toilet. Chun Hao smiled and said, Come on, I'll take you to see a movie. Sun Nana frowned and asked as she stood up. Unsolicited kindness is always suspicious. What are you up to? As expected, capable salespeople are all intelligent and quick-witted, and they almost saw through Chun Hao's attempt to cover up his true intentions. What could my intentions be? I just want to go to a movie with you. Sun Nana didn't mind. After leaving the restaurant with Chun Hao, they found a nearby movie theater and bought tickets for a midnight showing. There weren't many people in the movie theater. Those who could watch the midnight showing were mostly couples, sitting together and cuddling in the dim light. Every now and then, you can hear the sounds of men and women kissing. Sun Nana wasn't really watching the movie. She kept glancing back at him, then looked at Chun Hao, who seemed lost in thought, and thought to herself, You're actually watching the movie? Chun Hao wasn't interested in the movie. He was just waiting for the police to come knocking. Even after the movie ended and everyone had left, the police never came looking for them. Chun Hao felt that all his preparations had been in vain. Sun Nana yawned, took Chun Hao's arm, and left the movie theater, gazing at Chun Hao with affection. Brother Hao, it's already past midnight. Do you have any plans? How about we go to a hotel and get a room? Her voice grew softer and softer as she spoke, until the last few words were barely audible, so much so that even Sun Nana didn't know what she was saying. Ring, ring, ring. Just then my phone rang. Hold on. Chun Hao received a call from the police station asking him to come over to assist with an investigation. After waiting all night, it finally arrived. After hanging up the phone, Chun Hao spoke frankly. Nana, will you come with me to the police station? Sun Nana was a little confused. According to the normal course of events, after having dinner and watching a movie, shouldn't the next step be to go to a hotel? What did going to the police station mean? To everyone's surprise, Chun Hao didn't explain at all. He grabbed Sun Nana, who was like a puppet on a string, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the police station. After explaining the situation, the police took Chun Hao to the interrogation room alone and asked him questions such as where he had gone that night and what he had done. Chun Hao explained the details of the meal and the movie in detail, and even produced the receipt for the meal and the movie ticket stub. As usual, the police questioned Sun Nana. She was a little sleepy and answered all the questions. She subconsciously ignored the fact that Chun Hao had left for more than half an hour. Given her gossipy nature, she kept asking what had happened. The police had no right to inform him, but by confirming that the two had spent the entire night together, they cleared Chun Hao of suspicion. By the time the two left the police station, it was already past 4 in the morning. Sun Nana yawned and muttered irritably. This is so bizarre, what's going on? Chun Hao was extremely pleased with his successful scheme and said with a smile, I'm helping a friend with renovations today. You have to go to work during the day, so I'll take you home. No need, I'll take a taxi home myself. Just as Sun Nana was about to leave, she turned around and winked at Chun Hao. Next time you ask me out, don't make it so complicated. As a man, you should be bolder. Chun Hao waved his hand. Go on, you'd better leave. Chapter 20 Panghai Decoration Company. Chun Hao had been up all night, but he didn't feel tired at all. To test his physical fitness after the body tempering, Chun Hao chose to go for a morning run to release his pent-up energy. From the bustling commercial district all the way to the Old Town Night Market, a distance of more than 20 kilometers, Chun Hao jogged the whole way without even breaking a sweat. I also bought a breakfast when I passed by the morning market. When they arrived at the hosiery store, the roller shutter was down, and it was only a little past 7 a.m. Zhang Menglu hadn't gotten up yet. Ding, ding, ding. Open the door. The sun's already high in the sky. About 5 minutes later, Zhang Menglu lazily opened the roller shutter door. She was wearing only a large t-shirt, and under the sunlight, it was vaguely visible that she was not wearing anything underneath. He yawned lazily, his eyes bloodshot. As soon as Chun Hao entered the house, Zhang Menglu lowered the roller shutter again, yawning as she walked in, muttering to herself. What did you do last night? Chun Hao put down the breakfast, and Zhang Menglu lay down on the bed to catch up on her sleep. I brought you breakfast. Eat it while it's hot, then go to sleep. Zhang Menglu mumbled in a daze. I'm not eating anymore. You can eat by yourself. I was busy until very late last night, chatting with customers all night in the 500-plus member group, and waiting for you all night too. I'm so tired now. It was clear that she was really tired, unlike a couple of days ago, when Chun Hao came back, when she was very excited and energetic. Chun Hao ate while observing her. Zhang Menglu is even more beautiful when she's sleeping, especially her pair of long, straight legs, which are lazily crossed, with a blanket covering them shyly. It's truly a sight to behold. You should rest well today. Leave the renovation to me. I'll go and coordinate this morning. We're going to Guangxing tomorrow. I've already booked the plane tickets. Upon hearing this, Zhang Menglu instantly perked up, half sitting and half leaning as she looked at Chun Hao. Are we leaving tomorrow? Should I still set up my stall tonight? Chun Hao calmly stated. Of course I won't set up a stall. The money I've earned these past few days should be enough. Today, I'll just take a break for myself. You should rest too. Zhang Menglu, dragging her tired body, sat at the dining table and had breakfast with Chun Hao. I've never been to Guangxing before, and I don't know anyone here. Do I need to bring anything? Chun Hao affectionately ruffled her hair. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. You only need to bring some underwear. You can buy the rest in Guangxing. The two then chatted for a while about the renovation. Chun Hao's idea was to find a professional renovation team to design a special style for the new store. After breakfast, Chun Hao set off to discuss the renovation details, while Zhang Menglu wanted to catch up on her sleep. The professional renovation team that Chun Hao is looking for is no ordinary team. The boss's name is Pang Dehai. Don't let the funny name fool you. He used to be a veteran criminal investigator. He was seriously injured during a mission, which led to his early retirement from the front lines. He then went into business and opened a decoration company. Boss Pang's employees are not ordinary people either. They're all released prisoners. Because society views people like them with prejudice and they can't find decent jobs, Pang Dehai takes them in so they can earn a little money to support their families. Chun Hao's acquaintance with Pang Dehai was purely accidental. In the fiercely competitive business world, ability and background are the only factors that matter. Pang Dehai's renovation and construction team is capable, but their background is somewhat shady, so they are often looked down upon. Chun Hao didn't care at all. Whenever a familiar company needed renovations, he would introduce Pang Dehai's team. Over time, Chun Hao and Lao Pang became quite familiar with each other. Secondly, the main purpose of finding Pang Dehai today is to prevent Wang Kaming from hiring thugs to retaliate against him. Chun Hao beat up Wang Kaming yesterday, and knowing that bastard's personality, he definitely won't let it go. Even if no evidence is found that Chun Hao was the assailant, Wang Kaming doesn't need evidence, and his retaliation will definitely be more intense than before. He absolutely could not agree to let Chun Hao swallow his anger and become a coward. So Chun Hao thought it over and found that the only way to achieve two goals at once was to be legitimate and in the right. If some thugs really dare to cause trouble, Chun Hao can openly beat up Wang Kaming again without having to bear any legal responsibility afterwards. After leaving the house, Chun Hao immediately called Pang Dehai. Old Pang, this is Chun Hao. Brother Haozi, I've heard about your dismissal. Your former company was really awful. Chun Hao looked embarrassed. We'll talk about that when we meet again. I'm here to introduce you to some business opportunities. Really? Then come to my shop and we can meet and talk in detail. After hanging up the phone, Chun Hao hailed a taxi and headed straight for Pang Dehai Decoration Company. It's called a company, but it's really just a small workshop. On the road, Lin Xiaoming contacted Chun Hao through Alipay. His phone number and WeChat were blocked, so she could only contact him through Alipay. She sent many messages, all of which were just trying to get information out of him. She asked where he was and said she wanted to meet him, trying to appeal to his emotions and saying that she wanted to have a good talk with Chun Hao. If you didn't know the truth, you might have really been fooled by her. Lin Xiaoming. Oh, Lin Xiaoming, you've really disappointed me. After getting out of the taxi, Chun Hao looked around to make sure there were cameras everywhere before using Alipay to type a reply, telling Lin Xiaoming his current location. Having done all this, Chun Hao resolutely stepped into Pang Dehai Decoration Company. Upon entering the gate, the construction workers, bored, were playing cards to pass the time, but they still greeted Chun Hao politely. Brother Hao. Haozi is here. I just brewed some Longjing tea. Come and have a taste. Pang Dehai stood at the door and waved enthusiastically to Chun Hao. After checking the indoor surveillance footage and confirming that everything was in order, Chun Hao entered the office. A tea tray was placed on the desk, and Pang Dehai was pouring tea for Chun Hao. You just left your job, and you still remember me when you have business. I really feel bad about it. Chun Hao didn't stand on ceremony with him and sat down directly opposite him. This is my own business. A friend of mine is going to open a stocking shop on the commercial street. He just rented the shop and came to you to design it. The two chatted over tea for about half an hour. Clang! The door to the decoration company was violently kicked open. Chun Hao's mind raced, and he was here. A group of 4 or 5 thugs, armed with sticks and wearing masks, rushed in, shouting and yelling. He burst in like a wild horse, shouting and yelling at the entire room. Hands behind your head, squat down. I told you to squat down. What are you looking at? If you don't want to get beaten up, you'd better get out of here and stand there. Pang Dehai was somewhat bewildered and rushed out of the office to check what was going on outside. Brothers of the martial world, let's talk this out. There's no need for knives and guns. After Pang Dehai left, he did his best to maintain the situation and prevent the violence from escalating. Wearing masks and wielding sticks, the thugs shouted and yelled, acting like wild horses. Tiger, the leader, pointed at Pang Dehai with his stick. This is none of your business. Tell Chun Hao to come out and face his death. You get out of here and squat down. Looking for Chun Hao? Pang Dehai and the construction workers were all stunned. Chapter 21, Kicking a Steel Plate. Pang Dehai had previously thought these people were enemies seeking revenge, never imagining they were thugs looking to cause trouble for Chun Hao. Logically, this shouldn't be the case. Pang Dehai knew very well that Chun Hao was a smooth person who never offended anyone, let alone people from the underworld. It's a misunderstanding. There must be some misunderstanding here. Everyone, calm down, and whatever you do, don't fight. If you lose, you'll be hospitalized. If you win, you'll go to jail. Fuck you. Before Pang Dehai could finish speaking, Tiger, the leader, slapped him across the face. This has created chaos. The released employees all regarded Pang Dehai as their backbone and pillar, essentially their provider. The parents were beaten. How could they possibly tolerate this? Get them. Grab your weapons. They're all wild beasts in shackles, suppressing their true nature in the face of the rule of law. But that doesn't mean they're all pushovers. A major battle between the two sides is about to break out. Pang Dehai was still trying to persuade him. Don't fight. Don't lay a hand on me. The battle has already begun. The arrow is on the bowstring and must be released. The thugs, armed with sticks, initially gained the upper hand. But after the construction workers took several blows, they knocked all the thugs down and beat them mercilessly, making them scream in pain. Pang Dehai couldn't stop him. He took out his phone to dial the police when he heard Chun Hao's voice behind him. I need to call the police. There's been a home invasion robbery, and yes, they were all armed. Pang Dehai turned around and saw Chun Hao making a call to the police. You'd better hide. They're coming for you. Chun Hao's here, kill him. Tiger charged forward first. Seeing that the situation was not good, Pang Dehai had no choice but to take action. He seized the stick with one move, threw Tiger to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw, and skillfully subdued him. After hanging up the phone, Chun Hao first looked at the location of the camera, then rushed over and kicked Tiger in the head several times. Holy crap! Tiger was kicked so hard he was completely dazed. The battle was completely one-sided. The released convicts were far more skilled than these gangsters, and beating them was like child's play. Haozi, you need to leave. Chun Hao wanted to take advantage of the chaos, to kick him a few more times, but Pang Dehai stopped him and shoved him back to his office to avoid the limelight. What exactly happened? Chun Hao roared in feigned excitement. No need to ask. It's definitely my former company's retaliation against me. Damn these bastards. Pang Dehai stood guard at the office door, protecting Chun Hao, while shouting outside. A few hits are enough, don't hurt him. The employees were obedient. After taking control of the situation, they restrained all these thugs, made them squat in a row, and guarded them closely to prevent them from resisting. Less than 5 minutes later, the police rushed in. Seeing the scene, they were momentarily unable to tell who the victim was. Hands behind your head, squat down. Both sides squatted down with their heads in their hands, and Pang Dehai went forward to negotiate, which led to the police station. As the person involved, Chun Hao was interrogated and given a statement. With his silver tongue, Chun Hao delivered his pre-planned speech in this manner. His ex-girlfriend, Lin Xiaoming, had an affair with his boss, leaving him cheated on and fired. The company was relentless in its pursuit of justice, and the matter had already escalated to the point of involving the police, with records of it all. This time it's even worse. They actually hired an assassin to kill me. Case handling requires evidence. Chun Hao provided screenshots of his chat with his ex-girlfriend, Lin Xiaoming, which led him to Lin Xiaoming. After a little intimidation, she confessed everything. Tiger, the mastermind, initially denied everything, but with witnesses, physical evidence, and indoor surveillance footage all presented before him, he had no choice but to confess to the employment relationship with Wang Kaming. The case is clear and straightforward. All those involved have been apprehended, and Wang Kaming, although still hospitalized, has also been arrested and interrogated. The victims, Chun Hao and Pang Dehai, are of one mind and are determined to pursue legal responsibility. Pang Dehai has also made reasonable demands, such as demanding full compensation for the damaged items. Noon. Chun Hao, Pang Dehai, and the construction workers walked out of the police station together. Chun Hao is extremely grateful for their righteous help. Brother Dehai, thank goodness you guys protected me. If I were all alone today, I probably would have lost my life. What are you saying? We were just helping out when we saw injustice on the road. Pang Dehai readily accepted Chun Hao's offer, putting his arm around Chun Hao's shoulder as they spoke. We don't need to say these things about our relationship. If you didn't care about me, your old brother, and you didn't come to us for renovations, we couldn't save you. Chun Hao immediately and generously agreed. Yes, I'll leave the renovation to you all. I'll arrange lunch for everyone. As soon as he stepped out of the police station, he saw a police car stop, and the police officers took Wang Kaming, who was handcuffed and wrapped in bandages, out of the car. What are you looking at? Get inside. Escorted by the police, Wang Kaming's eyes were filled with rage. Chun Hao, you bastard. This isn't over. I'll kill you sooner or later. Chun Hao immediately jumped up and down. Uncles, did you all hear that? He even threatened me. Wang Kaming continued to shout and was forcibly taken to the police station. Everyone stared intently at Wang Kaming's retreating figure, muttering curses under their breath. Pa, you dog. During lunchtime, Chun Hao treated everyone to a celebratory banquet, where he treated Pang Dehai and all the construction workers to a big meal. I'd like to raise a glass to thank everyone for saving my life. No need for words of thanks. I'll drink this. You can drink as you please. You're too kind. After drinking the opening drinks, Pang Dehai and Chun Hao put their arms around each other's shoulders and whispered a warning. I just heard from a former colleague that Wang Kaming was beaten up at Cocoa Bar last night. He didn't see the assailant, but Wang Kaming is convinced that you did it, so he hired Tiger, a gangster, to take revenge on you. Lin Xiaoming's testimony is somewhat inconsistent. She said that Wang Kaming planned to retaliate against you before he was beaten. Brother, you're in trouble. How did you end up messing with these bastards? If you ask me, hiding for a while will bring peace and tranquility, and taking a step back will open up a vast sky. I can protect you for a while, but I can't protect you forever. You should go and hide for a while. Chun Hao already had a plan in mind. Yesterday, I secretly beat up Wang Kaming. Today, I lured them here and plan to trick them again. Tomorrow I'll go to Guangqing with Zhang Menglu. The sky's the limit. No matter how far Wang Li's reach is, or how much money and power he has, he won't be able to reach Chun Hao after tomorrow. The company has contacted them, but they don't agree to a settlement. They'll escalate the civil case to a criminal one. They can drag this out until these bastards are worn out. Brother Dehai, that's what I think too. There's no such thing as being able to guard against thieves for 1,000 days if you're a thief for 1,000 days. After I've finished arranging the renovations, I really need to go out and hide for a few days. Pang Dehai patted Chun Hao on the shoulder. Okay, brother, I understand you. We're all just trying to make a living. It's not easy for anyone. Just then, Chun Hao's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. When he answered, it was Shaiva, who had a strange accent. The house has been exported today, and you can come over any time to take over the renovation. Chun Hao's face lit up with joy. So soon? Then let's do it now. I'll take the renovation team over there right now. Chapter 22, The Temptation of Foreign Women. After several rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, after lunch, we still have the hustle and bustle for a living. Chun Hao and Pang Dehai's renovation team arrived at the commercial street and met Shaiva at the empty shop. Here's the key. You can tell me anytime if you have any questions. Shaiva is still as beautiful as ever, always dressed impeccably, giving off an aura of a high and mighty goddess. The decorators, and even Pang Dahai, were stunned by Shiva's beauty. Cough, cough. Chun Hao coughed to remind him, and Pang Dahai finally realized what was happening. Don't just stand there. Get to work. The construction workers scattered and went to their respective posts. It must be said that although they are all released prisoners, they are all exceptionally talented. Some are responsible for design, some for circuits, some for the overall layout, signboard planning, and so on. Each of them used their unique talents to achieve their goals. Shiva stayed with him for over an hour, trying several times to talk to Chun Hao, but Chun Hao was busy discussing interior design plans with Pang Dahai and had no time to pay attention to Shiva. This was also intentional on Chun Hao's part. He had long noticed that Shiva seemed to have something to say to him privately, and he knew exactly what it was about. President Wei Xinglong went to great lengths to recruit me, even resorting to having Shiva set up a honey trap. To be honest, Chun Hao also wanted to experience foreign cultures, but it conflicted with his plans. After getting the system, Chun Hao didn't really want to work or go to work. Being idle and chasing girls everywhere will lead to the pinnacle of life. Money, power, and ability can all be obtained. Only a fool would want to work a regular job. Even when you're going to work, you should at least have a purpose, such as infiltrating the enemy's ranks to buy a house or a car. Chun Hao is a very organized person, and he never easily changes his mind once he has made a decision. Therefore, Shiva's attempt to win him over created an ideological conflict between them. Chun Hao, are you done with your work? Shiva couldn't wait any longer and finally broke the deadlock, laying her cards on the table openly. The entire room fell silent, and everyone, including Pang Dahai, stared directly at the two of them. That's about it. What's up? Shiva looked around and said, trying to appear calm. When you're done with your work, let's go grab a coffee. I have something I need to talk to you about alone. Joe, being invited to coffee by a beautiful woman would excite anyone, and even Pang Dahai chimed in with the excitement. You're done with your work? Howsy? Don't make the beauty angry. No, it's about the renovations. We'll talk about the renovation later. Don't you trust our capabilities? Just leave everything to me. You can go now. Pang Dahai pushed Chun Hao out the door. And so, Chun Hao and Shiva went to the nearby Starbucks again. After the two sat down, Chun Hao's eyes darted around, while Shiva crossed her arms and glared at Chun Hao. Her expression held a hint of anger, as if she had been dumped by her boyfriend. Am I not pretty enough? Shiva got straight to the point as soon as she opened her mouth. No, you're very beautiful. Chun Hao's mind raced as he considered how to defend himself. Since I'm so beautiful, why don't you call me? Shiva is very confident in her stunning beauty. She has always used her looks to attract men, and she has never been stood up by a man. In the past, as long as I handed my business card to a man, I would almost always receive a date invitation that same day. The whole process of dinner, movie, and bedtime would proceed smoothly without any mishaps. Chun Hao was the only exception. After being ignored by Chun Hao, Shiva developed a strong competitive spirit. This almost made her doubt herself. Is it that Chun Hao isn't interested in exotic customs? Or does he prefer men? Chun Hao had no idea what Shiva was thinking, so he just made up an excuse to deal with her. I've been very busy these past few days, so I haven't had a chance to call you yet. Shiva said righteously. Really? I happen to be free now. What are your plans? That's way too damn direct. Are you not even going to put on an act? Here's the thing. Let me confirm with you first. Is the reason you contacted me because of President Wei, or because you like me? Shiva spoke frankly. Of course it's for work purposes. I'm persuading you to join the group company. This is a task that General Manager Wei assigned to me. After she finished speaking, she placed her hands on the table and leaned forward. If you don't call me, I'll contact you first. Tell me, what's the reason for rejecting me? What was going on? It gave Chun Hao the feeling that he was a prisoner being interrogated. Well, firstly, I just resigned and am currently in arbitration with my former company. Also, you should know about the employee benefits agreement, right? According to the employment agreement, I cannot look for similar sales jobs for 6 months. You want me to join you, and I do, but it is not allowed from a legal and ethical standpoint. Shiva lowered her guard and thought about it seriously. You can simply keep your name on the company's register and let me complete my tasks first. Once the dedication agreement expires, you can transfer to another position. As expected, Shiva was not easily fooled. Well, first of all, my friend's new shop is being renovated, and we need to go to Guangzhou to buy goods. It might take 10 days to half a month. Secondly, After I come back and a new store opens, my career plan is to first work in a real estate company for a month selling houses and then go to a car dealership for a month selling cars. Shiva couldn't understand Chun Hao's thinking and blurted out a question. What? How would Chun Hao respond? Would he suggest infiltrating the enemy's ranks first, hoping to buy a car and a house through internal channels? That's what they thought, but what they said was what they actually said. As a great man once said, one is never too old to learn. I want to learn more about these two sales colleagues. Shiva immediately responded. That's even less of a problem. Mr. Wei's industry chain is very extensive, including real estate and 4S stores. Your joining the company will not hinder your understanding of these two industries. Chun Hao was speechless. No matter what excuse she made, Shiva could shut her down. How the hell was she supposed to have a conversation with her? Shiva is also the type of person who, once she sets her mind on something, will go down that path to the bitter end and will stop at nothing to achieve her goal. In essence, she is the same kind of person as Chun Hao. I don't accept these excuses you've given me. If you're still a man, come with me. I can let you have a taste of the benefits first, and then you can decide whether to join the company. After saying that, she stood up and took Chun Hao to leave Starbucks. Foreign women are so direct. The idea of going with her and getting a taste of the sweetness skipped the intermediate steps of dining and dating and went straight to a hotel. As soon as she entered, Shiva pushed Chun Hao onto the sofa, bent down, and directly unbuckled Chun Hao's belt. Wait a minute, shut up. Chapter 23, They Really Know How to Have Fun. Shiva grew up abroad and was influenced by Western education, which fostered her enthusiastic and outgoing personality. In their eyes, having sex has nothing to do with love. As long as both parties are attracted to each other, they can have sex. They are even willing to have sex with any man for the sake of sufficient benefits. Shiva has extensive dating experience. There's no man she can't win over. Chun Hao is the only exception. This involves a betting agreement. It was General Manager Wei Xinglong who signed the performance-based agreement with her. If she can persuade Chun Hao to join the company, Shiva can receive a bonus of 5 million yuan. Shiva is really going all out for 5 million. She believed that as long as a man tasted even a little bit of sweetness first, he would definitely fall at her feet afterward, and Chun Hao was no exception. So today, she strongly pushed Chun Hao. The goal was to make Chun Hao compromise, to make him remember this day forever, and to make him remember this feeling. Chun Hao was just before his release. Shiva suddenly stopped all movement. Chun Hao felt stuck, just one step away from success, and hurriedly urged her on. Keep going, why did you stop? Shiva wiped her mouth with her thumb, a very charming gesture. So, do you agree to join the company or not? It's that same thing again. What time is it? They're still trying to persuade him to join the company. You should at least finish what you're doing before asking questions. Shiva sat calmly on the opposite side of the sofa, took out a makeup mirror and lipstick from her bag, and spoke while touching up her makeup. I only said I'd give you a little taste of the benefits, not that I'd let you enjoy it completely. If you don't agree to join, I'm not going to play along. Depend on, nothing in the world is more painful than this. Being stuck at this critical juncture, neither up nor down, is truly unbearable. Can I just start working here? I'll start working here as soon as I get back from watching. Shiva wasn't fooled at all. She got up, grabbed her bag, and was about to leave. Then let's make an appointment when you come back from watching. Hey, don't go yet. Chun Hao called out to Shiva, saying that even if she was going to leave, he wanted to get something out of her. He couldn't let her go so easily. You can leave if you want, but leave me a token. What? Shiva didn't understand the meaning of the word, so Chun Hao explained. Leave me one of your things as a token of our promise. Shiva smiled, her beauty captivating. What do you want? Chun Hao said as he pulled up his pants. Do you have any money on you? What? Shiva was stunned. She was always the one asking men for money. This was the first time in her life that a man had asked her for money. How much money do you want? It's up to you. Just give me whatever you think is appropriate. Shiva hesitated for a long time before taking out her wallet from her handbag. She counted 150 and 10 yuan. After much deliberation, she finally took out a 10 yuan note and handed it to Chun Hao. Is that enough? For Shiva, this feeling was worse than being robbed. That's enough, as long as it's the point. Mr. Chun, you're really hard to figure out. After saying that, he threw the 10 yuan bill on the ground and left the guest room angrily. Chun Hao looked at the 10 yuan on the ground and picked it up, feeling like a beggar. I want to redeem it. System scan and progress. Shiva currently has a 20% affinity with the host, which can be exchanged for 20 points. Currently available points, 69. The system doesn't care about the face value of the banknotes. As long as they're given by the goddess, they can be exchanged for points. But then again, what was the look in Shiva's eyes when she gave her the money? It's like robbing her. Is this foreign woman really that bad? Because of Shiva's angry behavior, Chunhao made some guesses and predictions about the goddess's token. If Shiva is a miserly penny pincher who loves money more than anything, then her goddess token is money. Following this line of analysis, and so on. Let's start with Lin Xiaoming, the ex-girlfriend who was bound to the system before it arrived. Her keepsake was a luxury item. While the two were still dating, Lin Xiaoming would fly into a rage if Chunhao took away her luxury goods or even just touched her luxury handbag. Therefore, luxury goods are what Lin Xiaoming cares about most deep down. Through the past few days of getting to know Zhang Menglu, Chunhao discovered that she was very persistent in opening a stocking shop. The stocking shop was like her dream and her obsession, so it was understandable that Zhang Menglu's keepsake was stockings. What's going on with Sun Nana? Why is her keepsake underwear? I just can't figure it out. As soon as Chunhao thought of Sun Nana, he picked up his phone and sent her a message, which she replied to very quickly. I only heard this morning that Wang Kaming was beaten and hospitalized last night, and he was arrested at noon. Although I don't know why, it's really gratifying. Vice President Wang is in a terrible rage and hasn't shown up. The company is in chaos. I heard they're going to invite President Ma back to take charge. I'm not talking to you anymore. I have to go to a meeting. Chunhao was both amused and exasperated. Before he could even ask the question he wanted to ask, Sun Nana stopped responding. Just as he was feeling sentimental, Zhang Menglu called. Chunhao answered the phone and asked her directly. Hey, you missed me. What are you doing? I'm renovating the shop. I'm in the shop. How come I don't see you? Chunhao felt his hair stand on end. Wait a minute, I'll go back right away. After hanging up the phone, Chunhao returned to the renovation shop as quickly as possible. Zhang Menglu was standing on the street, looking around. After meeting her, Chunhao and Zhang Menglu entered the new shop together. Chunhao introduced Zhang Menglu to Pang Dehai as the shop owner. Hello. After shaking hands, Pang Dehai winked at Chunhao and took a moment to whisper to him. You're something else, kid. I was worried you'd have some emotional trauma, and I was thinking of taking you out to have some fun tonight. But I didn't expect you to find such a beautiful next partner so quickly. Pang Dehai put his arm around Chunhao's shoulder and whispered something, while Chunhao gave an awkward, apologetic smile. Sister-in-law, look at these renderings. Which one do you like? Zhang Menglu had no idea what to do and left all the decisions to Chunhao. I'll do whatever Chunhao says. Pang Dehai secretly gave a thumbs up. You're lucky to have such an obedient girlfriend. As darkness fell and the city lights began to illuminate the night, the sky darkened. Chunhao hosted a dinner for Pang Dehai, with Zhang Menglu accompanying him. I came up with 3 renovation plans in total. The most expensive one was 80,000 yuan, the middle area was 60,000 yuan, and the cheapest one was 40,000 yuan. According to Zhang Menglu's idea, the renovation must be as cheap as possible, because she didn't have much money to begin with. The money she earned in the past few days wasn't even enough to buy goods and pay off debts, let alone enough for renovations. Can I pay in installments? Zhang Menglu asked tentatively. Pang Dehai smiled awkwardly. With Haozi's relationship, installment payments are definitely not a problem. Before he could finish speaking, Chunhao immediately responded. No need for installments. I'll pay you the renovation fee right now. While talking, he transferred 100,000 yuan to Pang Dehai. Zhang Menglu witnessed the whole thing and kept subtly criticizing Chunhao. The most expensive plan was 80,000. How did you transfer 100,000? You don't understand. When Pang Dehai saw the transfer notification, he asked in confusion. Giving you an extra 20,000. What do you mean by that? Chunhao said with a smile. After all, it's our own business, Brother Dehai. Please put in a lot of effort. Use environmentally friendly materials. Make sure the formaldehyde levels don't exceed the standard, and even use the lighting effects. We can't just do a shoddy job. Pang Dehai immediately raised his glass. Don't worry about that. Leave the renovation to me. I guarantee there won't be any problems with the materials. Chunhao took on all the responsibilities and talked at length with the other party. After careful consideration, Zhang Menglu realized that she would be living in the shop in the future, and excessive formaldehyde levels were indeed a problem. Chunhao was so thoughtful and considerate, always thinking of her best interests. Zhang Menglu trusted Chunhao even more. Chapter 24 Departure from Guangqing. On the way back to get their luggage, Zhang Menglu kept counting on her fingers, and Chun Hao asked her in a low voice, "Who do you think you are? Let me calculate how much money you've invested in me." She and Chun Hao had known each other for no more than 5 days. The annual rent for the storefront was 150,000 yuan, and the renovation cost 100,000 yuan. In just these few days, Chun Hao had already spent 250,000 yuan on her. This is a considerable expense for her. Chun Hao whispered in her ear, "You don't need to pay me back the money. All I need is your worn stockings." Hate. A wise saying goes, geniuses are all madmen, and madmen are all perverts. In Zhang Menglu's mind, Chun Hao's perversion was confirmed. Among all the people she knew, there was no man more perverted than Chun Hao. Back at the hosiery shop, Zhang Menglu took out all her changes of clothes while packing her luggage. To satisfy Chun Hao's perverted fetish, she also brought extra hosiery in case of emergency. The two slept soundly through the night. I got up early the next morning to catch my flight, dragging my suitcase, and took a taxi straight to the airport. Checking in and dropping off luggage went very smoothly. When Zhang Menglu passed through security and entered the waiting hall, she seemed a little excited, constantly taking pictures with her phone and posting them on her WeChat moments. Chun Hao asked her curiously, and it turned out that this was Zhang Menglu's first time on an airplane, which explained it. During boarding, there were continuous system prompts. Bite. A goddess with an 8.8-point beauty rating was detected within a 10-meter radius. Difficulty level, hard. Bite. A goddess with an 8.9 rating in beauty was detected within a 12-meter radius. Difficulty level, extremely hard. This is the first time the system has issued 2 consecutive reminders. As Chun Hao approached the plane entrance, he finally saw the 2 goddesses. They turned out to be 2 flight attendants, and they were undeniably beautiful. A professional smile on her face, wearing the standard flight attendant uniform and stockings on her legs. These are all standard features of a flight attendant. Not bad, not bad. She's really pretty. Sir/madam, please watch your step. This way, please. 2 flight attendants, one in front and one behind, guided the passengers inside. Just as Chun Hao stepped onto the plane, the system notification came again. Bite. A 9.8-point plastic surgery goddess was detected within a 5-meter radius. Current status, depressed. Difficulty level, hell. Chun Hao was taken aback. A plastic surgery goddess with a 9.8-point beauty rating. Putting aside the plastic surgery, just a 9.8-point rating is enough to make her even more beautiful than Shaiva. You have to see her. There were quite a few passengers ahead of me, dragging their luggage and queuing to walk towards the economy class. Chun Hao and Zhang Menglu walked in the middle of the crowd, looking around as they passed the first-class cabin. Finally, I saw this 9.8 rated plastic surgery goddess. She sat in a recliner with a neck pillow around her neck and sunglasses covering half of her face. Her delicate nose, cherry lips, and pointed chin revealed her lively features, as if they had been meticulously sculpted. Star. Chun Hao recognized the woman at a glance. She was none other than the popular superstar, Yu Yaowei. Chun Hao recognized her because she was the spokesperson for a brand of his former company, and he had met her a few times. Chun Hao wanted to say hello, but Yu Yaowei was sitting by the window with her manager standing in front of her, separating the passengers from Yu Yaowei to prevent fans from getting close and to provide protection. Fearing a commotion, Chun Hao didn't announce his arrival and smoothly entered economy class. He found a seat, let Zhang Menglu sit by the window, and sat in the middle. Zhang Menglu was very excited throughout, holding her phone the whole time and taking pictures to record her first time on a plane. Chun Hao cursed the system in his heart, wondering what kind of people it was recommending. Yu Yaowei, a big star, is beautiful, but is she a high and mighty celebrity that I can reach? Her conquest level is hellish, meaning I couldn't win her over even if I went to hell. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Bite. A host familiar with the goddess has been detected within 3 meters. Appearance score, 9.2. Current status, fatigue. Difficulty level, extremely hard. Just as Chun Hao was about to look around, he saw a woman wearing sunglasses approach and stuff her suitcase onto the overhead luggage rack. Wearing a t-shirt, she was stuffing her luggage with her hands raised high. From Chun Hao's sitting position, he could see scenery he shouldn't have seen. Slender waist, large expanse of snow-white skin, white bra. Chun Hao quickly looked away and stood up politely. Let me help you. Thanks. Chun Hao helped her stuff her luggage, and she subconsciously thanked him, then recognized Chun Hao. "Who are you from Party A?" As she spoke, she took off her sunglasses, and Chun Hao recognized her. She was Yu Yaowei's assistant. I think her name was Xiao Zhu. I didn't expect to run into someone I knew. I thought the journey would be boring. Coincidentally, Xiao Zhu was seated right next to Chun Hao, and the two started chatting as soon as they sat down. Chun Hao said he was going to Guangzhou on a business trip with his girlfriend, and Xiao Zhu said that the boss had a performance. Xiao Zhu is very talkative and doesn't have any celebrity airs, unlike Yu Yaowei, who has a strong idol image to maintain. Chun Hao knew that Xiao Zhu was also an artist signed with an entertainment company. Because she was an ordinary person who had no experience, the company made her work as Yu Yaowei's assistant first, so that she could gain experience alongside the big star and learn singing, dancing, and acting skills. When the time was right, they would let her debut. It's really fate. I never expected to meet you on the plane. I didn't expect it, and I'm really happy to see you again. Xiao Zhu took the initiative to extend her hand, and Chun Hao shook hands with her the instant they did. Bite. Goddess is already bound. Zhu Shasha. Age, 23. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 48. Appearance, 9.2 points. Strengths, proficient in singing, proficient in dancing, and an acting apprentice. Current status, fatigue. Current attitude towards the host, nodding acquaintance. Goddess's token, tears. Current favorability level, 10. Difficulty level, extremely hard. Note, when the favorability rating reaches 100, you will receive the rare reward, the Tranquil Mind Manual. Chun Hao was dumbfounded. He could understand things like stockings, underwear, and money, but how could he obtain the goddess's tears? As the plane entered the taxiing phase, Chun Hao chatted casually with Zhu Shasha. How's your skill training going? When do you plan to debut? Zhu Shasha smiled and said, It's all right. For now, I'm still sticking with the boss. As for when I can debut, it depends on how the company arranges it. You've been working for General Manager Yu for over 2 years now. I think that's about enough. She looked somewhat disappointed. It'll be here soon. Just as Chun Hao was about to try to get closer to her, a sharp pain shot through his waist. He immediately turned around and saw Zhang Menglu smiling and asking him something. You two know each other? Hey, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Menglu, my girlfriend, and this is Zhu Shasha. Hello, you can call me Xiao Zhu. The two women shook hands across Chun Hao. Your girlfriend is really beautiful. Would you be interested in joining our company? You have the potential to be a star. Your company? Zhang Menglu was somewhat surprised, and Chun Hao whispered an explanation. It's an entertainment company. She's a signed artist and is currently Yu Yaowei's assistant. Zhang Menglu suddenly realized, her mouth agape in surprise. For the rest of the journey, the three chatted amiably, laughing and talking animatedly. Chun Hao was surrounded by beautiful women, and with his silver tongue, he made them laugh and joke, adding a lot of fun to the otherwise boring journey. When we arrived in Guangzhou, it was a little after 3 p.m. The plane entered taxiing mode and came to a stop. After a while, the economy class passengers disembarked in an orderly manner. Chun Hao helped Zhu Shasha take her suitcase, and the three of them chatted as they walked out. You're also staying at the Hills Hotel? What a coincidence. Chapter 25 Misunderstandings Lead to More Misunderstandings. Xiao Zhu was surprised, saying that Yu Yaowei's team had also booked the Hills Hotel, so they could go to the hotel together. The three of them went to the baggage check-in area first. Zhang Menglu only had 1 suitcase, but Xiao Zhu had 7 suitcases, all of which belonged to Yu Yaowei. She was definitely too busy to handle everything on her own, but luckily Chun Hao and Zhang Menglu helped her, which prevented her from getting overwhelmed. Stepping out of the airport terminal, the first thing you feel is a wave of heat that hits you, making it hard to breathe. Immediately at the exit, a huge crowd of fans appeared, all arranged by the company, along with a large number of entertainment reporters carrying cameras and microphones, waiting for the stars to appear under the scorching sun. Wow, what a spectacular scene. Zhang Menglu, pushing 2 suitcases, kept sighing as she witnessed this scene. It's all right, these are all minor incidents. Zhu Shasha didn't take it to heart. Once you're in the entertainment industry, a big melting pot, it's hard to tell what's real and what's fake. The three of them first loaded all their suitcases into the company's business vehicle. While waiting in the car, Yu Yaowei made a grand entrance. Security guards escorted Yu Yaowei out the gate. Her agent provided protection, and the fans' frenzied screams were deafening, while entertainment reporters' flashbulbs seemed to fly everywhere. As they quickly got into the van, Yu Yaowei and her agent were both momentarily stunned. Who are you two? What are you doing in the car? Just as Zhu Shasha was about to explain, Yu Yaowei took off her sunglasses, seemingly having some recollection of Chun Hao. I remember you. You're that person, the person in charge of the brand ambassador. Your name is... She couldn't explain it for a long time, so Chun Hao took the initiative to introduce her. You have a good memory. My name is Chun Hao. Zhang Menglu blushed with excitement. Yu Yaowei, I'm your fan. I like you so much. Can I get your autograph? The agent closed the car door, glared at Xiao Zhu, and ordered the driver to start the car. Yu Yaowei was busy the whole time. As soon as her phone was turned on, a bunch of text messages popped up, and she was busy typing them down. The atmosphere on the way, there was a bit oppressive, and that's how we arrived at the hotel. Yu Yaowei checked into the hotel first, and her assistant Zhu Shasha contacted the hotel staff to hand over all her luggage to them for them to carry. After completing the formalities of the front desk and saying goodbye to Xiao Zhu, Chun Hao and Zhang Menglu went to their room. Wow, this room is really nice. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, a bustling street scene unfolds before my eyes. Chun Hao pulled her into his arms from behind. Take a shower first, rest today, and I'll take you on the expedition tomorrow. Zhang Menglu asked shyly, shall we shower together? Certainly. Zhang Menglu subconsciously looked around and exclaimed in surprise, where's my luggage? At the same time, the presidential suite at the Sears 5-star hotel. Yu Yaowei was still typing and sending messages, while her agent and Zhu Shasha were packing their luggage. The agent was muttering to herself as she worked. Can't you be more careful? Don't just bring anyone into the car. Do you know who he is? What if he leaks our itinerary? Can you take responsibility for that? Zhu Shasha looked aggrieved and silently tidied up with her head down. I froze the moment I opened a suitcase. Although the suitcase contained only women's clothing, the matching bras, stockings, and other accessories were all off-brand. Not a single item was from Yu Yaowei. Bang! She quickly closed her suitcase, the sudden movement and loud noise startling her agent. Why are you so startled? She gave an awkward smile and, trying to cover up her embarrassment, pushed her suitcase to the side. It's nothing at all. Taking the wrong luggage isn't a big deal, but if her manager finds out, he'll inevitably complain to her. To avoid getting into trouble, she can only try to cover it up and pretend nothing happened. Yu Yaowei walked to the bedroom door. Sisterly, Xiao Zhu, I'm hungry. Don't tidy up yet. Come eat with me. Okay, we're all set. The agent responded briefly and hurriedly went out to ask what they wanted to eat later. On the other side, Zhang Menglu's mental state has collapsed. The clothes are one thing. They're not worth much anyway, but my bank card is still in there. If I lose it, how am I going to restock? Her eyes were brimming with tears of grievance, and Chun Hao quickly comforted her and offered kind words of advice. Don't worry, I'll go find your luggage right away. As he spoke, Chun Hao went out. Fortunately, he had added Xiao Zhu on WeChat at the airport. Otherwise, even if they had stayed at the same hotel, it would have been difficult to find his luggage. He took out his phone and sent a message to Xiao Zhu. Where are you? You took the wrong luggage. You took my girlfriend's luggage too. Zhu Shasha typed a reply. We're on our way to the restaurant to eat now. Wait a moment. Don't worry. I'll return your luggage to you in a bit. How about I come find you at the restaurant? No, please. Go to the lobby and wait there. It'll be right away, very soon. Zhu Shasha didn't want to be scolded and wanted to resolve the matter privately, without letting her boss or agent know. As a result, Chun Hao waited in the lobby for more than an hour. The hotel is bustling with guests coming and going. Just as Chun Hao was getting a little impatient, Zhu Shasha rushed into the hall. I'm here, come with me. Chun Hao had assumed Xiao Zhu would bring the luggage down, but he never expected that Xiao Zhu would personally take him upstairs to the suite to retrieve it. Neither of them spoke as they took the elevator upstairs, and they went straight to the presidential suite on the top floor. Upon entering, Chun Hao was immediately drawn to the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, where the neon lights and nighttime scenery were truly spectacular. Don't look around. Zhu Shasha led Chun Hao to the bedroom. Some suitcases were open, and various high-end dresses were hanging in the wardrobe. Clothes were scattered all over the bed. Here is your luggage. Zhu Shasha handed Chun Hao his luggage, and to prevent him from taking the wrong thing, Chun Hao opened it to check. A suitcase full of underwear, mainly stockings. Yes, it's Zhang Menglu's suitcase. Let's go. Just as the two were about to leave, they heard the voice of their agent, Sisterly, coming from the doorway. Director Zhang, please go inside and wait a moment. Wei Wei will be right back. The sound of the door opening came from outside. Zhu Shasha had a bad feeling and subconsciously pushed Chun how to walk back. Click. The door opened, and the agent, Sister Li, ushered a fat, middle-aged man into the suite. Fortunately, Zhu Shasha and Chun Hao entered the bedroom first and closed the door, thus avoiding being discovered. Oh no, what should we do? Zhu Shasha was panicking. If she was discovered, being scolded would be a minor issue. If her manager misunderstood her and suspected her of having an affair with Chun Hao, or suspected her of stealing, she would be in deep trouble. Hide in the closet for a while. Zhu Shasha pushed Chun Hao into the wardrobe. In the small, dark, enclosed space, the two were almost touching body to body, their breaths mingling. The scent of Zhu Shasha's perfume filled Chun Hao's nostrils, making him somewhat distracted. Chapter 26, An Encounter with Unspoken Rules. Shu, please don't say anything, I'm begging you. Zhu Shasha clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture, her expression so cute that Chun Hao felt a pang of pity for her. Just then, the bedroom door was pushed open, and the two instinctively held their breath, sweating profusely with tension. Chun Hao peeked through the gap in the wardrobe and saw that the so-called Director Zhang was a fat man with a bloated belly. He wandered around the bedroom twice, first finding a few optimal angles, and then placing the hidden cameras disguised as decorative items in the shadows. Chun Hao was shocked when he saw this. Did they accidentally stumble upon the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry? After Director Zhang finished arranging everything, he went to the suitcase, picked up Yu Yaowei's clothes, and greedily sniffed them under his nose in a perverted manner. He really is a pervert. Just as Director Zhang was about to open the other luggage and rummage through his underwear, the sound of a door opening came from a suite. Director Zhang hurriedly walked out, and vaguely heard Yu Yaowei exchanging polite greetings with him. Director Zhang, it's been a long time. I've heard about your new movie. Wei Wei, you are still so beautiful. Director Zhang, you still know how to talk. Agent Li gestured for the two to take their time talking and then voluntarily left the suite, leaving them ample private space. Director Zhang, I heard you're preparing a new movie. I'd like to try my luck with the lead role. I wonder if I'm fortunate enough to have that honor. Sure, let's sit down and talk. In the wardrobe, as the two were listening intently, Zhu Shasha's phone suddenly started vibrating. Both of them were startled. Zhu Shasha frantically took out her phone, feeling completely overwhelmed. Chun Hao reacted quickly, snatched her phone, and tossed it out through a gap in the wardrobe. The next second, what was that sound? Yu Yaowei heard a noise in the bedroom, came in to check, and saw a cell phone vibrating on the bed. She walked to the bedside, picked it up, and answered the call. Sister Li, Xiao Zhu didn't bring his phone. He left it in the bedroom. Okay, then forget about Xiao Zhu for now. You have a good talk with Director Zhang. This is a big production. We must secure it. Remember, you must listen to Director Zhang's instructions. Whatever he says goes. Okay, Sister Li. Just as Yu Yaowei was on the phone, Director Zhang tiptoed over, reached out his groping hand, and touched Yu Yaowei's buttocks. Yu Yaowei was startled. When she turned around and saw that it was Director Zhang, she immediately concealed her panicked expression. Director Zhang, please don't do this. I'm on the phone. Director Zhang casually snatched the phone, hung up the call himself, and said with a smile, I have limited time. If you want the lead role, you can't do it without giving something in return. Yu Yaowei was somewhat resistant, but she suppressed her disgust and spoke gently. Director Zhang, even if it's for a screen test, don't be in such a hurry. You go out first, I'll change my clothes. She then pushed Director Zhang out of the bedroom, closed the door, leaned against the door, took a deep breath, and after composing herself, searched the bed for a while before finally taking out a silk dress to change into. Chun Hao observed the entire process through the crack in the door as the famous actress Yu Yaowei changed clothes. Such a scene is quite rare. Just as Yu Yaowei had let down all her guard and was about to be completely naked, Chun Hao felt someone was attacking him. Turning his head, he saw Zhu Shasha clenching her fists, her expression serious, making a threatening gesture, and shaking her finger to signal Chun Hao not to look anymore. The opportunity was once in a lifetime, but Chun Hao still managed to glimpse a beautiful scene he shouldn't have seen through the crack. It has to be said that female celebrities have really good figures, and Yu Yaowei is the best of the best. Her appearance is 9.8 points, which is close to perfect. Just one look at her can make people's blood boil. Unfortunately, The time was too short and passed in the blink of an eye. Yu Yaowei changed into her dress and went out. Director Zhang, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. In the wardrobe, Zhu Shasha breathed a sigh of relief, then angrily pointed at Chunhao again, warning him with mouth and gestures. Don't look, or I'll gouge your eyes out. Chunhao couldn't see them, even if he wanted to. The two were talking in the living room, and their conversation was becoming more and more ambiguous and explicit. The only way to see them was to go outside, which made Chunhao restless and itchy. Just then, buzzing. Chunhao's phone also vibrated, startling the two of them. Fortunately, Chunhao reacted quickly, using the same speed he used while slacking off at work to silence his phone. Zhu Shasha patted her chest, feeling like she had almost been scared to death by that shout. There was a noise outside. It's nothing, it's my assistant's phone. Don't worry about it. Come on, let's go to the bedroom for the rehearsal. After Yu Yaowei screamed, Director Zhang carried her back into the bedroom, threw her onto the bed, and hurriedly started taking off his clothes. Director Zhang, didn't we agree that it was just a rehearsal and we wouldn't actually do it? There's no such thing as a half-hearted audition. Just listen to me. No, Director Zhang, I'm not ready yet. How about another day? I'll definitely keep you entertained another day. What do you mean another day? It's today. Director Zhang, no. On the bed. Although Yu Yaowei was resisting, it seemed like she was only half-heartedly giving in, which further stimulated Director Zhang's nerves and brought him a different kind of stimulation. Wei Wei, you still have such a great figure. Director Zhang, like a fat pig, devoured the beautiful woman's body, making Chunhao's heart flutter with delight. Beside Chunhao, Zhu Shasha blushed and dared not make a sound. She even covered Chunhao's eyes with her hands to prevent him from seeing the intense activity taking place in the bedroom. The two were already very close. Zhu Shasha covered Chunhao's eyes, which was equivalent to hugging him. Their bodies were pressed together, and the intense activity outside caused them to react. They could even feel each other's heat. Chunhao could even clearly hear Zhu Shasha's breathing becoming heavier. Chunhao knew she was being very careful, not daring to make a sound or make any big movements, so he took the opportunity to pull her into his arms. Zhu Shasha was terrified and subconsciously let go of his hand. Chunhao's vision became clear, and he could see the intense scene outside through the gap. That was so exciting. Zhu Shasha feigned an angry expression, gritting her teeth as she warned him not to look or let Chunhao cause trouble. Chunhao, however, tightened his grip, pressing her body close to his, and whispered in her ear in the softest voice. Leave me alone if you don't want to be found out. Scumbag. Zhu Shasha's favorability -10. Current affinity towards the host is 0. Chunhao was stunned. This guy's a scumbag? What about the couple outside? He just looked and didn't do anything. Besides, in this situation, no one could resist looking. Sure enough, even Zhu Shasha couldn't help but peek outside, her face flushed red, and she covered her mouth, afraid that the two people outside would hear her breathing. It should be noted that the wardrobe space was very cramped, and the two were constantly pressed together. The intense scene and jarring sounds outside were enough to arouse one's imagination and cause any normal person to have a physiological reaction. At this moment, both of them were covered in sweat, which made the atmosphere in the narrow space of the wardrobe even more ambiguous. Chapter 27, The Goddess's Tears. Huff huff. Zhu Shasha really couldn't stand the atmosphere. She pressed her head against Chunhao's shoulder, her breathing becoming heavier and heavier, as if she was trying to suppress her emotions. Chunhao tentatively placed his hand through her wet t-shirt and stroked her waist. The moment their skin touched, Zhu Shasha reacted as if she had been electrocuted, her eyes filled with 7 parts anger and 3 parts anticipation. Chunhao continued to push his luck, brazenly stroking her back with his entire hand. Zhu Shasha gritted her teeth and made a pinch you gesture. Chunhao smiled mischievously, saying that even if she pinched him a few times, he would continue to grope her. When Zhu Shasha realized that threats weren't working, she pinched Chunhao hard. Chunhao immediately opened his mouth wide, which startled Zhu Shasha so much that she immediately let go and covered Chunhao's mouth to prevent him from making a sound. The fragrance of her fingers wafted into Chunhao's nostrils, making his heart race even faster. He continued to stroke Zhu Shasha's sticky back, which was covered in sweat. Zhu Shasha was exasperated. No amount of threats worked, so she simply resigned herself to fate and would settle accounts with Chunhao later. Now Chunhao can finally touch it to his heart's content. But the good times didn't last long. The whole process lasted less than 5 minutes, and Director Zhang was lying on the bed, panting heavily. After catching her breath, Yu Yaowei got up to wipe herself and asked in a sweet, coquettish voice, "Director Zhang, would you like to take a shower? Let's go. Let's shower together." The two of them walked out together, still clinging to each other, and soon the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Zhu Shasha slapped Chunhao's hand away and was about to open the wardrobe to let some air out when Chunhao immediately stopped her in a low voice. "Don't go out." "Why? Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Zhu Shasha questioned. Chunhao shook his head and whispered a warning. Director Zhang hid 3 pinhole cameras in the bedroom. "If you go out now, you will be recorded, and the truth will be revealed later." Zhu Shasha opened her mouth wide in horror and slapped Chunhao. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" Chunhao asked. "Would it have been any better if you'd said so earlier? Would you dare to go out? If Yaowei had been left with this kind of video, it would cause her a lot of trouble. If you told me earlier, I could have gone out and stopped it sooner." Just as the two were exchanging hushed remarks, a conversation came from the bathroom, in which Zhu Shasha was mentioned. "All right, for this movie, your company gave me 2 candidates. One is you, and the other seems to be your assistant, Xiao Zhu." Zhu Shasha immediately became curious and pressed her ear against the door to eavesdrop on the conversation outside. Given her humble background and lack of acting talent, she can only play supporting roles in her entire life. She is simply not worthy of being the leading lady. That's right. Zhu Shasha's talent and looks are far inferior to yours. Even if she stood naked in front of me, I wouldn't be interested. So, Director Zhang, what kind of role do you plan to give Xiao Zhu? That depends on whether she's sensible or not. If she's good at interpersonal relationships, we'll reluctantly give her the 7th female lead role. If she's not sensible, we'll let her play a maid or extra. It's already very kind of us to let her play a maid and appear on the big screen. Anyway, she's my assistant, so there's no difference between her and a maid. These words were harsh. Zhu Shasha had always been concerned for Yu Yaowei, worried that Director Zhang's use of a hidden camera would have a negative impact on Yu Yaowei and ruin her career. As a result, Yu Yaowei didn't take her seriously at all after she said those words. Human hearts are made of flesh and blood, and it's inevitable that Zhu Shasha would be saddened. Thud. A tear fell precisely onto the back of Chunhao's hand. Chunhao was taken aback. "You're crying already?" You search high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. Bite. Goddess's token detected. Cannot be redeemed due to 0 affection points. She threw herself into Chunhao's arms, tears streaming down her face, but she had to force herself not to make a sound. Silent crying is the most painful form of grief. "No way. We can't waste such a great opportunity. Don't cry. If you can't get ahead in this company, you can switch jobs and join another entertainment company. You're quite talented, and you'll definitely become a big star in the future." Chunhao tried his best to comfort her, but Zhu Shasha kept shaking her head, suppressing her grief and indignation without saying a word. There was nothing Chunhao could do. He couldn't persuade her, and he didn't dare to speak loudly. So he could only comfort her with his actions, holding her and letting her vent her emotions. "Go ahead and cry. Actually, if you're willing, I can help you find some connections so you can get more advertising opportunities." Zhu Shasha's favorability +10. It's finally not 0 anymore. Chunhao got his wish and obtained the goddess's token, increasing his points by 10. Currently available points, 79. Soon after, Director Zhang emerged from the bathroom, his obese body struggling to put on his clothes before removing all 3 hidden cameras. Zhu Shasha witnessed this entire scene. If she hadn't heard Yu Yaowei say those words before, she might have impulsively rushed out and destroyed all the videos. Now, she prefers to watch from the sidelines. Soon after, Yu Yaowei also went back to her bedroom, closed the door, curled up into a ball, and silently adjusted her emotions. It's clear that what happened just now was all an act, something he had to do for the sake of the female lead and for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now that no one is around, this is the real her, able to vent her emotions without restraint. "Don't keep me waiting too long. I have a drinking party later." Director Zhang urged them from outside the door. "They're here." After responding, Yu Yaowei wiped away her tears, then regained her composure, put on her hypocritical mask, donned the shackles of outward glamour, and went out again, resuming her fake smile of basking in the spring breeze. "Let's go, Director Zhang." Chunhao couldn't help but admire them in his heart. Wow, celebrities are definitely not ordinary people. Their facial expression management is truly unmatched. Bang! The moment the door closed, Zhu Shasha pushed open the wardrobe door, stubbornly wiped away her tears, and pointed outside, shouting, "Go! Get out of here right now! Don't let me see you again." Chunhao wanted to offer some words of comfort, but seeing Zhu Shasha trying to hold back her tears, he could sense her state of mind. She just wanted to be alone for a while, and it was best not to say anything right now. They had no choice but to take Zhang Menglu's suitcase and leave the presidential suite. Sigh, that's the entertainment industry for you. Chunhao dragged his suitcase back, his mind filled with thoughts. From an omniscient perspective, Yu Yaowei is right. Zhu Shasha is still quite inexperienced, even somewhat naive. She is very expressive, and her emotional and facial expression management is not very good. She simply cannot achieve the same level of control as Yu Yaowei. Zhu Shasha has a long way to go if she wants to become an actress. When Chunhao returned to his room with his luggage, Zhang Menglu was wearing a bathrobe and watching TV. When she saw Chunhao come back, she grumbled irritably. "I thought you weren't coming back. You didn't answer my calls or reply to my messages. Where did you go?" "I ran into a friend and chatted with her for a while." Chunhao put his suitcase aside, walked to the sofa, and watched TV with Zhang Menglu. Zhang Menglu sniffed Chunhao. "Female friend." Chunhao was taken aback. "You can smell that." Zhang Menglu was a little jealous. She looked at the TV and spoke more forcefully. "If you don't come back soon, I might starve to death." "Okay, I'll order dinner for you right away. What would you like to eat?" "Casual." I don't know if it was because she was hungry or jealous, but her attitude was very cold. This tone was a bit like my ex-girlfriend Lin Xiaoming. After the honeymoon phase, she basically had this attitude every day. Even if she's just jealous, Chunhao has a way to deal with it. There's nothing a good meal can't solve. If one meal isn't enough, then two will do. Chapter 28, Let the Bullets Fly for a While. Ding dong. During room service, the waiter brought a lavish meal worth 5,000 yuan, which included a bottle of red wine. Chunhao signed the bill and pushed the food cart into the guest room. Zhang Menglu's eyes lit up. Sure enough, no woman can resist the temptation of a lavish meal. Lin Xiaoming was no exception, nor was Zhang Menglu. Chunhao used to be poor and couldn't afford to eat what he wanted, but now it's different. As long as he gets Zhang Menglu's keepsake stockings, which are worth 1 million yuan each, he can afford any expensive meal. Chunhao laid out a feast on the table, making Zhang Menglu's mouth water. Chunhao reminded her, "Go put on your stockings first. It's just a meal. Is it really necessary?" A candlelight dinner is something we should really pay attention to. Zhang Menglu was really obedient. She took off her bathrobe, put on goddess stockings, and then casually put on a shoulder-length t-shirt, revealing half of her fragrant shoulder. She then jogged back to the dining table. Bang! Chunhao opened a bottle of red wine, poured her a glass, and poured one for himself. Zhang Menglu took out her phone to take a picture. The dining table was set up next to the floor-to-ceiling window with a neon night view of Guangzhou outside. With high-end food and red wine, the photo was excellent and perfect for showing off on WeChat moments. "Have a meal." Zhang Menglu shook off her worries and began to wolf down her food. Chunhao wasn't focused on the food. His mind was filled with the scenes from the day's encounter. Whether it was Yu Yaowei being sexually harassed or the feeling of their bodies pressed together in the cramped closet, everything made Chunhao's mind wander. The overlapping sounds and the appalling images lingered in Chunhao's mind frame by frame, keeping him in a state of constant distraction. After Zhang Menglu finished eating, Chunhao raised his glass and tentatively asked, "Are you feeling better?" "I feel much better." The two clinked glasses and drank it all in one gulp. "Let's get down to business." Chunhao put down his wine glass and picked Zhang Menglu up in a princess carry. He threw her onto the bed, and the intense activity began. Although Zhang Menglu is not as pretty as Yu Yaowei, and her looks are not as good as Zhu Shasha, she has long legs and a body proportion that is even more perfect than Yu Yaowei's, which is also Chunhao's favorite point. They replicated all the new poses they learned that day, with Zhang Menglu cooperating fully, and both of them thoroughly enjoyed themselves. Afterwards, Zhang Menglu lay fast asleep on the bed, while Chunhao smoked by the window. As is customary, we'll first exchange Zhang Menglu's keepsake stockings. Because Zhang Menglu's favorability rating is 100, exchanging the token will earn you 100 points. Current total available points, 179. I was filled with emotion. It's still the 100% favorability rating that gives the most. Ding dong. I received a message on my WeChat and instinctively picked it up to look. It was from Zhu Shasha. I was a little emotional just now. I hope you don't mind. I just finished reading it, and then I received another one. I don't want you to tell anyone about what happened today. Can you keep a secret for me? Shenhao typed the message to inform him. Of course, no problem. I won't tell. Are you feeling better? Zhu Shasha replied. Life goes on, so you just have to wear a mask and act. Who can't do that? It seems she's come to her senses and will have to wear a mask to face life from now on. Shenhao asked her, trying to make conversation. Have you ever considered breaking the contract and joining another company? You don't understand. It's not a matter of whether I want to or not. What's the problem? I simply cannot afford the breach of contract compensation. This reminded Shenhao of something. The well-known host He Jiong once revealed on a program that entertainment companies nowadays use a cast-a-wide-net approach to catch fish. In other words, an entertainment company may sign hundreds of artists at the same time in order to make a profit, and if one of them becomes popular, they will treat him as a cash cow. If other artists are given opportunities by their companies but fail to seize them, they will be sidelined and become nobody in the entertainment industry. Entertainment companies make money from contract breaches until the artist can no longer tolerate it and takes the initiative to terminate the contract. Each artist's breach of contract penalty ranges from several million to several hundred million. With hundreds of artists combined, the total revenue exceeds 100 million. No matter what, the entertainment company will not lose money. Zhu Shasha is now facing this problem. She wants to find another way out, but the breach of contract compensation of several million yuan is enough to crush her. She can't come up with that much money, even if she sells all her possessions. Shenhao thought about it seriously. Zhu Shasha had a 9.2 rating in looks, her appearance was absolutely stunning, and she had a great figure. Among the goddesses Shenhao could currently be with, besides Shiva, she was the most beautiful. If I could have a sexual relationship with her, and make Zhu Shasha my girlfriend, and even pay the breach of contract penalty myself, wouldn't be so bad. I did it on a whim, and typed a question to her. If I can afford the penalty for breach of contract, what are your thoughts? Typing, delete, will reply after a while. Stop joking, good night. And that was it. Shenhao didn't rush her, letting things play out for a while, giving Zhu Shasha more time to think things through. Shenhao's guess was correct. Zhu Shasha was indeed caught in a dilemma, her heart pounding and her mind in turmoil. Shenhao helped her pay the penalty for breach of contract. His words were ambiguous and carried multiple layers of meaning. Inside the private club, the music was deafening, but it didn't stop Zhu Shasha from daydreaming and spacing out. In the private room of the club, besides Yu Yaowei, who was chatting and laughing with Director Zhang with her arm around his shoulder, there were also several investors, all of whom were wealthy tycoons. Agent Sister Lee is toasting everyone, hoping they will invest in Yu Yaowei's movie. During the lively conversation, investor Mr. Wei brought up a topic that drew everyone's attention. Even Zhu Shasha looked over curiously. Investing in movies is no problem, but the money invested can't go into the actors' pockets. Why don't I just give the same amount of money directly to the actors, on the condition that they sleep with me for one night? Yu Yaowei rolled her eyes. She wasn't impressed with this lust-driven CEO Wei. The main reason was that he was too ugly. His round face made him look like a toad when he smiled. She could tolerate him if he were younger, but she really couldn't stand him. Mr. Wei laughed heartily. Celebrity, you rolled his eyes at me, apparently not satisfied with the price I offered. No problem, but what if I gave you 10 million? Yu Yaowei held her breath and subconsciously lowered her head, neither agreeing nor giving in. Silence means you're still not satisfied with the price? Then I'll raise it again, 20 million for one night. How about that? The agent, Sister Lee, was breathing rapidly and subconsciously looked at Yu Yaowei. Although she disguised it well, it was obvious that she was attracted to him. If you're still not satisfied, then I'll raise the price again to 30 million. Even Director Zhang was tempted and turned his head to whisper. Mr. Wei offered 30 million. That's quite a lot. Yu Yaowei looked up and met President Wei's gaze. Seeing his round face, she couldn't bring herself to eat him. She gritted her teeth and shook her head. I love women like you who aren't greedy for money. I'll give you my final offer, 50 million. Do you agree? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience gasped. Even Yu Yaowei was startled, and her breathing became somewhat rapid. In Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, 50 million yuan can buy you any luxury villa you want. That should be enough for just one night, right? Make a deal. Chapter 29 Thoughts Determine Future. Yu Yaowei ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of money and readily agreed, creating a joyful atmosphere throughout the room. Agent Lee pushed Yu Yaowei to sit next to President Wei, and the two of them toasted each other, discussing details such as which day to book for the night. Even Director Zhang came over to flatter him, and President Wei laughed heartily, toasting and drinking with him. President Wei is really a tycoon. He didn't even blink when he took out 50 million. I'm smiling, said Mr. Wei. If you can spend money, you should think about how to make money. Money is earned, not saved. Someone asked Mr. Wei for advice. How can I make a lot of money and be as successful as you, Mr. Wei? General Wei expressed his views in a righteous manner. Without extraordinary means, how can one amass great wealth? Wealth is a reward for cognition, not a reward for hard work. Honest people can't get rich. You have to use tricks to get rich. The most powerful thing in this world is not money or power, but a way of thinking. People who can make a lot of money are masters of understanding human nature. To succeed like me, you need this place, vision, and the ability to use people effectively. Mr. Wei pointed to his head and eyes, his words filled with unwavering confidence and arrogance. Everyone listened intently, not daring to breathe too loudly, for fear of missing a single word. Let me put it this way. Do you know why I came at watching? Everyone shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. But Mr. Wei said mysteriously, because of one person, a business genius who can make me a lot of money, and from whom I can learn a lot of knowledge. I have long admired him, and am willing to use extraordinary means to win him over to my group. Given Mr. Wei's status and position, his ability to say such things, and his deep affection for this person has successfully piqued everyone's curiosity. Yu Yaowei blurted out in surprise. It can't be that bad, Mr. Wei. Who could be so capable that she would make you so concerned? Is she perhaps your old flame? After saying that, he even smiled, finding it quite amusing. President Wei wasn't angry at all, and casually draped his arm over Yu Yaowei's shoulder. In my eyes, there are only two kinds of people. Those who are useful to me and can help me make money, and those who are just tools and can be used by me if I spend some money. For example, you're the second kind. As soon as he finished speaking, President Wei suddenly pulled Yu Yaowei into his arms and said in an icy tone, I can use money to bring you down, and others can use money to bring you down too. So your loyalty is meaningless to me. These words perfectly expressed Mr. Wei's arrogance, practically saying that you're just a tool, a vase, a decoration that I paid to hire, and I can play with you whenever I want. The first type of person is arrogant and conceited, and I can't win them over no matter how much money I offer. Yu Yaowei is a big star, and she has a temper. When she was belittled and ridiculed like this, she immediately turned cold and questioned him. What do you mean? President Wei dropped the pretense and made a sarcastic remark. You really think I'm interested in you? At my level, what kind of woman haven't I played with? I'm giving you 50 million not because I want to play you, but because I want to give you to him so he can know my sincerity. What do you take me for? Yu Yaowei stood up angrily and was about to leave when her manager, Sister Lee, tried to persuade her to stay, but to no avail. Director Zhang finally shouted angrily, Sit down. Yu Yaowei then suppressed her anger and reluctantly sat on the sofa, sulking to herself. Slightly drunk, Mr. Wei leaned back on the sofa, muttering to himself. Those who know me say I am worried. Those who do not know me ask what I seek. You do not understand me. So how can you understand my eagerness to find talented people? Mr. Wei's words, ironically, aroused great interest in the expert he was referring to among everyone present. Yu Yaowei and Zhu Shasha are both like this. Women naturally admire strength. Since even the high and mighty President Wei is so open and honest with this person must be an unparalleled business genius. Achoo! In the hotel room, Chun Hao, who was chatting with Sun Nana via text, sneezed several times in a row. He rubbed his nose, but continued typing without caring. You mean just because of me, Mr. Mar rushed back from out of town? I don't know if it's because of you, but anyway, the president came back this afternoon and immediately started a meeting. He berated Vice President Wang and his associates in the conference room, and even Director Lee from HR got scolded. Now the company is in a state of panic. Chen Hao thought for a long time before typing a reply. Let's take it one step at a time and see how things go. In short, I'll stick to one thing. A good horse doesn't turn back to eat the grass it already grazed. Now that I've been fired, I will absolutely not go back. I support you. I've only ever heard of poaching talent with high salaries, never of suppressing or firing talent. If the president contacts you personally, you must hold on. This lousy company has no future without you. Chun Hao didn't want to continue the conversation on this topic with son Nana. It's getting late. Let's go to sleep. After closing WeChat, Chun Hao went to bed and slept soundly with Zhang Menglu in his arms. He never expected that son Nana's words would come true. The next day, Mr. Ma from his former company really did call Chun Hao. The next morning, early in the morning, Chun Hao took Zhang Menglu to Guangqing for a sumptuous morning tea. The hundreds of breakfast options were dazzling Zhang Menglu. The two of them selected a table full of food. Just as they were eating, Chun Hao's phone rang. When he picked it up, it was indeed President Ma's phone number. He was calling personally. Ring, ring, ring. Chun Hao stared blankly at his phone. Zhang Menglu glanced at the phone, then at Chun Hao. Why don't you answer it? Urged by Zhang Menglu. Chun Hao reluctantly answered the phone. Chun Hao, this is Lao Ma. I know. A slight awkwardness arose between the two. The long silence seemed to be a waiting game for the other person to speak first. Is there something you need? I just heard about it too. The two spoke at the same time and opened their mouths at the same time. You go first. The unspoken understanding is also the helplessness of being like strangers. This also plunged Chun Hao into memories, his thoughts returning to that summer 4 years ago. Chun Hao, holding his resume, walked into the empty company gate. The only person in the entire company was a middle-aged man of about 40 years old who was installing wiring. Master, is the boss in the company? The decorator, whom Chun Hao called Master, put down his tools and smiled as he extended his hand. I'm the boss of this company. My name is Ma Buotao. This was Chun Hao's first impression of him. A down-to-earth and honest man who used to be a civil servant in the system, but went into business and started this company. In the early days of the company, there was only a sign, a boss who knew nothing, and Chun Hao, who had just joined the company. The flywheel effect, or the starting phase of a bicycle, is the most difficult period, where everything starts from scratch. Once the tires are spinning, everything falls into place. Chun Hao will never forget that in his first month at the company, the first salary Mr. Ma paid him was money that Mr. Ma earned from delivering food part-time. Chapter 30 Ma Buotao, General Manager Ma. At the time, Mr. Ma acted on impulse, resigned from his job, and went into business without ever considering what kind of business to start. At that time, Chun Hao, who was still young, also had a drifting through life attitude, slacking off at work every day and watching his boss run around doing chores. The first company team building activity in a meaningful sense was when Mr. Ma and Chun Hao ate barbecue on the street. Chun Hao asked bluntly, Mr. Ma, if you don't know anything, you didn't even think it through, and you just quit your job and went into business on a whim. What are you after? Mr. Ma lowered his head and spoke in a deep voice. I just don't want to live a 9-to-5 life where I can see the end from the beginning. While I'm still young, for my wife and for my children's future, I'll try my best and give a shot. If I fail in my business, I will try again, because I believe that as long as I keep working hard, I will eventually succeed. Life will not let down a hardworking person. These words deeply resonated with Chun Hao. Boss, I have to say something to you. The saying life will not let down a hardworking person is not wrong in itself. But if you work hard in the wrong direction, no matter how hard you work, you will be going in the wrong direction. Mr. Ma was confused at the time and questioned Chun Hao. Then what should I do? Without extraordinary means, how can one amass great wealth? Making money and getting rich are two different things. Starting today, you will make a plan for yourself to take the company public within 5 years. Mr. Ma raised his glass and said excitedly, Great, let's take the company public within 5 years. After drinking, he asked again, looking bewildered, How do we do it? Listen to me. I'll teach you how to do it. Weren't you in the system before? Put on the airs you had when you were a civil servant. Chun Hao slammed his first month's salary on the table. Tomorrow, invite all the business owners you know and people who have asked you for favors out for a meal. You just need to organize the event. Leave the rest to me. And so, the following week was spent in a 7-day feast, indulging in a life of debauchery. Thanks to his previous connections and Chun Hao's drive, Mr. Ma finally secured his first order, which came from Guangqing clothing wholesale market. Given their limited financial resources at the time, they couldn't afford to fly or stay in hotels. Chun Hao and Boss Ma took a 2-day train journey to Guangqing, stayed in a small hotel, visited several garment factories, compared prices, established distribution channels, and finally brought the goods back to Jiangcheng to open up the market. He earned his first pot of gold. The net profit is 178,300 yuan. Chen Hao will remember this number for the rest of his life. Next, the company expanded its recruitment, with new employees constantly joining. General Manager Ma was responsible for liaising with superiors, while Chen Hao was responsible for liaising with subordinates, and business deals were made one by one. 1 year, 2 years, and the company grew bigger and bigger. Mr. Ma's banquets ranged from humble eateries to upscale restaurants, and finally to a more prestigious golf course, where he made many business acquaintances and learned a great deal about business concepts. He made more and more money, and his company grew bigger and bigger. With series of funding and Series B financing, the company has grown steadily from an unknown entity to a listed company today. Mr. Ma transformed from a clueless boss into a successful person with a net worth of over 100 million yuan and the power to influence events. He didn't care about the company's business, but still ran around every day, frequently going on business trips, attending various business meetings, and making connections with all sorts of people. Even now, Mr. Ma has become an unapproachable figure, while Chen Hao, who has worked hard and made great contributions, has been fired from the company. Despite having a lot of complaints, Chen Hao didn't want to say another word during their next conversation. Mr. Ma Buitao, the former boss, is no longer the approachable person he once was. He now speaks in a bureaucratic tone. I just heard that you were fired by Wang Ligua. The first thing I did when I got back was to give him a piece of my mind. I hope you can understand that the company is no longer a place where I can make all the decisions alone. What else could Chen Hao say? I understand, Mr. Ma. Is there anything else? Don't hang up yet. It feels like it's been so long since we last met. I really miss the days when we were working hard together. Let's go out for a cup of tea and catch up. Chen Hao tried his best to suppress his emotions. I'm out of town. Have some tea. Wait for me for 10 days or half a month. I see. I understand you're upset, but you have to understand me too. Chen Hao, I have no choice in this. This is a company we built together. You don't want to go bankrupt, do you? Chen Hao finally couldn't suppress his emotions anymore. You know, this is a company we built together, right? What did you say back then? You promised me shares after the IPO, but you fired me right after the IPO. Were you just making empty promises? Chen Hao, listen to me. Firing you is Wang Ligua's personal decision, not mine. It's a power struggle among the company's top management. Without you, I've essentially lost my right-hand man. Chen Hao retorted confidently. Stop talking nonsense. We're all old foxes. Don't bring up ghost stories with me. Get to the point, or I'm hanging up. Mr. Ma asked earnestly. Are you really not considering coming back? Chen Hao questioned. The company is in a mess right now. What would I do if I went back? Just to suffer. You know the saying, a good horse doesn't turn back to eat the grass it already grazed. Chen Hao, don't take your anger out on me. I haven't offended you. We're on the same side. Chen Haoqiang suppressed his anger and tried to remain calm. Just say what you want. What exactly do you want? Since you're determined to leave, I can't persuade you otherwise. Could you please do me the favor and help me with the necessary arrangements? I'm begging you. Chen Hao stated this with a straight face. Old Ma, I have no grudge against you. We have no enmity. You don't need to beg me or give me face. I'm a man of principle. As long as it's official business, I will hand over the work. Mr. Ma Buitao asked again. What do you mean by handling official business? 2N+1, year-end bonus, quarterly dividends for 3 years, not a penny less. Give me the money I'm owed, and then we can talk about the connection. All right, this is exactly what you deserve. I'll contact the finance department right away and transfer the money to you immediately. Chen Hao's anger subsided considerably, and he spoke in a gentler tone. Let's talk after the money is in your account. After saying that, he hung up the phone and slammed it on the table, feeling extremely frustrated. Having fallen out with Lao Ma, with whom he had shared joys and sorrows, Chen Hao felt somewhat emotional, and in the end, he could only convince himself with the saying, all good things must come to an end. Zhang Menglu carefully placed the shumai into Chen Hao's bowl. Are you angry? Chen Hao ate while muttering to himself, chopsticks in hand. We were never meant to be together, so why force it? This statement, seemingly an answer, was actually Chen Hao's way of consoling himself. At approximately 8:30 a.m., Chen Hao received a bank transfer notification. 1.68 million renminbi has been deposited into your bank account. Your current balance is 6.06 million renminbi. Chen Hao had calculated that it was around 1.6 million, but he was given a round number of 1.68 million. It was probably Lao Ma's intention to do this, as 168 sounds like get rich all the way in Chinese for good luck. Immediately after, Lao Ma called again. Did you receive the money? Chapter 31 is a fault of the system. Chunhao spoke in a business-like tone. I'm currently traveling out of town to relax and won't be able to return anytime soon, so let's connect online. Sure, to be frank, who do you want to work with? Find someone you trust, someone who can succeed you as one of my trusted confidants. You talk as if you have an empire to inherit. You know what I mean? Chunhao understood, of course, that after several rounds of financing, the company had attracted many shareholders, dividing it into several factions that checked and balanced each other, creating a power struggle. This was a drawback of listed companies, as they had lost sight of their original purpose. After Chunhao was fired, no one at the company's lower levels could directly reach the top leadership. Without his confidants, and with business and management in the hands of other shareholders, Lao Ma was essentially sidelined. Chunhao thought about it seriously. Son Nana kept insisting on going with him, and since Chunhao didn't want to start a new job recently, he might as well take this opportunity to give Son Nana a protective charm. Then let's go with Son Nana. I'll arrange it right away. Wait a minute, Lao Ma. Is there anything else? Chunhao thought for a moment, and then said, it's impossible to complete the connection in one day, but according to the dedication agreement and the company's rules and regulations, I can only spend one day connecting with clients after leaving the company. How can you go back on your word? Chunhao sneered. It's a systemic problem, not my problem. It's not too late for you to understand this now. Okay, since you're only setting aside one day according to the rules and regulations, what will you do if there's no business to connect with afterwards? Old Ma sounded a little anxious, so Chunhao continued. According to the rules and regulations, what is the daily rate for an external consultant? 8,000 to 10,000. Chunhao laughed. With the resources I have, asking you for 10,000 a day isn't unreasonable, is it? Old Ma seemed to be suppressing his anger, but Chunhao said something else. How can you still be so stupid? This fee isn't from the company's operating revenue. It's from an external consultant. Whoever is responsible should bear the consequences. Don't you understand? Chunhao's reminder was like opening up Lao Ma's Run and Do Meridians. I understand. Wang Ligua and HR Xiao Lu are fully responsible. This fee should be deducted from their profit share. Chunhao, you really are still able to read my mind. That won't be the case anymore, bye. After Chunhao hung up the phone, Ma Buatao fell into deep thought. From that moment on, he felt like he was all alone and no one else would care about him like Chunhao did. A feeling of disappointment settled over me. After Chunhao hung up the phone, Zhang Menglu tentatively said, if you're busy today, how about tomorrow? I'm not in a rush. Chunhao, however, said it didn't matter. It's all right. The coordination is just a few phone calls. It won't interfere with your schedule. Besides, today is just for scouting, to browse around and compare prices. We can deal with the actual purchase later. Oh. Zhang Menglu had no understanding of the procurement process and did whatever Chunhao said. I took a taxi and headed straight to Guangqing Clothing Wholesale City. On the road, Son Nana called, her face flushed with excitement. Brother Hao, this is unprecedented. During the routine meeting this morning, Boss Ma also asked me to connect with you. He said that he has already transferred the money to you and that I can just call you directly. That makes sense. The compensation, all the money added up, amounted to 1.68 million. Wow, you struck it rich? Son Nana was extremely excited, while Chunhao could only manage a wry smile. This money was planned to be used to marry Lin Xiaoming. The dowry, car, house, wedding banquet, and how to spend every penny had been calculated clearly long ago. Now it's useless, lying quietly in my bank account, mixed in with the money exchanged by the system. I no longer have any expectations for it. I'm so envious of you, getting so much money all at once. Chunhao changed the subject. Nana, would you like to earn some extra money? How do you make money? She asked curiously. My collaboration today is required by the professionalism agreement, but it won't be the case tomorrow or in the future. According to the company's rules and regulations, we need to pay consultants who are rehired or hired externally. How much does it cost per day? 10,000. Oh my God. Chunhao smiled. Moreover, this money was deducted from Wang Ligua's profit share. Is it real or fake? Would I lie to you? Let's work together to delay the connection as long as possible, and we'll split the money 50/50ths. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Brother Hao, wait a moment. There's another commotion in the conference room. I'm gonna go see what's going on. After hanging up the phone, Chun Hao was in a great mood. Seeing Chun Hao's smiling face, Zhang Menglu finally relaxed and dared to joke with him. Judging from what you said on the phone, you seem really mean. Chun Hao immediately retorted. It's not that I'm bad, but the rules and regulations are inherently unreasonable. I just understand the rules and know how to play them. The clothing wholesale market in Guangxing is rampant. Shopping malls and wholesale markets are everywhere. It's like there's a wholesale market every few hundred meters. After you've finished shopping in one mall, you can look up and see countless more. It truly proves the saying, there are mountains beyond mountains and malls beyond malls. As soon as the two got out of the taxi, Sun Nana called again. Chun Hao gestured to Zhang Menglu to go into a shopping mall and browse around. Speak, what is it? Chun Hao, the company has assigned me to work with you. Please cooperate and hand over all the resources and clients you have. Sun Nana's voice was very serious, and she even used her professional broadcasting style. Chun Hao was taken aback at first, but then he understood what was going on. Sun Nana went to the conference room to watch the commotion and may have been caught. Now she's probably surrounded by high-level executives who are personally watching her. In this situation, she can't be as casual as she would be in private conversations. Okay, I'll connect you with a client first. Please take notes. Next, Chun Hao listed out the information and contact details of all the clients who had worked with the company. Sun Nana's phone was on speakerphone. Although it was quiet, if you listened carefully, you could faintly hear the sound of typing. It seems that quite a few employees are recording customer information. Based on Chun Hao's understanding of the company, most of them are Wang Ligua's people. Is there anything else? Sun Nana asked tentatively. This is nothing. Be prepared not to eat. The list of clients alone contains hundreds of people, ranging from large brands to factory managers. For just one garment export project, going through a complete industrial chain requires dealing with at least 5 to 8 clients. What I'm about to say concerns our logistics clients. Please take notes. No sooner had Chun Hao finished speaking than Wang Ligua's question came through the phone. Chun Hao, what are you up to? You mentioned so many clients, but not a single project is related to them. I think you're doing this on purpose. Chun Hao immediately retorted. Why do I hear a dog barking? Who's barking? You. Wang Ligua was furious. His anger could be felt even through the phone. Oh, it's Mr. Wang. No wonder it sounded like a dog barking. I only deal with Nana. Since you're getting involved, I'll hang up now. I'll continue when you learn to speak like a human being. Chun Hao, don't be so smug. The company has already paid you back the money they owe you. Chun Hao didn't listen to what he was saying at all and hung up the phone immediately. If only I'd known then what I know now. In high spirits, he turned around triumphantly, only to be stunned on the spot. Zhang Menglu, what are you doing? Chapter 32 is really cheap. Zhang Menglu wasn't just scouting. She was clearly on a shopping spree. In a short time Chun Hao was away. She bought a lot of clothes, at least dozens of items in large and small bags. Chun Hao strode over to her side, looked at the clothes and shopping bags scattered on the ground, pulled Zhang Menglu aside, and scolded her in a low voice. What are you doing? What's wrong? Zhang Menglu looked puzzled. Why did you buy so many clothes? It's cheap. Zhang Menglu's expression became very excited again. Everything in the store is priced at 25 and 35, and they're all fashionable women's clothing. Even with discounts and promotions in Jiangsheng, you wouldn't find them this cheap. Each piece would cost at least several hundred yuan. Chun Hao slapped his forehead in exasperation. I'm truly impressed. Seeing her blank and ignorant expression, Chun Hao had no choice but to patiently teach her. I'm asking you, do the shops in the mall pay rent? Shouldn't we pay? Are shipping and labor costs included? I guess so. Chun Hao casually picked up a women's fashion item priced at 25. Even if they sell it to you at half the price after adding shop rent and labor costs, they can still make a profit. Zhang Menglu is even more unbelievable. Is the purchase price really that cheap? Otherwise, your task for the next few days is to compare prices from 3 different vendors, pay close attention to the labels on the clothing, and remember the manufacturer's addresses. Once we've compiled the statistics, we'll go straight to the manufacturers and buy the goods directly. Zhang Menglu nodded blankly, then asked timidly, but the clothes here are so cheap, can't we buy some? Chun Hao said speechlessly. Prices are cheaper elsewhere. This shopping mall is considered expensive. Zhang Menglu asked again. If I just look and don't buy, will I get beaten up? Just then, Chun Hao's phone rang again. He picked it up and looked at it, then at Zhang Menglu, who looked aggrieved. It's up to you. Buy whatever you want, but don't buy too much. If you don't understand anything, remember to come and ask me. Okay, I knew you were the best, moi. Zhang Menglu kissed Chun Hao on the cheek, then turned around and went back into the mall for a shopping spree. I give up. Chun Hao muttered something and then continued making and receiving calls. Hello. Sun Nana still communicated with Chun Hao in a broadcasting tone, and he understood immediately that someone was still supervising them. The broadcasting tone was also a tacit understanding between the two. Chun Hao contacted clients from industry to industry, providing them with all the information about the clients he had reached out to and cooperated with. No wonder Chun Hao is the top salesman. All this customer information is in his head, and he can recall customer information whenever he needs it. Other employees simply couldn't remember such a vast amount of customer information. While Chun Hao was making the arrangements, Zhang Menglu would occasionally come over and ask a few questions. What does banar mean? Buy 2 of each style, and you'll get the wholesale price. The high heels are very affordable. Can I buy a few more pairs? Can. Chun Hao worked from morning until noon, and even during lunch, he was still talking fluently about handing over customer information. As time went by, over 100 names were recorded in a single day. Every time Chun Hao mentioned a new customer, Wang Ligua felt a chill run down his spine. From customers to channels, both local and out of town, covering the entire country, Chun Hao has experience in all walks of life. With such a vast network of connections, Chun Hao is a talented individual who can shine wherever he goes. He finally realized that firing Chun Hao was such a wrong decision. Mr. Wang, your lunch. The assistant put down the lunch, but Wang Ligua had no appetite and was filled with regret as he rested his head on his hand. Let's put it aside. After Sun Nana recorded the customer information. Chun Hao, it's already noon. I need to have lunch. We'll continue our coordination this afternoon. Wang Ligua immediately reprimanded him. Who gave you permission to take a lunch break? Get back to work. You see, wasting even one more day would mean deducting 10,000 yuan from his profit share, and Wang Ligua could not allow that to happen. Sun Nana ignored what Wang Ligua was saying and calmly hung up the phone. Food is essential for life. If you don't eat, you won't let me eat either. Wang Ligua pushed his box lunch over. If you want to eat, that's fine too. We can eat in the conference room and coordinate while we eat. Sun Nana said, arms crossed. It's lunch break now, and you're not paying me overtime, so why should I listen to you? You. Besides, I want to eat mala tang, spicy hot pot. You can keep your takeout for yourself. Wang Ligua flew into a rage and launched into a tirade of profanities. Do you want to keep this job or not? If not, get out. Sun Nana's eyes immediately turned red. The vice president is yelling at me again. Fine, I'll leave. You can find someone else to work with. Sun Nana turned around and was about to quit, but when the others heard this, they all stepped forward to stop her, trying to persuade her in a low voice. Sun Nana put on an act, crying as she spoke. It was one thing for him to insult me before, but he's insulting me again now. I wanted to quit this lousy job for a long time. So what if he's the vice president? Does being a vice president give you the right to insult people? Even my parents have never insulted me like that. If Vice President Wang doesn't apologize, I'm not going to do anything today. This infuriated Wang Ligua so much that his blood pressure spiked. He swayed a couple of times and almost fainted. Guangxing, shopping mall restaurant. Chun Hao and Zhang Menglu were eating wonton noodles in a crowded shopping mall. Zhang Menglu kept talking nonstop, recounting her morning's adventures. Chun Hao ate his wonton noodles silently. I remember the first time I came to Guangxing with Ma Buotao. We also ate wonton noodles. 4 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Things have changed. Ma Buotao, the former CEO, is now thriving, while Chun Hao has walked the same path again. What are you thinking about? Are you even listening to what I'm saying? Zhang Minglu's probing question brought Chun Hao back to his senses. What did you say? I said the clothes in Guangxing are really cheap, at least half the price of those in Jiangxing. Chun Hao said with a wry smile. In Guangzhou, if a t-shirt costs more than 10 yuan, you've overpaid. Impossible, right? Zhang Menglu stared in disbelief, covering her mouth. 10 yuan isn't even enough for a cup of milk tea. What do you think? Guangxing is a world-class city. Hurry up and eat, and after you finish, I'll take you to visit other shopping malls. After they finished eating, they went to other shopping malls. Zhang Menglu didn't seem like she was there to buy goods. She wanted to buy stockings, but she ended up browsing clothing stores, men's and women's clothing, and fashionable clothes. She would go in and look at anything that caught her eye. She didn't even bother buying clothes for herself, but bought a lot of clothes for Chun Hao, including suits and casual wear. She bought anything that looked good on him. It wasn't until the afternoon, when Chun Hao was handing over tasks to his colleagues, that he was able to break free from being controlled. Son Nana gave Chun Hao a big surprise as soon as she opened her mouth. "Brother Hao, praise me. I was so angry that Vice President Wang was hospitalized. This afternoon, during the meeting, everyone was one of our own, so I finally didn't have to pretend anymore. I'm so happy." Chun Hao smiled wryly. "You're great, very capable. Keep it up. Continue recording customer information this afternoon." "Come on, I'm ready." Then Chun Hao launched into another long-winded explanation. Chapter 33, The Collapse of Vice President Wang. Wang Ligua was among the first beneficiaries of the reform and opening up. He was a college student sent abroad on government scholarships to study business management and has extensive work experience overseas. After returning to China, he served as a senior executive in a large corporation for several years. After accumulating enough experience, he and his team resigned to start their own business. By chance, he met Lao Ma, who was in the prime of his career. In order to seek development and for his company to go public, Ma Buotao sought financing from various sources. Wang Ligua needed a platform to prove his worth. He knew that it was difficult for startups to get off the ground, so he set his sights on Lao Ma and his company. Wang Ligua firmly believed that as long as he joined, given 3 years, he could sideline Ma Buotao, strategize, and gradually erode his power until he had it all to himself. In order to suppress Ma Buotao's faction, he deliberately had his nephew Wang Kaming cause trouble for Chun Hao, forcing Chun Hao to rebel against his superior, and then took the opportunity to fire him, thus gaining control of the company's sales department. The ideas are rich, but the reality is harsh. He never imagined that his nephew would resort to such despicable means, and he never even expected that firing Chun Hao would cause the company to cease operations. A butterfly flapping its wings can create a series of unpredictable butterfly effects. His nephew was beaten and hospitalized and was also criminally detained. It's one thing to make a strategic mistake, but now, even a newly promoted intern can act arrogantly in front of him. Such employees who overshadow their superiors should never be tolerated. Afternoon. Wang Ligua ignored the doctor's advice, took a few blood pressure pills at random, and resolutely returned to the company. He still personally led his trusted confidants to continue supervising the entire process. It wasn't that he was heartbroken about losing 10,000 yuan a day. Rather, he needed to control all the resources of the sales department in his own hands. Only in this way could he continue to carry out his grand blueprint plan. Wang Ligua did not deny that Chun Hao was a talented person. But in his plan, Chun Hao was just a stepping stone on the road to success. "Those who are not useful to me shall be eliminated as soon as possible." Since he had already started, he might as well go all the way. He secretly took out his phone and sent messages to the HR department, the finance department, and anyone he trusted, issuing a series of instructions. "Blame it on you for blocking my way and not knowing when to back down." Evening. The docking was successfully completed in one day. Although Chun Hao provided a large number of customer contact details, they were all disjointed and irrelevant. Even if Wang Ligua and his team obtain this customer information, it won't be of any practical use. The real connection will actually begin tomorrow. However, when Chun Hao came to his senses, he looked at Zhang Menglu again. Oh my God, she was like a tireless robot, sweeping through major shopping malls. In a single day, she bought enough clothes to last her for years. She was a complete shopaholic. "That's enough. Do you think you can wear all these clothes?" Zhang Menglu remained very excited. "These are cheap. They're all high-fashion items. Even if I can't wear them all, I can take them back and set up a street stall for a clearance sale. Selling them for 50 to 80 yuan each isn't unreasonable, right? They'll definitely be snapped up." Her theory was based on the clearance sales of new shops on the commercial street. Chun Hao rolled his eyes and blurted out, "If you ask me, you might as well focus on selling original sets worn by goddesses, packaged together from head to toe, inside and out. That would be more expensive than clearance sales." "Okay, then I'll buy more." Zhang Menglu was still planning to raid the place, so Chun Hao quickly stopped her. "That's enough. Aren't you tired after shopping all day? Let's go home." Chun Hao insisted on returning to the hotel, which finally stopped Zhang Menglu, who was in high spirits. Fortunately, the girl wasn't stupid. She had the stores deliver all the clothes she bought to her door, instead of making Chun Hao carry them back to the hotel. This girl isn't smart either. She chose flash delivery for home delivery, which is so expensive and greatly increases costs. During dinner, Chun-Hao gave her a thorough lecture, speaking righteously and starting from the underlying logic of cost control. He even broke it down and explained in detail the correct way to compare prices from different vendors. You remember this. The purpose of coming to Guangxing is to find low-cost, high-quality goods. Starting tomorrow, you're not allowed to buy any clothes. You're to focus on choosing stockings. Chun-Hao was speaking fluently, while Zhang Menglu's mind was wandering. Can I look at bras and underwear while I'm picking out stockings? The new store is big enough, and you said it yourself that selling only stockings is too limited, so let's expand our product range. Chun-Hao rubbed his forehead. Whatever, I'll apply for a new business license when I get back. After dinner, the two returned to the hotel and negotiated with the front desk. They received a total of 18 large packages, each weighing dozens of kilograms. Could you please deliver this to my room? Thank you. While Zhang Menglu was directing the handling of the packages, Chun-Hao's phone kept buzzing. When he took it out, he saw that it was a message from Zhu Shasha. Can we go out for coffee? She finally replied to my message, and even asked me to have coffee with her. Monroe, you go back to your room first. I'm going out to meet a friend. Zhang Menglu shouted a reminder at the elevator entrance. Come back soon. The date location was not far from the hotel, with an elegant environment and decor reminiscent of a Hong Kong-style tea restaurant. When Chun-Hao arrived, Zhu Shasha was already there, silently lost in thought. Chun-Hao sat down opposite her, and Zhu Shasha finally came to her senses. What would you like to drink? It's on me, waiter. When the waiter came over, Chun-Hao ordered a cappuccino. The two locked eyes, and Zhu Shasha took the initiative to probe. I just saw the news that a monthly income of 10,000 yuan can beat 98% of the low-income population. I don't know your monthly income, but if we assume you earn 10,000 a month, you can save 120,000 a year without eating or drinking and 1.2 million in 10 years. Do you know how much my penalty for breach of contract is? Zhu Shasha asked this question to test Chun-Hao's financial strength, and he continued in the same direction. How much is it? It would take 30 years of saving without eating or drinking to reach 3.6 million. After she finished speaking, her eyes were incredibly firm as she stared intently at Chun-Hao. Yesterday you asked me what I thought if I could afford the penalty for breach of contract. First of all, are you sure you can come up with 3.6 million? Are you kidding me? In the past, Chun-Hao definitely wouldn't have been able to produce it, but now it's a piece of cake. Take Zhang Menglu's keepsake as an example. If the favorability rating is 100, one keepsake can be exchanged for 1 million or 3.6 million. Without using the principle, it's just a matter of 4 pairs of stockings. However, that's not how you calculate it. Chun-Hao comes from a sales background, and his mindset has always been based on self-interest. Whether dealing with people or things, everything he does is directly related to his own interests. Zhang Menglu is Zhang Menglu. This is a mature, money-making project. Using Zhang Menglu's returns to support Zhu Shasha is acceptable once or twice, but without long-term returns, it is destined to be a losing proposition with no profit. Chun-Hao would never agree to it. Chapter 34 Youth has no price. Zhu Shasha's current affection level for Chun-Hao is 10, and her keepsake is tears. This means that Chun-Hao needs her to cry in order to obtain her token. Affection and emotions have a chain reaction. If you provoke her and make her cry, it will backfire and her affection will also decrease, which will be troublesome. According to the system's assessment, she is still an optimist, unlike Sun Nana, who is a crybaby. The last time she cried was because of Yu Yaowei's two-faced behavior. Therefore, if Chun-Hao wants to maximize his benefits, win her over, and earn her tokens, he can only use sincerity to move her tears. First of all, since I brought it up, I can definitely come up with the money. You don't need to worry about that. I'm not making things up or trying to fool you. Affection plus 5, current affection 15. Zhu Shasha lowered her head and thought about it seriously for a while. Okay, if you pay my breach of contract fee, I can sleep with you for one night. Zhu Shasha's thinking was simple. At yesterday's high-end gathering, President Wei spent 50 million yuan. Although she was not as famous as Yu Yaowei, she was not bad-looking either, at least more natural than Yu Yaowei, who had undergone plastic surgery. 3.6 million for one night should be acceptable. Chun-Hao was about to drink his coffee when he heard this and immediately spat it out. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Chun-Hao wiped his mouth as he made his statement. Zhu Shasha's eyebrows shot up. What? You're not satisfied? Chun-Hao was naturally dissatisfied. Even if the favorability rating reached 100, the token he received could only be exchanged for 1 million. A one-time consumption of 3.6 million was a complete loss for him. Wrong. Chen Hao thought about it again. His need was for a token, for Zhu Shasha to cry, not for him to sleep with her. Their needs were completely on different wavelengths. After figuring out the logic behind the demand, Chen Hao said with a smile, "Let's put this topic aside for now. I can pay the money, but what will you do after you pay the penalty?" Zhu Shasha turned her head and looked out the window at the bustling traffic. "Switch to another entertainment company to seek development. What else can we do?" Chen Hao smiled. "If I were to ask you a hypothetical scenario, what if you join another company but are still sidelined and unable to achieve fame?" These words were like a knife to Zhu Shasha's heart. She lowered her head, feeling somewhat dejected. Chen Hao continued to add fuel to the fire. "I can understand that you are willing to give up everything to become famous, but you have never thought about how difficult and bumpy the road to fame is. Even if I pay you to successfully switch jobs, isn't it just jumping from one fire pit into another?" Zhu Shasha retorted confidently. "What else can I do? I've already wasted 3 years. How many 3 years does a woman have? The prime of life in this industry is short. If I don't give it my all now, I won't have the chance to do it when I'm old." She was a little emotional, and tears welled up in her eyes. Just when things were about to go wrong, Chen Hao continued to kick them while they were down. There's nothing wrong with wanting to take a chance, but if you put your efforts in the wrong direction, the end result will only be the opposite of what you intended. Just like my former boss, he was just as confused as you at the beginning and didn't even know his own capabilities. He impulsively jumped into business. If I were you, I would figure out what I'm capable of, make a plan, and do my best in every step. If you still can't let go of your pride, you might as well change careers. Acting is not suitable for you. Affection level -10. Current affection level 5. Sure enough, it's not easy to increase her favorability, but it's very easy to decrease it. If you say something wrong and offend her, her favorability will drop immediately. Thud. Tears streamed down her face. Chen Hao immediately handed over a tissue, then changed the subject and spoke in a gentle tone. "I have plenty of money. Don't even mention 3.6 million. I can come up with that even if you change jobs a few times. But 3.6 million for a chance to start over. Like you said, a woman has only a few 3-year periods. Youth has no price, and you can't afford to waste it." She wiped away her tears, composed herself, and pondered what Chen Hao had just said. Is that all the crying is over? Are all optimists this good at controlling their emotions? My current favorability rating is only 5, and this time I can only exchange my tears for 5 points, which is too little and it's a waste of time. Chen Hao then changed the subject, his tone becoming sharp again. "But then again, what kind of relationship do we have? Just because you slept with me for one night, I'm not saying you don't deserve this price. What I mean is that 3.6 million for a fresh start is not worth it for either of us." Tears welled up in her eyes again. "Then what do you want?" Chen Hao said seriously. "You don't understand me. I don't want to force you to have a relationship with me. There has to be love before I'll willingly spend money." She picked up a tissue and wiped her tears a second time. "You're quite greedy. You even want me to fall in love with you. What makes you think you can?" Chen Hao glanced at the 2 napkins on the table. That was enough. The probing was over. Now he would focus on increasing her favorability. "With my connections and resources, and with my ability to make you a superstar, I'll give you a plan. First, you can breach the contract and I will pay the money. Second, you need to take some time to reflect and learn from renowned teachers during this period. You can learn anything that will help your performing career, such as vocal music, acting, musical instruments, etc. I can get all expenses incurred during my studies reimbursed. After you finish your studies, I'll use my resources to get you shooting commercials and getting roles in movies and TV dramas." She suddenly interrupted. "You mean you're going to start a talent agency just to train me?" Chen Hao nodded. "You can understand it that way, but it doesn't necessarily mean you have to open a talent agency. It's difficult to turn a group of people into stars, but using all my connections, it's enough to promote just one person like you. You're really good at making empty promises." Affection +10. Current affection 15. She didn't believe it out loud, but she was secretly delighted as her favorability rating had increased by 10 points. Chen Hao continued to increase his bets. "If you don't trust me, we can sign a contract with everything clearly written down in black and white. If I can't keep my promise, I'll compensate you for the loss of your youth, and you can set the price." Affection +10. Current affection 25. She stared intently at Chun Hao, her eyes filled with a mixture of expectation and skepticism. So what do you want to get from me? Chun Hao leaned closer and said in a solemn tone, "This isn't a cold, money-driven transaction. I just want your sincerity, your complete and devoted love for me. We can even agree that I won't force myself to sleep with you until you become famous." Affection plus 10, current affection 35. Chun Hao's words sounded somewhat touching at first glance. But then I thought, doesn't Chun Hao have a girlfriend? They even flew to Guangxing together. Thinking of this, he squinted and questioned, "What about your girlfriend?" Chapter 35 for the reward. Well, Chun Hao awkwardly tried to salvage the situation. "You still don't understand what I mean. I can give you money, time, and even use my connections to help you become famous. In return, you must fall in love with me, a love that is only for you and does not restrict me." Zhu Shasha crossed her arms over her chest. "So what you're really trying to do is have me as your lover." If it were someone else, they might have cursed Chun Hao as a scumbag. But Zhu Shasha wasn't entirely against it. Before meeting Chun Hao today, she knew he had a girlfriend, and she had even decided to repay him with a night together. But Chun Hao was rather greedy. He said so much, but his goal was still to maintain this relationship for a long time. The only difference was that Chun Hao would not force himself before he became famous. This kind of thing is common in the entertainment industry. As long as it brings fame, it's not unacceptable. Zhu Shasha was somewhat tempted and silently calculated how much it would cost to follow Chun Hao's proposed plan. The penalty for breach of contract was 3.6 million, followed by the expenses of training her. Vocal training and performance training, with renowned teachers, are all incredibly expensive. Even the cheapest price is 10,000 yuan per hour, which Zhu Shasha simply cannot afford. Based on this standard, it would take at least 10 or 8 million to get it down. From a cost perspective, Zhu Shasha is willing, but from a human perspective, she refuses. The concepts of a one-night stand and maintaining such a relationship long-term are fundamentally different. If Chun Hao makes perverse demands every time in the future, she will feel resistant as soon as she even thinks about it. Let's leave it at that for today. Let me think about it some more. After much hesitation, Zhu Shasha picked up her bag, got up, and said goodbye. Chun Hao wasn't in a hurry. He knew that haste makes waste, and that trying to force things wouldn't work. From the perspective of human nature marketing, this business deal can only last if Zhu Shasha herself comes to this conclusion. If Chun Hao forces her to make a decision immediately, it may backfire. Secondly, Chun Hao had already obtained the token he wanted. 2 tissues for wiping his tears were on the table. If he lingered any longer, his tears would evaporate, and the tissues would dry, making it impossible to exchange them for points. After Zhu Shasha left, Chun Hao immediately grabbed a tissue. "Bite. Goddess tokens have been detected. Would you like to redeem them? Exchange. Zhu Shasha's Tears *2, current favorability 35, can be exchanged for 70 points. Current total available points, 249. As expected, Chun Hao guessed correctly. The goddess's token can be cashed out at the highest level of favorability. As long as you understand this mechanism, you don't have to worry about fluctuations in favorability. This means that the strategy to win over Zhu Shasha is to first invest in her, continuously increase her favorability until it reaches its peak, and then try every means to make her cry. It's settled then. The rare reward after reaching 100 favorability points is the tranquil mind technique, which Chun Hao is determined to obtain. When we got back to the hotel, all 18 packages were opened, and the bed and sofa were covered with clothes. Zhang Menglu was trying on clothes tirelessly. When she saw Chun Hao return, she asked him with delight, "Do you think this outfit looks good on me?" Chun Hao was truly impressed. She didn't seem tired at all after shopping all day and still had so much energy. "You look good in anything." She smiled sweetly, took out a brand new outfit, and changed into it right in front of Chun Hao. Chun Hao found an empty seat and sat down, watching Zhang Menglu change clothes while silently analyzing the system mechanism. The Sea King Cultivation System. The term Sea King refers to someone who continuously binds themselves to a goddess and obtains her tokens of affection. Based on my observations over the past few days, Zhang Menglu, Sun Nana, Shaiva, the flight attendant, Yu Yaowei, and Zhu Shasha are all goddesses that the system has indicated can be linked to in a strategy guide. A notification will pop up as long as a woman's appearance score is above 8.5. The difficulty levels are easy, easy, hard, very hard, and hell. The difficulty of the strategy can also be understood as the difficulty of obtaining the token and the difficulty of reaching 100 affection points. Needless to say, obtaining a token from the goddess brings numerous benefits. After completing the entire strategy, the favorability rating reaches 100. Currently, it is known that there are two types of extra rewards, special and rare. It is unknown whether there are any more powerful ones. Zhang Menglu has been won over. Her special reward is the bone tempering pill. Sun Nana's special reward is the Qi Si pill, which is used to improve personal cultivation. Shiva and Zhu Sha are both rare rewards, including golden eyes and the heart cleansing technique. Once Chun Hao wins over these two, he can officially embark on the path of cultivation and might even achieve immortality. With the system, money, ability, and strength will no longer be a problem. If I could even achieve immortality, that would be amazing. Thinking of this, Chun Hao smiled unconsciously. Coincidentally, Zhang Menglu saw this smile and asked him a question. Is there something wrong with this outfit? No. Actually, I like you the most when you're not wearing clothes. You're so annoying. She even started to act coquettishly. So Chun Hao immediately stood up, wanting to show Zhang Menglu the consequences of acting coquettishly. This passionate and intense battle took a toll on Zhang Menglu, leaving her unable to get out of bed. Afterwards, while Chun Hao was smoking, he exchanged the stocking she had worn that day. Current total available points, 349. Chun Hao could easily save up enough money to cover the breach of contract penalty that Zhu Sha couldn't afford even if she sold everything she owned, including her house and a kidney. There's never been a more carefree time in life than now. I wonder what Zhu Sha is doing now. Zhu Sha had just gotten out of the taxi when she rushed into the private club and headed straight for the VIP room. When her agent, Sister Lee, saw her return, she questioned her in an annoyed manner. Where have you been gallivanting off to again? Nowhere. Sister Lee opened the door, revealing a scene of bright lights, revelry, and smoky chaos. The same investors from yesterday were in the private room, along with Director Zhang and several second and third-tier actresses, including Yao Wei. Director Zhang and General Manager Wei were toasting and chatting happily. President Wei, why didn't you bring the expert you mentioned today? You described him so vividly. We all want to see him for ourselves. Don't you all agree? Mr. Wei waved his hand with a smile. Haste makes waste, and I can't just rush things. I have to wait for him to contact me. If I take the initiative to contact him, it would be beneath me. Yu Yaowei stared blankly at her beer, feeling extremely uneasy. As a product that General Manager Wei bought to give away, she had no choice but to silently pray that this mysterious expert's appearance wouldn't be too disappointing. While her mind was wandering, Director Zhang leaned closer and whispered something in Yu Yaowei's ear. Let me ask you something. Last night when we were rehearsing the scene, the phone we left in the bedroom, was it hers? Yu Yaowei looked at her assistant, Zhu Sha, and nodded, seemingly puzzled. It's her phone. She's always so forgetful about it. Director Zhang's lips curled into a strange smile as he looked at Zhu Sha with an odd gaze, as if trying to see right through her. Chapter 36, so infuriating it's almost unbearable. The next day, today, Chun Hao doesn't intend to let Zhang Menglu run wild. In just one day, Zhang Menglu wasted 1/10 of her 100,000 yuan principal by buying clothes recklessly. If this continues, Chun Hao will have to pay for all the new clothes. It wasn't that Chun Hao was stingy with money. It was just that this didn't fit his usual behavior. The master leads you through the door, but the cultivation is up to you. I can't stay by your side forever. You need to be able to stand on your own as soon as possible. In the taxi, Chun Hao's earnest persuasion made Zhang Menglu realize that her impulsive spending yesterday was a mistake. Upon arrival, we found ourselves at a wholesale market for clothing manufacturers. Every shop, there was a direct sale from a garment factory in Guangxing, with prices ridiculously low. What you need to do today is compare prices from 3 different vendors. You're only allowed to browse, not to buy. After confirming the quality you approve of, leave the manufacturer's business card and contact them directly afterwards. The factory price will be cheaper than buying here. As Zhang Menglu walked by, she saw that the prices were all in the single digits and covered her mouth in surprise. It's unlikely to be cheaper than this, right? Chun Hao gave an impatient explanation. They claim to be factory direct sales, but in reality they are still wholesalers of the factory, with store rent and labor costs. How can I not make a profit? What they can display are just samples. You place an order with them, and they then pass the order to the factory, earning the middleman's profit. Zhang Menglu casually picked up a pair of stockings displayed outside, which were priced at 1.5 yuan each. I'm selling this brand. Can it really be cheaper than this? Chen Hao gave a wry smile. If you buy directly from the manufacturer, the price is around 1 yuan per piece. Oh my god! Zhang Menglu covered her mouth, her face full of shock. Ring, ring, ring. Chen Hao's phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Sun Nana. Go and explore on your own. Remember what I said, and then go. After sending Zhang Menglu away, Chen Hao, upon receiving a call from Sun Nana, also refused to tolerate them and repeatedly made statements. I'll only work for you if I don't see the money. Wang Ligua, who was listening in, had a stern face and was issuing orders to the finance department. Send him the money. Only after receiving the bank transfer notification did Chen Hao begin today's coordination process. First, classify the clients we handed over yesterday, based on the projects and the upstream and downstream clients. As soon as Chen Hao finished talking about a project, Wang Li was confident started making phone calls, trying to get ahead of Chen Hao and firmly control these clients. The ideas are rich, but the reality is harsh. The clients all answered the phone and were very polite, but as soon as they heard the company name, their attitude changed drastically. They either hung up immediately or made excuses, saying they had to have a meeting or something. It didn't matter if it was just one or two people, but everyone had the same attitude, which puzzled Wang Ligua's confidants, who all came to report the situation to him. How could this happen? Have you explained yourself clearly? Just because we said we knew we belonged to a company, the customer's attitude immediately changed. That's what Xiao Lu from the company's HR department said, inappropriately. Do you think you can hand over the business smoothly just by saying a few words? People who can become top salespeople are irreplaceable. If Chen Hao doesn't make the calls himself, the clients won't even talk to you. Xiao Lu seemed to be talking to himself, but he was actually being sarcastic and cynical. Wang Ligua glared at Xiao Lu, suppressing his anger, and gave HR manager Li a meaningful look. Turning my head to look at the conference room, I recalled something Chen Hao had said during the mediation. You don't understand sales. Wang Ligua sighed heavily and muttered to himself. I did underestimate Chen Hao. During lunch break, Chen Hao was having dinner with Zhang Menglu, listening to her talk eloquently when his phone rang. It was Lu from HR calling him. I answered the phone instinctively. Why did you call me? Don't even mention it. I got fired too. I want to ask you, who was the lawyer you hired for arbitration last time? I'm going to go through arbitration as well. Chen Hao was taken aback. You're just an administrative staff member. What's the reason for firing you? Xiao Lu sighed. Don't even mention it. The reason they gave me for leaving was that I lacked self-motivation. Self-motivation? Chen Hao couldn't understand this new term at all, so Xiao Lu explained. To put it bluntly, it's nothing. The current management team of the company is all Wang Ligua's cronies. Anyone who doesn't side with him will be treated as an outcast and dealt with as soon as possible. I am just a victim of the power struggle. Chen Hao sighed. I know that. Wang Ligua holds the administrative power, while General Manager Ma handles the sales performance. It's not hard to see when he fired me that his goal wasn't limited to that. He wanted both administrative and sales performance. He wanted to gradually sideline General Manager Ma, and, when the time was right, take over the company and make it belong to the Wang family. Xiao Lisiga. Now, I finally understand why ancient emperors allowed powerful ministers to run rampant. We can all see it, but Mr. Ma is senile and just can't understand it. Chen Hao thought for a moment and then spoke. You were also a long-time employee during the company's early days. Why don't you contact Mr. Ma and have a chat with him? Forget it. Mr. Ma just showed up yesterday and didn't attend court today. Even if I wanted to talk to him, I wouldn't be able to see him. Besides, I'm not at the point where I can talk to Mr. Ma about anything. Since you've made your decision, I'll send you the lawyer's WeChat ID. After hanging up the phone, Chen Hao immediately handed the lawyer to Xiao Lu, looking at the bustling street with a heavy heart. The world is about to change. Zhang Menglu subconsciously looked at the scorching sun. The weather is so nice. Is it going to rain? Chen Hao smiled. Whether it rains or a mother remarries, who can say for sure? Chen Hao was just using the weather as a metaphor for the company's current situation. He never imagined it would come true. As expected, a torrential downpour occurred in the afternoon, accompanied by lightning and thunder, bringing a welcome respite from the sweltering heat. Chun Hao and Zhang Menglu took shelter from the rain in a nearby factory direct sales store, where the heavy rain soaked them to the bone. Zhang Menglu, in particular, was dressed lightly to begin with. After being soaked by the heavy rain, she felt chilled to the bone. Her t-shirt clung to her body, and her lace bra was faintly visible. Even her stockings were slightly reflective after the rain, showing a unique kind of beauty. The heavy rain came so suddenly. Chun Hao had just muttered something when his phone rang. The afternoon's coordination process was about to begin. Let's start by connecting with a clothing project in Guangxing. Chun Hao's method of communication was simple. He would make a multi-person video call with the person in charge of the manufacturer in Guangxing. Chun Hao claimed that he had resigned from his job and handed over all the projects of his former company to his apprentice, hoping that the apprentice would make things easier for him in future cooperation. Most of the factory managers in Guangxing had close relationships with Chun Hao, having drunk together and even stood up with him. With Chun Hao personally giving instructions, they naturally wouldn't hold him back. Mr. Chun, is it true that you were fired from your previous company for having affairs? The company's management are all despicable people. You actually believe the rumors about them? Chun Hao was not lenient at all, and regardless of whether Wang Ligua was listening in during the handover, he started cursing and berated him, deliberately letting Wang Ligua hear it, just to make people furious. Chapter 37, Judging a Gentleman by the Standards of a Petty Person. That old bastard, he studied abroad and learned a bit about the Ansar pirate system, but he doesn't know his own limitations. He fired all the workers and left only sycophantic idiots. A foreign bastard like him will be finished sooner or later. He's always calling someone a foreign bastard and a bastard. Although Chun Hao did not name names, everyone in the company could tell that he was cursing Vice President Wang Ligua. This infuriated Wang Ligua, causing his blood pressure to spike. Unable to bear it any longer, he was so angry that his chest heaved, and he walked out of the meeting room with a gloomy face. Wang Ligua's confidants followed him back to his office, remaining silent and daring not to utter a sound. Wang Ligua took his blood pressure medication, drank a sip of water, sat down angrily, and questioned the doctor irritably. Have you done everything I asked you to do? His close associates responded one after another. We followed your instructions and spread rumors about Chun Hao everywhere, but Wang Ligua slammed his fist on the table and roared. No matter what it takes, I will ruin Chun Hao's reputation and never want to hear his name again in the entire industry. His confidants nodded vigorously. We understand. We all understand. You understand, but still don't do it? You're all a bunch of good-for-nothings. Get out of here. His men scattered in all directions. In a conference room, three-way video conference, the head of the original manufacturer interrupted with a question. Mr. Chun, I heard thunder and lightning on the phone. Is it raining heavily in Jiangxing too? Chun Hao said with a smile. No, I'm not in Jiangxing. The person in charge was extremely excited upon hearing this. Mr. Chun, why didn't you let me know you were coming to Guangxing? I would have liked to be a good host. Where are you? I'll come find you and we can talk right now. It's possible. Let's talk about it when we meet. Only when we meet can I know whether your apprentice is trustworthy. The other party was a cunning old fox. He could tell from the rain that Chun Hao was in Guangxing. Helpless, Chun Hao had no choice but to reveal his current location. An employee immediately rushed out of the conference room to find Wang Ligua. What did you say? Chun Hao went to Guangxing. It's absolutely true. I heard it with my own ears. Wang Ligua, with a petty mind, guessed that Chun Hao's purpose in going to Guangxing was to contact all the source factories in the area and spread rumors everywhere, causing damage to the company's reputation. This is a threat to our livelihood. If they succeed, our company can forget about doing any more export business in clothing. Wang Ligua is a despicable person. If he were Chun Hao, he would definitely do the same. We cannot sit idly by and wait for death. We must make a decision and issue an order. Book me a plane ticket immediately. I need to go to Guangxing right away to turn the tide and salvage the company's image. At the same time, Chun Hao also realized something. Nana, if all else fails, why don't you come to Guangxing? Face-to-face meetings will be more effective. Son Nana looked around and responded. If I need to go on a business trip, I need to apply to the company. Chun Hao said solemnly. I told Lao Ma directly, go pack your bags and try to get here as soon as possible. After ending the video call, Chun Hao felt very uneasy. Although I felt great when I lashed out at Wang Ligua during the meeting, I always had a feeling that things were spiraling out of control, a feeling that was hard to explain. Never mind, I'll call Lao Ma first and tell him that I've approved Sun Nana's business trip to Guangxing and that I'll hand over all of Chun Hao's connections to Sun Nana. Mr. Ma Buotao spoke frankly. Of course, no problem. There's a business symposium in Guangxing in 3 days. I'm planning to go there anyway, and I'll bring Sun Nana along so she can get familiar with the path we've traveled before. Sure enough, Lao Ma was also coming to Guangxing, which made Chun Hao feel increasingly uneasy. Boom! After a muffled clap of thunder, the heavy rain gradually subsided. The thunderstorm came suddenly and ended just as quickly. The sky cleared up, and the temperature was cooler after the rain, not as hot as before. When Chun Hao turned around to look for Zhang Menglu, she had bought a brand new set of casual t-shirts at the wholesale store and changed out of all her wet clothes. I'm chatting with the shop owner right now, and we've exchanged contact information. These are our supply channels. Chun Hao casually picked up a business card from the counter, and coincidentally, it turned out to be the same business card from the OEM factory that he had just contacted. Just as Chun Hao was marveling at the coincidence, a person walked in from outside the door. It was the person in charge who had just made the phone call. Mr. Chun, I'm nearby. Why didn't you greet me when you came my turf? Director Chiu, it's been a long time. The two shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. The factory manager, Chiu Zhongtao, is from Chaos Han. He runs a garment factory in Guangxing, and his business is doing well, employing about 1,800 workers. Hello, factory manager. When the wholesalers saw factory director Chiu, they immediately greeted him warmly. Factory director Chiu immediately gave an introduction. This is Mr. Chun from Jiangxing. He is also a major client of our factory. Without him, the clothes produced by our factory would not be able to enter the overseas market. You're joking. Even without me, your clothes can still go global. After the two exchanged pleasantries, Director Chiu happened to notice Zhang Menglu behind Chun Hao and asked her with a smile. Is this the apprentice you mentioned? A beautiful young lady? Chun Hao explained with a smile. No. She's my girlfriend, Zhang Menglu. Let's get to know Director Chiu. Zhang Menglu stepped forward and shook hands with him in a very generous manner. Hello. Inevitably, there was some polite small talk. Director Chiu said that to show hospitality, he must treat everyone to dinner that evening. He then took Chun Hao and Zhang Menglu to a fairly upscale restaurant. During the meal, Director Chiu repeatedly expressed his views to Zhang Menglu. Your boyfriend is very capable. Many garment factories in Guangxing are his friends. Without him, Guangxing's clothing wouldn't be sold all over the world. Chun Hao responded with a smile and offered a toast, later explaining to Zhang Menglu in a low voice. Business drinking parties are just mutual flattery. Don't take them too seriously. No matter how much he drank, Chun Hao remained perfectly sober. As they chatted, they eventually arrived at a women's underwear factory and began to build connections for Zhang Menglu. Sure, I didn't know a factory manager. She's my junior. I'll call and introduce you to her right away. The world of martial arts is all about human relationships and social dynamics. If you want to integrate into another circle, you need a guide. Chun Hao immediately responded. I won't let you help me for nothing. It's my treat tonight at the nightclub. You really understand me. After a few rounds of drinks and several dishes, we moved from the restaurant to the next venue, a nightclub or bar. The place was brightly lit and filled with decadent luxury. The air was thick with the aroma of toasted butter and deafening music. The dance floor was filled with handsome men and beautiful women, moving their bodies to the music and freely expressing their youth. As soon as Chun Hao entered, he kept receiving system notifications, all suggesting that he could bind with a goddess. However, the music was very loud, and Chun Hao couldn't hear it clearly. He waited until he sat down and took a moment to open the system to check. Good heavens! More than a dozen system notifications, all of them featuring goddesses with a beauty score of 8 or higher. Moreover, all the strategies are very easy. This discovery seemed to open the door to a new world for Chun Hao. Chapter 38 Princess Xiaoli. The system indicates that the goddess you can bind to is not randomly generated. To be called a goddess, one must have very high requirements for appearance and figure, at least 8 points or above. After successfully binding through physical contact, one can see information such as favorability and goddess tokens. Having only acquired the system a few days prior, Chun Hao hadn't considered that nightclubs were a gathering place for goddesses and that each one was incredibly easy to seduce, all of which meant a lot of money. This discovery has indeed opened up new avenues of thought. How could one not achieve great success? The nightclub manager accompanied her throughout, leading her into the VIP room and ordering some drinks. Mr. Chiu smiled at Zhang Menglu, seemingly wanting to say something, but then stopping himself. Chen Hao saw through Director Chiu's little scheme. Let the princess be the princess. Don't worry about her. After saying that, he leaned close to Zhang Menglu's ear. That's how business drinking parties are usually. It's all just for show, so don't mind it. Zhang Menglu blushed slightly. She felt very awkward in this situation. How about I go back first? You guys have fun? No, please. Chen Hao quickly tried to dissuade him. The person coming later is specifically to introduce you. If you leave, what's the point of me organizing this gathering? Oh, Zhang Menglu had no choice but to endure it again and again. Not long after, the nightclub manager brought in a row of young and beautiful hostesses. A multitude of beauties, plump and slender, graceful and charming, lined up in a row, bowing and exchanging greetings. Hello, boss. Each princess was dressed very scantily, in denim shorts that showed off her long legs, and only wearing a tight-fitting bra that clearly revealed her deep cleavage and her voluptuous breasts. Looking at their faces, they were all heavily made up, with their makeup so thick it was practically crumbling. Bite. A goddess with an 8.5-point beauty rating was detected within 5 meters in front of me. Difficulty, very easy. Of all these princesses, only one met the system's criteria for being judged as a goddess. Factory Director Chiu did not disappoint Chen Hao, selecting the most beautiful princess. She walked over with a smile, and Factory Director Chiu immediately responded. Come on, sit between us. The princess didn't think much of it. She sat between Chen Hao and Factory Director Chiu, glanced at the beautiful Zhang Menglu sitting in the corner, and cautiously moved to the side, getting closer to Factory Director Chiu. Chen Hao stretched out his hand in a serious manner. It takes 100 years of cultivation to share a boat ride. To meet you is fate. What's your name? The princess responded with a professional smile and extended her hand. Hello, boss. Just call me Shally. Bite. Goddess is already bound. Wang Lichuan. Age, 21. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 55. Appearance, August 5th, 10. Skill, sweet talk. Current status, open. Goddess's token, brah. Current favorability level, 0. Difficulty, very easy. System evaluation, open-minded, money-grubbing, opportunistic. Note, when the favorability rating reaches 100, a special reward, the bone-tempering pill, will be awarded. Chen Hao subconsciously looked at her chest. I must say, they're really big, at least a D cup. The thin bra fabric can't contain their voluptuous breasts at all. As Chen Hao was observing her, Director Chiu put his arm around her shoulder and pointed at Chen Hao. This is my honored guest. Take good care of him tonight, and you'll be well rewarded with a tip. She then focused all her attention on Chen Hao, but glanced at Zhang Menglu out of the corner of her eye. Zhang Menglu was looking down at her phone, barely responding and appearing unwilling. Having worked in nightclubs for a long time, Shally can recognize people at a glance. Although Zhang Menglu is dressed scantily, she is definitely not a colleague. To accompany the boss to such an event, she must be either secretary or girlfriend. He smiled, picked up the drinks, and started pouring as he spoke. When you're out having fun, the most important thing is to have a good time. Chen Hao wanted to try the system evaluation, which was very easy. Just how easy was it? Come on, let's add each other on WeChat. Shally looked at Zhang Menglu again, and seeing that she still didn't react, she took out her phone and added Chen Hao on WeChat. Ding, Zhang Menglu's favorability -1. Current favorability 99. Chen Hao wasn't worried about Zhang Menglu's favorability decreasing at all. During the experimental phase, he only considered how very easy it could be. Here, I'll send you a red envelope. Chen Hao casually sent her a 200 yuan red envelope. Ding, Wang Lichuan's favorability +20, current favorability 20-inch. After receiving the money, Shally gratefully raised her glass. Boss, let me toast you. She tilted her head back and drank it all. Boss Chiu was also observing Zhang Menglu's reaction, and even reminded Chen Hao with a smile. Your sister-in-law is right here, so don't do anything reckless, or you'll be kneeling on a washboard when you get home. Chen Hao turned to look at Zhang Menglu, whose face was still gloomy, and whispered in her ear. When you're out doing business, these kinds of formalities are unavoidable. Snort. Affection level -4. Current affection level 95. Having lost so much goodwill, Chen Hao finally learned to restrain himself and turned to ask Director Chiu. When will the person you introduced arrive? I'll make a call and ask. Factory director Chiu walked out while still on the phone. The atmosphere in the private room was a little awkward, and Shinhao tried to make conversation by asking Wang Lichuan questions. You work part-time at nightclubs at night. What do you do during the day? Xiaoli said it very generously. I'll do anything as long as it makes money. Shinhao asked again. For example? For example, nude models. This piqued Zhang Menglu's curiosity. You're so young. Why did you choose this line of work? Xiaoli said dismissively. It's a quick way to make money, much more than working in a factory tightening screws. I have several sisters who are all models, working for factory designers and art studios. Zhang Menglu didn't say anything, but the disdain in her eyes was even stronger. But at least tightening screws in a factory is a respectable job. Isn't it better than this groveling job? Shinhao glared at him. Don't ask everything. Xiaoli smiled. There's nothing I can't say. My family is poor, and I didn't get much education. Working in a factory to tighten screws is a legitimate job, but earning 1,000 or 2,000 yuan a month is not enough to live on. Although this line of work involves selling my body, at least I can earn enough money to buy a house in a county town before I turn 30. Shinhao immediately picked up his wine glass. If life were good, who would want to wander and drink? Zhang Menglu stopped talking and suppressed her dissatisfaction. He had just put down his wine glass when the door to the private room was pushed open. Factory director Chiu came in first. This is Mr. Chun from Jiangqing. Before anyone was even seen, a system notification came first. Bite. A goddess with a high score of 9.1 was detected within 8 meters. Difficulty level, extremely hard. A woman. Chunhao subconsciously stood up and saw a slender, elegantly dressed urban woman with long, wavy hair walk in. She was wearing a bespoke off-white women's suit, open and unbuttoned, with only a tight-fitting corset underneath, revealing her navel and cleavage. Her chest is rather flat, almost like an airport runway, and looks like it would only be a B cup. She wore off-white hot pants, and her women's suit jacket just covered her hips. Her long legs were eye-catching, and if you didn't look closely, you would think she wasn't wearing pants at all. She stepped forward with a smile. Her smile was beautiful and gave off a very generous and poised impression. She proactively extended her slender, jade-like hand and shook hands with Chunhao. Mr. Chun, I've heard so much about you. My father often talks about you. Chapter 39, that's not how business is done. Bite. Goddess is already bound. Qian Zhaodi. Age, 28. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 60. Appearance, 9.1 points. Specialties, fashion design, fluent in French. Current status, passionate. Goddess's token, painting. Current favorability level, 10. Difficulty level, extremely hard. System evaluation, a painting prodigy, a fashion design prodigy, a successor to the family business, and a strong, capable woman. Note, when the favorability rating reaches 100, you can obtain a rare reward, Superbrain. Before Chunhao could even carefully check the system notification, he heard factory director Chiu laugh. President Chun, you should know her father, Director Qian, one of the earliest people to open an OEM factory. Chunhao was taken aback. Are you factory director Qian's daughter? Qian Zhaodi smiled calmly. My father just retired last month, and I have taken over the factory. Oh, no wonder. After the two shook hands and parted ways, Director Chiu gestured for everyone to sit down and chat. Chunhao's attention had just shifted from Qian Zhaodi when he saw Princess Xiaoli covering her face, lowering her head, and crouching down, trying to escape. Unfortunately, Director Chiu saw it and questioned him. Where are you going? Xiaoli couldn't escape, so she turned around and greeted them with an embarrassed look on her face. Director Qian. Xiaoli, what are you doing here? Qian Zhaodi was greatly surprised, and the atmosphere in the private room became very strange. Factory Director Chiu looked around and blurted out a question. You two know each other? Qian Zhaodi said with a sense of disappointment. She's my employee. Factory Director Chiu immediately smoothed things over. Oh, is that so? It's nothing. It's after get-off work hours now. You have to allow your employees to have their own private lives. Qian Zhaodi kept a straight face and didn't say anything, as if she was very disappointed in Xiaoli. Zhang Menglu was a little confused and whispered a question in Chunhao's ear. What's going on? Chunhao whispered an explanation. Is that even a question? If employees work as hostesses in nightclubs, how can the boss save face? Qian Zhaodi was the first to compromise, speaking in a tone of disappointment and frustration. Forget it. Everyone has their own ambitions. What you do after get off work is your own business. Factory director Chiu immediately smoothed things over, pulling Xiaoli back to sit down. That's right. Since we all know each other, let's have a drink. Qian Zhaodi said she didn't mind, but her tone betrayed her otherwise, as she picked up her wine glass and said, President Chiu has a good eye. Xiaoli is a model I specially recruited. She's here today to discuss business with President Chun, and it'll be convenient to showcase our factory's products. She said that without considering Xiaoli's feelings at all. Director Qian Zhaodi's expression froze. You don't want to? Don't worry, I'll pay you. Qian Zhaodi opened her handbag, took out samples of women's underwear, and also took out a wad of 10,000 yuan in banknotes, which she threw all on a coffee table. I was originally planning to find hostesses of the nightclub to showcase our factory's products, but since you're here, there's no need to look for anyone else. After saying that, she ignored the embarrassed Xiaoli, turned to look at Chun Hao, and gave him a professional smile. Mr. Chun, my father told me that your company has always had a demand for fashion apparel. Is women's intimate apparel a new project? Which country do you plan to export to this time? Chun Hao gave an awkward smile and introduced Zhang Menglu. She's my girlfriend. I brought her here to help her get things done. Qian Zhaodi then turned her gaze to Zhang Menglu, moved closer, and introduced herself. Mr. Zhang, are you also in the foreign trade business? How much do you need? Here is my factory information. I used to manufacture for Balenciaga, but now I want to create my own brand. After speaking, he looked at Xiaoli and gave a sharp order. Don't just stand there, put it on. Think the price is too low. Xiaoli recovered from her embarrassment, picked up the sample on the coffee table, looked at it, and then started changing clothes in front of everyone. Factory director Chiu and Chun Hao drank their wine while admiring Xiaoli changing clothes on the spot. She was a feast for the eyes and a sight to behold. Zhang Menglu was completely dumbfounded. She had never seen such a scene before. Her mouth was agape in surprise, and she was utterly stunned. Holding her phone, Qian Zhaodi kept introducing Zhang Menglu to her factory's qualifications and showcasing her new designs. She spoke eloquently and gracefully, gradually making Zhang Menglu feel comfortable in the atmosphere. Director Qian, I'm dressed. Xiaoli struck a pose in the private room. Her first outfit was a suit, a bra, panties, and stockings, a look that exuded a pure yet alluring charm. Qian Zhaodi pulled Zhang Menglu to her feet, walked over to Xiaoli, and began to give a long and eloquent explanation. I heard you're experts, so I brought the best products. This set is made by Balenciaga. It's a new brand that hasn't been launched yet, so the price is much cheaper, but the quality is absolutely no less. Look, let's drink. The women are talking about products, while the men are drinking. Fortunately, Zhang Menglu has learned a lot of professional terms in the past few days, such as knitting and fabric, so she doesn't look like an amateur when dealing with this kind of occasion. Qian Zhaodi continued to talk eloquently and spout wildly incoherent remarks. Although manufacturing for foreign luxury brands can make money, it's not as profitable as building your own brand. So when I took over the factory, I wanted to create a Chinese women's clothing brand. Factory director Chiu brought his wine glass closer. No wonder he studied abroad. His ideas are just different from ours, the older generation. Qian Zhaodi asked Xiaoli to change into another outfit, and then asked while holding a wine glass. So, Mr. Chun, are you interested in collaborating with me to create a domestic brand that can rival foreign brands? Of course I'm interested. Chun Hao clinked glasses with her, and the three of them drank it all in one gulp. Zhang Menglu was completely dumbfounded. She had only come to purchase goods with a capital of 100,000 yuan. How could they want to cooperate with her? What kind of international joke was this? Just then, Zhang Menglu saw Chun Hao staring intently at Xiaoli changing clothes. At that moment, Xiaoli was completely naked. Zhang Menglu angrily blocked Chun Hao's view. Come out with me for a moment. Pulling and tugging, they led Chun Hao out of the private room and stood in the corridor, looking around and whispering questions. What are you doing? I only have 100,000 yuan in capital. How can we cooperate? You don't understand. Chun Hao leaned close to Zhang Menglu's ear and said, Business is business, and ideas are constantly emerging. If Director Qian wants to build a brand effect, he must have distributors. Although you don't have the capital for cooperation, I do. Zhang Menglu blinked her large, bright eyes. So your idea is to cooperate? Chun-hao shook his head and whispered something. You don't just want to make money by selling stockings, do you? If you cooperate with her, you can open up a whole new market. And if you succeed, you could become rich overnight. Zhang Menglu was somewhat excited. Understand. I'll go ask her how we can cooperate. Chun-hao immediately grabbed Zhang Menglu. What's the rush? Don't rush things. Business isn't done like that. Remember this. No matter what they ask, don't give an answer. Even if you're tempted, you have to hold back. Zhang Menglu was even more puzzled. Oh, why is that? Chun-hao said confidently. How to cooperate and how to split profits need to be worked out gradually. A one-off deal is not a good deal. You need to put on airs now, remain silent when asked questions, and keep her guessing so that we can discuss the price. Understood. Chapter 40, Heroic Spirit. When Chun-hao and Zhang Menglu returned to the private room, Qin Zhaodi was helping Xiaoli fasten her bra buttons while muttering something to herself. You're a lot a month. Why are you still working part-time at nightclubs? I don't understand you. How much money is too much? Factory Director Chiu, holding a wine glass, chimed in. You can't say that. The salary you're paying seems high, but it's actually not enough to live on in Guangxing. No matter how much money you pay, it's not as much as you can earn in a nightclub, right? Xiaoli nodded, acknowledging what Director Chiu had said. Whatever you want. Qin Zhaodi stopped dwelling on the matter and beckoned Zhang Menglu over to take a look at the product. I've only recently taken over the factory and have only designed 3 sets so far. This is the second one. Mr. Zhang, could you give me some feedback? Zhang Menglu steeled herself and stepped forward, circling around Xiaoli once. Why are all your designs so pure and alluring? This made Qin Zhaodi frown, and Chun-hao quickly tried to explain. Because we are targeting the high-end brand market, the pure and innocent style sells well and has a very good market prospect. President Chiu chimed in. That's true. Although I don't run this business, I know that if you want to go high-end, you can't go for the mass market. Qin Zhaodi took over the conversation and took out her phone to show product pictures. Mr. Zhang, look, this kind of pure cotton is very common. The market is full of this kind of product. It sells for 10 yuan a piece in shopping malls and street stalls, and at most 50 yuan a piece in large department stores. But pure desire style is different. It looks high-end. It would be unreasonable to sell it for less than 100 yuan. Zhang Menglu nodded. 2. Mr. Chiu interrupted with a smile. Most importantly, with the same cost and construction period, this method can generate more profit, so why not do it? Learn. Zhang Menglu blurted out, tentatively asking. So what is the selling price? That depends on how we cooperate. Qin Zhaodi picked up her wine glass, pulled Zhang Menglu aside, and began to talk at length about her ideal way of cooperating. After listening for a while, Chun-hao realized that Zhang Menglu's thoughts were similar to his own. As long as she didn't reveal her secrets, there was a high chance that she would secure the exclusive brand partnership. During the detailed conversation, Xiaoli completely adapted to her role as a model, posing as she was told, walking as many steps as she was told, and changing into her third outfit in front of everyone without hesitation. Chun-hao glanced at the 10,000 yuan on the coffee table. He would do anything for money, and earning her token bra was practically a piece of cake. Just then, Xiaoli's bra came out and was right next to him. The moment Chun-hao touched it, a system notification popped up asking if he wanted to redeem it now. With a favorability rating of only 20, how could I possibly redeem it now? To maximize your benefits, it's time to increase your favorability. Just as I took out my phone to order some drinks, I happened to see a WeChat message from Zhu Shasha asking what I was doing. Chun-hao recorded the entire process of ordering drinks on a screen and spent 88,000 yuan to get a set of the Shenlong, a type of liquor. The entire stadium erupted in cheers and celebration. The nightclub manager led the hostesses into the room to serve drinks, using a whole repertoire of flattering remarks. Congratulations to General Manager Chun on the increase of your fortune, longevity, wealth, and prosperity. May your business flourish like a flowing river, and may your life be as long as the evergreen pine of the southern mountain. After the applause, the princess left. Qin Zhaodi asked, puzzled. Mr. Chun, you ordered a large dragon fruit without saying a word. What does that mean? Congratulations in advance on the successful cooperation. After Chun-hao finished speaking with a smile, he sent the video to Zhu Shasha, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Mr. Chun is very generous. Come on, let's have a drink. I'd like to toast you. Factory Director Chiu smiled broadly, showering Chun-hao with compliments. Before leaving, the nightclub manager said something to Xiaoli, whose expression was quite interesting. She also raised her glass to toast Chun Hao. Mr. Chun, I'd like to propose a toast to you as well. Affection plus 20, current affection 40. No wonder her popularity skyrocketed. When Chun Hao ordered the wine, he deliberately put the order under Xiao Li's name, which meant that the kickback from the Shenlong would go to her. Zhang Menglu had never seen such a grand scene of congratulations from the entire audience. While the event was incredibly prestigious, she couldn't help but wonder about the price of the giant dragon. I took out my phone to scan the QR code, glanced at it, and was so shocked that I immediately covered my mouth. 88,000. Unbelievable. The price of these few bottles of wine is equivalent to her entire savings. Even if Chun Hao is rich, he shouldn't waste money like this. Not only was Zhang Menglu surprised, but even factory director Qiu and factory director Qian were very surprised. The big dragon sold in nightclubs is not just about prestige and marketing, but also about a sales tactic. It's not that they can't afford 88,000. It's just that even if they had the money, they couldn't spend it like that. In normal business negotiations, food and drinks are fine, and a few thousand or 8,000 is acceptable. But casually throwing out 88,000 just for show is no different from throwing money down the drain. Even if someone is worth millions, they wouldn't waste money like this. Little did anyone know that Chun Hao's extravagance was just beginning as he casually pointed to a bottle of Ace of Spades and said, "Anyway, we can't drink that much, Xiaoli. I'll make a deal with you. Give me your bra, and I'll give you this bottle of wine. How about it? Wang Lichuan's favorability plus 30, current favorability 70. Of course, no problem. Thank you so much for the generous donation, Mr. Chun. I'm extremely grateful." Xiaoli was extremely grateful and held onto the Ace of Spades tightly. You have to understand, she works at a nightclub. Giving her alcohol is like giving her tip. The price of a bottle of Ace of Spades goes without saying. This is all a kickback for her. Factory director Qiu, a cunning old fox, kept his eyes fixed on Chun Hao and Zhang Menglu and said with a smile, "General Manager Chun really knows how to treat his subordinates. I admire him, and it's an eye-opener for me. Come on, let's have a drink and try this priceless divine dragon." Xiaoli personally poured wine for the four bosses. When she handed the wine glass to Qian Zhaodi, she suppressed her shock and went to Chun Hao's side to offer a toast. "Mr. Chun, this toast is for you. I wish us a pleasant cooperation in the future." Chun Hao seized the opportunity to back down again. "My girlfriend is new to the industry and needs connections, and that's how we met Mr. Qian today. It's fate. I hope Mr. Qian can give me some guidance in the future." "Definitely, definitely." After raising their glasses in a toast, Director Qiu said with a smile, "The taste is just different." Qian Zhaodi thought for a moment and then said, "How about this? You can visit my factory tomorrow. I have many design ideas, and I would appreciate your guidance, Mr. Chun and Mr. Zhang." "Of course, no problem." And so, with drinks flowing freely, time flew by, and around 11 p.m., the drinking party was almost over. Qian Zhaodi claimed she needed to go back and make some preparations, and asked Xiaoli before leaving, "Are you coming with me or not?" Logically speaking, once the money has been spent, anyone with a modicum of common sense knows what to do about whether or not to go on stage after the event. But in this situation, Chun Hao, who is spending money, is with his girlfriend. If we were to offer her a gift right away, wouldn't that be blatantly disrupting the relationship between Mr. Chun and his wife? If Mr. Chun has no other plans, then I will leave with factory director Qian. Let's go too." Chun Hao glanced at the unfinished wine. A set of the Shenlong wine contained 6 bottles of Ace of Spades. He had only drunk 3 bottles tonight, given one to Xiaoli, and there were still 2 unopened bottles. Chun Hao pointed confidently and said, "These 2 bottles of wine are for you too. Wang Lichuan's favorability plus 20, current favorability level 90. Thank you so much for the donation, Mr. Chun. I'm extremely grateful." Chapter 41 also contains an unexpected surprise. Take care, Mr. Chun. Mr. Zhang, please remember to contact me tomorrow. Factory Director Qiu, Factory Director Qian, and Xiaoli stood at the entrance of the nightclub, waving goodbye. Chun Hao and Zhang Menglu were sitting in a taxi. "Let's go to the night market." The taxi sped away. Xiaoli turned around and went into the nightclub to settle her commission for the day. Qian Zhaodi watched the taxi drive away, muttering to herself, "I don't understand it. I really don't understand it." Factory Director Qiu said with a smile as he placed an order for a designated driver. "If you can understand it, is it even a business? Anyway, Mr. Chun is very smart. He can come up with any idea that's about to go bankrupt and bring the factory back to life. As long as you get on his good side, your brand will definitely be successful. Qian Zhaodi and factory director Chiu shook hands. Thank you, Uncle Chiu, for introducing me to General Manager Chun. Your father and I are old comrades in arms. It's only right that I introduce you to each other. Factory director Chiu was driven away by a designated driver. Qian Zhaodi waited at the door for about 30 minutes before Wang Lichuan came out in plain clothes. Where are you going? I'll take you. The designated driver was driving, with Qian Zhaodi and Wang Lichuan sitting in the back. Xiaoli kept blushing. Today, she had thrown the Holy Grail, which was said to bring her wealth. Sure enough, the commission and bonus amounted to more than 50,000 yuan. Such generous customers are rare. Qian Zhaodi said as she drove. Do you know why I insisted on giving it to you? Wang Lichuan knew there was more to the story, so she asked casually. Is money always trying to persuade me to turn back before I'm too late? No, you're overthinking it. Qian Zhaodi can manage a factory with nearly 1,000 employees, so how could she be a saintly hypocrite? Tomorrow, General Manager Chun and General Manager Zhang will be visiting the factory. I need you to accompany them throughout the visit. Without damaging their relationship, please help me find out what General Manager Chun is thinking. This is a big business opportunity coming your way, Wang Lichuan asked instinctively. Factory manager, what do you want to know? Qian Zhaodi looked straight ahead and said firmly. I want to know how strong Mr. Chin's willingness to cooperate is, or find out his background, how much money he has, and how he wants to cooperate. After it's done, I'll give you 100,000. In the taxi, Chen Haogong exchanged Wang Lichuan's keepsake bra for points. Current total available points, 439. Suddenly, I heard a system notification. Ding! Wang Lichuan's favorability increased by 5, current favorability level 95. It went up another 5 points. I was in too much of a hurry to exchange. But then I thought about it again. The system's evaluation said that the difficulty of winning her over was very easy. Sure enough, I only spent a small amount of money, and her favorability reached 95. I was only 5 points away from winning her over completely. It was really very easy. Instead, Zhang Menglu's favorability rating also dropped by 5 points, and we will focus on restoring her favorability rating next. What are you thinking about? You seem so engrossed. Chun Hao's interruption brought Zhang Menglu back to her senses. I'm wondering what your purpose is in doing all this tonight. Chun Hao smiled and said, We'll explain while we eat at the food stall later. The taxi didn't go far before arriving at the night market food stalls. It was almost midnight, and the night market in Guangxing was still packed with people. The two randomly picked a roadside stall, where Chun Hao explained things while washing the cups. A businessman has 3 wallets: face, lining, and foundation. You can think of face as reputation. The higher the reputation, the more valuable face is. When a business reaches a certain level, you can make a lot of money just by relying on face. Zhang Menglu listened attentively to Chun Hao's explanation of business principles, just like a primary school student. The substance refers to your business. The broader your ideals and the longer your goals, the bigger your business can become. The above two are ready to be shown to others at any time, but the foundation is not. You can understand this as confidence, but also the bottom line that you can bear. In business, you can do anything to achieve your goals, whether it's clean or dirty. Keep your true colors hidden in your heart and never let anyone find out, or you'll be led by the nose. Zhang Menglu shook her head in response. I don't quite understand. Chen Hao smiled. Let me tell you a story. In ancient times, when famine struck and the imperial court had no grain to provide relief, turmoil was imminent. The prefect came up with a solution that solved the immediate crisis. He arranged for horse-drawn carts to be loaded with sand and gravel and sent to the disaster area, making the victims believe that relief grain had arrived. The prefect opened the granaries to release grain, reduced the price of rice, and engaged in a price war with the landlords and gentry who hoarded grain. This led the landlords to mistakenly believe that hoarding grain was useless, and they all lowered prices to promote sales, thus solving the famine problem. The two ate a late-night snack while Chun Hao told stories. Face refers to the prefect's reputation. No one believes the prefect would lie, so he managed to deceive the landlords and gentry. The real issue is that the imperial court has no grain, and sitting idly by will only lead to more chaos. Therefore, in order to achieve his goal, the prefect has no choice but to resort to any means to deceive people for grain. Regardless of whether the methods are good or bad, At least he succeeded in providing disaster relief. Zhang Menglu nodded. That makes sense. Chen Hao said again. Tonight's gathering is a last-minute arrangement. The middleman is Director Chiao. Director Qian and we don't know each other at all. They only want to cooperate because they're giving me face and testing the waters. Their actual willingness to cooperate isn't strong. If I want to become his partner, I must demonstrate my strength, including financial resources and my prudence in investing. Investment shouldn't be a rash decision, nor should it be met with indifference. It's like fishing. Once you've cast the bait, the big fish will naturally bite if there's demand. Only I know your background, but they don't know mine. The 88,000-strong gray dragon is just a smokescreen. Zhang Menglu thought for a moment, and then suddenly changed the subject. You want Xiaoli's bra? Is that also a smokescreen? Chen Hao had just taken a sip of beer when he sprayed it all out. This is just my personal preference. You should be able to understand. Zhang Menglu rolled her eyes. I understand. You want stockings because I have long legs, and you want a bra because she has big breasts. Humph, and you still say you're not a pervert. Chen Hao quickly tried to smooth things over. Don't worry about the details. Although today's gathering was a last-minute arrangement, it's a golden opportunity for you. I'm just asking you, do you want to make a lot of money? Zhang Menglu nodded. Think. Do you want to start a company, export, go public, and make a fortune? Think. Chen Hao then changed the subject. Just think about it. Dream more. Anything can happen in your dreams. You're kidding me. Zhang Menglu playfully pinched her hips in exasperation. Chen Hao smiled and explained. I'm just kidding. If you want it, I can make it happen for you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Just do as I say, and I can get you goods worth hundreds of thousands without spending a penny. Once this batch hits the market, the next step is to start a company, hire employees, promote the brand, leverage celebrity endorsements, and go public. You'll be the boss, and becoming a multimillionaire is not a dream. Zhang Menglu's eyes sparkled. Zhang Menglu's favorability +5, current favorability 100, system special reward. Bone tempering pill. When Chen Hao saw the bone tempering pill in his hand, his eyes widened in disbelief. Holy crap! There was an unexpected surprise. Chapter 42 went too far. This is truly an unexpected delight. Chen Hao had never considered that favorability could be repeatedly increased. If this were the case, he could lower favorability and then raise it back. Wouldn't he be able to get as many special rewards as he wanted? Without a second thought, Chen Hao swallowed the bone-tempering pill. It melted in his mouth, and a warm current flowed into his limbs and bones, causing his bones to crackle all over his body. Chen Hao stretched and subconsciously opened his personal page to check. Chen Hao, mid-stage body tempering. Physical constitution, congenital deficiency, under repair, current progress 40%. Lifespan, 64 years remaining. The following is a 6-dimensional diagram. Constitution 15, Strength 15, Comprehension 15, can be enhanced. Potential 88, Luck 99, Charisma 48. Cannot be enhanced. My physical strength has increased by 6%. My lifespan seems to have increased by 2 years, and my physical constitution and combat power have both increased by 5 points. Awesome. Zhang Menglu was still immersed in the pie in the sky that Chen Hao had painted, imagining herself starting her own company, becoming a boss, and making a lot of money in the future. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he blurted out a question. I understand the logic, but what should I do next? Zhang Menglu's interruption brought Chen Hao back to his senses from his blissful state. In the past, he would have been completely open and honest, patiently instructing Zhang Menglu on how to proceed. But now that he knows that favorability can be repeatedly increased, Chen Hao's thinking has changed. He planned to use a different approach, a combination of harsh words and sweet talk. He would first lower the level of goodwill, then use flattery to raise it back. Let's do it. To be honest, you're pretty stupid. You're such a grown-up. All you've got are long legs and no brains. I've said so much, and you still don't understand. You're just a stupid beauty. Zhang Menglu performs the smile disappears trick. Although she had only known Chen Hao for a short time, he had always spoiled her, patiently guided and carefully taught her. What had Chen Hao ever complained about her? She is indeed stupid. That's an objective fact, and Zhang Menglu doesn't want to argue about it. But to say it so openly is no different from disliking someone and pointing your finger at them and calling them an idiot. Zhang Menglu's favorability -20, current favorability 80. Chunhao stopped speaking in time. Just that one sentence caused his favorability rating to drop by 20 points. If he had said more, a few words could have caused his favorability rating to drop into negative territory. Chunhao then changed the subject. However, there's one advantage to being a silly beauty. You have a low sensitivity to things. If someone sets a trap for you, you may not realize it. That is the key to your victory. Zhang Menglu's favorability -10, current favorability 70. Damn, how did I lose another 10 points? Chunhao quickly tried to cover it up. That's the expression. Keep that attitude. You need to learn to put on airs, learn to hide your true emotions, and make sure others can't see through your true thoughts. If you do that, you're halfway to success. Zhang Menglu slammed her chopsticks on the table, her face stern, and crossed her arms. So you're deliberately trying to annoy me? Chunhao, of course, couldn't continue the conversation in the same direction. I'm not trying to upset you on purpose. I want you to understand the importance of momentum. In business and negotiation, you need to maintain your current momentum. When you are strong, the other party is weak. When you are weak, the other party is strong. Chunhao poured her a glass of wine. Hiding your inner strength is too difficult for you, but remaining silent and putting on airs is easy for you. As long as you don't show your positive side, you can achieve great things. Zhang Menglu, having slightly let go of her resentment, questioned him. So, you still think I'm stupid? Another potentially disastrous question. Chunhao swallowed hard. How could I possibly think you're stupid? As the saying goes, a woman's virtue lies in her lack of talent. The stupider you are, the more I like you. Zhang Menglu squinted her eyes. You really think I'm stupid? Zhang Menglu's favorability -10, current favorability 60. She stood up abruptly, grabbed her bag, and turned to leave in a huff. Where are you going? I'm not eating anymore. Well, Zhang Menglu is really angry. Wait for me a moment. Chunhao scanned the code to pay and chased after her, but Zhang Menglu walked a long way without looking back, sulking and fuming. Chunhao tried everything to appease her, but ultimately failed to calm her down. Back at the hotel, she angrily washed up, changed into her pajamas, and lay down on the bed. Chunhao cheekily leaned closer. Don't touch me. Wow, she really has a temper. Saying anything now will only backfire, so I can only choose to remain silent. Chunhao lay on the bed, looking up at the ceiling, feeling as if he had shot himself in the foot. Everyone has a temper, especially women. You can praise a woman however you want, but you can't say anything bad about her. Chunhao knew this a long time ago. I only said something negative to lower the chances of getting a better impression, but it almost backfired. The current favorability rating is 60. Making up for those 40 favorability points will probably be quite troublesome. It seems I used the wrong approach. You can't use the spare the rod and spoil the child strategy with your girlfriend. A woman's heart is like the bottom of the sea. A slight misstep can lead to utter ruin. This route is blocked. It seems I'll have to use other methods to get special rewards in the future. Because Zhang Menglu was angry, the two slept separately that night, without disturbing each other. Nothing was said that night. The next day, Chunhao got up and washed up. Zhang Menglu also got up, but she still had a stern face and didn't say a word. Chunhao asked cautiously, Are you still angry? Zhang Menglu rolled her eyes at Chunhao. Didn't you say to keep me angry? Chunhao muttered to himself, helplessly. I was right, but the air pressure is too low. And so, the two had morning tea together. Before going to the factory in the morning, Chunhao, in an attempt to make amends, took Zhang Menglu to a reputable department store. He carefully selected a high-end women's fashion set for Zhang Menglu and also bought her a designer handbag, spending more than 80,000 yuan. When she came out of the dressing room, her whole aura had changed. Clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. Wearing this outfit, you really have the air of a female boss. Affection +5, current affection 65. Zhang Menglu said in a pretentious manner, Consider this outfit your compensation for thinking I'm stupid. Chunhao gave a helpless, bitter smile. Okay, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have said that to you. Please don't be angry. It depends on your performance. Zhang Menglu walked away, maintaining her airs. Afterwards, Chunhao hailed a taxi and went straight to the factory with Zhang Menglu. On the road, Chunhao checked WeChat and saw a message from son Nana claiming, The meeting is suspended today. I'm packing my things and will leave this morning to meet you in Guangqing. Chunhao didn't take it seriously and typed back, I'll wait for you to come over. It wasn't just me. Many people from the company came, including General Manager Ma, Vice General Manager Wang, and several colleagues from the sales department. Chun-Hao was taken aback and typed a question. Why are there so many people here? It's all because of you. Rumors are circulating in the company that you've been sabotaging the company and damaging its reputation, which has led to the entire company going to Guangxing to protect the company's image. I reckon the scene won't be small. Chun-Hao finally understood where his anxiety came from. Chapter 43, A Factory Full of Women. Guangxing has countless garment factories. The building Chun-Hao arrived at looked like a dilapidated office building with 6 floors. A sign for women's clothing OEM manufacturing hangs at the entrance, and the walls are old and dilapidated. As soon as Chun-Hao and Zhang Menglu entered the compound, a security guard in his 60s came out and blocked their way, questioning them. Who are you? What are you doing? Chun-Hao negotiated with the security guard, saying that he had made an appointment with factory director Qian. The old security guard wouldn't let them go either, insisting on calling to inquire. After confirming that everything was correct, he still made Chun-Hao and his companion wait at the door. Soon, Qian Zhaodi and a group of beautiful female employees rushed to the gate to greet them. I'm sorry, Mr. Chun and Mr. Zhang. It was my fault for not taking good care of you. Please come in. Qian Zhaodi was still dressed very fashionably. The female employees around her were of various ages. Judging from their clothes and demeanor, they were probably designers or skilled blue-collar workers like veteran tailors. Qian Zhaodi deliberately stood close to Zhang Menglu, talking as they walked. Mr. Zhang's presence today, dressed in his finest attire, truly brings honor to our factory. Zhang Menglu explained. I got soaked to the bone yesterday from the rain, so the clothes I wore yesterday were just something I bought randomly at the wholesale market. I hope you'll forgive me, Director Qian. No, Ms. Zhang is naturally beautiful and looks good in anything. The group chatted and laughed as they entered the factory building. The first floor housed the design department, R&D department, reception room, meeting room, and other public areas. The second floor contained the restaurant and finance room, while the third floor and above were all production workshops. Led by Qian Zhaodi, they visited the restaurant on the second floor, the weaving workshop on the third floor, the underwear production workshop on the fourth floor, the fashion workshop on the fifth floor, and a packaging workshop on the sixth floor. After a quick tour, I realized that because the store mainly sells women's clothing, almost all the staff are women. So, if a man wants to come in, he needs someone to lead him in, and even someone to supervise him, so he can't wander around. It's fair to say that, apart from the old man guarding the gate, Chun-Hao is the only man in the factory right now. He understands all of this, as it's all for the safety of the female employees. This was Zhang Menglu's first time visiting a factory. Thanks to Chun-Hao's reminder, she didn't show too much surprise and maintained her aloof attitude. I've learned something new. From the outside, the office building looks no different from an ordinary building, but the interior style is quite different. Apart from the central corridor, both sides of the workshop are spacious halls with rows of machines in operation and female workers working meticulously. Cutting, sewing, and ironing are all assembly line operations, which gave Zhang Menglu a deep understanding of how clothes are made. Now that the factory tour is over, let's go downstairs and talk. The machine was too noisy to talk, so the group returned to the design department on the first floor. This is a 400 square meter office area filled with design drawings and drafts, where every designer is developing new designs. Sure enough, there were several older female workers who were actually the factory's older generation of tailors. They were responsible for turning the draft samples into finished products, which were then refined by the designers. Qian Zhaodi led the two people to the vicinity of the mannequin, where several designers were discussing improvement plans based on the new product. After a quick tour, Chun-Hao was quite impressed, mainly because Qian Zhaodi was very talented. He heard that she was studying fashion design at Gaolu University. President Chun, President Zhang, please have a seat here. The three of them did not leave, but instead sat on the sofa chairs against the wall in the design department. Immediately, someone brought tea and water, coffee, tea, and all kinds of beverages. Now comes the main event. After Qian Zhaodi finished speaking, she gave instructions to her subordinates. We can begin. As soon as he finished speaking, all the designers stood up and stared silently at the doorway. As the design department door opened, a woman dressed only in a bikini walked in, swaying like a cat as she walked straight up to the three of them. After striking a pose, she gracefully turned and stood aside. Then came the second, the third. Wang Lichuan, whom I met at the nightclub yesterday, was among them. These female models are the so-called specially recruited employees. Including Wang Lichuan, there were 8 people in total. They showcased their products in a runway show format, somewhat like Victoria's Secret, except that the models' figures and looks weren't as good as Victoria's Secret's. Of all body types, only Wang Lichuan fits the standard of goddess. After the first runway show ended, the 8 models stood on the left and right respectively. Qian Zhaodi pulled Zhang Menglu forward to observe and introduce the products up close, talking eloquently about the design concept of each product. As a male, and not the person in charge of making the final decision, Chen Hao was excluded. This wasn't a nightclub, and it would be too sleazy for him to shamelessly walk in and observe. Chen Hao silently drank his tea until Wang Lichuan came over and offered him tea and water. Mr. Chen, you're probably bored sitting here. Why don't I take you to the meeting room to wait? Chen Hao had just seen Qian Zhaodi wink at him, which was a deliberate attempt to get him away and test Zhang Menglu's background. It's all right. We have to learn to let go and let Zhang Menglu try to make her way in the world on her own. Chen Hao stood up and said, Monroe, I'm going out for some fresh air. You two can chat. We can sit down and discuss any ideas you have. Zhang Menglu spoke with a straight face and an air of superiority. Okay, you can go now. And so, under the watchful eyes of the audience, Chen Hao walked out of the design department and, accompanied by Wang Lichuan, went to the reception room. Aren't you going to change your clothes? Chen Hao asked casually. No rush, Mr. Chen. Please have a smoke. Wang Lichuan picked up a pack of cigarettes from the coffee table in the reception room, lit herself, and put it into Chen Hao's mouth. She smiled, and then poured Chen Hao a glass of water. Chen Hao crossed his legs and admired her figure. Is this how you usually treat your guests? Wang Lichuan took the initiative to sit next to Chen Hao, with a professional smile, looking very charming. Mr. Chen, you are different from the other guests. Chen Hao flicked his cigarette ash. What's different? I heard that you can revive a factory that was on the verge of bankruptcy with just a suggestion, and now the business is growing bigger and bigger. That's true. There was an old factory that was on the verge of bankruptcy due to a broken capital chain. Chen Hao did indeed act as a go-between, introducing Mr. Wei Xinglong to invest and helping the factory overcome its difficulties. For Chen Hao, this was just a small favor. He never imagined he would become a legend. Chen Hao said, half-jokingly, So you've taken a liking to me? Wang Lichuan said with a smile. I know my own limitations, and we know each other quite well. I don't expect you to like me. I just hope to earn some extra money from you, so that I can save enough money to buy a house sooner. This is quite blunt. It's tantamount to laying your cards on the table. To be honest, Wang Lichuan is so open-minded. Working in nightclubs, she's probably slept with countless men, so Chen Hao isn't interested in her. Even if he wanted to, he would only want her keepsake. Chen Hao stubbed out his cigarette and got straight to the point. How about this? I'll make a deal with you. It's here. Wang Lichuan couldn't hide her excitement. Chapter 44 One item for 10,000. Wang Lichuan was born in a rural area of Fujian. Her parents divorced when she was young and both went out to work, making her a left-behind child at a very young age. After growing up, he dropped out of school before graduating from junior high school because his family was poor. He worked as a waiter and learned beauty, hairdressing, and nail art. When he was 18, he came to Guangxing to work and make a living through the introduction of a fellow villager. Having moved from the countryside to the big city, she saw the world and witnessed its extravagance. In order to earn enough money as soon as possible to buy a house for her grandmother in the county town, she took a part-time job as a prostitute at the urging of her fellow villagers. One who stays near vermilion gets stained red, and one who stays near ink gets stained black. I keep hearing my older sisters talking about how one of them became a mistress to a rich man, and how she rose to prominence and became a phoenix. Gradually, she also set this as her goal. Chen Hao is hailed as a legendary figure by many. Such a person must be rich. Judging from his extravagant spending last night, it's not hard to see that he must be a legendary tycoon. So whether it was Director Qian asking her to test him or her own idea, she was willing to be Chen Hao's mistress, not for any other reason than to save enough money as soon as possible to bring her grandmother from the remote rural area out of the village so that she could live in an apartment in the county town before she died. So when Chen Hao brought up making a deal, she was very excited and eagerly awaited his offer to be her sugar daddy. She would have agreed without even thinking. I want the bra you wore. Name your price. I'll pay whatever it takes. Etc. Wang Lichuan thought she had misheard and looked down at her bra. Mr. Chen, you just said you wanted my bra, not me? Chen Hao met her gaze. I only want the bras you've worn, nothing else. Wang Lichuan looked troubled. My bra isn't even worth anything. If you want it, I'll just give it to you. Chun Hao explained with a smile. That's not what I meant by a deal. Let me explain again. From now on, you can sell me all the bras you wear every day. I don't care if they're clean or not. I don't care about their value. Just name your price, and I'll give you whatever you want, as long as it's not excessive. This put Wang Lichuan in an even more difficult position. She had never sold her own secondhand bras, and didn't know how much to ask for them. Mr. Chen also said that as long as it's not excessive, is it excessive to sell a bra that cost 10 yuan to him for 20 yuan? I'm so conflicted and confused. I really don't understand what Mr. Chen meant by this deal. Chen Hao could also see that Wang Lichuan was struggling. Her current favorability rating was 95, just 5 points away from reaching 100 and receiving a special reward. So, in order to improve his image, Chen Hao plans to spend even more money on Wang Lichuan. Try making an offer. Wang Lichuan thought about it seriously for a long time. Then this number will do. She tentatively extended one finger, thinking to herself, since she was wearing cheap clothes that cost only a few dollars to produce, it wouldn't be unreasonable to sell them to Mr. Chun for $10. Little did she know that Chen Hao's next words almost choked her to death. Okay, 10,000 yuan per piece, it's settled. How many? A bra costs 10,000 yuan. Are you crazy? Just as she was in shock, Chen Hao began to speak eloquently. From now on, you can mail me the bras you wear every day. Once I receive them, I will transfer the money to you immediately. I will give you a deposit of 100,000 yuan first. Send me your bank account number. Wang Lichuan was like a fool until she received a bank notification that the money had been deposited into her account, which brought her back to her senses. Sure enough, I received a deposit of 100,000 yuan. The world of the rich is crazy. Chen Hao continued to speak eloquently. When you get back, bring me all the bras you've worn and buy a new batch. Wear them for a day and then sell them to me for 10,000 each. I believe you'll be able to save enough money to buy a house soon. It turns out that Mr. Chun wanted to help him fulfill his wish as soon as possible, let alone buying a house in the countryside. With this rate of earning money, at 10,000 yuan per item, she could buy a house around Guangqing in just a few years. Bite. Wang Lichuan's favorability +5. Wang Lichuan's favorability rating has reached 100. The system is issuing a special reward. Bone tempering pill generated successfully. A black bone tempering pill appeared out of thin air in Chen Hao's palm, and he casually put it into his pocket. Wang Lichuan was deeply grateful to Chen Hao and stood up to bow in thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chun. You are the best man I have ever met in the world. Her face flushed with excitement, her emotions overflowing. All right, go change your clothes first. Remember to bring me all the bras you've worn before. No problem, I'll go get it right away. She excitedly rushed out the door. I'm not in a hurry. It was too late. Wang Lichuan had already vanished without a trace. Chen Hao smiled wryly, took out the bone-tempering pill, and looked at it. It was exactly the same as the reward for winning over Zhang Menglu. Swallow directly, it melts in your mouth. A familiar feeling spread throughout my body. A warm current surged in my limbs and my bones crackled. Chen Hao, late stage of body tempering. Physical constitution, congenital deficiency, under repair, current progress 46%. Lifespan, 66 years remaining. The following is a breakdown of the six-dimensional attributes. Constitution 20, Strength 20, Comprehension 15, can be enhanced. Potential 88, Luck 99, Charisma 48. Cannot be enhanced. Sure enough, all attributes increased to varying degrees. Chen Hao crossed his legs, took a sip of water, and was filled with emotion. Fair trade is definitely more satisfying. Leaving Zhang Menglu aside, let's take Wang Lichuan as an example. If her favorability rating remains at 100, she can receive a token every day, which is equivalent to an increase of 1 million every day. In 10 days, that's 10 million, and in 100 days, it will exceed 100 million. Making money is that easy. On the other side, Wang Lichuan hurriedly ran back, just in time to be seen by Qian Zhaodi. Mr. Zhang, I'm going to the restroom. Please make yourself at home. After saying that, he went straight to the changing room and saw Wang Lichuan changing clothes with a flushed face and agitated emotions. He coughed and gave a reminder. Factory manager. Wang Lichuan continued changing clothes without stopping. What did Mr. Chen say to you that made you so happy? Wang Lichuan was not cunning. She simply explained her deal with Chun Hao in this way. What? Qian Zhaodi was stunned. Why would someone buy a bra worn by Wang Lichuan for 10,000 yuan? Even if you're rich, you can't just squander money like that, can you? Qian Zhaodi had inquired about Chun Hao's past. He was a legend. There must be some unseen meaning behind Chun Hao's actions. During the reform and opening up period, doing business was mostly a matter of trial and error. At that time, with the support of the state, there was a group of people who trained people in economic concepts. Chun Hao is the grandson of a well-known economics professor who goes around teaching people how to do business. Around 4 to 5 years ago, during a period of change in business lectures, some shady practices, such as success seminars, emerged. A well-known economics professor was so angered that he died. Chun Hao then switched from theory to practice and entered the workforce as a salesman. The grandson of a master, possessing both theoretical and practical experience, is such a talented person that he would spend a lot of money for no reason just to collect women's bras. Stop joking. Qian Zhaodi couldn't figure out the specific reason, so she decided to call her best friend to help analyze why Chun Hao did this. Chapter 45 Economics Lecturer Zhuanghua. You mean the grandson of the founder of the economics lecture series is in your factory? My best friend's questioning came through the phone, her voice rising several octaves. Yes, we have business cooperation. I'd like to ask you, from the perspective of people in your industry, what is his purpose in doing this? I'll go there myself right away. Qian Zhaodi was taken aback. Didn't you say you had a business forum tomorrow and were too busy? Why are you coming now? My best friend's voice was full of excitement on the phone. You didn't say before that Professor Chin's grandson was with you. Enough nonsense. I'm coming over now. After hanging up the phone, Qian Zhaodi was still a little confused. The original intention was to consult with her best friend, but when her best friend heard about Chun Hao's background, she actually wanted to meet the emperor. Well, I'll wait for my best friend to come over, and then I can subtly ask her about Chun Hao's purpose. I checked the time. It was almost noon. Qian Zhaodi returned to the design department and announced that she would be taking Zhangmeng Lu to the cafeteria for lunch after get off work. The two walked back to the reception room, chatting and laughing, found Chun Hao, and went to the restaurant on the second floor together. The restaurant is spacious enough to accommodate all the staff, and the food is quite good, with 4 dishes and a soup, 2 meat dishes, and 2 vegetable dishes. The factory manager had special privileges. He had a private room in the restaurant, and the kitchen even prepared a few side dishes for him. Just as the 3 of them were chatting and laughing while waiting for the food to be served, Chun Hao suddenly received a system notification. Bite. A stunningly beautiful woman with a 9 out of 10 appearance was detected within a 500-meter radius. Current status: urgent. Difficulty level: hard. Chun Hao was taken aback. The factory also had a goddess with a high level of beauty, 9 out of 10. How come he didn't notice her when he visited before? You guys keep chatting. I'm going to the restroom. Chun Hao got up and left the private room, intending to find this high-value goddess. But upon closer inspection, wow, it was all women. During the lunch break, the restaurant was full of female workers, at least several hundred of them. They were either queuing for food or gathering in 2s and 3s, chatting and laughing as they ate. Chun Hao strolled around, observing as he went, trying to find the figure of the high-value goddess. Unfortunately, most of the female workers in the restaurant were not very attractive in terms of height, figure, and appearance. Let alone a 9 out of 10. Very few could even be considered a 7 out of 10 in terms of looks. Just as Chun Haodong was looking around, searching everywhere, a woman in a suit walked towards him. She had a ponytail, walked briskly, and was jogging along. She has a typical oval face, a pointed nose, cherry lips, wears black-rimmed glasses, and is not wearing makeup. Her figure and appearance are impeccable, and 9 out of 10 is certainly more than enough. She looks to be around 25 years old. Her clothes make her look like an insurance salesperson, but her demeanor has the air of a teacher. As Chun Hao was observing, she strode up to him and was about to cross paths with him. But whenever Chun Hao dodged in one direction, she would turn in the same direction. After a few times, her face showed anger. Good dogs don't block the way, get out of the way. She shoved Chun Hao aside and rushed straight to the private room. The instant of contact. Bite. Goddess is already bound. Zhuanghua. Age, 28. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 56. Appearance, 9/10. Strengths, proficient in investment theory, business management, and English. Current state, impatient. Goddess's token, underwear. Difficulty level, hard. System evaluation, eloquent, academically gifted, obsessive, childless by choice. Note, when the favorability rating reaches 100, you will receive a special reward, 1 chi pill. Chunhao stared at her retreating figure and muttered to himself. A female PhD. No wonder she has the air of an intellectual. Wait a minute. Why did she get into the private room? Chunhao walked back to the private room out of curiosity. As soon as he entered, he heard Qian Zhaodi making an introduction. This is my best friend, Zhuanghua. Zhuanghua is shaking hands with Zhang Menglu. President Chun is back. When Qian Zhaodi saw Chunhao come in, she introduced him with a smile. This is the general manager Chun I was talking about. Zhuanghua was visibly taken aback when he saw Chunhao. It's you? You two know each other? Qian Zhaodi asked in surprise. I don't know him. I just bumped into him outside. Chunhao explained with a smile. Zhuanghua immediately smiled and humbly and respectfully stepped forward to shake hands. Hello. I've heard so much about you. I wanted to get to know you for a long time. Zhuanghua's attitude changed so quickly that Chunhao was somewhat uneasy. Zhuanghua's favorability plus 40, current favorability 50. How come an initial favorability rating is so high? Chunhao asked politely. You know me? Qian Zhaodi took over the conversation. Well, my best friend sells courses, so theoretically you're in the same industry. Chunhao had been smiling, but upon hearing the words selling courses, his smile vanished. Who's selling these courses and is a competitor? Chunhao had completely lost any goodwill towards her. Zhuanghua also objected, her face turning cold as she retorted sharply. How are you going to introduce me? Don't insult me. Every industry has its own hierarchy of disdain. In the training industry, although business lectures are also mainly about selling courses, business training and success lectures are completely different concepts. Those who preach success are called course sellers and are also considered fraudsters. The two sides dislike each other and at one point reached a point of irreconcilable conflict. Zhuanghua could sense that Chunhao had misunderstood her as a fraudster who talked about success, so she quickly explained. Don't listen to her nonsense. My graduate advisor is an economics professor, and he was your grandfather's student. Professor Chun is my idol. Oh, I see. Please have a seat. Chunhao felt relieved. As long as it wasn't a con artist preaching success, Chunhao let go of his resentment. If Zhuanghua is a con artist who preaches success, no matter how beautiful she is, Chunhao won't be interested. This is a hierarchy of contempt ingrained in his bones. He has an innate aversion to her. Zhuanghua glared at Qian Zhaodi, then sat down next to Chunhao and started trying to get closer to him. I've heard my advisor mention you. After graduation, you went straight into social practice and left behind many legends. You really brought honor to economics. Chunhao said deflectively, the more you learn about theory, the more you need to prove it through practice. Only by applying what you've learned can you achieve unity of knowledge and action. You're right, I'll toast you. The two drank a cup of tea instead of wine. Zhang Menglu was a little confused. She whispered to Qian Zhaodi and asked her about her best friend's background. Qian Zhaodi introduced in a low voice. Zhuanghua is a graduate student in economics. She has a whole team that teaches business owners how to do business. I asked her to sell courses. The mere mention of selling courses is like lighting a powder keg for Zhuanghua. She explodes on the spot. Why are you talking so rudely? I'm not selling courses. I'm a legitimate training instructor who guides business people. The training programs I offer cover legitimate topics like economics and business management. Qian Zhaodi apologized with a smile. I admit I was wrong, okay? Don't worry about the details. Zhuanghua remained indignant. How could I not mind? Those who preach self-help sell courses, they're all scammers. I offer legitimate training that helps business people solve their problems. Zhang Menglu said, seemingly understanding, but not quite. Training, problem solving, it sounds so high-end. Zhuanghua said with absolute certainty. You don't know this, but when it comes to high-end, Professor Chunhao's grandfather, is the real pinnacle. Moreover, Chunhao received Professor Chen's true teachings and is one of the best among the younger generation in our industry. Chapter 46, Chunhao, the grandson of the ceiling. That's amazing. When Zhang Menglu looked at Chunhao, her eyes sparkled. Chunhao explained. To be honest, it's nothing. Every industry has its own education and training sector. There are English training programs for those who learn English, exam preparation programs for those who take the college entrance exam, and business training programs for those who do business. Not all businessmen know how to do business. In the early years, the country vigorously supported commercial development and encouraged people to go into business, which led to a large number of people entering the business world. In order to rectify the chaos, the government invited economics professors from major economic colleges to give lectures, impart business wisdom, and train businessmen in economic concepts. My grandfather was one of the first to practice this. At first, it was free. Later, as more and more students came, the training lectures gradually formed an industry chain, and the forms became more and more varied. To put it bluntly, it's nothing. Everyone wants to make money. Giving lectures and business training is just a way to fleece business people. Upon hearing Chen Hao's words, Zhuanghua chimed in with a wry smile. As expected, there are still some misunderstandings. Professor Chen received government support and financial subsidies during his career, which is why he was able to not charge training fees in his early years. However, as the lecture series has developed, businessmen who make money from it have sprung up like mushrooms after rain, and the education and training industry has long since changed its original purpose. Every business person is eager to participate in the training. Even if we are in it to make money, it does solve the problems that exist in the business. Chen Hao said while eating, "If something exists, it has a reason. I won't argue with that." Zhuanghua then changed the subject and began to praise Chen Hao. "Professor Chen is the founder of our industry, and you are Professor Chen's grandson. You have achieved the unity of knowledge and action, and have successfully transitioned from theory to practice. You have left behind many legends in the industry and are a guiding light for us. I have admired you for a long time, and I am truly impressed." Ever since meeting Chen Hao, Zhuanghua has been showering him with praise, talking nonstop. Chen Hao almost thought that Zhuanghua was his little fangirl. Is Chen Hao really that amazing? Zhang Menglu asked a question, not understanding what was going on, and Zhuanghua's next words were even more exaggerated. "You're not in this industry. You don't understand. Professor Chen is the cornerstone of the education and training industry, a pioneer and a textbook. Many of Professor Chen's students from back then have now achieved great success. As Professor Chen's grandson, Mr. Chen has inherited his mantle and even surpassed his master." Zhang Menglu sighed inwardly, realizing how outstanding Chen Hao was. She had never known before. Zhang Menglu's favorability +5, current favorability level 70. Chen Hao looked up at Zhang Menglu, surprised that hearing others praise him could increase his favorability towards her. Then she looked at Zhuanghua, who was still talking incessantly. Zhuanghua came uninvited and immediately started praising her upon meeting her. "You must have something to ask of her, right? Stop flattering me. Just say what you want to say directly. Don't beat around the bush." Chen Hao got straight to the point, and Zhuanghua then spoke frankly. "I do have something I'd like to ask you for help with." She said it in a very serious tone. "A business forum and development discussion will be held in Guangxing tomorrow. I'm the organizer. One of the companies that registered is having cash flow problems and wants us to provide solutions. Because his industry is a bit obscure and we've never been in contact with it before, and with the conference coming up tomorrow, if I can't come up with a solution, my reputation will be ruined. So I'd like to ask you to help me come up with a solution." Chen Hao put down his chopsticks and crossed his arms. "You think you can just ask me to solve your problems by talking? Are all training companies this shameless these days?" Zhuanghua said with absolute certainty, "I won't let you help for nothing. So, as long as you can come up with an effective solution that can solve the company's problems, I won't earn a single penny of this consulting fee. It will all go to you." Chen Hao asked casually, "How much?" 1,200,000 after tax. Chen Hao's body stiffened, but fortunately, his mental fortitude was strong, and he didn't show anything on his face. Are consulting fees really that high? It should be noted that Chen Hao's grandfather was poor and destitute in his early years, unable to afford medical treatment, and eventually passed away at home. If Chen Hao had known this industry could be so lucrative, he wouldn't have chosen sales. He could have made money simply by talking and explaining economics. Why wouldn't he have done it? She was very excited, but pretended to be hesitant. "I'll give it a try. Send me the company information first, and give me an hour to study it. Add me on WeChat. I'll scan your QR code." After the two added each other as WeChat friends, the information was immediately sent to Chen Hao, who looked at it while eating. After lunch, Qian Zhaodi, Zhang Menglu, and Zhuanghua didn't dare to breathe. The atmosphere was very oppressive, so they left the private room to get some fresh air. Zhang Menglu didn't know much about this industry, so she asked the two women about corporate training and related business. Zhuang Hua spoke eloquently, talking about how many companies her team had advised and solved numerous problems for, and even revealing the true nature of the business symposium. We hold business seminars from time to time. Companies that encounter problems will take the initiative to consult us. We provide solutions and earn consulting fees. It's a win-win situation. Secondly, business seminars have long since changed in nature. Training and professional development are one aspect, but another is to create an opportunity for business people to network, expand their connections, and build their own business circles. Zhang Menglu asked again, "What level is Chun Hao in the training industry?" Zhuang Hua looked longingly at him and said in a solemn tone, "Like begets like, his grandfather was a legend, and Chun Hao is a legendary figure." Zhang Menglu's eyes widened. "Is Chun Hao that amazing?" Zhuang Hua added, "You don't understand. No matter how much we talk, we're just talking on paper. We have a lot of theoretical knowledge, but zero practical skills. Chun Hao is different. After inheriting the mantle, he has a theoretical background and is even more skilled in practical operation." Qian Zhaodi continued, "I've heard that in the years Mr. Chan has been in sales, he has helped many factories in Guangxing not only overcome difficulties, but also successfully transform their businesses and make money. There is an investor with a net worth of over 10 billion yuan, Mr. Wei, through his relationship with Mr. Chun, acquired controlling stakes in Guangxing's garment industry, including nearly half of the contract manufacturers." Zhuang Hua interrupted with a question. "You mean Wei Xinglong? He also signed up for tomorrow's symposium. Many businessmen signed up just to curry favor with President Wei. I only found out that President Wei and Chun Hao know each other." While the three women were chatting and laughing, Qian Zhaodi happened to see Wang Lichuan carrying a bag and grabbed Zhuang Hua. "Let's not talk about that for now. Come with me for a moment. There's something I need your help analyzing." After saying that, he winked and said to Zhang Menglu, "Mr. Zhang, please take your time browsing. I'll excuse myself for a moment." Qian Zhaodi pulled Zhuang Hua away, leaving Zhang Menglu alone, standing there in a daze. Zhang Menglu recalled Chun Hao's advice to her last night, but she was too petty and didn't take it seriously. "I only realized today that Chun Hao's casual advice was actually worth 1.2 million. Zhang Menglu's favorability plus 30. Current favorability 100. Chapter 47, 30 million in hand." Inside the private room, Chun Hao was carefully reviewing the documents when he suddenly received a system notification. Zhang Menglu's favorability rating is detected to be 100%. Special reward has been issued. Obtained 1 bone tempering pill. Chun Hao was completely dumbfounded when the bone tempering pill appeared out of thin air in his hand. He did nothing. So how did Zhang Menglu's favorability rating skyrocket and return to 100? Never mind that for now. Take the bone tempering pill. Chun Hao. Late stage of body tempering. Inherent deficiency. Under repair. Current progress 52%. Lifespan 66 years remaining. The following is a 6-dimensional diagram. Constitution 20. Martial strength 20. Comprehension 15. Can be enhanced. Potential 88. Luck 99. Charisma 48. Cannot be enhanced. There's been varying degrees of growth, making it all the easier than ever to become stronger. Once Wang Lichuan delivers all the tokens, they can all be exchanged for money. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 will become 1 million. How could one not become rich? By the way, why hasn't Wang Lichuan delivered the keepsake yet? Could she have run off with the money? Probably not. She's not stupid. Let's wait and see. Wang Lichuan had already packed her things and was carrying her handbag, asking around the restaurant looking for Chun Hao. Factory director Qian happened to see them, and without saying a word, he pulled her to his office and closed the door. "Give me the bag. Let me take a look at it first." Wang Lichuan felt somewhat embarrassed. "This isn't a good idea. What's wrong with that? You're going to sell it anyway. If you can show it to Chun Hao, why can't you show it to us?" Without saying a word, Qian Zhaodi snatched the handbag and dumped all the bras onto the desk. "What are you doing?" Zhuang Hua was very puzzled. Qian Zhaodi picked them up one by one and looked at them. "I'm just wondering, why would Chun Hao buy back such an ordinary bra for 10,000 yuan apiece?" Zhuang Hua then remembered why Qian Zhaodi had come to see her and casually picked up the bra to look at it, rubbed it in her hands, and asked, "Are all of these yours?" Wang Lichuan answered with her face flushed. "Yes, it's mine." Zhuang Hua looked puzzled. There's not much difference. The quality is pretty bad. How can you feel comfortable wearing this kind of bra? Wang Lichuan forced herself to explain. It's alright. The ones with sponge padding are okay, but they're a bit hot in the summer. These are more breathable, but the underwire is a bit tight. These other pieces are more comfortable for me. Qian Zhaodi specializes in designing corsets. After listening to Wang Lichuan's detailed explanation of the advantages and disadvantages of corsets, she suddenly understood. I think I understand. Zhuanghua asked, puzzled. What do you understand? Listen to me and see if I'm right. Qian Zhaodi was caught up in the logic of self-consistency, and the more she thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. This was the first time Chun Hao and his girlfriend had been involved in the women's clothing business. This was a blind spot for Chun Hao. With his cautious attitude, he pushed his girlfriend to the front as a shield, while Mr. Chun conducted market research in the background. By studying women's intimate apparel that they have worn, we can conduct market research to understand the experience of different styles by referencing the high, medium, and low-end consumer groups in the market. Zhuanghua analyzes, resting his chin on his hand. It makes sense and aligns with the logic of business practices, but asking only her for a bra seems a bit off, generalizing from a single instance. Qian Zhaodi believed she had seen through Chun Hao, so she was very certain of her guess. All I know is that Chun Hao took her bra. Maybe he also took someone else's. Who knows? I guess Chun Hao must be doing some kind of experiential research. Zhuanghua is not Qian Zhaodi. She wouldn't be so stubborn, much less analyze things this way. He stared intently at Wang Lichuan's surging passion. Is it possible that Chun Hao is just indulging in a morbid sense of humor? Otherwise, why would someone spend 10,000 yuan to buy one item? If it were me, I would never do that, even if you killed me. Qian Zhaodi was now absolutely certain of her suspicions and gave the order to Wang Lichuan. Mr. Chun is in a private room at the restaurant. You could deliver the items there now. When you do, tell him about your experience with each item and explain everything clearly. Also, remember everything Mr. Chun says, and you need to report back to him truthfully later. Yes, Director Qian. After packing all the bras into a bag, Wang Lichuan left the office, went to the restaurant's private room, knocked on the door, and entered. Mr. Chun, I've brought you the bras. Put it down. Wang Lichuan hadn't read many books and didn't quite understand how to report on her experiences. In order to complete the task assigned by Director Qian, she put down her handbag, took off her shirt, and started changing. Chun Hao originally thought that he could leave once she put down her bra, but when he looked up, Wang Lichuan was already naked from the waist up and was putting on a new bra. A live demonstration is a rare opportunity. You won't want to miss it. He put his phone on the dining table and stared intently at the clothes he was changing. Mr. Chun, this is the most expensive bra I've ever bought. It cost 25 yuan. I bought it at the wholesale market, and the shoulder straps are a bit tight here. She turned around, struck a few poses, and changed into her next outfit. This is very cheap, but the foam padding is too thick. I sweat a lot when I wear it in the summer, so I don't usually wear it. Continue, changing into the next outfit. This isn't pure cotton. It's a bit itchy when I wear it, especially here, where it's a little itchy. She tirelessly tried on each of the 30 pieces, categorizing them and trying them all on. I gave you all my bras. They're all here. Chun Hao pointed at her and asked, Give them all to me. Will we be able to go out like this? Wang Lichuan put on a t-shirt and said generously, It's okay. I can wear the factory sample first and then buy a new one after I get off work tonight. Get on track. Chun Hao was very satisfied with her performance. Although the two did not actually do anything, at least Chun Hao was able to feast his eyes. Without saying a word, he transferred 200,000 yuan to Wang Lichuan. Adding the 100,000 deposit I gave you before, you can exchange 30 bras for 300,000. Please accept this. Wang Lichuan was deeply grateful and expressed her heartfelt thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chun. If there's anything else you need, I'll do my best to help. Remember, the transaction continues, but from now on, you must wear the bras you buy for at least one day before selling them to me. Definitely, definitely. It's nothing, you can go out now. While you're at it, please call Zhuanghua in for me. I have something to say to her. Okay, Mr. Chun. Wang Lichuan ran out of the private room excitedly, while Chun Hao's eyes fell on the 30 bras. Once the favorability rating reaches 100, there are a total of 30 items, worth 30 million. You've struck it rich. Without further ado, I immediately converted all the bras into points. Redeem complete. Current available points, 3,439. As planned, I will convert all 3,000 points into cash at once. Redeem complete. Current available points, 439. Your bank account 0178 has received a transfer of 30 million yuan from another bank. The current balance is 35.64 million yuan. Making money is that easy. If the occasion weren't so inappropriate, Chun-Hao would have loved to burst into laughter. Chapter 48, Self-Justification. On the other side, Wang Lichuan returned to the factory director's office. How's it going? Qian Zhaodi pressed for more information. Wang Lichuan excitedly showed the money transfer notification on her phone. Mr. Chun really transferred 300,000 yuan to me. That's not what I'm asking. What did Mr. Chun say? He said. Wang Lichuan was so happy, her heart filled with the joy of making money, that she thought about it carefully before speaking. Mr. Chun said the transaction would continue and that I should wear the bras I buy for at least one day before selling them to him. Qian Zhaodi snapped her fingers. That's right, they're definitely doing market research. Zhuang Hua, however, did not take it to heart and retorted. I cannot agree with spending 300,000 yuan just to do market research. Wang Lichuan added. President Chen wants you to go see him. He has something to tell you. Zhuang Hua calmly stood up. Stop guessing. I'll go and test the waters for you. After saying that, he strode over to the private room in the restaurant and pushed the door open. Senior, do you have a solution? Chun-Hao immediately composed himself, placed his phone on the dining table, and spoke in a haughty manner. I actually have a solution. Zhuang Hua's eyes gleamed. For this company, she and her team racked their brains, researched tirelessly for 7 days, and even consulted many economics professors, but they still couldn't come up with a particularly good solution. Because the company stipulated from the beginning that it would never mortgage, never take out loans, and never sell copyrights. Zhuang Hua's team was constrained. Chun-Hao only spent an hour looking at the materials before he came up with a solution. It's unclear whether Chun-Hao's solution can fundamentally solve the problem. Please speak, I'm listening. Before proposing a solution, Chun-Hao planned to discuss terms first. Although Zhuang Hua suggested giving all the consultation fees to Chun-Hao, Chun-Hao wasn't short of money right now. What he needed was to increase his favorability and get a token from the goddess. Zhuang Hua's keepsake was underwear, which is a bit difficult to talk about. If you ask for something so bluntly, you're bound to get beaten up. Therefore, Chun-Hao planned to first increase her favorability to the highest level before asking for her underwear. Even if he was seen as a pervert, he wouldn't get beaten up. Before I reveal my solution, let me be a little sneaky. I don't want you to pay my consulting fee of 1.2 million. I don't need your money. Zhuang Hua was clearly taken aback. Then what do you want? With no improvement in favorability, Chun-Hao continued to increase his bets. I want to join your team, or rather, become an external consultant for your team. You can consult me if you encounter similar problems in the future. Zhuang Hua's expression was quite interesting. Of course, no problem. I'd love to. Zhuang Hua's favorability plus 30, current favorability 80. It's done. Cough, cough. Chun-Hao coughed to bolster his courage and said in a serious tone, in exchange, I need you to pay me with private items. Zhuang Hua's smile immediately froze, and she looked down at her chest. What do you mean by my private items? The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Fortunately, his favorability rating hadn't dropped, so Chun-Hao quickly tried to salvage the situation. For some reasons I can't say, I need the underwear you've worn. I know this request is a bit perverted, but in return, I'll maintain a long-term working relationship with you. Zhuang Hua still had a blank expression on his face. Chun-Hao continued. It's okay if you disagree. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Zhuang Hua finally snapped out of his shock, feeling somewhat embarrassed and conflicted. It's not that I'm refusing, it's just, never mind, although it's a little embarrassing, I know you're doing market research. What kind of market research? Did she misunderstand something? Chun-Hao neither explained nor refuted, but continued speaking in accordance with her words. Yes, I was doing market research. I knew you. You're a true colleague. You understand me. These words seemed to have a magical power, opening up a floodgate of conversation for Zhuang Hua. Actually, it wasn't me who figured it out. My best friend Zhao Di guessed it. She said you're an outsider. If you want to enter the women's market, you should do your research first before drawing conclusions. So you're spending money to buy bras that female workers have worn because you want to understand the experience of wearing them. Chun-Hao was stunned. Holy crap. She and Zhao Di already knew? Oh my god. How am I going to face her now? I'm sorry. I had my doubts about you before. Zhao D suspected that you had asked for more than one woman's underwear. I was thinking, you wouldn't be so shameless as to ask anyone else for it, would you? Chun Hao blushed slightly, unsure whether the words were an insult or a compliment. Zhuanghua then changed the subject. It wasn't until you asked me for it that I finally understood the gap between us. Chun Hao thought to himself, what's all this about? I finally understand why many of my colleagues who switch to sales all fail. You taught me one thing. Theory and practice are different. To achieve your goal, you have to use any means necessary. If you want to do business in the market and get into practice, you can't care about saving face. You have to forge ahead. After she finished speaking, she actually bowed 90 degrees to Chun Hao. Thank you for your guidance. Zhuanghua tried to justify himself, but he also fell into Qian Zhaodi's logical self-consistency, helping Chun Hao to come up with all sorts of reasons. Chun Hao never imagined that his actions could be understood in this way. Now is not the time to dwell on this. Let's just go along with what she's saying. I'm glad you understand. So does that mean you agree? Zhuanghua is a sensible person. Of course, I'm willing to fully cooperate with my seniors to conduct market research in exchange for the 1.2 million yuan I've spent on wearing intimate apparel. Through my experience, I can gain a better understanding of the women's clothing industry. Then it's settled. Having succeeded in his scheme, Chun Hao no longer held back and began to explain in detail the problems the company was currently facing and the solutions he had come up with. This is an animation company that created a popular animation series that swept the nation. It's a major IP. Animation belongs to the cultural industry and does not generate direct revenue. It relies on market interdependence to make a profit. Merchandise, game adaptations, advertising revenue, and streaming rights on the platform. The game adaptation rights have already been sold, and the online and mobile versions have been launched. However, for animation companies, it's just a one-off deal. The game developers are the ones who make the money, while animation companies don't have a continuous and stable income. The platform's streaming copyrights barely cover salaries and operating costs. Enough to survive, but not enough to live on. Finally, the development of peripheral products such as pillows and figurines has been done by animation companies for a long time. However, due to the nature of the Chinese market, there are many counterfeit products. As soon as the genuine products enter the market, a large number of counterfeit products follow closely behind, and the profit margin of genuine products is squeezed very little. According to the information provided, the animation company is currently involved in a copyright infringement lawsuit regarding its merchandise. Animation companies complain that the hard work of practitioners in creating original works is ultimately exploited by piracy and unscrupulous merchants who profit illegally, leaving practitioners barely surviving. If this continues, the Chinese animation industry will become increasingly stagnant. In order to find a way out, animation companies are trying every means to find solutions. They not only need to overcome the difficulties, but also need to have a sustainable source of income in the future, and it would be best if they could make a lot of money. The animation company's demands were too numerous, posing a challenge for Zhuanghua and a group of training instructors who only had theoretical knowledge but lacked practical experience. My solution is simple. Still use the merchandise sales model, but unlike before, have you ever heard of NBA Star Collectible Cards? Chapter 49 was very fruitful. Zhuanghua listened and took notes, while Chun Hao spoke eloquently. The copyright holders of the animation will develop and sell innovative animation-derived game cards. Firstly, the cost of the cards is relatively low, but the market return rate is very high. Make the original cards graded into our cards, SR cards, SSR cards, PR cards, etc., add anti-counterfeiting marks, put them on the market, and then open a website with the gimmick of buying back high-end rare cards. In other words, a valuable rare card can be redeemed for real money on the official website, with a value ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands of yuan. This effectively combats piracy while also stimulating fans' enthusiasm for collecting. By giving cards the circulation of currency, players can quickly recoup their funds by buying large quantities of card packs in order to obtain rare cards. In this way, genuine cards have the characteristics of currency. For specific operations, you can refer to the lottery mechanism, Ultraman collectible cards, Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards, Three Kingdoms Kill board game cards, and NBA Star card from the Great American Country. After Chun Hao finished speaking, Zhuanghua slammed his fist on the table and stood up. I get it. Brilliant. How come I didn't think of that? She became more and more agitated as she spoke. Collectible cards entering the market have both collectible value and the ability to be recycled and retain value. As long as fans spend money to buy them, a large amount of working capital will be generated, resulting in long-term and stable income growth. This provides funding for animation creators, and the problem is easily solved. Zhuanghua's favorability plus 10, current favorability 90. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. After expressing his deep gratitude, Zhuanghua solemnly stated, Senior, there is a business seminar tomorrow. If you are free, please be sure to attend. I will treat you with the highest honors. Also, after the business meeting ends tomorrow, I would like to invite you to my home. There, I will personally tell you about my experience with each and every type of underwear. Thank you again for your guidance. After she finished speaking, she left the private room and hurried downstairs. Qian Zhaodi waited at the top of the stairs and, seeing Zhuanghua's excited expression, pressed him for details. What's making you so happy? Let's talk as we walk. Zhuanghua walked out excitedly without stopping. You guessed right, Chunhao was indeed doing market research. Qian Zhaodi asked, How did you know? He asked me for it. Qian Zhaodi stopped. So bold, asking so directly? Aren't you afraid of causing misunderstandings? Zhuanghua said with a smile. I was prepared, so I wasn't too surprised when he asked for it. It also made me realize a principle. For example, in the eyes of a doctor, there are only patients and no gender. If we want to do business, we must abandon the concept of gender, focus only on the product, think about the market development prospects, and get rid of all the messy thoughts. Chirp chirp. In the parking lot, a Maserati honked twice. Zhuanghua said as he opened the car door. Although it's a bit embarrassing, the clothes I'm wearing are secondhand and not worth much. If I trade with him, the senior won't charge me a consultation fee. 1.2 million is enough for me to wear for a lifetime. Why not give it all to him? Qian Zhaodi was even more shocked. He didn't take a single penny of the 1.2 million consulting fee. Zhuanghua got into the car and took one last look at the window of the restaurant's private room. I think the return on his move will definitely be more than 1 million or tens of millions. Zhaodi, congratulations in advance. You might be about to make a fortune. Qian Zhaodi asked impatiently. How did you figure that out? Zhuanghua gripped the steering wheel and spoke in a serious tone. He gave the female worker 300,000 yuan in cash in exchange for market research results, and then gave me advice worth 1.2 million yuan. Based on a return on investment, do you think his appetite is small? Goodbye. The Maserati drove off. Qian Zhaodi remained stunned for a long time before finally calming down and sighing. A master is indeed a master. His thoughts are different from those of ordinary people. Private rooms in the restaurant on the second floor. Shenhaozhen never expected to have so many unexpected gains today. Not only did she obtain a huge sum of 30 million yuan through Wang Lichuan, but she also made Qian Zhaodi justify herself by imagining a reason that suited her. And sure enough, Zhuanghua's reminder opened up a new way of thinking for Chunhao. From then on, he could openly ask for the goddess's token under the guise of market research. These goddess tokens aren't just limited to underwear. For example, for factory director Qian Zhaodi, her token was a painting. We don't yet know what the painting refers to. We'll have to probe a bit. Chunhao did whatever came to mind, striding out of the private room and arriving on the first floor, where he happened to run into Qian Zhaodi. Mr. Chun. Qian Zhaodi greeted him first, and Chunhao began a probe. Director Qian, I heard you're also a designer, but I haven't seen any of your design drafts. Qian Zhaodi gestured for them to proceed. My design drafts are in my office. Come with me. And so, led by Qian Zhaodi, Chunhao entered the factory director's office for the first time. Upon entering, you are greeted by the atmosphere of an art studio. In addition to normal office supplies such as desks, chairs, and coffee tables, there are drawing boards, drawing paper, mannequins, plaster heads, and even a wall of design drafts. My office is a bit messy. Please excuse me. While tidying up the messy sketches, Qian Zhaodi politely exchanged pleasantries. Chunhao stood with his hands behind his back, examining the paintings on one wall, and casually asked a question. Are these all your paintings? They are all immature designs, not presentable. As she said this, she put all the drawings into the drawer. Don't take it yet. Let me take a look. When Chunhao tried to stop her, Qian Zhaodi looked troubled and somewhat unwilling. But Chunhao was adamant, so she had no choice but to bite the bullet and hand it over to him. The instant I received the stack of drawing paper. Bite. Goddess tokens have been detected. Would you like to redeem them? No, no, no. Chunhao blurted it out, then realized the situation was inappropriate and quickly corrected himself. Good. Qian Zhaodi breathed a sigh of relief. No. Most of the paintings feature simple line drawings of a human body, using just a few strokes to outline the curves of the human form. There are no facial features, only a female figure, standing postures from various angles, and the three-point design is only a vague concept, not detailed. Chunhao's purpose was to ask for a token, but it was someone else's unfinished design draft. He was asking to leave so bluntly that he didn't know if Qian Zhaodi would give it to him. Give it a try. Are these drafts or completed designs? Qian Zhaodi explained. These are all drafts, just rough sketches. The actual design isn't drawn like this. Chunhao thought about it carefully before speaking. Could I borrow these drafts of yours? Lend it to you? Qian Zhaodi simply couldn't understand it. Chunhao purchased women's intimate apparel at high prices to conduct market research. But why did he want these discarded drafts? Chunhao blurted out the story he had prepared beforehand. Don't get me wrong, I didn't mean to plagiarize your design. As you know, every industry is like a mountain to climb. If I want to enter this industry, it's like starting from scratch. Your drawing is quite simple for a beginner like me. I like to try drawing it. After all, sometimes words can't express the feeling I want. Drawing it out can make things much easier and also make it easier for my subordinates to understand. Chapter 50, Obtaining Qian Zhaodi's Token. Hold head high. Qian Zhaodi felt relieved. She is an art student specializing in painting, and she is good at conceiving ideas and imagining things. She understood Chunhao as a typical fanatic. If he wanted to enter an industry and develop a brand, he needed to have a thorough understanding of that industry and its various departments. This includes design, marketing, branding, market research, and more. Whether a product can become a bestseller depends mainly on its design, quality, and comfort. Comfort can be determined through market research, and quality can be controlled through production, but style requires professional knowledge. Chunhao not only conducted market research, but also wanted to gain a deeper understanding of design styles and learn the drawing process. He was good at giving suggestions. According to him, if words cannot describe it, it is better to draw it so that everyone can brainstorm together. 3 cobblers are equal to 1 zhuge. A master is indeed a master. After thinking it through, Qian Zhaodi spoke again. Anyway, these are useless. You can take them whenever you want. Then, changing the subject, she continued. However, these drafts are not of any reference value. If you want to learn drawing and design, you can ask me directly if you have any questions. Qian Zhaodi said she could give it to him, but she didn't actually do anything about it. Qian Zhaodi thought that in order to cooperate, she could personally teach Chunhao painting skills, which would be much better than taking it back to learn by himself and copying. But Chunhao had no intention of learning to copy on his own. He only wanted these paintings, the goddess's tokens, to exchange for points. As a result, the two of them were stuck there. Qian Zhaodi was still talking to herself. Painting cannot be learned overnight. First, you need to understand human anatomy, starting with sketching, including perspective and composition. While giving a lengthy explanation, Qian Zhaodi supported the easel and tirelessly continued explaining with her paintbrush in hand. Chunhao felt that Qian Zhaodi had misunderstood again. If he continued to let her lead him by the nose, it would probably backfire. It seemed that he had to take a different approach. A sudden inspiration struck him, and he silently recited it in his mind. System, I want to exchange for a painting. The system capabilities page pops up. Painting apprentice level, 1 point, available for purchase. Drawing expert level, 10 points. Apprentice level must be purchased first. Drawing proficiency level, 100 points. Master level painting, 1,000 points. God level painting skills, 10,000 points. I spent 111 points to unlock the apprentice level all the way up to the master level in one go. Currently available points, 328. A familiar dizzying sensation came over me, and a massive amount of knowledge about painting flooded in, including sketching, oil painting, traditional Chinese painting, and so on, merging with my original memories. Qian Zhaodi was still giving a long and eloquent explanation. Mastering painting is not something that can be done overnight. Relying solely on self-study without the guidance of a master will only lead to more mistakes. Director Qian, please stop for a moment. After interrupting, Chunhao walked confidently to his desk, picked up a discarded draft, returned to his easel, took Qian Zhaodi's paintbrush, and smiled self-assuredly. Although I have not studied painting professionally, I am excellent at copying. Give me a minute if you don't believe me. After saying this, Chun-hao, confident and composed, began to paint with lightning speed. With just a few strokes, the lines were sketched on the paper, and the woman's silhouette gradually took shape, even perfectly replicating the three-point bikini. It's exactly the same as the discarded draft in my hand. It's almost like it was printed. Qian Zhaodi was shocked once again. It's important to know that quick sketching requires geometric structure, and you also need to use an eraser to erase the lines of the composition in order to quickly take shape. However, Chun-hao's sketches do not require geometric composition at all. They're completely copied one-to-one, and he can draw them exactly the same. Qian Zhaodi learned to draw from a young age and was hailed as a genius among geniuses. Later, she was admitted to the Paris School of Fine Arts to study fashion design. Chun-hao's talent is beyond what one would call genius. He's a prodigy, even more gifted than a genius. It's finished. Do you think it looks like the drawing? Qian Zhaodi asked, dumbfounded. Have you studied painting before? Chun-hao answered truthfully. I haven't studied it. I just copied it from your drawing. This made Qian Zhaodi even more devastated. Compared to Chun-hao, she was utterly worthless. That's so discouraging. Let me take a moment. Qian Zhaodi, resting her forehead on her hand, walked to the side and poured herself a glass of water. Chun-hao explained, although I have never been exposed to painting, I have always been very interested in it. Since I have this opportunity, I would like to borrow your drawings to learn how to copy them first, so that I can draw my own design drawings in the future. Qian Zhaodi took a sip of water and then looked at her discarded drafts. Take them all. I have many more books on painting and copying at home. I'll bring them to you later. Thank you for your generosity, Director Qian. Chun-hao went to collect the drawings without any hesitation, and after a rough count, he found that there were more than a dozen. Qian Zhaodi's current favorability rating is 40. Although it wasn't at the peak of the sale, these dozen or so paintings still represent a considerable gain. Mr. Chun, you spent half a day touring the factory. What are your thoughts on how to cooperate? Qian Zhaodi poured another glass of water and handed it to Chun-hao. Finally, when asked the direct question, Chun-hao was already prepared. How does Director Qian plan to cooperate? The question has been thrown back at us. Qian Zhaodi originally wanted to take the initiative in the cooperation negotiations, but after half a day of contact, she felt that cooperating with Chun-hao was completely beneath her, so she lowered her expectations again and again. Now they were at a loss. If they spoke up according to their previous ideas, Chun-hao would probably refuse on the spot and slam the door and leave, which would put them in an even more passive position and cause them to lose a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I have no objection. I'll listen to you. Whatever cooperation you want, as long as it's acceptable to me, I will fully cooperate. Qian Zhaodi had already lowered her stance considerably, handing over all the initiative to Chun-hao and would do whatever he said. Let's call Zhang Menglu in first, and then the three of us can sit down and have a good chat. No problem. Just as Qian Zhaodi was about to go out to look for someone, Chun-hao suddenly interrupted. Director Qian, wait a minute. Is there anything else? Chun-hao said awkwardly. Don't tell her about my high-priced purchase of women's underwear. I'm afraid she'll misunderstand. Chun-hao had to be careful. After all, Zhang Menglu was a bit petty, and Chun-hao didn't want to shoot himself in the foot again. Qian Zhaodi smiled. She knew that Chun-hao and Zhang Menglu were boyfriend and girlfriend, and it was normal for a woman to mind. Don't worry, Mr. Chun. I know what to say and what not to say. And so, Qian Zhaodi went out and found Zhang Menglu, and the three of them had a close-up talk in the factory director's office. Chun-hao dominated the conversation, eloquently explaining the concept of cooperation. Director Qian wants to create a domestic women's clothing brand. His ideals are lofty and his ideas are good. But you're the source factory and are only responsible for production. Your brand needs a company to act as a link between itself and the market, responsible for promoting the product nationwide and building brand awareness. Only then can your product be considered to have established itself in the domestic market. We need to consider both the factory's survival and the company's development prospects. So my idea is a partnership joint stock company. The factory owned by Director Qian, Zhang Menglu's company, and the profit sharing of the investors form a bond of interest. Once a triangular alliance is formed, the brand can seize the market and take the lead. Chapter 51 Cooperation Methods Agreed Upon. Qian Zhaodi became more and more excited as she listened. She had also thought about starting a company, but she only knew how to design, and the factory was a family business. Starting a company to promote and sell goods were completely different industries, and she didn't understand them at all. Zhang Menglu was also shocked. She knew Chun Hao was very ambitious, but she never thought that he would actually start a company and make her the boss. While excited, she was also a little worried, as she didn't know how to start a company. Chun Hao was still talking animatedly. The tone of a partnership is very important. We should be polite first and then tough, and act like petty people first and then like gentlemen. Let's talk about the profit-sharing method first. I plan to adopt a 40/30ths shareholding system. Director Qian is in charge of production. The technology and products all come from the factory, so he should take the lion's share, 40%. Zhang Menglu was in charge of starting the company, while she was responsible for promotion, sales, building brand influence, so she received 30% of the profits as dividends. Finally, we need the most important link, a very influential investor, to leverage his influence. Investors are only responsible for investing, not for participating in corporate management or administration. This is the only way to effectively avoid situations where investors give unsolicited advice. Qian Zhaodi interrupted with a question. Investors only receive 30% of the net profit as dividends, without participating in management or having any say. Can investors agree to that? Chen Hao smiled. Who told you that an investor can only be one shareholder? Manhwa is holding a business symposium tomorrow. I'd like to join the fun and maybe find some investors. Anyone interested in collaborating can sit down and chat. Zhang Menglu interrupted with a question. Can't you invest? Chun Hao retorted with a smile. Have you ever seen a referee participate in a game? It's not that I can't invest, but if the investor and the company manager are partners, the factory will be in a very difficult position. At that time, Director Qian will be caught in the middle and won't be able to stand up to either side, right, Director Qian? Qian Zhaodi nodded. That's right. The worst thing about a triangular partnership is a two-person partnership. Chen Hao patted Zhang Menglu's leg. Don't worry, although I won't participate, I will help you promote it and guide you on how to start a company. With Chen Hao's comfort, Zhang Menglu finally felt relieved. The tone has been set. If you have any other ideas, you can bring them up now. You can bang on the table or glare at me all you want, but I will not accept any underhanded tactics after the meeting. Zhang Menglu said she had no opinion and would listen to what others had to say. Qian Zhaodi thought about it seriously. I wouldn't mind giving you 40%. I just want to know if I have any management rights in the company. Of course you do. The company and the factory are one entity. In addition to promotion and marketing, you certainly have management rights and even veto power. Qian Zhaodi immediately responded. I'm fine now. Next, Chun Hao began to talk at length about how to operate the company after it was established, starting with opening a shop for trial operation and launching the products into the market. During this period, we set up a company, established an office, built a brand, conducted advertising and promotion, and sought franchisees nationwide. From scratch to something, it takes at least a year, and then to the company going public, it takes at least a 3-year plan. Qian Zhaodi knew a little about it, and silently nodded in agreement. Zhang Menglu became increasingly excited as she listened, her face turning red. If Chun Hao hadn't repeatedly given her meaningful glances, telling her to remain aloof, she would have almost revealed her true nature. And so, after Chun Hao's eloquent explanation, Qian Zhaodi immediately made the decision. During the trial operation period, she took care of all the products sold in the store that year. This means that Zhang Menglu didn't spend a penny on this trip to Guangqing. She got the goods for free and will settle accounts later based on a share of the net profit. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. It's a pleasure to work with you. Chun Hao and Qian Zhaodi shook hands and made peace, both achieving their desired goals, and everyone was happy. Buzzing. Chun Hao's phone kept vibrating. He glanced at the text message and saw it was a WeChat message from Sun Nana. We've arrived in Guangqing. It's so hot. Hao Ji, where are you? Can we meet up? Chun Hao quietly put his phone into his pocket and said with a smile, Mr. Qian, I have a favor to ask. You say. Chun Hao looked at Zhang Menglu and said with a smile, I have some friends in Guangqing. A few investors have asked me to meet them, and I have to go out for a social event tonight. Zhang Menglu subconsciously thought that Chun Hao was going to take her to meet investors, and picked up her bag and said, Thank you for your hospitality today. We'll be going now. No. Chun Hao immediately retorted. What I mean is, you stay with Factory Director Qian. Factory Director Qian, my girlfriend is unfamiliar with Guangqing. Could you please take care of her for me? Zhang Menglu immediately put on a stern face, looking somewhat displeased. Qian Zhaodi is quite sensible. No problem. You go ahead with your work. It just so happens that Mr. Zhang and I hit it off immediately. Let's have a good chat. Mr. Zhang, it's alright if you come with me tonight, right? Don't worry, I won't sell you out. Zhang Menglu pouted and stared at Chun Hao, asking, where are you going to go gallivanting without me? Chun Hao pulled Zhang Menglu aside and whispered, as you know, more than 10 of my former colleagues from the company have come to Guangqing today and need me to meet them in person. I'm afraid a fight might break out and I won't be able to take care of you. So you'll just stay here, okay? Upon hearing this, Zhang Menglu immediately became worried. Then be careful. Don't worry. Even if they all put their heads together, they can't beat me. After making a joke, Chun Hao didn't forget to take the sketch with him. Director Qian, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. I send you. Qian Zhaodi saw Chun Hao off at the door, and the two walked out side by side. I know you men have a lot of social engagements, but you just hand your girlfriend over me like this? Aren't you afraid I'll take her out partying at night? Go ahead, and don't forget to bring my girlfriend to the convention center tomorrow for Zhuanghua's Business Development Symposium. Okay, see you tomorrow. Don't drink too much, by the way. Qian Zhaodi suddenly remembered something, took out her car keys, and tossed them to Chun Hao. For convenience, take my car. Qian Zhaodi's car was an Audi A6, and she openly handed it over to Chun Hao, truly trusting him. Thanks, see you tomorrow. Chun Hao drove off in his Audi, and let me tell you, driving it felt really different. Now that he had the money, he was determined to buy one. While waiting at the traffic light, exchange all of Qian Zhaodi's tokens for points. Qian Zhaodi's current favorability is 50. She has a total of 14 paintings and has exchanged 700 points. Current available points, 1028. Next, he was going to meet Sun Nana. The reason he abandoned Zhang Menglu was that he wanted to win over Sun Nana tonight, increase her favorability, and obtain her goddess token, underwear. Speaking of Zhuanghua's goddess token, it's also underwear, and it's also 9 points in terms of looks. What's the connection between the two? The closer the relationship, the harder it is to make a move. Chun Hao could fool Zhuanghua, but he didn't know how to fool Sun Nana. After all, the two knew each other well, and if he went too far, he might end up sleeping with Sun Nana. It doesn't seem like it's impossible. Since Chun Hao and Lin Xiaoming broke up, Sun Nana has been overly proactive. Through past WeChat chats, it seems she's quite looking forward to something happening between them. For the sake of the goddess's token, he might as well go all the way and take her down. After all, Chun Hao wouldn't lose out. Chapter 52, Sun Nana's Confession. Based on the address, Chun Hao parked his car in a hotel parking lot and texted Sun Nana, telling her to come out and meet him. While waiting in the car, I saw several familiar faces at the hotel entrance, including my ex-girlfriend Lin Xiaoming. Lin Xiaoming wore heavy makeup and left the hotel chatting and laughing with her colleagues. Why did she come to Guangqing too? Chun Hao's good mood vanished completely. Fortunately, Chun Hao didn't have to wait too long. Sun Nana walked out of the hotel, took out her phone, and sent a message asking where Chun Hao was. Chun Hao informed him via voice message. Come to the parking lot and find an Audi A6 with local license plates. After looking around, Sun Nana strode to the parking lot and searched for each car. Beep beep. Chun Hao honked the car horn, and Sun Nana excitedly opened the car door and got into the passenger seat. Brother Hao, you still have a car in Guangqing? Chun Hao explained with a wry smile. I borrowed a friend's car. Sun Nana sniffed. Your girlfriend's car? Upon hearing the word girlfriend, Chun Hao instinctively thought of Lin Xiaoming and questioned her. Why is Lin Xiaoming in Guangqing too? Brought by Vice President Wang. Sun Nana spoke fluently and eloquently, saying that on this business trip, General Manager Ma Boitao, Vice President Wang Li Wang, 10 employees from the marketing and sales department, 2 HR personnel, and 2 assistants, a total of 16 people came together. You know what? It was the first time in my life I had ever sat in first class, and I was sitting next to Mr. Ma. He kept telling me about how you and Mr. Ma started your business together. I've always known you're a veteran of the company, but I never knew that it was you who opened up the Guangqing clothing market and that you were the one who made the company successful. While Sun Nana was eloquently narrating, Chun Hao was lost in thought. It seems that Vice President Wang Ligua brought Lin Xiaoming along purely to annoy me, and it looks like a confrontation is inevitable when we meet face to face. Stop right there, I need to get to the point. Chun Hao interrupted Sun Nana and asked in a serious tone, did the higher-ups decide to come to Guangqing to meet with me face to face, or is there another purpose? Sun Nana then got down to business. Mr. Ma meant for me to continue working with you, but Vice President Wang's idea was that since you could get the channels open, so could he. So he brought his team over. To put it bluntly, he didn't want to waste money. Son Nana smiled mischievously and said again, Brother Hao, you've miscalculated. You probably won't be able to swindle Vice President Wang's money. Chen Hao gave a cold laugh. He wanted to save money, but he didn't realize that doing so would only backfire. Old Ma is the same. He's still so easily swayed. He listens to everything Vice President Wang says. I don't think so. Son Nana tried to make amends. The main purpose of Mr. Ma's visit to Guangxing is to attend tomorrow's business symposium. Vice President Wang said that the whole company should participate, firstly to broaden their horizons, and secondly to expand their network of contacts. He also said that as long as things are handled properly, they will not need you at all in the future. Chen Hao shook his head and said, his ideas are rich, but reality is harsh. Wang Ligu's actions will only backfire. We'll see tomorrow. Son Nana changed the subject. Let's not talk about that. You came to me not just to ask me for inside information, right? Of course not. This is your first time in Guangxing, so I want to show you the local customs and culture. Let's go. Chen Hao drove Son Nana around the mall in Guangxing. In order to improve his impression of her, Chen Hao bought Son Nana a luxury handbag and a whole set of cosmetics. What puzzled Chen Hao was that even though he had spent the money, Son Nana's favorability rating didn't increase. After finishing their meal, Chen Hao found a high-end restaurant. After the two sat down, Son Nana asked in an annoyed tone, You bought me so many nice things. What are you up to? So that's what Son Nana was thinking. Even if you ask about their true intentions, you can't say it directly. You can only express it indirectly. Do you know why the company put you in charge of this project? Son Nana shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. Because Mr. Ma Boitao asked me to choose a successor in the company, I chose you. Son Nana felt relieved. Oh, no wonder Mr. Ma and I are in first class, while Vice President Wang is in economy. That explains it. Chen Hao continued. My thinking is actually very simple. Because I won't be looking for a job anytime soon. If you want to follow me and make your way in the world, you'll have to wait at least a year or two. I can afford to wait, but you can't. So I plan to let you take over my business, establish yourself in the company first, and become Mr. Ma's right-hand man. After you have matured, I will also have my own business, and then you can choose whether to start a business with me. Son Nana listened attentively and immediately responded. Oh, I see. I don't care. As long as you raise your voice, I'll follow you through thick and thin. That's my promise to you. Chen Hao smiled. You're quite loyal. Son Nana said in a very serious tone. This isn't loyalty. I don't do that to others. Silly girl. So clever and mischievous. Chen Hao joked with a smile, and Son Nana glanced at the shopping bag and said half-jokingly, Actually, you don't need to spend so much money to woo me. As long as you confess your feelings, I will definitely agree to be your girlfriend. I'm even willing to marry you in place of Lin Xiaoming. These words made Chen Hao stiffen, while Son Nana continued speaking with a blush on her face. I'm not a promiscuous woman. I've never slept with a man. In that respect, I'm much better than Lin Xiaoming. Brother Hao, can you give me a clear answer today? Do you want me to be your girlfriend? In the past, Son Nana would definitely have been a very qualified partner, holding hands and growing old together. But now, Chen Hao doesn't want to put all his eggs in one basket. There's a vast ocean out there. If the two of them establish a relationship, and Nana controls him, how will he pick up girls, obtain tokens of affection, and make money? Nana, I don't want to get married right now. Son Nana immediately responded. I understand that you're traumatized and need to recover. I can wait. I can wait 3 or 5 years, as long as you can marry me. Chen Hao gave a helpless, bitter smile. You still don't understand. Wouldn't you understand if I just told you? Looking at Son Nana's fixed gaze, Chen Hao said in a serious tone, What if I said I only want to sleep with you and don't want to marry you? Son Nana leaned back, hugging her arms. Why don't you want to marry me? In order to get things straight and avoid further entanglement, Chen Hao spoke frankly. I'm not only a jerk, I'm a pervert too. How can you still accept me? Son Nana remained on guard the entire time. Tell me how perverted you are. The fact that this could continue made Chen Hao feel somewhat uncomfortable, so he could only increase the intensity of his efforts. I've recently taken a liking to collecting women's underwear, including yours, and I really want it now. Chen Hao tried his best to act lewd, hoping to make Son Nana change her mind, but she said something else. That's pretty twisted. Should you see a psychologist? What does this even mean? If I keep this perverted fetish, will you still like me? Sun Nana said solemnly. I love you so much that I can accept all your flaws, as long as you marry me. Chapter 53 Love Me, Love My Dog. The system's evaluation of Sun Nana is that she is a crybaby, a cat lover, and devoted in relationships. Chen Hao felt that Sun Nana wasn't loyal in relationships. She was probably just a hopeless romantic. During the meal, Chen Hao kept observing her, trying to understand the logic behind her behavior. To distinguish between being faithful in a relationship and being love-struck, we need to test her limits further. Nana, you know that in sales, there are a lot of social engagements and drinking parties. Sometimes, to accompany clients, we even have to go to nightclubs. If we were boyfriend and girlfriend, could you accept me going to nightclubs to discuss business? When he asked the question, Chen Hao's heart pounded, eagerly awaiting Sun Nana's answer. You've already said we're both in sales, so of course I can accept it. You can go out and have fun, just remember to come home. Chen Hao's mouth was agape, his face filled with emotion. He hadn't thought about marrying her yet. She was willing to wait 3 to 5 years. Who knew what might happen in between? By then, Chen Hao might have already made it big and no longer needed the goddess's token. It's not impossible that he will marry Sun Nana at that time. Most importantly, she doesn't care about herself or how many women are around her. Based on this alone, Sun Nana is much better than Zhang Menglu. If I were to date other women and you found out, wouldn't you be jealous? Sun Nana said very frankly. If I find out, you can lie to me and say she's your cousin. Isn't that the excuse that all scumbags make? Chen Hao stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. Sun Nana picked up a piece of meat and placed it on Chen Hao's plate. Why that expression? There's a saying among men. Keep the red flag flying at home while having colorful flags fluttering outside. I just want to be your red flag at home. As long as you can come home, I really don't care. All right. Chen Hao compromised. What reason is there to refuse such a generous woman? Since you're so open-minded and don't restrict my personal freedom, I'll give you a definite answer now. Sun Nana put down her chopsticks and listened attentively. From now on, you're my official girlfriend, Chen Hao's girlfriend. Sun Nana's favorability +10, current favorability 90. Her favorability rating has finally increased. It turns out that in Sun Nana's eyes, increasing favorability requires first establishing a relationship. After confirming their relationship, Sun Nana seemed very happy, as if she had received a beloved toy. During the meal, she talked at length about her family and her only romantic relationship, intending to tell Chen Hao everything about herself. After dinner, the two naturally went to a hotel and booked a room. Because it was Sun Nana's first time, she was very excited and expectant, and even scattered flower petals all over the bed to make the first time feel ceremonial. Chen Hao stared straight at her, watching her bustling around, arranging the bed sheets. Don't stare at me. It'll make me shy. Go take a shower, go on. Sun Nana pushed Chen Hao to the bathroom and took a shower, her mind wandering. When she came out, Sun Nana's face was flushed, and she walked toward the bathroom with her head down. I'm going to take a shower too. Wait for me. As Chen Hao sat down to wait, his phone kept vibrating. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Zhu Shasha. Curious, he opened it to see what she had sent. Something's happened. That night, Director Zhang sexually harassed Yao Wei. He found me hiding in the closet. Director Zhang asked to meet me privately, but I'm too scared to go. What should I do? How was it discovered? Chen Hao thought about it seriously for a moment, and suddenly remembered that he threw Zhu Shasha's phone away. It was probably because of this action that Director Zhang discovered the clues through the secretly filmed video later. Don't be afraid. You don't need to worry that Director Zhang can threaten you. How could I not worry? If you were to tell anyone about this, my career would be ruined. Calm down now, and let me analyze this for you. Chen Hao's fingers flew as he typed an explanation. Director Zhang asked you to meet privately because he wanted to test your background. Don't let him lead you by the nose. If he makes unreasonable demands, just refuse them directly. Instead, threaten him by saying that you also recorded the video, and if he dares to do anything wrong, threaten to expose the video and ruin his reputation. He won't dare to do anything to you then. It took Zhu Shasha quite a while to reply after sending the message. Will this work? Director Zhang has access to a lot of resources. What if he secretly blocks me? Chen Hao continued typing to inform him. You still don't understand. Director Zhang doesn't know your hand yet. Whether there's a video or not is irrelevant. This is his leverage. You can even threaten him to make him provide you with resources. You're barefoot, so you're not afraid of someone wearing shoes. Don't you understand such a simple principle? Zhu Shasha typed. I'm afraid I can't fight City Hall. I'll be there to back you up. Don't be afraid. If things really get bad, just tell everyone about me and shift his anger towards you onto me. I promise I won't drag you down with me. Forget it. I'll handle my own problems. Whether I can get through this depends on tonight. Chunhao then told Zhu Shasha to go to Huiqiangbai to buy a voice recorder and record the entire conversation. He threatened to expose Director Zhang and ruin his reputation if he had any improper intentions. The chat had just ended when Sun Nana, wrapped in a clean white bath towel, walked out of the bathroom. Having washed away all her makeup, her body was covered in glistening water droplets that traced across her jade-like neck and blended into her surging cleavage. The bath towel covered her private parts, a gesture of coy modesty, just covering her thighs, her straight legs standing gracefully like two white lotus roots. As Sun Nana bent over to dry her wet hair, Chunhao shifted his body slightly and was able to see something he shouldn't have. Vacuum, infinitely beautiful. Don't look around. She gave a coquettish remark, turned her body away, and avoided Chunhao's direct gaze. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Last time you were drunk, I'd already seen everything you needed to see. Sun Nana put her hands on her hips and threw the wet towel at Chunhao. You're still bringing it up? Didn't we say you weren't allowed to mention it anymore? Chunhao stood up and, facing the challenge head-on, forcefully pulled her into his arms. I didn't get enough last time, so let me take another good look today. Hate. Sun Nana was already beautiful, with a sweet and cute style. Her voice was sweet and charming, and when she acted coquettishly, she was even happier, making Chunhao feel weak all over. She nestled in Chunhao's arms, poking his chest with her finger. I didn't expect you to be so strong. You look slim in clothes, but you're muscular when you take them off. Chunhao breathed softly in her ear and whispered something. It's not too late for you to regret it now. Sun Nana's voice was barely audible. Yes, I've liked you for a long time, and I will never regret it. Chunhao picked her up in a princess carry and threw her onto the bed. The movement was so big that the bath towel fell off, revealing her beauty despite her shy attempts to cover herself. Her alluring posture made her even more tempting. Chunhao rushed over eagerly, filling the room with a warm and cheerful atmosphere. Chapter 54, If you don't give it to me, I'll steal it. Following Chunhao's instructions, Zhu Shasha first went to Huiqiangbai to buy a voice recorder, which she hid in her bag. When she arrived at the hotel where Director Zhang was staying, she tried to calm herself down before weakly knocking on the door. Ding, ding, ding. Soon, Director Zhang opened the door, wearing a bathrobe and sporting a sly, mischievous grin. You're here, come in. Zhu Shasha didn't go in. She guarded herself defensively, her eyes darting around, and asked, feigning composure. Director Zhang, why did you call me here? Let's just say it here. What are you saying here? Come in. He grabbed Zhu Shasha's wrist and dragged her into the room, slamming the door shut. Zhu Shasha retreated slowly, fully alert, as Director Zhang said with a wicked smile. Let's not beat around the bush. Did you see what you Yahweh and I did the night before last? Hiding in the closet? Zhu Shasha's mind went blank. She tried her best to remain calm. Just as Director Zhang's groping hand reached out, she suddenly remembered Chunhao's instructions. I not only saw it, I also recorded it. Director Zhang's groping hand suddenly froze in midair. What did you say? Zhu Shasha tried to appear calm as she spoke. I said I also recorded it. If you dare to do anything to me, I will release the video and ruin your reputation. Director Zhang's face grew increasingly gloomy. Aren't you afraid I'll ban you? Zhu Shasha said in a trembling voice. A barefoot person isn't afraid of someone wearing shoes. Anyway, I have no hope of becoming famous. You can try me if you don't believe me. Zhu Shasha's threat was very effective. Director Zhang did not push his luck any further. He took the initiative to step back and sit on the sofa, coldly picked up a cigar, and repeatedly burned it with a lighter. How can I destroy the video? What do you want? Everything went as Chunhao predicted. Director Zhang indeed dared not gamble with his future, and this was his fatal weakness. Zhu Shasha thought carefully about Chunhao's instructions, and then said in a pretentious manner, I'll trade you a video for the lead role in your movie. Is that too much to ask? Director Zhang leaned back in his sofa chair, puffing on a cigar, his eyes narrowed, and spoke in a cold tone. You're quite greedy. The indoor temperature plummeted, creating a tense atmosphere. Zhu Shasha's momentum waned, but she mustered her courage and spoke. It's okay if I don't play the lead role. I can play the second or third lead. As long as you don't go too far, Director Zhang, I won't release the video. Director Zhang's attitude was very cold, and his face showed no emotion. Okay, I understand. I'll think about it. You can go now. Then I'll take my leave. Zhu Shasha forced herself to remain calm as she walked out the door. When she closed the door, her whole body went limp, and she had to lean against the wall to avoid falling. That was close. His breathing quickened, he patted his chest, and hurriedly took the elevator downstairs to leave the place of trouble. Indoor. After Zhu Shasha left, Director Zhang immediately turned off the hidden camera and then revealed his true colors. You scoundrel! Threatening me! Who do you think you are? He flew into a rage and began to curse loudly. I'll make sure you suffer a terrible death. He angrily took out his phone to dial a number, his hands trembling with rage. You bitch! Let's see who dies first. The call was connected. Hey, do me a favor. I need to deal with a woman. I'll send your photos. The method doesn't matter. Just make her suffer as much as possible. There are two sides to the story. After their passionate encounter, Chunhao lit a cigarette, while Sun Nana curled up and hid under the covers, crying. Chunhao asked, puzzled, why are you crying again? It's like I'm forcing you. Sun Nana stammered. It hurt a lot. The first time was not pleasant at all. It's clear that Sun Nana had high hopes for her first time, but the pain of being torn apart shattered those hopes and destroyed her vision. She grew angrier the more she thought about it, and picked up a pillow to throw at Chunhao. I told you to be gentle, but you still used so much force. You have no sense of tenderness at all. Chunhao caught the pillow. The more times you do it, the better the experience will be. Chunhao couldn't persuade her either, since it was Sun Nana's first time. In today's society, it's really rare to encounter a virgin. I'm ignoring you. Sun Nana made a move to put on her clothes, and Chunhao asked, what are you doing? Are you really angry? I'll stay at the company hotel with Secretary Zhao. If I don't come home at night, people will gossip about me. Wait a minute. Chunhao quickly stopped him. Didn't we agree that you'd give me the underwear you wore? You really want it? Otherwise what? The two locked eyes, and Sun Nana suddenly changed her mind. No, if you take it, what am I supposed to wear? Sweetie, give me this one first. I'll buy you a new one later. Fine, don't give it to me then. I'm going to rob it. Chunhao actually tried to snatch it, and Sun Nana tried her best to protect it, but in the end, Chunhao still managed to take it away. You're so annoying. I don't like you anymore. Sun Nana swung a pillow at Chunhao, seemingly acting coquettishly, but actually still trying to be affectionate. Chunhao pulled her into his arms and kissed her on the lips in a domineering manner. Be good. I'll buy you a new one later. Snort. Sun Nana blushed, but didn't argue with Chunhao, pushing him away as she spoke. Drive me home. While Sun Nana was getting dressed, Chunhao exchanged her token and received 90 points. Current available points, 1118. With his favorability rating still at 90, Chunhao wanted to see if it could increase further. My Nana is so well behaved. I'm planning to give you another surprise. Sun Nana said this when she put on the t-shirt. I'll be surprised if you give me back my underwear. As soon as she finished speaking, her phone vibrated, and she picked it up curiously to take a look. Your bank card has received a transfer of 880,000 renminbi from another bank. Sun Nana was a little confused. Why are you giving me 880,000? Chunhao said, waving his phone. This was originally intended as the dowry for marrying Lin Xiaoming. I'm giving it to you because I'm afraid I'll spend the money recklessly. Please keep it safe for me. Bride price. Sun Nana was stunned. Chunhao said in a very serious tone. Now is my dowry for marrying you. Sun Nana's favorability +5, current favorability 95. Sure enough, anything related to marriage increases Sun Nana's popularity. Brother Hao. Sun Nana excitedly rushed over, hugged Chunhao, and offered him a kiss. After the two were intimate for a while, Sun Nana was deeply moved and questioned him. When are you planning to get married? Chunhao quickly tried to cover it up. I didn't say I'd marry you right away or give you a dowry. I'm just worried I'll squander the dowry and not have enough money to marry you. You can save it for me first. It's my way of making amends to you. Yes, I will definitely keep this money safe for you. Sun Nana, with her love-struck mind, practically lost her IQ after confirming her relationship with Chunhao, completely failing to notice the loopholes in Chunhao's words. While driving Sun Nana back to the hotel, she talked nonstop, envisioning their bright future together, starting a small family, and having a son and a daughter for Chen Haoshen. From now on, you'll be in charge of earning money to support the family, and I'll be in charge of being beautiful. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. As Chun Hao drove closer to the hotel, he happened to see Zhu Shasha waiting for a car by the roadside. Why is she here too? Chapter 55 Coincidences Make History. Chun Hao drove the car into the hotel parking lot. Sun Nana hugged Chun Hao's neck, gave him a passionate kiss, and then waved goodbye to him with a smile. After watching Sun Nana walk into the hotel, Chun Hao picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Zhu Shasha. How's it going? I received a reply immediately. We made it through safely without any real danger. Chun Hao planned to drive back to pick up Zhu Shasha. As I drove around the corner, a minivan sped past the Audi. Chun Hao started cursing. Driving so fast. Are you rushing to be reincarnated? Just as they were cursing, the van sped forward and stopped at the bus stop. With a rip, the van door opened and two burly black men got out. Without saying a word, they tried to drag Zhu Shasha into the van. Chun Hao reacted quickly. Kidnapping. He floored the accelerator and drove off to catch up. Zhu Shasha resisted hysterically, screaming for help. But she was no match for the strong black man, and just as she was about to be dragged into the car, she felt her life was about to be ruined. Chica, an Audi parked across the front of the van, the door opened, and a figure that was both familiar and unfamiliar rushed out. Let her go. It's Chun Hao. He appeared suddenly, like a divine intervention. Help me. Zhu Shasha clung to the car door as if it were her savior, refusing to get in no matter what. What a hassle. In his impatience, the burly black man slapped Zhu Shasha across the face with great force, making her see stars. Another burly black man stepped forward and threatened him sternly. It's none of your business. Mind your own business. Chun Hao didn't waste any words with him and kicked him. Thump. The kick was delivered with tremendous force, sending the burly man flying 5 or 6 meters before he finally came to a stop after crashing into the bus stop platform. The black man who was hitting Zhu Shasha finally managed to shove her into the car and was just about to close the door when Chun Hao held onto the car door tightly, but no matter how the black man pulled, the door seemed to be welded shut. Chica. The car door was yanked open, and Chun Hao grabbed the black man by the collar, dragged him out of the car, and kicked him in the chest. With a cracking sound, several of the black man's ribs were broken by the kick. He clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground, curling up like a shrimp, no longer able to resist. Wah! Zhu Shasha jumped out of the car in a panic and grabbed Chun Hao. Thank goodness you arrived in time, otherwise I might have sob. Call the police. This was Chun Hao's first reaction, followed by a series of system notifications. Zhu Shasha's favorability +10. Goddess tokens have been detected. Would you like to redeem them now? Zhu Shasha's favorability +10, current favorability 60. Although the hero rescuing the damsel in distress is a cliché, it still manages to generate a lot of positive feelings among women. After this incident, Zhu Shasha's affection for Chun Hao skyrocketed. She didn't know that Chun Hao had just happened to run into her. She assumed that Chun Hao had been secretly protecting her to prevent any accidents from happening. In particular, Zhu Shasha was deeply moved when Chun Hao saved her in a critical moment. Chun Hao unexpectedly received a goddess token from Zhu Shasha, which terrified her so much that she exchanged it all for points, earning 600 points. Currently available points, 1718. Within 5 minutes of the report being filed, a large number of police cars arrived at the scene and took the suspects back to the police station for investigation. Accompanied by Chun Hao, he gave a statement recounting what happened. It is currently unknown whether these two black men were instructed by Director Zhang to conceal their negotiations with him in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. The police investigation quickly yielded results. I must say, you were very lucky. The visas of those two foreigners had expired long ago, and one of them even had AIDS. Luckily, they didn't succeed, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Zhu Shasha was terrified when she heard about AIDS, but Chun Hao comforted her, and she quickly calmed down. It's all right, everything's fine. Zhu Shasha's favorability +10, current favorability 80. Under the arrangement of the police, Zhu Shasha and Chun Hao were taken to the hospital for blood tests, since they had seen blood and were afraid of getting their blood on each other during the fight. During the wait, both of them were a little nervous, especially Zhu Shasha, who was constantly restless. These two must have been arranged by Director Zhang. He's trying to harm me. What should I do? Don't be afraid. I'm here. You can rest assured. How can I be at ease? I've already said that you can't fight City Hall. If it happens once, it will definitely happen again. What if Director Zhang keeps causing me trouble? The more Zhu Shasha talked, the more flustered she became. If she really had the video, that would be fine. At worst, we could fight to the death. But the problem is she doesn't have it. So she can only passively take the beating and has no power to fight back. Although Chun Hao saved him at the crucial moment, Chun Hao was just an ordinary person. No matter how capable he was just a nobody and couldn't compete with Director Zhang at all. The more she thought about it, the more panicked she became. After much deliberation, Zhu Shasha thought of someone, President Wei, whom she had met at the party. Perhaps only by currying favor with such an important figure could she stand up to Director Zhang. Even if she couldn't curry favor with President Wei, currying favor with the expert that President Wei was so fond of could guarantee her a lifetime of peace. Gentlemen, your test results are in. When the on-duty doctor came forward, Chun Hao immediately went up to ask about the results. Fortunately, both of them were unharmed, which greatly relieved Chun Hao. Finally, I spoke with the police, left my contact information, and said I would cooperate with the investigation if needed. The two left the hospital around 3 a.m. Chun Hao drove his Audi, with a distraught Zhu Shasha in the car. On the way, Zhu Shasha kept having wild thoughts. Although she was an optimist, being trapped in the vortex of sin and having a bleak future was the least of her worries. If Director Zhang continued to hold a grudge, her life would be shrouded in darkness. Looking at Chun Hao, although he has been helping her, their statuses are vastly different. Even if Zhu Shasha wanted to agree to Chun Hao's request, agreeing under these circumstances would only harm him. Therefore, Zhu Shasha had actually made her decision long ago. To survive, she had no choice but to abandon her dignity, climb the social ladder, and curry favor with those in power. She had to give up Chun Hao's good intentions. But how could she bring it up with him? While Zhu Shasha was still struggling with her decision, Chun Hao drove her back to the hotel. Take a rest and relax first. Zhu Shasha didn't explicitly refuse. After all, Chun Hao was her savior, and if it weren't for Chun Hao tonight, she might have suffered a great deal of offense. After entering the room, the atmosphere between the two remained silent until Zhu Shasha spoke first. First of all, thank you for saving me tonight. I will always remember this kindness. Chun Hao didn't know what Zhu Shasha was thinking, so he poured her a glass of water. Calm down first. Let me tell you my thoughts. Zhu Shasha took the water glass. Listen to me first. Zhu Shasha's tone was very serious, so Chun Hao could only keep quiet and listen to what she had to say. I'm stuck in Quagmire right now, and it'll be hard for me to get out. You're a good person, and I don't want to hurt you, so let's put our previous deal on hold. What? Chun Hao was somewhat bewildered. What do you mean? Chapter 56, you're a good person. Zhu Shasha had thought it through clearly and mustered up her courage to speak. I know you mean well, but you're just an ordinary person. You can't fight against the big boss. We have no way to compete with Director Zhang. I know a big shot who can help me get through this crisis. With just one word from him, I can resolve my current predicament, so I plan to go see him. Chun Hao, you are a good person, and I am very grateful to you. But under these circumstances, your suggestion is no longer possible, and I cannot harm you. Chun Hao understood her unspoken meaning and knew what she was going to do, so his tone turned cold. Have you thought it through? Zhu Shasha sat on the bed and shook her head slightly. I had no choice. Chun Hao questioned her. You don't believe I can help you. It's not a matter of believing or not. It's just, never mind. Zhu Shasha didn't continue speaking. Instead, she knelt down in front of Chun Hao with deep affection and stroked his face. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Although I have feelings for you, I don't want to hurt you. If you can't understand me, there's nothing I can do. She then offered him a kiss. The two kissed, their lips lingering in the sweet fragrance. After they parted ways, Zhu Shasha let go of her last bit of pride. At worst, I'll grant your wish. After dawn, we'll go our separate ways. As she spoke, she took off her clothes and threw herself into his arms. Zhu Shasha was born in a remote rural area. Her family were farmers. After graduating from high school, she failed to get into university and went to the city to work. She washed dishes and worked as a part-time worker. By sheer chance, she participated in a talent show and, because of her outstanding looks, was scouted and signed into the entertainment industry. She was not very bright. During the group training arranged by the company, she had no talent for singing or acting, and her singing and dancing scores were both at the bottom. The company suggested she start as an assistant, and so she moved among celebrities, serving them tea and water, being bossed around, and eventually became the assistant to the big star Yu Yaowei. She fantasized more than once about being a star, shining brightly under the dazzling spotlight, embarking on a path to stardom. But reality hit her like a ton of bricks, dealing her a heavy blow. Being transferred from signed artist to an assistant offers little hope for fame. The only opportunities are occasional bit parts, with the same treatment as top-tier actors in Hungarian World Studios, but little prospect for advancement. Gradually, her thinking changed. She only cared about becoming famous and believed that to become a star in the public eye, she had to give up her dignity. It wasn't that she didn't accept Chun Hao's suggestion. On the contrary, Chun Hao's suggestion was like unlocking the shackles of her mind. The main reason she hesitated and didn't agree was because she had doubts about Chun Hao. Choice is more important than effort. Even if you have to sacrifice yourself for fame, choosing a company executive and choosing a capitalist are two completely different things. In terms of background and social standing, Chun Hao is not the best choice. Therefore, after the black hostage incident, Zhu Shasha decisively abandoned Chun Hao, a potential catch, and chose Wei, a capitalist who was overweight, older, but powerful and influential. This would solve the immediate crisis, provide financial support, and perhaps even allow her career to take another step forward. A future in the entertainment industry is not just a dream. Since I'm going to fall into depravity anyway, I might as well indulge myself one last time before I do. Chun Hao is young and strong, and he's my type. Zhu Shasha doesn't dislike being with him. He's at least 100 times better than President Wei. This one time was enough to repay Chun Hao for saving his life, and it also brought a perfect end to their relationship. They left each other with the most beautiful memories. After the passion subsided, Zhu Shasha nestled in Chun Hao's arms, savoring the madness of just moments before. Chun Hao asked, "Have you really thought this through?" Zhu Shasha reiterated her previous statement. "I don't want to hurt you, so I have no choice." Chun Hao asked again, "Who are you looking for? Tell me, maybe I know them." "Impossible." Zhu Shasha got up, got out of bed, and put on her clothes. "He is high above, the richest man in the area, while you are just one of the masses. Even if you know him, he is still someone you can't reach." Well, Chun Hao stopped trying to persuade her. Since Zhu Shasha had already made her choice, there was no point in saying anything more. Zhu Shasha finished dressing and looked out the window at the beginning of the light. "It's dawn, I'm leaving. If we meet again, we won't recognize each other." "Whatever." Zhu Shasha placed a gentle kiss on Chun Hao's forehead. "I will keep you in my heart, and you will find a better woman." She left without looking back, resolutely and decisively. Early morning, in the bathroom. Splash, splash. Under the shower head, Chun Hao pondered the future, his feelings a mix of emotions. Zhu Shasha is the most unique among the bound goddesses. Her goddess token is tears, and the reward for conquering her is the rare cultivation technique, Qing Xinju. Unfortunately, I was only 20 points away from winning her over, and from then on, I may never have another chance to increase her affection level. Chun Hao was very resistant to Zhu Shasha's choice. Under his grandfather's subtle influence, Chun Hao had never thought before that he would use his knowledge of economic theory to gain fame and fortune. Things are different now. Chun Hao desperately needs social status. Chun Hao wasn't particularly interested in this business development seminar this morning. Even if he were to attend, it would be with the intention of just watching. Chun Hao's thoughts have changed, mainly because he was provoked by Zhu Shasha's words. He didn't want to prove anything. Chun Hao only wanted to prove his own worth. Compared to capitalists, he was no ordinary person. After taking a shower, Chun Hao combed his hair, put on a formal suit, and dressed up in a grand manner. With everything ready, at 8 a.m., I drove straight to the convention center. The Business Development Forum held in Guangxing is a formal conference led by the government and organized by various economic colleges. It discusses and studies current economic development and promotes new business models. By 8 a.m., the entrance to the convention center was already packed with people. The participants came from all over the country, as well as foreign businessmen, keeping up with current events and keeping pace with the times. All employees of Jiangxing Innovation Company, including General Manager Ma, Deputy General Manager Wang, 2 assistants, 2 HR personnel, and 10 marketing and sales staff, were present. Ma Buitao was chatting with familiar businessmen, while Vice President Wang Ligua was giving a long and eloquent speech. You must pay close attention to this conference. Listen carefully, as it is a rare opportunity to discover better business opportunities in the future. Sun Nana yawned lazily, letting Wang Ligua's words go in one ear and out the other. Sun Nana, what are you doing? Can't you listen attentively when I'm speaking? Vice President Wang Ligua, adopting the airs of a leader, sternly reprimanded them, while other employees chimed in with sarcastic remarks. You yawned while the leader was speaking. You deserve to be scolded. You didn't get back until very late last night. No wonder you're sleepy today. Xiaoming, make a note of this for her. According to the rules and regulations, she will be fined 100 yuan. I've got it. Can I let her go? Chapter 57 Enemies are bound to meet. The sales staff who came to Guangxing on this business trip were basically all Wang Ligua's confidants. Only Sun Nana was a confidant of General Manager Ma, so she was ostracized and not well received. Sun Nana didn't care at all. Ever since she confirmed her relationship with Chun Hao last night, she has become increasingly indifferent to the company, especially targeting Lin Xiaoming. Because of Chun Hao, even seeing her doesn't bother the toilet. Keep trying to cheat. That's all you're good for. You're short-sighted. You. Just as Lin Xiaoming was about to lose her temper, her other colleagues stopped her and offered their advice. Sun Nana wasn't going to tolerate her. She fanned herself to cool off in the hot summer, while retorting with a petty retort. Are you angry? Is it wrong to call you petty and short-sighted? This was more like setting off a powder keg for Lin Xiaoming. Sun Nana, I'll tear your mouth apart. Just as the two women were about to come to blows, their swords were drawn. Enough. What's all this commotion about? Aren't you ashamed? After Wang Ligua spoke, he glared at Sun Nana and sharply criticized her. If you cause any more trouble, I'll dock your performance bonus. Sun Nana, not one to tolerate Wang Ligua, crossed her arms and said sarcastically, those who tell the truth get their pay docked, while those who break the rules get away with nothing. Vice President Wang, you're really applying double standards. Wang Ligua suppressed his anger and said angrily, I'm the vice president, your boss. If you talk back to your superior, deducting your performance bonus is the least you can do. Sun Nana rolled her eyes. Understood. You're the vice president, so you're in charge. Deduct it if you want. No need for so many excuses. Just as tensions were rising, Mr. Ma Buotao finally spoke. You all should say less. Wang Ligua, aren't you ashamed to scold your employees in public? There were indeed quite a few people watching the show, pointing and gossiping about their little group. I'll settle the score with you later. Wang Ligua had no choice but to suppress his anger and remain silent. Another HR colleague whispered to Lin Xiaoming. Should we still deduct from Nana's performance record? Should we make a note of it? We just keep records. Whether or not to deduct from the records is up to the leader. The two whispered among themselves and made another note of Sun Nana's name. Sun Nana was originally planning to cause trouble, but when she saw a familiar Audi with local license plates come into view and stop in the parking lot, she immediately beamed with joy. Why is Chun Hao here too? Staring intently as the car door opened, Chun Hao stepped out with a dashing air, exuding confidence and irresistible charm. Sun Nana couldn't help but wave her hand and shout, Brother Hao. When she shouted that, everyone turned to look. Mr. Ma's eyes were full of expectation, while Vice President Wang was filled with hatred. The company's colleagues were also chattering, especially Lin Xiaoming, whose face immediately fell. Chun Hao knew that Ma Buotao had come to Guangxing to attend the business development forum, and that they would inevitably run into each other once he arrived. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. If we can't avoid it, let's face it head on. Chun Hao stepped forward to meet the challenge, and along the way he met several acquaintances, all of whom were suppliers he had worked with before. Mr. Chun, it's been a long time. When did you arrive in Guangxing? Why didn't you let me know? Oh, Mr. Chun, hello. Since it was a cooperative relationship, Chun had to put on a good show and shook hands and exchanged pleasantries with each of them. Wang Ligua is a petty bastard who can't stand seeing others do well. When he saw Chun Hao being fawned over as soon as he arrived, they walked towards him, speaking in a sarcastic tone. He's just an ordinary employee, yet he dares to call himself General Manager Chun. He really has a lot of clout. Wang Ligua's words made several businessmen lose face. Business people value face. Regardless of their position, adding General Manager after their surname is a sign of respect, just like calling a taxi driver or chef master. Wang Ligua's nitpicking and petty calculations exposed the hypocrisy of everyone. In the eyes of business people, this is called being ignorant. Even if they want to cooperate, They won't cooperate with such a petty person. Ma Buotao was a kind-hearted man, and he stepped forward with a smile. Chun Hao is here. He still maintains his airs. It's a habit he's developed over the past 4 years and can't break. Mr. Ma, it's been a long time. Chun Hao shook hands with Ma Buotao, politely but lacking the closeness they once shared. Since we've met in Guangxing, let's seize the day and continue our meeting today. Chun Hao shrugged. As long as the money is there, I don't care. After feigning politeness, Ma Buotao waved for Sun Nana to come forward and gave her instructions. Many partners will be here today. You two can work together on-site and try to speed up the progress today. Sun Nana crossed her arms and said in a pretentious manner, I'm not feeling well today, so I might not be able to give my all. Ma Buotao clicked his tongue, but swallowed the rest of his words. Chun Hao knew that Sun Nana was going to cooperate, so he pretended to be puzzled. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I'm not in a good mood. I just yawned, and they deducted 100 yuan from my full attendance bonus. Some jerk is talking behind my back, and when I argue back, Vice President Wang is going to deduct my performance bonus again. So I'm not in a good mood. Chun Hao glanced at Ma Buotao. Mr. Ma, you can't blame me for this. Wang Ligua was standing right next to him. Upon hearing this, he angrily retorted, Sun Nana, if you keep making a mountain out of molehill like this, I'll deduct your entire performance bonus for this month. Sun Nana retorted, I'm paid for the work I'm supposed to do. If they deduct all my performance bonuses for no reason, why should I do any work? Wang Ligua was even more furious. Don't push your luck. The company can do without you. Believe me, I'll fire you. Wang Ligua. Ma Buotao finally spoke. Even when beating a dog, you have to consider its owner. Because of you, the trouble caused by firing Chun Hao is nothing. Wang Ligua said sternly. How can a boss be swayed by his employees? The company isn't just about her. There are other people who can handle things as well. After that, the other 9 sales staff, as well as Lin Xiaoming, all stood up. Lin Xiaoming, in particular, spoke with a strong sense of justice. If she's feeling uncomfortable, she should just go somewhere cool and stay there. It's the same for me and Chun Hao when we're working together. Do you think I'd even acknowledge you? Chun Hao's sarcastic remarks. Lin Xiaoming said with a straight face. Why not? You can connect with her, so why can't you connect with me? Chun Hao, tell the truth. Are you two having an affair? She's going to play the victim again, and Chun Hao isn't going to let her get away with it. Lin Xiaoming, I'm being very lenient with you. Don't push your luck. Chun Hao, are you even a man? Lin Xiaoming was about to throw a tantrum. Sun Nana interrupted with a question. Boss, bringing personal emotions into work violates company rules and regulations. Shouldn't my bonus be deducted? Is the rule only applied to me? Sun Nana, don't go too far. Shut up. Don't embarrass yourself. Vice President Wang was about to start cursing again when President Ma spoke up to support Sun Nana. Lin Xiaoming violated company rules and regulations and will have 3 days bonus deducted. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became extremely strange. Chapter 58 Head-to-Head. Let's all keep quiet. If you have something to say, let's talk about it in private. Don't shout and make a scene in public. It's embarrassing. After Ma Buotao tried his best to maintain the confrontational situation, he then asked Sun Nana a question. How can you achieve a proper connection? Sun Nana nodded at Wang Ligua with her chin. According to the company's rules and regulations, it's one thing for him to deduct my bonus and performance bonus. But what if I don't earn any money this month, can't afford to eat, and can't repay my loan? Chun Hao seized the opportunity to make a suggestion. How about we compensate you from Vice President Wang's profit sharing? Sun Nana immediately cooperated. Sure, what do you think, Mr. Ma? Whoever is responsible should bear the loss. Wang Ligua, transfer the money to Chun Hao immediately. The 3 of them worked together in a coordinated manner, which backfired on Wang Ligua. He was so angry that he lost all face and had to swallow his anger and send money to Chun Hao. He was so angry that he almost ground his teeth to powder. Send him the money. Lin Xiaoming was in charge of the transfer, and she gritted her teeth as she transferred today's expenses to Chun Hao. With the money in the account, Chun Hao took Sun Nana to the partners he had just greeted and introduced them to each of them. General Manager Ma Buotao and Deputy General Manager Wang Ligua were also by his side, one out of curiosity and the other for supervision, each with their own ulterior motives. My apprentice, Sun Nana, will be handling all the collaborations with you from now on. Is that all right with you all? One of the partners asked in surprise. It's not a big problem. But since you're no longer at the company, is there still any need for us to cooperate? Wang Ligua immediately responded. Chen Hao is just an ordinary employee of the company. It doesn't matter whether he's there or not. When it comes to making money, what difference does it make who we cooperate with? And who are you? Several of the business partners looked at Wang Ligua with ill intent. I'm the company's vice president. My name is Wang Ligua. Wang Ligua shook hands with them politely and exchanged pleasantries, speaking with great conviction. Even without Chen Hao, the cooperation will remain the same as before. My subordinates are all elite soldiers, each one 100 times better than Chen Hao. The bosses looked at Wang Ligua as if he were a fool. After exchanging glances, someone asked a question. I'm afraid Mr. Wang doesn't have a sales background, does he? Wang Ligua immediately straightened his back and proudly recounted his qualifications. I previously studied for my MBA at Harvard and then worked as an executive in Silicon Valley for a few years. I just returned to China a few years ago, and my main responsibilities at the company are administration, corporate management, and personnel scheduling. Oh, but the bosses weren't buying it at all. A company where administrative staff insist on meddling in sales operations is likely to have little future. I think so too, Mr. Chan. Let's talk about cooperation later. They were practically rejecting him outright, but Ma Boatao wouldn't have it and quickly tried to find a way to back it up. Everyone, please don't. We used to work together very well. Is it just a matter of changing the person in charge? Why can't we work together anymore? The attitudes of the bosses were very clear. The reason we cooperated with your company was because of Mr. Chen's influence. Now that Mr. Chan has given up, there is naturally no need to continue the cooperation. After they made their statement, they left the scene and stopped communicating with them. Before Ma Boatao could speak, Wang Ligua launched the first attack. Mr. Ma, do you see now? It must be Chen Hao who's behind this. He took the money and didn't do the job. He's a scoundrel. Wang Ligua is the kind of person who is used to being self-righteous. He always blames others for his mistakes and never looked for the reasons within himself. Now he is even judging others with the mind of a petty person. Shut up. Ma Boatao finally lost his temper. He also came from a sales background and knew that Wang Ligua had just said something wrong. So he pointed at Wang Ligua's nose and started cursing. You're an administrative staff member who doesn't understand sales or interpersonal relationships. All you do is cause trouble and plain nonsense. Wang Ligua retorted, blushing. I'm causing trouble, but I'm doing it for the company's future development. For the sake of the company's future development, you should keep your mouth shut. Don't talk nonsense outside your area of expertise. Fine, I won't say anything, okay? Just let him lead you by the nose. Wang Ligua walked away angrily. Actually, you can't blame him for being clueless about social etiquette. After graduating from university, he was sent directly to the beautiful country to study and work for more than 10 years, and he had long been used to the ways of the East Asians. After returning to China, he looked down on the social customs and interpersonal relationships there, always believing that his own theories were the most advanced. He believes that if you're going to do business, you should do it properly and not resort to crooked or shady methods. Especially as a superior, one must never be led by the nose by employees. Chen Hao was one thing, but now there's son Nana who dares to disobey his orders and defy his authority. She's truly going against the natural order. He absolutely could not tolerate this phenomenon. Seeing Chen Hao in the distance, chatting and laughing with son Nana and those bosses, I really couldn't understand the ins and outs of it. The convention center is open. Someone shouted something, and the businessmen outside the venue started chatting and laughing as they walked in groups toward the venue entrance. Ma Boatao showed the electronic invitation and explained, the people behind me are all employees of my company. All attendees registered online in advance, and each business owner received an electronic invitation. Simply showing it was enough to demonstrate their qualifications. Wang Ligua was already angry, and then a sudden idea struck him. After being fired, Chen Hao is now essentially unemployed. If he doesn't say anything, he can still be brought in, but if he does, Chen Hao is destined to be ineligible to enter. Wait, apart from him, all these other people are employees of our company. Wang Ligua pointed at Chen Hao and explained in front of everyone that he was an unemployed vagrant. This, Wang Ligua's action, ironically, rendait Ma Boatao speechless. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Wang Ligua said righteously and eloquently. I'm telling the truth. A fired employee, just an unemployed bum. What right does he have to attend such a grand business conference? The other employees were also watching the spectacle, especially Lin Xiaoming, who made sarcastic remarks. Weren't you all so cocky just now? Now you can't even get through the door. What's there to be proud of? Chen Hao gave a cold laugh. Who says I can't even get through the door? Lin Xiaoming asked, arms crossed. Then I'd like to see how you get in. The words had barely left his mouth. The boss, who had just chatted with Chen Hao, happened to pass by and came to Chen Hao's rescue. I brought Mr. Chen with me. Is it all right for him to come in with me? The staff immediately responded. No problem. Of course no problem. Besides Sun Nana, Wang Ligua, Lin Xiaoming, and other employees, everyone had gloomy faces. Little did they know that this was not the end of the matter. President Chen. Suddenly, a woman's voice shouted from behind the crowd. This attracted everyone's attention, and they saw 3 tall, beautiful women walking towards them, waving as they went. The most eye-catching was Qian Zhaodi, who was dressed in a red haute couture fashion. Her outfit was very expensive, and she walked with a confident stride. Her long, wavy hair fluttered in the wind, making her stand out among a group of businessmen in black suits. Zhang Menglu was still wearing the same outfit as yesterday, a dark-colored business suit, and her long legs and black stockings always attracted a lot of attention. To Chen Hao's surprise, Wang Lichuan, a Busta factory worker, was also with the 2 women, wearing a white shirt and a pencil skirt, looking just like a female secretary. The main point is that her cleavage is so prominent that it almost bursts out of her shirt buttons. Chapter 59: Disparity in Status. Fearing he would be exposed, Chen Hao turned to the boss who had come to his rescue and said, "Thank you, but my friend is here. We'll go in together, so please don't bother." The boss said with a smile, "It was nothing, Mr. Chen. You're too kind." Chen Hao then spoke to Sun Nana. "You guys go in first? I'll go pick up some local friends." Hold head high. Sun Nana also saw the 3 beauties. One was pretty, one had long legs, and one had a large bust. Chen Hao was indeed surrounded by beauties. On the contrary, the most jealous person in the room was Lin Xiaoming. When she saw Chen Hao walking towards the 3 goddesses, she was almost filled with jealousy. That scumbag, he just broke up with me, and he's already hooking up with 3 vixens. Wang Ligua was also very frustrated. Seeing Chen Hao chatting and laughing with 3 stunning beauties, he became angrier and angrier. His original intention was to disgust Chen Hao, but he didn't expect to disgust himself instead. "What are you looking at? Get inside now, let's go." Wang Ligua gave the order, and everyone in the company, including Sun Nana, had no choice but to enter the venue first. Beyond the crowd at the venue, when Chen Hao met the 3 women, Qian Zhaodi said with a smile, "Mr. Chen, I brought your girlfriend here, safe and sound." Chen Hao smiled and looked back. Fortunately, Sun Nana had entered the venue, so he wouldn't be exposed now. "Those people are my former colleagues. We need to discuss business today, so I may need to trouble manager Qian to continue to take care of her for me." "No problem. I heard it from Marilyn Monroe, too." Zhang Menglu stepped forward and took Chen Hao's arm, asking cautiously, "They didn't give you any trouble, did they?" "It's all right. I'm just doing my job for the money. Even if you make things difficult for me, it's fine." Qian Zhaodi said, hands on her hips. "Now that you're on my turf, you think you can get bullied? Just you wait." After saying that, she took out her phone and called Zhuang Hua. "Hey, beautiful, we've come to support you, but unfortunately, I don't have an invitation. Could you come out and greet me?" Soon after, Zhuang Hua rushed out and headed straight for Chen Hao, beaming with joy. "President Chen, your presence truly brings honor to our conference." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhuang Hua personally led the way, guiding Chen Hao and the other 3 into the venue. The hall was packed with people. A huge LED screen was playing promotional videos, and the conference agenda was displayed on the surrounding tables. Zhuang Hua personally gave each of Chen Hao and the others a copy of the process. "Zhao Di, the lecture starts at 10 o'clock, so I won't make an exception for you. Mr. Chen, would you do me the honor of coming with me? I'll introduce you to a few people. Lead the way." And so, Chen Hao and Zhuang Hua left alone and went to the staff rest area of the venue. The room was filled with people. Some were reciting their speeches, some were adjusting their PowerPoint presentations, and others were coordinating the workflow, all making final preparations for the start of the conference. Slap, slap, slap. Zhuang Hua clapped his hands first. "Quiet down, everyone. Let me introduce you. This is Professor Chen's grandson, Chen Hao." Everyone in the audience had heard of Chen Hao's reputation. As a renowned teacher and student, and a descendant of a prestigious family, he naturally garnered everyone's attention. A man wearing glasses walked towards us. He had a serious appearance, wore a suit and tie, and his eyes behind the glasses revealed a shrewd and capable look. "Hello. I've heard so much about you," Zhuanghua explained as he shook hands with Chen Hao. "He is my boyfriend Lu Jianan, and he is my college classmate." Hello. As Chen Hao shook hands with Lu Jianan, he was inwardly full of complaints. Zhuanghua already has a boyfriend, so why is she still bound to him? Is the system trying to make her steal him away? However, on the other hand, after the system is bound, the requirement is to exchange goddess tokens for points, and it doesn't necessarily mean poaching someone else. It's just that increasing favorability in Zhuanghua's token underwear makes Chen Hao think more. "Jianan, give me a VIP pass." Lu Jianan casually picked up a nameplate and solemnly handed it to Chen Hao. "We are very happy to have Mr. Chen as our consultant. With a VIP pass, you can move freely in the venue, and your seat is in the first row, sitting on equal footing with the big shots." "Thanks." Chen Hao politely accepted the tag, put it around his neck, and then asked Zhuanghua, "There are economics professors attending the conference today. I'd like to go and get to know them." "There are many. I'll take you to the lobby and introduce them to you." Zhuanghua personally led the way through the staff entrance into the side door and led Chen Hao into the conference hall. It must be said that the conference hall was very grand, with a huge LED screen standing in front and thousands of seats. The grand scene gave people the feeling of attending a national-level conference. The attendees entered the venue one after another, and except for the VIP area in the middle, they took their seats around the perimeter. Although Jiangxing Startup is a listed company, it was not ranked in the venue and was seated in a relatively far back area, far from the front row. After everyone was seated, they whispered among themselves, discussing the scale, formality, and solemnity of the conference. The two HR professionals sat together, and a colleague whispered to Lin Xiaoming, "I heard that the company gave Chen Hao a total of 1.68 million yuan in compensation." Lin Xiaoming said irritably, "I personally processed the transfer, of course I know. I think your breakup with Chen Hao was completely unnecessary." Lin Xiaoming retorted, "You don't understand. We just broke up and Chen Hao took all the luxury goods he bought for me, leaving me with nothing. I don't regret breaking up with such a stingy man at all." "Hey, isn't that Chen Hao?" Following the finger's pointing finger, one could see a very beautiful woman in the front row of the venue, leading Chen Hao and chatting and laughing among a group of elderly men with gray hair. Chen Hao seems to have a pretty good relationship with these old men. Lin Xiaoming spoke sarcastically and irritably. That's all he's good for, just sucking up to people. Although he said that, he was actually quite jealous. After all, having the opportunity to get close to a big shot was something most people didn't have, even if they had to flatter him. President Ma and Vice President Wang also saw Chen Hao chatting and laughing in the front row. Wang Li was said sarcastically, "Look at how smug he is. Anyone who doesn't know him would think he's some important figure." Ma Boitao didn't say anything, got up and walked to the front row, hoping to use his past relationship with Chen Hao to get closer to these old economics professors. With guidance from these people, his business will surely grow bigger and bigger. But Ma Boitao had a good plan. As soon as he got close to the VIP area, he was stopped by the staff. "Excuse me, sir, the VIP area is off limits. Please find another seat." Ma Boitao pointed at Chen Hao, puzzled, and asked, "Why was he allowed to sit in the VIP area?" The staff member glanced back and explained, "Because he's a VIP. Didn't you see the VIP pass around his neck?" "Who? Chen Hao is a VIP." Ma Boitao was stunned. Chen Hao was able to become a VIP at such a grand event. He himself did not receive such treatment. Why did Chen Hao, an ordinary employee, become a VIP? Chapter 60, What Makes Him So Special. Ma Boitao didn't quite understand. Although he knew Chen Hao had a business mind, he never knew that Chen Hao also had connections. After working together for 4 years, he still couldn't figure out what Chen Hao's trump card was. Why is that? As Ma Boitao walked back to the outer area, he heard people whispering and talking quietly. "I heard that a mysterious expert is coming to today's conference. I heard he is the grandson of an economics professor." "I've heard about it too. I don't know exactly who it is, but I know he has a very impressive background. He's a top economist in China, on par with these old professors." Some people, not understanding the situation, questioned it. "No way. Even if he's the grandson of a famous economist, there's no need to praise him so highly, is there? What do you know?" The old professor was one of the first professors to give lectures on economics. Many of the richest people in the country became wealthy because of his guidance. Being able to curry favor with this old professor's grandson is equivalent to currying favor with the richest person in each region. Oh, I understand. Ma Buatao overheard the entire conversation among the businessmen. Regardless of Chun Hao, Ma Buatao also developed a strong interest in the old professor's grandson. According to the theory of upward social networking, as long as you can curry favor with this influential person, wouldn't you be able to expand your network of contacts and take your company to the next level? Just as Ma Buatao was pondering, someone shouted something. President Wei is here. The huge hall immediately fell silent, and almost everyone turned around to look at the hall's entrance. A group of bodyguards in black entered first, making a great fuss as if facing a formidable enemy, clearing a path for President Wei. Anyone who tried to get close to him was turned away by the human wall. Subsequently, President Wei made a grand entrance under the protection of numerous bodyguards. With his bloated body and toad-like face, he looked very prosperous. Wei Xinglong was accompanied by a stunningly beautiful mixed-race female secretary who meticulously cleared the way for him. Wang Ligua moved closer to Ma Buatao. We have business dealings with General Manager Wei. Should we go and say hello? Ma Buatao knew Wei's identity. A billionaire, someone he couldn't possibly aspire to. Go if you want to. Wang Ligua actually went up to greet them, shamelessly. Hello, Mr. Wei, I am. Get out of the way. There were many people who wanted to curry favor with Wei Xinglong, and Wang Ligua was not even in the running. Before they could even get close, they were blocked by bodyguards outside the human wall, making it impossible for them to get close and curry favor. That's impressive. Wang Ligua also tried to save face. Surrounded by admirers, Wei Xinglong walked to the VIP area and exchanged polite greetings with a group of gray-haired economics professors. Mr. Wei, let me introduce you to a young man. The senior professors nominated Chun Hao to step forward. His name is Chun Hao, and he is Professor Chen's grandson. Wei Xinglong burst into laughter. I already knew, and we've known each other for a long time, right? Chun Hao stepped forward and shook hands with Wei Xinglong. Mr. Wei, we meet again. Wei Xinglong explained with a smile. You don't know this, but I was one of the first students in Professor Chen's training class. According to seniority, I should be Chun Hao's uncle. Mr. Wei, you flatter me. No, sit down and let's talk. Wei Xinglong chuckled and pulled Chun Hao to sit together in the middle of the first row. Fuck, I saw this scene. The most shocked person was Wang Ligua, who pointed incredulously at the first row and spoke incoherently. President Wei and Chun Hao, they've known each other for a long time? Ma Buatao countered with a question. You don't know, our company's business dealings with General Manager Wei were all negotiated by Chun Hao. Wang Ligua's mouth was wide open, as if he could swallow an egg. Even if Chun Hao negotiated the deal, it doesn't mean that President Wei and Chun Hao know each other. Ma Buatao wasn't in the mood to explain. Actually, he knew President Wei, and they had even played golf together. However, Chun Hao had introduced them to President Wei, so they could only be nodding acquaintances. They couldn't reach the level of being like brothers like Chun Hao and Wei Xinglong. Ma Buatao had never thought about how Chun Hao and Wei Xinglong met before, but now that he thought about it, it seemed a bit strange. After realizing what was happening, Wang Ligua said in a serious tone, Mr. Ma, Mr. Wei is a big fish. We absolutely cannot give up on this major client. Since Chun Hao wants to make the connection, let him act as a go-between. I will personally negotiate the cooperation with Mr. Wei. That will definitely be better than Chun Hao. Let me ask. Ma Buatao picked up his phone and messaged Chun Hao, asking if he could act as a go-between again to discuss the connection, adding that Chun Hao had already been paid. First row in the VIP area. Wei Xinglong spoke eloquently. Xiao Chun, Eva said you came to Guangxing to discuss business. What kind of business is it? Do you need my help? It shouldn't be needed. You don't need a butcher's knife to slaughter a pig. After Chun Hao finished speaking, he looked at Shiva, who glared at him with resentment. Wei Xinglong asked again. Eva said that after your trip to Guangxing, you'll join my company as soon as you return to Jiangxing? Are you just giving her a perfunctory answer, or are you serious? Just as Chun Hao was about to explain, his phone buzzed, so he immediately made an excuse to change the subject. I'm going to take this call. I picked up my phone to check the text message. It was from Ma Buatao. I stood up and searched the entire venue. In a corner, I saw Ma Buatao waving. Mr. Wei, my former company wants to connect with you for business. Is today a convenient day for you? Wei Xinglong asked, frowning. Didn't we agree before that I would cancel the cooperation if you left? Why are you still doing business with me? Chunhao smiled wryly. We'll go through the process according to the professionalism agreement, depending on whether it's convenient for you. Wei Xinglong said, putting on airs. I'll reluctantly meet anyone you recommend. Chunhao immediately sent a message to Sun Nana, asking her to come and make contact. On the other side, Sun Nana was also paying close attention to the VIP area in the first row throughout the event. Seeing her favorite male idol in person and chatting and laughing with the big shots made her extremely happy. However, the happier Sun Nana was, the more devastated Lin Xiaoming was. Being able to sit in the front row and be on equal footing with a billionaire like Wei Xinglong is something even his uncle Wang Ligua couldn't do, let alone Wang Kaming. It has to be said that at this moment, Lin Xiaoming felt regret for the first time. Brother Hao asked me to go over and make connections with some big shots. Please make way. Sun Nana's words were very hurtful, making Lin Xiaoming feel like her heart was bleeding. Sun Nana darted out from inside and headed straight for the VIP area, but was stopped by Wang Ligua. Don't look like you've never seen the world before. Aren't you ashamed? Come with me. Wang Ligua, putting on airs of authority, led Sun Nana to the first row of VIP areas. Ma Buitao struggled with the decision for a long time, but in the end he felt that given his current relationship with Chan Hao, it would be pointless for him to shamelessly try to get closer to him. Therefore, Ma Buitao wisely backed down and didn't try to win him over. Chapter 61 Vice President Wang is stripped bare. With Chun Hao's summons and Zhuang Hua's message, Sun Nana and Wang Ligua, who was using Chun Hao's influence to gain entry into the first row of the VIP area. As soon as he walked over, Wang Ligua couldn't wait to flatter him. Mr. Wei, I have long admired you and have wanted to get to know you for a long time. President Wei merely glanced at Wang Ligua, though he actually knew who he was, but pretended not to recognize him and casually asked a question. Who are you? Wang Ligua withdrew his hand and began to put on airs again, solemnly introducing himself. My name is Wang Ligua. I studied for my MBA in the United States and later worked as a senior executive in Silicon Valley. Wei Xinglong smiled dismissively. I don't think so. As soon as he finished speaking, Shaiva immediately revealed his true identity. Wang Ligua did work in Silicon Valley after graduating from a diploma mill in the United States with an MBA, but his highest position was deputy manager of a team of 5 people. He has never held a senior management position on his resume. He was permanently dismissed and will never be rehired because he participated in union activities and opposed the company. Wang Ligua's smile immediately vanished. His job in Silicon Valley was always kept secret, and he never imagined that his embarrassing past would be revealed in public in such detail. Wei Xinglong looked at Chun Hao. The person you introduced to us, could he be a scammer? Chun Hao sneered. To be honest, he never expected that Wang Ligua would falsify his resume. He had truly seen something new today. Of course not. The person I'm introducing is someone else. Nana, come here. Sun Nana ignored the stunned Wang Ligua and walked forward. Hello, Mr. Wei. This is the person I'm introducing. Her name is Sun Nana, and she's my apprentice whom I personally trained. Wei Xinglong set aside his airs, treated Sun Nana with respect, and took the initiative to shake hands with her. You have a good image suitable for sales. Would you be interested in working for my company? Chun Hao joked with a smile. Mr. Wei, you must be joking. Who poaches someone in front of the boss? How can a con man like to be a boss? Wei Xinglong continued to deliver the final blow, leaving Wang Ligua utterly humiliated. In an effort to save face, he forced himself to say something to make amends. Mr. Wei, although I have withheld some unimportant information, my abilities are undeniable. Rest assured, as long as you work with me, I can guarantee that you will make a profit in the future. Wei Xinglong didn't even look at Wang Ligua and went straight to the point, asking Shaiva, "What are his abilities?" Shaiva glanced at the tablet and continued to reveal previously unknown information about Wang Ligua. After returning to China, Wang Ligua entered a large factory as an administrative manager by forging his resume. During his tenure, he disrupted the company's corporate culture, causing internal turmoil and a sharp drop in the stock price. After creating chaos in the large factory, he led his subordinates to jump ship and join Jiangxing's startup company by investing in the company. He is currently the vice president. With this previously unknown information revealed, Wang Ligua was thoroughly exposed. Every company he works for causes chaos. He's got a natural jinx. No wonder he forged his resume. If he didn't, who would dare hire someone like that? How did this kind of swindler get here? Are all the bodyguards I hired incompetent? Wei Xinglong's sharp words prompted the bodyguards to immediately step forward, grab Wang Ligua, and shove him away from the VIP area. Wang Ligua was still not convinced. President Wei, don't listen to Chun Hao's nonsense. I have real skills. If you don't believe me, we could try cooperating. I will definitely satisfy you. Wei Xinglong ignored what he was saying and asked Chun Hao with a smile. Did I vent your anger for you? Are you feeling better now? Much better. Thank you, Mr. Wei. Don't be so polite with me. Chun Hao then changed the subject. According to the professional agreement, the necessary procedures still need to be followed up. You see, my apprentice is already here. Don't tell me about such trivial matters, Shaiva. You're the one who liaises with her. Shaiva nodded and sat down with Sun Nana to begin discussing the business process. After being kicked out of the VIP area, Wang Ligua, in order to save face and continue to put on airs, went back and began to criticize Chun Hao. What did I tell you? Chun Hao has no good intentions. He's secretly sabotaging me and slandering me in front of President Wei. Wang Ligua may not have any other skills, but he is very good at deceiving people. He has a set of rhetoric that actually convinced the employees, who all started to criticize Chun Hao, saying that he was a real scoundrel. In order to show her loyalty to Wang Ligua, Lin Xiaoming was the one who scolded him the most. I knew Chun Hao was no good person all along. He's two-faced. Breaking up with him was the right thing to do. His smug look is disgusting. While they were swearing and cursing, the business development seminar has officially begun. According to the conference agenda, Lu Jianan, a speaker from the organizer Zhuang Hua's team, took the stage to open the event. Times are progressing. If you don't move forward, you fall behind. The speech was very formal, following the domestic trend, starting from the internet era, then moving to the online shopping era, and now to the e-commerce era. After Lu Jianan stepped down, Zhuang Hua took the stage and mainly talked about market interdependence in the e-commerce era. In summary, Guangzhou is a global city, with businesses such as electronics and clothing trade reaching all corners of the world. It tells the story of the relationship between the factory and the company, and also describes the current situation. Many people in a factory are trying to do e-commerce, but why they have not succeeded. Why do some companies succeed while others fail in e-commerce? The main point is that the failure was due to a lack of understanding of e-commerce mechanisms. Whenever the conversation reached a crucial point, he would immediately stop talking and not elaborate on how to resolve the issue. This is also the usual approach to public speaking. If all the solutions are presented at the conference, who would buy courses or spend money on systematic training afterward? Chun Hao's understanding of the conference's profit model also serves to make the participating business people realize that as times progress, business people's thinking cannot remain unchanged. They must keep up with the tide of progress and constantly discover new business opportunities. To gain a deeper understanding of new business opportunities, one can invest in systematic education and training, ranging from factory-level self-media operation training to company-level e-commerce marketing system training. From training for live streamers to management models for business owners, there are many courses to cover depending on one's status and position. After listening, Chun Hao had only one thought. Zhuang Hua and her team knew how to fleece the rich. After listening, Mok Buotao had only one thought. He wanted to sign up for the course and make more connections with bosses. After listening, Wang Ligua had a new idea. He decided to sign up for executive training so that the sales department could make money through e-commerce and change its sales philosophy, which would solve the problem. Everyone who attended the conference today has gained something, more or less. It seems that they have broadened their horizons, are able to look to the future, and see countless riches beckoning them. Zhang Menglu benefited greatly from this experience and felt the greatest sense of gratitude. She wasn't interested at first, but the more she listened, the more addicted she became, and the more sense it made. There were a few sentences that Chun Hao had said that deeply resonated with her, and today she finally understood their true meaning. People can only earn money within the scope of their knowledge. Your vision determines your wealth. Let your competitors make the money they can see. If you're going to make money, make the huge profits from future business opportunities. Chapter 62, Knowledge Payment. The first half ended at 11:30, and the afternoon session was for economics professors to give lectures. After the event ended at noon, the hall was packed with business owners who had signed up for the training. It was a sea of people, all eager to register. There are a total of 6 training courses, ranging from factory new media to employee live streaming training and boss management training. The price of the courses varies depending on the position. The most expensive CEO training course costs 188,000 yuan, while the cheapest live streamer training course costs 8,000 yuan. If you enroll in all 6 courses, the price is 560,000 yuan. Business owners who can afford to run companies and want to expand their business in this area are not short of money, and most of them have enrolled in a series of 6 classes. Aside from attending the CEO training course myself, I entrust the other 5 training courses to company employees. Jiangqing Start a Company is rather stingy. Ma Buotao signed up for a CEO training course. Wang Ligua and his secretary signed up for 2 courses, and other employees who wanted to participate in training could pay for it themselves. The company encouraged them, but did not reimburse them. Although employees want to participate in training, they can't afford the tens of thousands of yuan required. When Shunhao came out, he was stunned by the scene of people eagerly signing up. Based on 6 training courses, the total training fee is 560,000 yuan. If we cut back on the initial and final fees and assume that 100 people enroll, that's 56 million yuan. This money comes too easily, Zhuang Hua explained with a smile. President Chun, please don't misunderstand. This money is not entirely ours. The academy takes a cut, and after deducting all expenses such as employee training and daily operating costs, the net profit is only about 30% of the registration fee. With a team of over 100 people, including material costs, consulting fees, and labor expenses, if all the costs are shared, each employee will only receive about 1.5 million. Shunhao sighed. 1.5 million is not a small amount. Zhuang Hua shrugged and said, the training course lasts for 3 months. After training, we also need to send people on business trips to provide on-site guidance. In total, we earn 1.5 million yuan a year. Compared with these successful businessmen, it's not much. Shunhao smiled wryly. You're really talking without understanding the situation. Most working people don't earn that much money. Zhuang Hua added, a boom only comes around once every few years. We spent a lot of time researching the market and successful cases to develop this series of projects. These kinds of money-making opportunities don't come every year. Shunhao nodded silently. If that's how you put it, then I can understand. Paying for knowledge is a worthwhile way to make money. I'm glad you understand. While the two were chatting, Zhang Menglu and Qian Zhaodi, along with 2 other women, came over. Beautiful lady, you speak so well. Come here, I have something to tell you. Qian Zhaodi pulled Zhuang Hua aside and whispered to him, probably trying to use her connections to get him into the training course for free. Zhang Menglu was also tempted, but she didn't have the money to sign up. Chen Hao, what do you think about me enrolling in a training course to learn something? Is that okay? Of course you can. It's a good thing that you want to improve. Zhang Menglu lowered her head as she spoke. The training fee seems quite expensive. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhuang Hua, who was not far away, said something shamelessly. Even close brothers keep clear accounts. Don't even think about using connections or getting free training. We grew up together like brothers. You're making money off me. The 2 people were quite loud, attracting a lot of attention. Zhuang Hua didn't want to argue with her. Knowledge is paid, absolutely not free. Don't even think about it. Zhuang Hua, upholding righteousness even at the cost of his own family, went straight back. Mr. Chun, let me take you to a restaurant for a meal. Wait a minute. Chen Hao stopped Zhuang Hua and spoke righteously. Sign her up too, Marilyn. What do you want to learn? I'll pay for it. Zhang Menglu's eyes immediately sparkled. What should I do if I want to learn both? Then report them all. Chen Hao is willing to pay for knowledge. After all, there's no harm in attending training. First, he could get a business school diploma, and second, he can systematically understand e-commerce. As long as he seizes this opportunity, making money won't be too difficult. Mr. Zhuang, 6 classes for 560,000, right? I'll go register right away. Wait a minute. Zhuang Hua pulled Chun Hao aside and whispered, others need to handle things strictly by business, but your girlfriend doesn't. She can just come to the class. I can even give her an assistant position so she can not only audit the classes, but also earn some extra money. Qian Zhaodi was unhappy about this. You've forgotten your principles because of your looks. You just said it wouldn't be free, but then you... Zhuang Hua immediately covered Qian Zhaodi's mouth. Keep your voice down. Do you think you can be like President Chen? He's our honorary advisor. Do you think I make money off him? Qian Zhaodi persisted. You're a traitor who's blinded by lust. As Chun-hao watched his two best friends arguing, he felt someone tug at his clothes from behind. When he turned around, the first thing that caught his eye was their deep cleavage. Wang Lichuan's breasts are so eye-catching, it's impossible not to be drawn to them. Mr. Chun, can I enroll in a live streaming training course? Sure. Chun-hao knew why she asked that question. Zhang Menglu got in through connections, but Chun-hao didn't plan to do Wang Lichuan any favors. The anchor training course was the cheapest option, and Chun-hao could afford 8,000 yuan. I'll transfer the money to you directly, then you can register. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Wang Lichuan was deeply grateful and bowed to express her thanks. After receiving the transfer, she happily went to the registration area to queue up. Qian Zhaodi couldn't argue with Shuang Hua and finally gave in. Forget it. Let's stop seeing each other. Our friendship ends here. Goodbye. Qian Zhaodi wasn't really angry. The two women often joked like this. After all, Qian Zhaodi had been undermining her before, saying that she was selling courses, so now she was reaping what she sowed. Qian Zhaodi walked to the registration area, hesitated for a long time, and finally chose the factory new media training direction, spending more than 120,000 yuan to enroll in a class. Zhuang Hua didn't take it seriously. Ignore her, Mr. Chun. I'll take you to the restaurant. Mr. Wei is already waiting for you there. Given Wei Xinglong's current status and wealth, he only needs to learn how to manage people. He doesn't need to take any classes himself, as his employees can learn enough from the training. In addition, wealthy individuals who want training can hire lecturers to directly train their employees within their companies. This is the benefit of being rich and powerful. The conference lasted one day. After the first half, lunch was arranged by the organizers. After all, they made a fortune from the training courses, so a meal was something they could afford. The restaurant is still in the convention center, and the banquet for 1,000 people is a large and spectacular event. The restaurant seating is also divided into a regular area and a VIP area. When Chun-hao arrived, Wei Xinglong and the senior professors were already comfortably seated in the VIP area, chatting and laughing and exchanging toasts. Chun-hao, come and sit down. Wei Xinglong beckoned Chun-hao over. Chun-hao sat down next to Wei Xinglong in a very natural and open manner, and even took the initiative to introduce Zhang Menglu. She's my girlfriend. Wei Xinglong gave a wicked smile. Youth is wonderful, and you have many close female friends. Zhang Menglu blushed, and everyone burst into laughter. Zhuang Hua poured himself a glass of wine and toasted Wei Xinglong. Mr. Wei, let me toast you. Zhuang Hua understands drinking culture very well and adopts a humble attitude, Wei Xinglong said with a smile. The Yangtze River's back waves pushed the front waves forward. What you said today was very good, and I agree with your point of view. Now is indeed the time to seize opportunities. Thank you for your appreciation, Mr. Wei. This toast is for you. Zhuang Hua downed his drink in one gulp, and Wei Xinglong gestured to the entire room. Let's all have a drink together. Chun-hao also drank a glass with her, and just as he put down his glass, he heard son Nana's voice from behind him. Brother Hao. Chun-hao's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, son Nana and Zhang Menglu are going to meet. This is going to cause trouble. Chapter 63, Taking Advantage of Someone's Kindness. Chun-hao immediately got up and went to greet her. It wasn't that he was worried about son Nana, but mainly he was afraid that Zhang Menglu would overthink things, as she was a bit petty. Nana, how's the coordination going? What did the company say? Fortunately, Chun-hao reacted quickly and prevented son Nana from getting close. The coordination went smoothly, but Vice President Wang's attitude was infuriating. He actually made up stories about you, saying that you were secretly slandering him. It made me so angry. Chun-hao pulled son Nana aside. Wang Ligua is a despicable person. Don't take him seriously. Why aren't any of the former company employees here? Where do they all go? Son Nana said, particularly angrily. I get even angrier when this is brought up. Mr. Ma wanted to enroll everyone in a training course, but Vice President Wang said that this money could not be considered a company expense and that employees should pay for the courses themselves. We don't have that kind of spare money. Although everyone wants to participate in the training, it often costs tens of thousands of yuan. Who would be willing to spend their own money? Chun-hao whispered, would you like to participate in the training? It's no use thinking about it. Son Nana said angrily. Vice President Wang said that he would have us connect with clients in Guangqing during this period, and he arranged everything for us in a very clear manner without giving us any opportunity to participate in training. Chun-hao turned to look at Zhang Menglu and then said, it's all right. I'll handle your liaison. You can think about the training. I can cover the cost. Sun Nana asked again. Which one do you think I should study? Corporate media operations, anchor team management, both are fine. Sun Nana said with difficulty. The registration fees for these two classes combined amount to more than 260,000 yuan. Chun Hao immediately took out his phone and transferred the money on the spot. I'll transfer you 300,000 yuan. Go and register first. This is a golden opportunity. Training opportunities like this are once in a lifetime. You won't get another chance like this. After receiving the transfer, Sun Nana instinctively reached out to hug Chun Hao. You're so good to me. Stop fooling around in public. Go and register. After Chun Hao sent Sun Nana away, he turned around and went back. Sure enough, Zhang Menglu asked him, her voice filled with jealousy. Who is she? My former colleague at the company and the apprentice I personally trained. Zhang Menglu said this out of jealousy. She's so cute, and her voice is so lovely. Chun Hao leaned close to her ear and whispered, It's no use, I only like your long legs. Hate. Zhang Menglu blushed, and Chun Hao defused the crisis with a single sentence, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. During the meal, businessmen gradually took their seats. Since most of the organizers were busy with registration, the restaurant's management was not very strict, which gave many people the opportunity to cross the cordon and come over to toast Wei Xinglong. Who is Wei Xinglong? He has a net worth of tens of billions. If you include his shares in companies, it's close to hundreds of billions. He's someone who can make it onto the list of China's richest people. He would associate with these small business owners. Most people would raise their glasses and drink it all when offered toast. Wei Xinglong would only offer a token toast to people he knew, but if a stranger offered him a toast, he wouldn't even touch the glass. As the lights shone and glasses clinked, the restaurant became incredibly lively, with Ma Buotao and Wang Ligua coming over to offer toasts. Mr. Wei, let me toast you. Ma Buotao adopted a very humble attitude. After all, there was a huge difference in status between him and Wei Xinglong. Wei Xinglong glanced at him, and when he saw Wang Ligua, his face immediately darkened. I can't drink this. Ma Buotao didn't mind. I'll do it. You can do whatever you want. To show sincerity, one should down the whole thing in one gulp. Wang Ligua, however, refused to believe it and insisted on trying to win over the cold shoulder. President Wei, you can't be fooled by a villain. I'm not as bad as someone says. He used language very cleverly. What Wei Xinglong might have thought was Shiva, but to Ma Buotao, it was practically a direct name for Chun Hao. Wei Xinglong didn't tolerate him either. Am I blind or stupid? Do you really think I'm that easy to fool? After saying that, he patted Chun Hao on the shoulder again. What kind of people are there these days? How can this kind of swindler have the nerve to accuse the other party first? Chun Hao said sarcastically. They rely on cheating and swindling. Wang Ligua's face turned red with anger. Ma Buotao tugged at him, trying to pull him away, but he didn't budge. He said angrily, Chun Hao, I'm still your former boss. How dare you talk about me like this? Do you want me to tell everyone about the dirty things you did in public? Chun Hao's face turned cold, and he stood up angrily. Are you trying to distort the truth? Wang Ligua was completely unaware that the atmosphere in the VIP area was anything but normal. What nonsense! You've been having all sorts of affairs at the company, sleeping around with so many women, Lin Xiaoming, Sun Nana, and a lot of other female clients. I'm only telling you this out of politeness. Chun Hao couldn't hold back any longer and slapped him across the face. Smack! That slap was loud and shocking. The noisy restaurant gradually quieted down, and almost all the guests stared intently at the VIP area. Chun Hao, how dare you hit me? Wang Ligua still wanted to clamor. According to his logic, whoever strikes first is in the wrong. Unexpectedly, Wei Xinglong threw a wine glass, which hit Wang Ligua squarely in the face, shattering into pieces. Who dares to bark at me like that? I don't want to see him. The bodyguards rushed over and quickly subdued Wang Ligua. In broad daylight, is there no law anymore? Chun Hao, you shameless scoundrel, you framed me and even dared to hit me. I'm going to sue you. Chun Hao found Chun Hao truly disgusting. Mr. Wei, could you please do me a favor? You say. Chun Hao glared fiercely at Wang Ligua. He had brought this upon himself. President Wei, please have your secretary make Wang Ligua's background check public. I want everyone attending the conference to know that he is a fraud. No problem. Wei Xinglong gave a wink, and Shiva, who had been accompanying him, immediately took out her tablet computer and was about to connect it to the restaurant's large screen. No. Chun Hao, what do you want to do? Chen Hao said with a cold face. I want everyone to know that you're a liar. Wang Ligua tried to struggle, but the bodyguards were well trained and he was no match for them. Ma Buotao wanted to offer some advice, but Wei Xinglong immediately made a statement. Shut up. If you dare say another word, I'll bankrupt you immediately. Ma Buotao immediately shut up. Thus, through negotiations between Shaiva and the organizers, Wang Ligua's background check information was made public via a link to the large screen. Whoa! The audience erupted in uproar, pointing fingers and gossiping about Wang Ligua. Putting everything else aside, just consider Wang Ligua's actions in Silicon Valley, colluding with the union to cause trouble, going against the company, and cursing the company after eating the food. That alone is enough to make people resentful. Then look at his time when he returned to China and joined a large company. He made a mess of the company, causing its market value to evaporate and its morale to plummet. During the most difficult period, he led the employees to resign en masse. Calling a comet a jinx is an insult to the comet. Such petty people are the most detestable in China. No business person doesn't hate them. Chapter 64, There's a Reason Why It's Expensive. Ma Buotao was also stunned when he learned about Wang Ligua's true background. He was completely fooled by Wang Ligua's elaborate disguise. The reason for partnering with him was Wang Ligua's resume. He was a business management talent, which was the biggest weakness that Ma Buotao's company lacked. So he resolutely agreed to let Wang Ligua become a shareholder. After Wang Ligua joined the company, he created a mess. Ma Buotao was aware of this. But Wang Ligua was incredibly eloquent, saying that the reform period was accompanied by chaos. The more chaotic the company is, the more serious the cancer is. For the sake of the company's future development, Ma Buotao endured it again and again because he believed in Wang Ligua's outstanding resume. Now tell him that this impressive resume is all fake. Moreover, any company that Wang Ligua joins, no matter how prosperous, will experience turmoil and chaos, eventually leading to its collapse. His company is now facing a similar crisis. Ma Buotao finally panicked. Looking at Wang Ligua again, his eyes were full of hatred. He had been deceived so badly. Don't just stand there, I don't want to see him. At Wei Xinglong's command, the bodyguards restrained Wang Ligua, took him out of the VIP area, and shoved him forcefully. Get out of my way. Wang Ligua is truly a remarkable individual. Even under these circumstances, he managed to feign composure and showed no sign of guilt whatsoever. He knew that if he showed even the slightest sign of guilt, his resume would be confirmed as falsified. So he forced himself to remain calm, walked back to his company's dining area, and saw the employees' ill-intentioned looks. Wang Ligua angrily slammed his phone down. See, this is how Chen Hao framed me. This despicable man dared to slander me. I will definitely sue him and make him go to jail. Wang Ligua spoke with righteous indignation, as if Chen Hao were truly framing him. Ma Buotao walked back with a gloomy face, full of resentment, but he couldn't show it here, so he said angrily, Everyone, eat your food. Don't just stand there, eat quickly. We have a big meeting to attend this afternoon. In an attempt to make amends, Wang Ligua solemnly stated, Mr. Ma, I need to take the afternoon off. I'm going to court to file a lawsuit against Chen Hao for spreading rumors. Let's eat first. Ma Buotao glared at Wang Ligua, who dared not utter a single word. On the other side, after Wang Ligua was driven away, the scene became lively again, and Wang Ligua became the focus of everyone's conversation, including the VIPs. Little Chen, are you calmed down yet? Chen Hao immediately picked up his wine glass. Thank you, Mr. Wei, for helping me make things right. This toast is for you. Zhang Menglu was also very sensible and raised her glass to toast along with everyone else. Wei Xinglong smiled and clinked glasses with Chen Hao. You know me. I only like two things, talent and money. You are talented and can help me make money. You have both. From now on, you can work for me. You can name your salary. Well, can I give you an answer later? Chen Hao did not agree immediately, mainly because the trip to Guangxing was not over yet, and Chen Hao did not know if there would be any changes. Zhang Menglu tugged at Chen Hao and whispered in his ear, How about we talk to Mr. Wei about our business? Chen Hao shook his head in response. Our business is too small. Mr. Wei might not be interested. Oh, Zhang Menglu stopped caring and remained silent. Wei Xinglong said with a smile, When is back? How about this? I have a private party tomorrow. You come to my golf resort, and we can sit down and talk some more. Chen Hao said respectfully, Since Mr. Wei invited me, I will definitely go. Then it's settled. You'll come alone tomorrow. Wei Xinglong winked, a gesture every man understands. Tomorrow's private gathering probably won't be anything serious. After several rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, the wine had been drunk and the dishes had been prepared. During lunch, many people drank a bit too much, including Wei Xinglong and Chun Hao. Wei Xinglong did not attend the afternoon session and left the venue under the escort of bodyguards. Zhuanghua arranged a separate restroom for Chun Hao and even brought out a hangover soup that had been prepared in advance, personally making tea and pouring water for Chun Hao. I'll do it. Zhang Menglu took the tea and carefully tended to the patient. In the lounge, there were also 2 women, Qian Zhaodi and Wang Lichuan, who accompanied them throughout the entire process. Although they had signed up, Qian Zhaodi was still full of complaints and kept grumbling. You make money way too easily. No wonder you're driving a Maserati. Zhuanghua explained. Actually, I can't blame myself. It's the times that have forced us to make money. Qian Zhaodi asked, puzzled. What do you mean by that? Tell me. Zhuanghua spoke eloquently. In the past, my mentor would only charge basic operating costs for his training courses, which was only 1 or 2,000 yuan, but not many people would sign up. Do you know why? Qian Zhaodi said, not understanding. It's not good to have little money, why? Zhuanghua asked again. Let me ask you this. If the same product sells for a few dollars and tens of thousands of dollars, which one do you think is more high-end? Qian Zhaodi spoke frankly. Is that even a question? It must be worth tens of thousands of yuan. After all, the design and materials are definitely hundreds of times better than those produced by mass-produced banquets that cost only a few yuan. Zhuanghua snapped his fingers. At first we didn't understand, but later we came to understand the reason. Even though it's the same training courses costing 1 or 2,000 yuan are considered by bosses to be a mixed bag, mostly consisting of unemployed people and white-collar workers. But in reality, white-collar workers and the unemployed are afraid of paying an intelligence tax, so whether they are rich or working people, they will not sign up. Therefore, very few people participate in each training session. Until we raise the price of the training, giving people the expectation of being worth more than their money, and creating a threshold that only those who can afford it can enter. The CEO class is unaffordable for ordinary people, but the bosses are not short money. They can also meet more bosses and expand their social circle, which is a win-win situation. Qian Zhaodi smiled wryly. So you guys made all the money. Chun Hao suddenly chimed in. The way is not easily passed on, and a law is not cheaply sold. Why should I tell you how to make money cheaply? If everyone on the street knows the business secrets, will this business still be profitable? Chun Hao then looked at Zhuanghua. Don't listen to Zhaodi's nagging. I support paid knowledge products. Your business will definitely take off. Zhuanghua nodded his thanks with deep gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for your support. During the conversation, the door to the lounge opened and Lu Jiannan entered. Zhuanghua, the second half is about to begin. New. Zhuanghua added. Mr. Chun, please rest here for a while. I'll go arrange the afternoon schedule. We can meet again tonight. I promised you we'd talk again when we meet tonight. She was referring to the token of love, but didn't say it explicitly, mainly because her boyfriend was still waiting at the door. Okay, you can go ahead and get busy. Qian Zhaodi was also very perceptive. She led Wang Lichuan out of the lounge to attend the afternoon seminar. Chun Hao was feeling drowsy and knew he wouldn't be able to attend the afternoon conference, so he lay down on the sofa and dozed off. Zhang Menglu took care of him the whole time until he sobered up, by which time the conference was over. Chapter 65, a date that evening. After a day of conferences, traditionally, business associates, old friends, and new friends who haven't seen each other in a long time often meet for dinner in the evening to reconnect and expand their social networks. The busiest team was Zhuanghua's team. The businessmen went out for drinks to expand their network, and the organizers had to handle the aftermath, pay the venue fees, and calculate the day's gains. There were so many trivial matters that Zhuanghua couldn't leave at all. Qian Zhaodi came back to find Chun Hao. Are you sober yet? You're hanging out with me tonight. Chun Hao took a sip of tea and said, He's almost awake, let's go. They left the venue together, with Qian Zhaodi driving, Wang Lichuan in the passenger seat, and Chun Hao and Zhang Menglu in the back. Because he had a date with Zhuanghua that evening to discuss some private matters, and it was best not to let Zhang Menglu know, Chun Hao had been thinking about how to arrange things for Zhang Menglu that night. Director Qian, I have other plans for tonight, and I'd like to trouble you to look after my girlfriend for me. Is that all right? Qian Zhaodi said as she drove. Sure, but I also need to attend your plans for tonight. You're participating too? Chun Hao was a little confused as to why Qian Zhaodi was getting involved in his date with Zhuanghua. On second thought, it makes sense. After all, Zhuanghua is a woman, and she has a boyfriend. It's inevitable that she would feel awkward talking about such a private topic as underwear on a date with him alone. Therefore, it's understandable that he brought Qian Zhaodi along as a third wheel. Oh, what about her? Qian Zhaodi thought for a moment. How about we have Wang Lichun accompany General Manager Zhang? No problem. Leave it to me, Mr. Chun. Please rest assured. Zhang Menglu pouted. I'm not a child. Why do you always arrange for someone to take care of me? Chun Hao rested his head on Zhang Menglu's shoulder. Didn't you say that you're unfamiliar with Guangcheng? I'm worried you'll get lost. What if you get lost? Zhang Menglu pouted and said, Okay, you go ahead with your work. Just take me back to the hotel. Qian Zhaodi continued. Let's eat first and talk about it after dinner. Qian Zhaodi drove to Haidaleo and they had a sumptuous hot pot meal together. It wasn't until 8:30 p.m. that Zhuanghua called to say that they could come over. Let's go. Let's take Mr. Zhang back to his hotel first. Then we'll go to our appointment with Zhuanghua. Qian Zhaodi went to pay the bill, and Wang Lichuan went to the restroom. When she came out, she secretly slipped something to Chun Hao. Bite. Goddess tokens have been detected. Would you like to redeem them now? It turned out to be a keepsake bra, which meant she was going braless. As you instructed, I wore this for just one day, so I'm giving it to you. I'll transfer the money to you. Wang Lichuan immediately refused. No need. You've already paid for today's expenses. Have you forgotten about the training fee? Well, Chun Hao didn't argue with her. If the two of them got into a physical altercation, Zhang Menglu would easily notice something was amiss. Ever since he learned that Wang Lichuan was going braless, Chun Hao's eyes have been drawn to her cleavage, intentionally or unintentionally. His chest is full of depth and breadth, truly impressive and pleasing to the eye. Qian Zhaodi drove Zhang Menglu back to her hotel, with Wang Lichuan accompanying her. Afterwards, she drove Chun Hao to Zhuanghua's house. Chun Hao was initially full of anticipation, but after learning that Qian Zhaodi was also involved, he lost all interest. After all, without the opportunity to spend time alone together, it's difficult to have any further development. What Chun Hao didn't expect was that when he arrived at Zhuanghua's house, it was Zhuanghua's boyfriend, Lu Jiannan, who opened the door. Well, now, apart from normal communication, there's no way to have any ulterior motives. Mr. Chen is here. Please come in. After changing in his slippers, I entered Zhuanghua's house. This is a newly developed residential area, fully furnished with a stylish design and even scented with women's perfume. Mr. Chen, Zhao Di, please sit in the living room for a while. Zhuanghua was washing dishes in the kitchen. The two of them must have just finished eating. Lu Jiannan personally made tea and poured water for Chun Hao. They chatted for a while, making small talk. Zhuanghua went into the bedroom and took all the underwear she had worn to the living room. She's really open-minded. In front of her boyfriend, she introduced each of her underwear to another man and described the experience of each one in great detail. Lu Jiannan was clearly uncomfortable and a little jealous, so he sat silently to the side. Chun Hao also felt embarrassed, but in order to obtain the goddess's token, he had to pretend to listen attentively. Of all the attendees, Qian Zhaodi was the most relaxed. Every time Zhuanghua introduced a product, she took notes based on the style, brand, manufacturer, and other information. As they chatted, Qian Zhaodi pulled out a thong from a pile of underwear. You bought this kind before? Zhuanghua blushed slightly, but the blush was fleeting. Is there a problem? Qian Zhaodi looked at Lu Jiannan. Leaving aside your feelings about wearing it, let's interview your boyfriend. Does he really like this kind of innocent and alluring style? Lu Jiannan was even more embarrassed and could only stammer and make no coherent explanation. Zhuanghua said in a very serious tone, I don't support premarital sex, so Jiannan didn't see me wearing it. Qian Zhaodi was greatly surprised. No way. You're still a virgin? Zhuanghua retorted sarcastically. I'm still childless by choice, you know that. While the two women were tearing each other apart, Chun Hao suddenly realized what was going on and understood. Sun Nana's keepsake and Zhuanghua's keepsake were both underwear. The reason has been found. Both women are virgins, so their keepsakes are underwear. Ahem, that's enough. Let's stop here. Lu Jiannan simply couldn't stand it. Even if it was for market research, he couldn't bear to see his girlfriend openly displaying her private items. Blushing, she packed all her underwear into a bag and pushed it in front of Qian Zhaodi. Take everything as agreed. In the future, ask others for help with this kind of thing. This is a one-time exception. Zhuanghua was somewhat displeased and retorted sarcastically. Jianan, what are you doing? We're discussing business. Aren't you ashamed of this kind of business? Jianan, you're overthinking it. Can you stop having such wild thoughts? Just as the two were about to clash, Qian Zhaodi intervened to smooth things over. All right, you two stop arguing. That's enough for today. We won't bother you anymore. Wait a minute. Chen Hao picked up the conversation. Let's put that aside for now. There are two other things we need to talk about. Although he had obtained the goddess's token, his favorability rating hadn't increased yet. Zhuanghua's current favorability rating was 90, just 10 points away from winning her over. Chen Hao wanted to try to break through those 10 points before exchanging for it. No sooner had Chen Hao finished speaking than Lu Jianan spoke first. That's enough. Are you never going to stop? Chen Hao was taken aback. Why was Lu Jianan suddenly so angry? Lu Jianan, are you crazy? Zhuanghua wouldn't tolerate him and started cursing at him with a straight face. I already said that today is for discussing work, and besides, the solution was proposed by General Manager Chen. What's wrong with me reporting the results? Lu Jianan roared, his face flushed. Even when discussing business, there can be boundaries. I've never even seen your underwear, yet you've given it all to a complete stranger. Is he your boyfriend, or am I? It was obvious to everyone that Lu Jianan was jealous, and quite jealous at that. Chapter 66, Couples Having a Quarrel. Stop arguing, let's talk this out. Qian Zhaodi tried her best to maintain the situation, but Zhuanghua had a clear conscience and would never compromise. At the crucial moment, Chen Hao promptly changed the subject. The two things I'm about to talk about have nothing to do with underwear. Would you like to hear them first? Zhuanghua said angrily. Jianan, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Go away. After saying that, her attitude completely changed when she faced Chen Hao again. Mr. Chen, you tell me what you want to discuss next. Lu Jianan silently stepped back and sat down to sulk. Chen Hao then spoke in a serious tone. The first thing is that I join your team as an honorary advisor. Zhuanghua beamed with joy. I've been waiting for you to ask me that question. Just a moment. Zhuanghua jogged into the bedroom, retrieved the document, and handed it to Chen Hao. This is an introduction to the projects our team has undertaken, as well as the benefits you will receive after joining us. My idea is that if there are some very niche projects and we can't come up with any particularly good solutions, we'd like to ask for your help. For each project, the client will pay the full amount, and after taxes, we'll split the profits with you. My idea is to give you 80%. Is that okay with you? How many? Before Chen Hao could say anything, Lu Jianan immediately became indignant, jumping up and down and shouting. Why should he get 80%? He splits the profits 50/50ths with other economics professors, and some professors only give a symbolic consulting fee. Why should he get 80%? Zhuanghua winked and made faces. Can you please just shut up? Why should I remain silent? It's because he's Professor Chen's grandson. Background doesn't define everything. The two were about to argue again, and this time Zhuanghua couldn't take it anymore. I don't want to argue with you right now. If you can't stay, then leave. I won't stop you. Lu Jianan pointed angrily at Chen Hao. You're telling me to leave because of him? Fine, I'll leave. Lu Jianan stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Jianan! Zhuanghua chased after him to the door, blurting out angry words. Don't come back after you leave. Lu Jianan lost his temper in the hallway. You want to break up with me, huh? Fine. I've had enough of you for a long time. Who do you think you are? It's one thing to not support premarital marriage, but you don't even want children. What are you even doing getting married? The two of them were completely devastated, leaving Qian Zhaodi speechless. Chen Hao was also quite dumbfounded, never expecting things to develop this way. It's all your fault. You knew the atmosphere was tense, so why didn't you leave? Did you have to bring it up today? It's my fault. I didn't expect Lu Jianan to be so petty. As the two were whispering, Zhuanghua slammed the door shut and said angrily, Ignore him. I don't know what's wrong with him these past few days. He argues with me every day and gets angry at the drop of a hat. Let him go out and calm down first. She had no idea why her boyfriend was getting angry for no reason. System evaluation of Zhuanghua. Eloquent, academically gifted, obsessive, childless. She's indeed a fanatic, and she has the female academic genius buff, high IQ, low EQ. Maybe we should just forget about it and focus on taking care of your personal issues first. Qian Zhaodi tried to find a way out, but Zhuang Hua completely ignored her. Ignore him. He'll be fine tomorrow. Mr. Chun, do you think my proposal is acceptable? Chun Hao's original intention was only to increase her favorability. He was not short of money. Giving 80% of the project consulting fee is indeed a bit too high. Chun Hao was about to negotiate the price when Zhuang Hua objected. No. I think 80% is too little. It's true. I also have my own selfish motives. As you know, our main business for the next period of time will be training seminars and providing solutions to enterprises. No one else can do that, so I hope you can take over this business. Firstly, you have a great reputation and a wider network of connections than us, so your credibility is definitely much higher than ours. Secondly, we also want to use you to make connections with more wealthy businessmen, such as Mr. Wei, who can bring us more opportunities for internal corporate training. Qian Zhaodi curled her lip. I understand now, you're the one who profits no matter what, but didn't you make that clear to Lu Jianan? Zhuang Hua explained. We each manage our own area. Lu Jianan is mainly responsible for training and market research. He's not good at solving problems for companies, so I don't need to talk to him. Qian Zhaodi then looked at Chun Hao. It's good to have a good grandfather. Chun Hao shrugged. All right, 80% split, I won't argue with you. Now let's talk about the second thing. After saying that, Chun Hao looked at Qian Zhaodi and said in a solemn tone, we want to collaborate on creating a domestic women's intimate apparel brand. As you know, we are currently recruiting shareholders internally. Are you interested in investing? Zhuang Hua's eyes lit up. You actually thought of me first? Zhao Di didn't even mention it to me. Qian Zhaodi said with a smile. After all, it's just an idea at the moment. It will probably be at least a year before we can actually start the company. Chun Hao then continued. Even close brothers should keep clear accounts. We adopt a 40-30 shareholding system, with the factory taking 40% of the net profit, the company taking 30%, and other partners sharing the remaining 30%. So even if you join, your shareholding won't be very large. You need to be mentally prepared and think it through before making a decision. Zhuang Hua thought about it seriously. That means I'll only invest and not participate in company decisions. Fine, I trust your abilities. I'll invest the money. Just as Qian Zhaodi was about to be happy, Chun Hao suddenly stopped her. Stop. Zhang Linglu will be the company president for now. I will not invest in the company or participate in its development. At most, I will help with advice and strategies. Zhuang Hua smiled. Even so, you would never let the company lose money, so I'm willing to take a stake in this surefire investment. It's a pleasure to work with you. The three shook hands and made peace, initially agreeing to cooperate. As they were chatting and laughing, someone unlocked the door with a key. The three of them turned to look and saw Lu Jianan walking back angrily. Zhuang Hua's face immediately darkened. What did I say? He still came back. Lu Jianan was clearly still angry, and he said as he walked toward his bedroom, Don't be so self-important. I came back to get my luggage. You're not the sun. Why should I revolve around you? Lu Jianan, what do you mean? Zhuang Hua angrily chased after Lu Jianan into his bedroom, and the two started arguing loudly again. The noise was quite loud, and Qian Zhaodi, fearing something might happen, kept protecting Zhuang Hua and helping to mediate the fight. Chun Hao glanced over and saw Lu Jianan packing his luggage, taking all his clothes with him, and solemnly proposing a breakup. Zhuang Hua questioned him. Can't you just listen to my explanation? Explain my ass. You don't understand me at all. Lu Jianan roared and shouted, venting all his dissatisfaction. We were together in college, and after graduation, I supported you in starting your business. I dated you and gave you my all, but you never let me touch you. Zhuang Hua, I'm a man. It's one thing for you not to let me touch you, but you also keep belittling me and the team, saying that I'm no good at this or that. You're simply not good enough. The client won't accept your proposal at all. In his excitement, Lu Jianan instinctively swung his hand and slapped Zhuang Hua across the face. Smack! Chapter 67. Advise reconciliation, not separation. How dare you hit someone? Are you even a man if you hit a woman? Qian Zhaodi rushed forward and started tearing at him. Get out of my way. Lu Jianan flung his hand and pushed Qian Zhaodi aside. Nobody's stopping me today. I can't do anything, but Chun Hao can. You go with him. I'm not putting up with this anymore. Zhuang Hua covered his face, his body trembling with anger. Get out of here. Fine, get out. You could be a nun for life. Lu Jianan dragged his suitcase and walked angrily to the door. He met Chun Hao's gaze and shouted angrily. A good dog doesn't block the way. Get out of my way. He shoved Chunhao aside and stormed off. Just as couples who quarrel in bed make up before they get out of bed, the same applies to boyfriends and girlfriends. In this situation, Chunhao couldn't say or do anything. Any extreme action would be misinterpreted as him trying to poach Chunhao's partner. If Chunhao steps in to help and the two get back together, what will he be then? Besides, they already had a misunderstanding that he and Zhuanghua were having an affair. If they made a sound about it, they would be no different from Wang Kaming. So Chunhao didn't say a word from beginning to end, remaining silent the whole time. Bang! The door was slammed shut again, and this time Lu Jiannan was gone forever. Wah! Zhuanghua could no longer hold back her emotions and sat on the bed, burying her face in her hands and crying. The slap itself wasn't very painful. It was the heartbreak after the breakup that was excruciating. It's okay for best friends to bicker occasionally, but they're still best friends when it matters. Qian Zhaodi kept comforting Zhuanghua, providing maximum emotional support and encouraging Zhuanghua to think more positively. There's no good in a petty man like that. If we break up, we'll break up and find someone better. Zaoji, sobi. The two women embraced and wept bitterly. Chunhao couldn't get a word in edgewise. Looking at the bag of underwear, he felt guilty, wishing he hadn't come. Chunhao also bears some responsibility for this collapse. Otherwise, things wouldn't have escalated to this point, leaving him in a difficult position. Let's drink and drown our sorrows. Today, I'll drink with you until we're completely drunk. Qian Zhaodi waved her hand and ordered drinks and takeout. Chunhao was a little embarrassed and tentatively asked, "Should I go first?" Qian Zhaodi wouldn't let them leave. "Where are you going? Please help persuade them," Zhuanghua said in a pretentious manner. "Breakup is fine. It's no big deal. I am okay. I'm sorry Mr. Chun had to laugh at me." Even at this point, she's still putting on airs. It's clear she's a real fanatic. Before long, the takeout arrived. Chunhao opened the door to receive it, and there was a huge pile of barbecue and beer. He laid out all the late-night snacks on the table. Qian Zhaodi and Zhuanghua came out of the bedroom, drinking and urging each other to open up. Under the influence of alcohol, Zhuanghua gradually opened up. Am I wrong for not supporting premarital marriage? He knows that, and he's always been able to tolerate it before, so why can't he tolerate it now? You're not wrong. It's all his fault. He's no good at all. As Qian Zhaodi continued to persuade him, she winked at Chunhao. Why don't you offer some advice? Chunhao asked awkwardly. What do you want me to say? Just tell me what you men are thinking. Zhuanghua wiped away her tears and stared intently at Chunhao. Can you help me analyze why Jiannan got so angry? Chunhao smiled wryly. From a male perspective, if I were Lu Jiannan, I probably would have broken up with you long ago. Why? The two women stared intently at Chunhao. As the saying goes, when you're well-fed and warm, you start thinking about sex. It's not a big problem if you don't support premarital sex, because a woman's body is structured so that she gets her period once a month, which will help you release excess energy. Men have a unique physiological structure. Starting from puberty, any adult man who doesn't have sex with a woman for a month will expel vaginal fluid through a vaginal discharge. This is the most difficult challenge for men to endure. I don't know about Lu Jiannan, but speaking for myself, I definitely don't have that kind of self-control. If my girlfriend doesn't let me touch her, I definitely won't be able to stand it in less than 3 days. Qian Zhaodi retorted sarcastically. Men are all driven by their lower instincts, so just ignore him. Zhuanghua understood and took it to heart. I understand. It's my fault. I'll apologize to him tomorrow. Qian Zhaodi advised again, saying that a good horse doesn't turn back to eat the grass it already grazed. Since you've broken up, separate completely and don't look back. But people have feelings. It's simply impossible to break up without any lingering affection. It's better to tear down 10 temples than to break up one marriage. Chunhao couldn't say anything. He could only silently stay by her side. It wasn't until Zhuanghua had drunk too much that he took her back to her bedroom and let her sleep peacefully. Because Chunhao drank a lot of baijiu at noon. The beer he drank made him more and more energetic, and he didn't feel sleepy at all. Qian Zhaodi came out of the bedroom, closed the door, and said while yawning, a successful career, but a failed love life. Indeed, when God opens a door, he will definitely close a window. Stop feeling sentimental. Chunhao checked the time. It's already 1 a.m. Let's think about how to get home. Qian Zhaodi slumped onto the sofa. You can leave if you want, but I'm worried about her. I'll stay here with her tonight. While drinking earlier, Qian Zhaodi took off her coat, and now she's only wearing a small top, showing off her curvaceous figure. Chen Hao said again, I've also been drinking, and it's probably too late for any designated drivers. Saying one thing and meaning another. Qian Zhaodi rolled her eyes at Chen Hao. Guangxing is a famous city that never sleeps. You can leave however you want, but if you stay, who knows what you'll be thinking. Chen Hao did not deny it. I admit I'm a jerk. A gentleman pursues a beautiful woman. What's wrong with liking pretty women? Qian Zhaodi rolled her eyes at Chen Hao again. So you were just having a fling with Zhang Menglu? That's not true at all. At least I was genuinely emotional. Qian Zhaodi suddenly leaned closer and asked mysteriously. I heard something today that you were fired for having affairs at work. Is that true? Chen Hao smiled wryly and offered no explanation. If you say so, then it is. So, who do you think is prettier, me or Zhuanghua? She was clearly drunk. Her eyes were blurry. You're prettier than her. Chen Hao spoke frankly and truthfully, giving Qian Zhaodi a score of 9.1 and Zhuanghua a score of 9. Although the difference was only 0.1, it already spoke volumes. You're such a smooth talker. You really are a scumbag. She called him a scumbag, but her body was almost completely pressed against Chen Hao. I can tell you in what ways I'm better than Zhuanghua. She leaned close to Chen Hao's ear and whispered something soft and sweet. I have the charm that a woman should have, but she doesn't because she's not a real woman yet. Chen Hao generously put his arm around her shoulder. You know I'm a jerk, yet you still tease me like this. Do you want me to scum you? She said it with seductive eyes. Who says there are only scumbag men in the world? Can't I be a scumbag woman too? After saying that, she took the initiative to give Chen Hao a light kiss on the lips. As a man, how could he let a woman take advantage of him? Chen Hao retorted, and the two shared a passionate French kiss. Just as they were about to let loose, Qian Zhaodi called a stop in time. Do in the bathroom, don't let her hear. Chapter 68A, Fleeting Encounter. Qian Zhaodi was an only child in her family. No matter how hard her parents tried, they never had a younger brother. Fortunately, Qian Zhaodi is quite adventurous and has a somewhat masculine personality. She has been strong-willed since childhood and has been helping out in factories since she was young. Mr. Qian had no sons in his life, so he could only hand over the factory to his daughter to inherit. In order to cultivate his daughter, he also sent her to study in Gaul, where she studied fashion design. Gaul is known as the land of romance, where men and women are relatively open about sex. As a result, Qian Zhaodi was subtly influenced and became less reserved in this regard. During her time at home inheriting the factory, in order to gain a foothold in the male-dominated world, she frequently went to nightclubs to discuss business with men. To demonstrate her open-mindedness, she also often sought out male escorts. Therefore, she always believed that the reason she was prettier than Zhuanghua was because she possessed feminine charm, unlike Zhuanghua, who was reserved and pretentious. As the saying goes, a kind heart cannot command an army, and righteousness cannot manage finances. Wanting to expand and strengthen the factory, she even went so far as to sacrifice her virtue and offer herself to Chen Hao, hoping to use the stolen exam questions relationship to firmly bind this expert Chen Hao to her side. She had actually been planning all along, and even Wang Lichuan was deliberately arranged by her to test Chen Hao's true intentions. As expected, Chen Hao did not disappoint her. Men rarely resist the temptation of women, especially a woman as beautiful as herself. That night, taking advantage of Zhuanghua's breakup, Qian Zhaodi deliberately created an opportunity to seduce Chen Hao. The bathroom battle was very enjoyable. I had a thrilling feeling of stealing something. Afterwards, Qian Zhaodi's legs went weak. She had never imagined that Chen Hao could be so fierce in this area. Phew, that was exciting. Qian Zhaodi wiped the stains off her body, stood up while leaning against the wall, and looked at Chen Hao with seductive eyes. Aren't you afraid I'll tell your girlfriend the truth? Chen Hao washed his hands and said casually. Aren't you afraid I'll bankrupt you? Qian Zhaodi was taken aback. I was just kidding. How come you're so easily amused? Chen Hao rolled his eyes at her. Adults must take responsibility for their words and deeds. Qian Zhaodi seized upon a loophole and questioned it. How does Mr. Chen plan to take responsibility for me? How about we do everything we can to help you grow and strengthen your brand? Make a deal. Qian Zhaodi took the initiative to extend her hand and shake hands with Chen Hao. I like men like you, who are both capable and charming. If you ever want to try something new, remember to come find me anytime. Chun Hao grabbed her waist. Do you want to maintain this kind of relationship with me for the long term? Otherwise, our cooperation isn't something that can be done overnight. If we want to last, that's easy. As long as I'm not married and don't have a boyfriend, I guarantee I'll be there whenever you call. Chun Hao likes women with open minds like this, but then again, Qian Zhaoti's current favorability rating is only 80. Her token of love is a painting, so whether he makes it or not doesn't matter. If he wants to get her token, it seems he'll have to get her to paint more in the future. The two walked out of the bathroom affectionately and snuggled together on the sofa, chatting idly until they became sleepy and dozed off. Buzzing. The phone vibrated, waking Chun Hao up. When she opened her eyes, it was already daylight. Qian Zhaoti was sleeping soundly, her head resting on Chun Hao's lap. Chun Hao took out his phone and glanced at it. It was a call from Sun Nana. He answered the call. Brother Hao, the company asked me to contact you today to continue the coordination process. Today, Brother Hao, besides me, Lin Xiaoming is also with us. Chun Hao was taken aback. Why is Lin Xiaoming following you? No need to ask. Wang Li was sent her to keep an eye on us. What else could she be doing? I think Wang Ligua has no good intentions. So, are we still coordinating today? Of course I'll coordinate with them. I'll try my best to get all the clients on board by the morning. Qian Zhaoti was woken up by the noise, sat up straight, and lazily stretched. Sun Nana immediately asked a question. Why do I hear a woman's voice? Is it your cousin? No, you misheard. Chun Hao immediately made a shushing gesture towards Qian Zhaoti. Qian Zhaoti rolled her eyes at Chun Hao and walked straight into the bedroom. Sun Nana didn't seem to mind on the phone. You name a meeting place, and we'll take a taxi there right now. Chun Hao thought for a moment. Since Lin Xiaoming insisted on getting involved, he might as well just make her angry to death. Go to the mall. I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Chun Hao arrived at the bedroom door and found Zhuang Hua awake, rubbing his groggy head. I have something to do this morning. Let's get together another time. Zhao Di, can I borrow your car for another day? And could you also look after Zhang Wenlu for me? Qian Zhaoti questioned. Where have you been gallivanting off to this time? Chun Hao said as he put on his shoes. Meeting in the morning, meeting in the afternoon. After Chun Hao left, Qian Zhaoti pointed to the door and said, See? He dumped his girlfriend on me and went on a date by himself. He's a typical scumbag. I'll stay far away from him if I ever meet him again. Zhuang Hua knew who Chun Hao was meeting and said this while changing his clothes. He went to meet with President Wei. President Wei is having a private gathering today with big shots all there. Ordinary people can't attend. Wait, where are my personal belongings? Qian Zhaoti said. Didn't you give it all to Chun Hao? He just left with his bag, didn't you see? Oh, I drank too much and forgot. Chun Hao got into the Audi, opened his bag, and found a total of 24 pieces of women's underwear inside. Zhuang Hua's favorability rating was 90, and with the bra Wang Lichuan gave him last night, he had redeemed a total of 2,260 points. Current available points, 3,978. Haha, no matter how much money you make, it's not as much as I make. Chun Hao started the car with a smile and drove the Audi straight to the most prestigious shopping mall in Guangxing. Sun Nana and Lin Xiaoming arrived first. While waiting outside the mall, the two women disliked each other and didn't speak to each other. The atmosphere was tense, as if even the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Fortunately, he didn't keep the two women waiting for long. Chun Hao drove up and saw them before he even got out of the car. Sun Nana is undeniably stunning. Her short skirt paired with professional attire is both beautiful and stylish. Lin Xiaoming still wore heavy makeup, including foundation and eyeshadow. In the summer heat, even a little sweat would cause scabs to form on her face. Chun Hao walked towards the two women, whose expressions were quite different. Sun Nana beamed with joy, while Lin Xiaoming rolled her eyes. Brother Hao. Chun Hao nodded as a greeting, then questioned Lin Xiaoming. Did Wang Ligua send you to disgust me? If you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. Lin Xiaoming rolled her eyes and said in a sarcastic tone, I'm HR, and I'm in charge of supervising the coordination. Mr. Wang said that if you coordinate with fewer than 5 clients today, I won't transfer the money to you. You've learned your lesson. Let's go shopping first and buy some things. Chun Hao walked in the mall first, followed closely by Sun Nana, while Lin Xiaoming followed reluctantly. Chun Hao's idea of buying some things first meant heading straight to a luxury store. Lin Xiaoming questioned, Chun Hao, what are you doing browsing luxury stores? Don't you know you're at work? Chun Hao completely ignored her. I'm just working, Nana. Feel free to browse around. I'll buy you whatever you want. Chapter 69, so infuriating, it's almost unbearable. Sun Nana looked left and right. Although she knew that Chunhao was probably doing this to provoke Lin Xiaoming, buying luxury goods was expensive, and she didn't want to spend too much of his money for his sake. It's quite expensive. Maybe we should just forget about it. Chunhao glared at him. Just go shopping, don't waste your breath. Lin Xiaoming crossed her arms, clearly unconvinced. Anyone can talk the talk, but I don't believe that this stingy guy would actually spend money on luxury goods for you. Chunhao pushed Sun Nana into the women's section and whispered something to her, so she could choose freely. Don't be afraid to spend money. Luxury goods retain their value, and you won't lose money if you sell them back. Alright, Sun Nana had no choice but to cooperate with Chunhao and pick out the latest women's handbag of the season. Lin Xiaoming had wanted this bag for a long time and had been saving up for it. She watched helplessly as Sun Nana took it, and Chunhao paid for it without hesitation, which made her very angry. Blood and cheese surged, and the heart beat faster. To convince herself, she muttered in a sarcastic tone, "What's the big deal? Even if I buy it for you, it might not be yours. Some people will take everything when you break up with someone, leaving nothing behind." Sun Nana asked, puzzled. "What does she mean?" Lin Xiaoming interrupted. "What else could it mean? I'm talking about Chunhao. After we broke up, he took all the luxury goods he gave me and didn't leave me with a single one. What a stingy jerk," Sun Nana said with a beaming smile. "Since it was Hao Ji who bought it, what's wrong with him taking it? Right, Hao Ji? I support you. That's how it should be done, so that it doesn't benefit some scoundrel. You." This infuriated Lin Xiaoming so much that her lungs almost exploded. "Why are you arguing with her? Keep picking." Chunhao generously declared that he would let Sun Nana buy as much as she wanted today. He would buy everything she wanted without batting an eye. Sun Nana was alright, but Lin Xiaoming was really furious. When she was dating Chunhao, he was so stingy that he would be reluctant to buy even a small bag. Now he's so generous to Sun Nana. I am furious. In this way, Chunhao bought more than 10 luxury items, some for women and some for men. When it came time to pay, Chunhao settled the bills for men and women separately and issued separate invoices. Sun Nana couldn't quite understand. "That's such a hassle." Chunhao explained. "Do you really think I bought so many luxury items just to spite this slut? You can't go meeting with clients empty-handed. It wouldn't be right not to bring some gifts." Chunhao carried the shopping bags and explained as he walked. Gift giving is also a matter of etiquette. If the gift is too light, it will not show your sincerity. If the gift is too expensive, you may not be able to afford it. So sometimes, you need to do what you can afford. Understood. Before leaving the mall and getting into the car, he threw all the luxury goods he had bought for Sun Nana into the trunk and put all the gifts he had prepared in the back seat. Lin Xiaoming sat sullenly in the passenger seat, arms crossed, fuming. After getting into the car, Chunhao spoke frankly. "Get out of the way. Is this a seat for you?" Lin Xiaoming retorted. "Why can't I sit? Don't you know who you are? Get out of here." Lin Xiaoming sat angrily in the back seat, while Sun Nana sat in the front passenger seat. While driving, Chunhao asked Lin Xiaoming to use her phone to call clients and help Sun Nana communicate and inquire about their locations. Lin Xiaoming is jealous again because during her relationship with Chunhao, he wouldn't let her touch his phone, but now Sun Nana is using it with ease. The first meeting place was a factory direct sales wholesale market. Among the gifts, Chunhao took a men's LV wallet worth 18,000 yuan and had Sun Nana carry it when they met the factory manager. When they met, they exchanged polite greetings and Sun Nana presented a gift, which the other party accepted with a smile. He who takes a bribe is bound to be obligated to serve it. Even if they didn't want to cooperate, they couldn't refuse out of politeness and added each other on WeChat. The next stop isn't far. It's only a 5-minute drive. Chunhao chose a Hermes men's belt as a gift, which Sun Nana carried. She followed the same procedure as when meeting with the client, exchanging pleasantries, and adding each other's contact information. In just 2 hours before noon, we successfully completed the task of connecting with 5 clients. During lunch, Chunhao spoke earnestly. "Don't just stand there. The target has been met. Transfer the money." "Money, money, money. All you care about is money." Lin Xiaoming rambled on as she transferred the money, receiving a consultation fee of 10,000 yuan. "Brother Hao, have some vegetables." Sun Nana sat next to Chunhao and personally served him food. Chunhao said, "The clients I'm introducing you to today are all people I get along with quite well. Since I'm personally showing you around, They'll give you face in the future. I've learned my lesson. You can't meet clients empty-handed, but if I always bring luxury goods, I probably can't afford it with my salary. Chunhao said again. It's not something you give gifts every time. You only give gifts when there are big projects that need maintenance. Also, observe your interactions with your bosses. Each boss has different preferences. Some like tea, some like alcohol. You'll need to figure that out yourself in the future. New. The two chatted and laughed, while Lin Xiaoming, caught in the middle, felt very uncomfortable and angry, and couldn't eat much. Just as he was about to have an outburst, Chunhao received a phone call. Mr. Wei, I'll be there in a bit. Okay, I got it. No problem. After hanging up the phone, Chunhao said solemnly, I'm going to see General Manager Wei. You guys can take your time this afternoon. We'll continue the coordination tomorrow. Okay. Sun Nana fully supported it, but Lin Xiaoming objected. We've already given you the money, and you just say you won't do the work this afternoon? Is this how you do things? Chunhao retorted. We've already met the 5 customer targets. If you're not happy about it, so be it. What are you going to do about it? Chunhao. Lin Xiaoming was so angry that tears welled up in her eyes, but Chunhao ignored her, paid the bill, and handed all the luxury goods to Sun Nana. I'm leaving now. I'll contact you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Hao Ji, drive carefully. After Chunhao drove away, Sun Nana glanced at Lin Xiaoming, who was sulking. Would you like me to buy you a handbag? I don't need your pity. Lin Xiaoming stubbornly retorted. Chunhao is a man I dumped. You picked up a piece of trash I didn't want. What's so great about that? Sun Nana knows how to hit someone where it hurts. Yes, the man you didn't want bought me so many luxury items, but someone else didn't. How pitiful. One sentence made Lin Xiaoming furious again. I'm so angry. Sun Nana, having learned from Chunhao, swaggered around carrying a luxury handbag while muttering to herself. You're so infuriating you'll die, and you deserve it if you get angry enough to die. Lin Xiaoming could no longer hold back. She squatted down on the spot, hugged her legs, and broke down in tears, which attracted the attention of many passers-by. Sun Nana continued to mock her. Come on, let's take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments. Click. Photo captions with accompanying text. What a scumbag woman's nightmare is my dream. In the photo, the more Lin Xiaoming cried in despair, the happier Sun Nana laughed. Chapter 70 Private Party at the Golf Resort. When Chunhao arrived at the golf resort, there were several luxury cars parked in the parking lot, each costing at least $1 million. The most dazzling of them all was a Rolls-Royce Phantom. When Chunhao got out of the Audi, his employees came running over excitedly. Hello, guest. The court is closed today. The owner has booked the entire place to entertain friends. Are you here to play golf? Or are you an invited guest? I came here by invitation. My name is Chunhao. The employees' eyes lit up when they heard Chunhao's name. President Chun, this way please. President Wei has been waiting for you for quite some time. The main gate faces a European-style castle-like building with 5 floors and a large area. It is surrounded by trees and greenery. Only after entering the golf building can you see the vast golf course behind it. Upon entering the hall, the first impression is one of opulence and grandeur, reminiscent of the Palace of Versailles. The staff members who were guiding the way were chatting at the bar. President Chun is here. After saying that, he bowed to Chunhao. Mr. Chun, please take a short rest here. The lobby features a lounge area with expensive leather sofas and advertisements introducing the golf resort. Chunhao glanced around and saw that the golf resort not only offered golf but also a hotel, upscale restaurants, lounges, coffee shops, entertainment rooms, card rooms, and other leisure facilities. In addition, the price is also quite high. The most expensive internet cafe in the country only costs 80 yuan per hour. Golf is also charged by the hour, with a member price of 8,000 yuan per hour, not to mention the cost of meals, accommodation, etc. It is clear that golf is indeed a sport for the elite, and ordinary people simply cannot afford it. Just as Chunhao was watching the advertisement, he heard the sound of high heels approaching, growing louder as they came closer. Chunhao didn't look back, waiting for the system notification. In this situation, either he was already bound or his appearance did not meet the system's binding standards. President Wei has been waiting for you for a long time. The woman who spoke was indeed an acquaintance from the bonded group, Shaiva. Today she wore a bodycon jumpsuit that showed off her curvaceous figure, while her long blonde hair added to her beauty. You're still so beautiful. Shaiva rolled her eyes at Chunhao and said as she led the way. You're lying. If you really thought I was pretty, you wouldn't have let me lose the bet. Chun Hao smiled wryly and didn't reply. In fact, he had already guessed what was going on. Passing through the lobby and stepping out, you're greeted by a lush, rolling golf course that stretches as far as the eye can see. Shiva boarded the sightseeing bus first, with Chun Hao sitting next to her. A driver took the two of them to the stadium. Shiva crossed her legs. A gentle breeze caressed her face. Her blonde hair fluttered in the wind, and a faint scent of perfume wafted into Chun Hao's nostrils, giving him a feeling of exhilaration. Who are the people attending the party? Chun Hao asked this question just to make conversation. There are all kinds of people in this world. You'll see in a moment. During this meeting, Shiva seemed to be full of hostility towards Chun Hao, which is probably related to the betting agreement. After winding through several hills, we finally saw a pavilion where many people were gathered and a few were playing golf. Chun Hao observed closely and saw that some of the people were bodyguards, a few businessmen, and a few women. Apart from the bodyguards who were dressed in black suits, everyone else was dressed casually, especially the women, who wore white skirts, sports t-shirts, and baseball caps, looking very dynamic and energetic. After the sightseeing bus stopped, Shiva led Chun Hao into the golf course. Wei Xinglong sat in the pavilion, holding a thick stack of documents and looking at something. President Wei, Chun Hao has arrived. Wei Xinglong then raised his head and said with a smile, Chun Hao is here, come and sit down. Before walking over, Chun Hao first looked at the woman playing golf in the distance. She was too far away to see her face, and the system did not give any binding reminders. Apart from having a good figure, he could not see anything else. After Chun Hao sat down, he blurted out a question. What are you looking at, Mr. Wei? Read the script. Wei Xinglong was quite frank. When I was young, I invested in and made a few movies out of curiosity, and now I've become a well-known investor in the industry. Chun Hao fawned over him. For the art of film, the art of farting. Wei Xinglong didn't mince words and spoke frankly. I used to sleep with female celebrities, but now I'm too old, and my body doesn't allow it anymore, so I can only make money through movies. He changed the subject and lowered his voice. There will be a lot of actresses at this private party. If you have any favorites and want to sleep with one, I can arrange it. Oh, are we going to go that far? Don't be embarrassed. You're still young and can still have fun. I can't. I have high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and heart disease. My private doctor said that if I don't exercise, I might suddenly die one day. As soon as she finished speaking, Shiva's phone rang a few times, and she turned off the alarm. Mr. Wei, it's time to take your medicine. As he spoke, he took out a few pills from his bag and handed them to Wei Xinglong. Wei Xinglong put down the script, took his medicine, and said with emotion, As I get older, I can't deny it anymore. I have to dye my hair several times a year. As the two were talking, the businessmen who were playing golf walked over, chatting and laughing. There were 4 men and 4 women. The men were all middle-aged men over 50, and the women were all pure and beautiful, with slim waists, long legs, and good figures. When they walked 50 meters away, Chun Hao received a series of system notifications, all of which were reminders to bind with goddesses rated 8 or higher. Seeing the intimate behavior of the 4 men and 4 women, Chun Hao guessed that they were either the boss's mistresses or his female secretaries. For a boss with a net worth of over 100 million, it would be embarrassing not to have a young and beautiful female secretary by his side when going out to do business. Among this group of people, Chun Hao even saw director Zhang. He was surprised to find that Zhang also knew President Wei. So, Chun Hao might be able to help Zhu Shasha solve her crisis. Mr. Wei, aren't you going to introduce this person? They approached the pavilion and started greeting each other from a distance. Wei Xinglong said with a smile, He is the master I have been longing to see. Chun Hao, my junior, and also the grandson of my mentor. Chun Hao stood up politely, and the 4 men, including director Zhang, all came over to shake hands and exchange pleasantries. Hello, I've heard so much about you. They were all being very flattering, making it hard to tell whether their words were genuine or just empty pleasantries. According to the introduction, most of these 4 are related to the entertainment industry: producer, investor, director, and director Zhang. After the 4 of them sat down, they didn't mind talking about Wei Xinglong and praised him extensively. How much money did they spend to speak up for Wei Xinglong like this? We've heard Mr. Wei talk about you all the time, but we never imagined you could be so young. That's right, President Wei has been talking about you a lot. He's really looking for someone like you. While responding with a forced smile, Chun Hao observed the identities of the 4 women. To his surprise, he guessed wrong. They were actually sparring coaches from the golf resort. After they were seated, the 4 female coaches took on the task of serving tea and water, attending to the boss's every need. Someone noticed Chun Hao's gaze, which was constantly observing the sparring coach, and bluntly stated, "Why didn't you find a sparring coach for Mr. Chun?" Shuiva, at Wei Xinglong's command, Shaiva immediately expressed her opinion. "It was my oversight. If Mr. Chun is interested in golf, I can play a couple of rounds with you." Chapter 71 Dumplings, made just for a bit of vinegar. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Chun Hao and Shaiva headed towards the golf course. Stepping on the grass, the soft texture is like a carpet. Covering the entire mountain with golf course turf must have been very expensive. Shaiva, carrying the golf club, casually handed it to Chun Hao. "Do you play golf?" Chun Hao humbly stated, "No, but I can play with you." Shaiva chose her tee spot, fixed the golf ball, aimed, and swung in one smooth motion. However, her accuracy was not very good, and the golf ball landed far from the hole. At her level, she would not be able to get the ball into the hole without a shot of more than 10 strokes. Shaiva tossed the club to Chun Hao, and the two walked toward the golf ball. Shaiva said, "This private party today was actually arranged for you, so be prepared." Chun Hao smiled wryly. "Isn't it a bit too much? Isn't President Wei still talking to the director about investing in and making a movie?" Shaiva said, "There's a popular saying online that goes something like this. I only made these dumplings for the sake of vinegar. By evening, you'll understand." Chun Hao turned around and looked at Wei Xinglong and the others who were walking further and further away in the distance. "Does Mr. Wei really want me to work for him?" Shaiva said bluntly. President Wei said that he used to work his life away to make money, but now he's using money to buy his life. His health is getting worse and worse, and he can no longer work at such a high intensity as before. That's why he really needs someone like you. Chun Hao asked quietly, "Just tell me straight, how much did Wei Xinglong pay you to poach me?" Instead of speaking directly, Shaiva extended her palm. Chun Hao gasped, 5 million? He's really going all out." Shaiva smiled dismissively and did not correct the amount. "Unfortunately, I failed. Whoever succeeds in poaching you will earn this reward." Shaiva stopped next to the golf ball, gesturing for Chun Hao to come and play. As soon as Chun Hao got into position, Shaiva came up to him and hugged him from behind, her breath sweet and her voice gentle. "It's all the same whether someone makes money or not. So, can't you let me make this money?" If it were anyone else, Chun Hao might have agreed on the spot. It's not that Chun Hao didn't want to agree to Shaiva's request, but her token of love was money. To increase favorability, try asking for money. "It's not that I can't let you make money, but I have one condition." "You say." Shaiva's body pressed against Chun Hao's back, the soft touch making Chun Hao suddenly realize that she wasn't wearing a bra. "After I joined the company, you gave me 100 yuan every day I worked. 100 yuan a day, turned into 5 million. Anyone would agree to that, right?" But Shaiva's thought process was quite unique, and she said sternly, "Fine, don't agree then. What do you mean by 100 yuan a day? You're really boring." Chun Hao said seriously, 100 yuan a day in exchange for a bonus of 5 million yuan. This business is profitable. Why would you refuse?" Just as Shaiva was about to explain, her phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and looked at it. "The person has arrived. I need to greet them. You can play ball by yourself." Shaiva took a few steps, then suddenly turned back and said sharply, "The reason I won't agree is that I'll go back to China once I've made enough money, so I won't waste my time with you, and you can forget about keeping me tied to you forever." She swayed her hips and walked away. Chun Hao watched her figure disappear, then gave a helpless, bitter smile, aimed, swung, and the golf ball flew in an arc, landing not far from the hole. Chun Hao reached the finish line, gently putted the ball, and it went into the hole. When Chun Hao strolled back, the pavilion was empty and even the sightseeing buses had all left. Chun Hao smiled wryly, thinking that they must have forgotten about him. Since I had nothing better to do, I strolled on the grass and leisurely walked back to the manor. When we were far away, we suddenly saw several women run onto the field, a beautiful sight to behold, some plump and some slender. From a distance, some people were dressed in ancient costumes, while others were dressed in modern clothes, each striking a different pose and angle to have their assistants or agents take photos. As Chun Hao approached, system notifications kept coming in, indicating that there were 4 people whose looks were generally above 9.5. As Chun Hao walked closer, he discovered that these women were all movie stars, including well-known top idols, and even an acquaintance, Yu Yaowei, was among them. As Chun Hao walked into the manor, he kept observing these female celebrities. He had to admit, they had both great figures and beautiful faces. Most importantly, she was dressed very revealingly. Whether in period costumes or modern evening gowns, most of them are bare-chested, showing off their cleavage, with slits extending to their buttocks, and they don't wear leggings. Yu Yaowei, in particular, is wearing a thong. What are you looking at? Look again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Yu Yaowei's agent, Sister Li, pointed at Chun Hao in the distance and started cursing, telling him to get lost and stop getting in the way. Chun Hao smiled wryly and walked away, looking around in all directions, trying to find Zhu Shasha. After all, she is Yu Yaowei's assistant. If Yu Yaowei can come, Zhu Shasha is most likely also at the golf course. The moment Chun Hao stepped into the villa and pushed open the door, he froze. The scenery inside the gate is infinitely beautiful. 5 or 6 beautiful women were changing into revealing maid outfits. A woman was the first to spot Chun Hao at the door and screamed in alarm. The other women also realized what was happening and quickly covered their private parts with their arms, pointing at Chun Hao and cursing him to get lost. Coincidentally, Zhu Shasha was also among them. She quickly put on a maid outfit, walked to the door in a few steps, shoved Chun Hao back to the golf course, closed the door, and questioned him in a low voice. "What are you doing here?" "I'm here for the party." Zhu Shasha didn't listen to what Chun Hao was saying at all. She looked around nervously and said, "You think you can even attend a party like this? Get out of here before anyone notices, and go as far away as possible." "No, I really came to the party." As Chun Hao was explaining, the door opened and several women, leading bodyguards in black, pointed at Chun Hao and complained. "It was him. He was spying on us while we were changing." Zhu Shasha quickly explained. "It's a misunderstanding. I know this person. He didn't do it on purpose." The women wanted to argue, but the bodyguards in black couldn't do anything about it once they saw that the peeping Tom was Chun Hao. After all, Chun Hao was a VIP, not a servant like them. It's really a misunderstanding. Being looked at won't hurt you. Don't be so dramatic. Let's go. The bodyguards took the initiative to smooth things over for Chun Hao, and the women who had complained had no choice but to back down and angrily go back to continue changing and dressing. Zhu Shasha was stunned for a long time, and when she looked at Chun Hao again, she had a look of sudden realization. "Oh, I see. You actually snuck in to be the big boss's bodyguard. What is all this nonsense?" Actually, you can't blame Zhu Shasha for misunderstanding. Chun Hao was wearing the same black suit he wore to the conference yesterday. At the golf resort, apart from the bodyguards in black, everyone else was wearing casual golf attire, so Zhu Shasha mistook Chun Hao for a security guard. Chapter 72 Reunion with Zhu Shasha. I can't explain it to you clearly. What are you doing here? Chun Hao was too lazy to explain and change the subject. Zhu Shasha said mysteriously, "We were all invited by the big boss to accompany him. I heard that the big boss is hosting a heavyweight mystery guest today. He is a mysterious master that the big boss has been longing for, but has not been able to obtain. It is said that whoever can win over this mysterious master will receive a bonus of 50 million. Chun Hao was taken aback. 50 million? Wasn't it 5 million? Zhu Shasha retorted sarcastically. 5 million to make these top celebrities drop their inhibitions? Don't be ridiculous. It's 50 million. Chun Hao interrupted her rambling and asked again. I just want to ask you one thing. Is the big shot you mentioned President Wei? That's President Wei, a billionaire and a well-known film investor. Zhu Shasha looked around nervously and whispered. The big boss I need to curry favor with is this Mr. Wei. Director Zhang happens to be here today. If I just lower my stance a little, a single word from him can resolve the feud between me and Director Zhang. Maybe I can even get an important role. Chun Hao subconsciously straightened his head and puffed out his chest. No need for the big boss to say anything. I'll help you resolve your feud with Director Zhang. Whatever role you want, I can make the decision. Zhu Shasha's face immediately darkened. Are you crazy? I'm talking to you about serious matters. Stop joking around. Okay. She even poked Chun Hao's chest with her finger. I made it very clear before, and you promised me that after dawn, we would be like strangers. Are you going back on your word now? Chun Hao shrugged and said, You're the one who pulled me out, okay? Zhu Shasha said, rubbing her forehead. Okay, I was wrong. You're just a bodyguard. Don't act all high and mighty in front of the big boss. I can handle my own problems, so stop bothering me. Zhu Shasha turned and walked away. Just as Chun Hao was about to call her back, Zhu Shasha turned around and angrily pointed at Chun Hao. Stop bothering me. Okay, Chun Hao shrugged, indicating that he was letting go. Zhu Shasha walked back into the villa. Chun Hao stood outside the door and looked through the window. He saw Shaiva lecturing them before leading Zhu Shasha and the other girls into the hall. Chun Hao then pushed open the door and entered the golf hotel. After returning to the golf hotel, Wei Xinglong and his entourage went directly to the second-floor restaurant and stood by the window to observe the female celebrities outside. Wei Xinglong also saw Chun Hao walking back, which was a coincidence he had deliberately arranged. If Chun Hao couldn't see these female celebrities, how could he have fallen into the honey trap he had set for himself? Wei Xinglong walked back to the sofa and sat down. I'll say it again. Regardless of gender, whoever gets him to join my company, I'll give him 50 million, paid in full at once. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. Wei Xinglong's bonus was not only for the female celebrity, but also included the 4 bosses present. The process doesn't matter. Wei Xinglong only cares about the result. Hey, where is he? Director Zhang and the others looked around, but only for a short while before Chun Hao disappeared from their sight. Don't worry, he's not leaving today. No man would leave, huh? The group chatted and laughed for a while, and soon after, Shaiva arrived at the restaurant with her maids. As instructed by Shaiva, they began to prepare a sumptuous dinner. While Director Zhang was chatting and laughing, he unexpectedly spotted Zhu Shasha, whom he disliked, among the maids, and his expression immediately turned cold. Just then, Zhu Shasha passed by with her cutlery, and Director Zhang inappropriately stuck out his foot. As expected, Zhu Shasha fell flat on her face, shattering the cutlery in her hands into pieces. How did you do your job? Shaiva gave a sharp reprimand. Do you know that these tableware pieces are all antiques? Each one is worth a fortune. Even if you sold yourself, you couldn't afford to pay for them. When Zhu Shasha heard this, she felt like the sky was falling, but she didn't do it on purpose. She was clearly tripped by Director Zhang. He tripped me. It has nothing to do with me. Director Zhang stood up in a rage. You dare to slander me. In front of everyone, Director Zhang raised his hand as if to hit him. It's just a few plates. There's no need to get so angry. Just as the slap was about to land, Chun Hao's voice came from the doorway. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Everyone turned their heads to look at the doorway. Chun Hao walked in, and before anyone could say anything, Zhu Shasha quickly spoke up for him. It's not his fault. I broke it, so I'll pay for it. After Zhu Shasha finished speaking, she winked at Chun Hao. This is none of your business. Don't get involved, and get going. Shut up. After Shaiva's stern rebuke, Zhu Shasha had no choice but to back down, but her eyes were full of worry for Chun Hao. Chun Hao strode in, stood in front of Director Zhang, and spoke with an air of self-righteousness. Director Zhang, I was standing at the door just now, and I definitely saw it. You deliberately tripped her. I don't know what grudge you have, but bullying a woman is not the style of a great director. Now, it was Director Zhang's turn to be embarrassed. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Seeing that the atmosphere in the room was a bit off, Director Zhang spoke again. These plates are on me. I'll pay for them. Wei Xinglong smiled and tried to smooth things over. It's just a few plates, so what if they break? May you have peace and safety every year. Thank you, Mr. Wei. You are very generous. Director Zhang immediately began to flatter and fawn over him. Chun Hao walked straight to Wei Xinglong's side and sat down on equal footing with him. Zhu Shasha was dumbfounded and couldn't understand how Chun Hao, a mere bodyguard, could dare to do that. Chun Hao was very satisfied with Zhu Shasha's expression and said with a smile, Mr. Wei, you may not know this, but when I worked at the company before, I had worked with Yu Yaowei. This is Yu Yaowei's assistant. We did business together back then. I am quite familiar with Zhu Shasha. She's my friend. He turned his head and looked at Director Zhang again. If you have any complaints about her, I apologize on her behalf. You are a magnanimous person, and you can forgive and forget. For my sake, please don't hold it against her. Director Zhang immediately responded with a smile. Not at all. How could I possibly stoop to her level? Don't worry. Knowing she's your friend, I will definitely treat her with the utmost respect from now on. After he finished speaking, he secretly wiped away a bead of cold sweat. Wei Xinglong looked at Shaiva with a puzzled expression, and the two exchanged glances. According to Shaiva's investigation, Chun Hao did have contact with Yu Yaowei, but it's unclear how close Chun Hao could be to this assistant. Please wait a moment, Mr. Wei. As a highly professional secretary, Shaiva understood her boss's meaning at a glance, immediately took out her phone, and within a minute, all of Zhu Shasha's information appeared. Please take a look, Mr. Wei. Wei Xinglong glanced at the key information. Oh, so she's also a contracted artist. Since she's Xiao Chen's friend, she can't be treated like a servant and ordered around. Clear. When Shiva turned to look at Zhu Shasha, she was completely stunned, as if her brain had crashed. Come with me. Chapter 73, Who is the protagonist? After Zhu Shasha was taken away, the atmosphere at the scene became lively again. Director Zhang asked Chun Hao a probing question. Mr. Chun, are you very familiar with Zhu Shasha? I happen to be filming a movie, which is invested by Mr. Wei. Would you like me to arrange a role for her? This probing question was also what Wei Xinglong wanted to ask. As long as Chun Hao gave an answer, it wouldn't be hard to tell whether the two were distant or close. That's great. I was discussing with Zhu Shasha that if she didn't get the opportunity, I would pay her the penalty for breach of contract so she could terminate her contract with the company, and I would personally promote her. Since Director Zhang gave her the opportunity to speak on the film, I thank you on behalf of Zhu Shasha. Chun Hao took the initiative to shake hands with Director Zhang, proving everything with his attitude. No problem. I still have the final say on the casting for the movie. Director Zhang then looked at Wei Xinglong. The two exchanged a glance and clearly understood the relationship between Zhu Shasha and Chun Hao. It seemed that the honey trap would be successful tonight. Chun Hao. Wei Xinglong picked up the conversation. My personal doctor told me that my body can't keep overworking, so I'm focusing on investing in movies. Just tell me who you want to promote, and I'll guarantee to allocate resources to make her a national sensation. However, after I step down to the second line, the group needs to keep a trusted confidant. Your ability is obvious to all, so you can work for me and serve as the K-12 director in the group's headquarters. You can name your salary, and I guarantee I won't haggle over it. Chun Hao smiled. I'll think about it. There was no clear answer given, mainly because now is not the time. Given Chun Hao's personality, even if he wanted to join the company, he would never agree to it prematurely unless he squeezed every last penny out of him. Chun Hao refused, and Wei Xinglong started to daydream again, talking to himself and sighing. Originally, with your abilities, you would have been more than qualified to be a K-13 vice president. But as you know, those who can serve as vice presidents in the group all have shares. It's not appropriate to appoint you as a vice president right away, since you're just starting out. Okay, I promise you, as long as you work a full year and achieve some results, I will withstand the pressure and promote you to vice president. How about that? Chun Hao said with a smile. That sounds really tempting, but I haven't decided yet. Why don't you wait a little longer? Don't wait any longer. My body can't take it anymore. If Wei Xinglong could continue to maintain a high level of work intensity, he wouldn't have spent so much money to set up a honey trap. Even if we can't hold on any longer, there's no rush, Uncle Wei. The atmosphere inside became unusually oppressive. Fortunately, the door opened at that moment, and Shiva pushed it open and entered. The person who followed was Zhu Shasha, who had changed into an evening dress. Clothes make the man, and Zhu Shasha is already beautiful. She was wearing a pure and innocent-made outfit earlier, which made her look very charming. Now that she has changed into an evening gown, she looks even more elegant and noble. Especially when Zhu Shasha looked at Chun Hao. Her gaze was enigmatic, filled with disbelief and a touch of emotion. Zhu Shasha's favorability plus 10, current favorability 90. After being taken away by Shiva, she asked about Chun Hao's identity and learned that Chun Hao was the expert that President Wei had mentioned, and also the protagonist of today's event. Zhu Shasha's heart skipped a beat at that moment. Shiva took her to the dressing room and got her a very expensive haute couture evening gown, which was even more valuable than the one Yu Yaowei wore on the red carpet. You should know that just now, they could only change clothes in the corridor and didn't even have the right to go into the changing room. Just because Chun Hao admitted she was a friend, her treatment has suddenly improved dramatically. Who exactly is Chun Hao? She really couldn't figure him out. Mr. Chun, your friend has changed his clothes. Are you satisfied with him? Shiva stepped aside and pushed the shy Zhu Shasha to the front. Chun Hao stood up. Sasha, Director Zhang just promised to give you a role in his movie. You should thank him. Zhu Shasha looked at Chun Hao in a daze, then numbly looked at Director Zhang, who was smiling bitterly. Thank you for your guidance, Director Zhang. Director Zhang immediately put on a smile. Of course, Mr. Chun, if you want to play the female lead, that's no problem. That's how realistic the entertainment industry is. If you have connections, you're awesome. If you don't, you're just trash. Chen Hao put his arm around Zhu Shasha's shoulder and smiled at Director Zhang. On behalf of Zhu Shasha, I would like to thank Director Zhang again. You may not know this, but back when I was just a junior employee at the company, I was in charge of liaising with celebrity teams. Zhu Shasha and I ran around doing everything together, and that's when we formed a deep friendship. We ran into each other again recently when we came to Guangzhou. We were on the same flight, and our seats were next to each other. We chatted about our respective developments during this time. I wanted to help her back then, but I never had the chance. Now that it's here, I hope Uncle Wei will give me more guidance. Wei Xinglong said with a smile. Since you're calling me uncle, of course I should mentor you more. In a restaurant, besides these high-ranking figures, there were also several cosplaying maids who had seen Chen Hao before and mistook him for a peeping Tom. Who would have thought that he would transform into President Wei's VIP guest? Listening to the whole thing, it's clear that President Wei went to great lengths to recruit him. Moreover, in order to get him to agree to join the company, they even set a bonus of 50 million. What surprised them even more was that Zhu Shasha, who had just received the same treatment, had now become the main character. My goodness, life is full of surprises. When they looked at Zhu Shasha again, their eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Mr. Wei, please take your seat. After Shiva gave a hint, Mr. Wei finally got up and staggered toward the dining table. Please take your seats. The dining table was a European-style oval table, and the seating arrangement was in accordance with Western dining rules. General Manager Wei sat at the head of the table, while Chen Hao sat in the middle seat on his left. The others, including Director Zhang, investors, and producers, were sitting opposite Chen Hao, to the right of President Wei. Chen Hao did not take a seat first, but gentlemanly pulled out a chair for Zhu Shasha. Seat. Zhu Shasha blushed, unsure whether to stand or sit. Shiva spoke up. You are Mr. Chen's friend, so you are naturally a guest. You are entitled to a seat. Please sit down. Zhu Shasha sat down, feeling as if she were sitting on pins and needles, as if she had thorns in her back. Chen Hao sat down next to Zhu Shasha and patted her hand. Take it easy. Zhu Shasha's favorability +5, current favorability 95. Then, with one phone call, Shiva summoned all the female celebrities who were taking photos outside to come in. They entered the restaurant, chattering away, first taking a look around to find today's main character, etc. Yu Yaowei was a little confused because she saw Zhu Shasha sitting at the dining table. I also saw a familiar face. Isn't that so-and-so? How does he even qualify to attend this kind of banquet? Other female celebrities were fine. They all maintained the poise of female celebrities, walking elegantly and with steady steps. But Yu Yaowei didn't care about any of that. She quickly walked to the left side of the dining table, stared straight at Zhu Shasha, sat down next to Chen Hao, and asked in a low voice, What's going on? Why are you sitting at the table? Zhu Shasha's face turned even redder. Chen Hao said with a smile, Don't my friends deserve to sit at the table? Yu Yaowei really wanted to say, putting aside her, what right do you have to say that? You might think, but you can't say it like that. After careful observation and repeated confirmation, even if you still can't believe it, the facts are right in front of you. He is the mysterious master that General Manager Wei often talks about. Chapter 74, Jealousy and Rivalry. It wasn't just Yu Yaowei who noticed. All the female celebrities noticed it. However, everyone was too reserved and walked a little slowly, allowing Yu Yaowei to sit down first. By the time they came forward, there were no good seats left. Top actress Zhao Yifei recognized Zhu Shasha as Yu Yaowei's assistant and cleared her throat to say something. Move aside and give me your seat. Just as Zhu Shasha was about to get up, Chen Hao grabbed her shoulder and said with a smile, She's already seated. If you don't want to sit here, you can sit across from her. Zhao Yifei was also quite helpless. After all, her purpose in attending the banquet today was also for this expert. There are no good seats left in this row, so I had to sit near Mr. Wei. But Shiva directly stopped her. President Wei doesn't like having people around him when he eats. Zhao Yifei was furious. Where am I supposed to sit? According to the seating arrangement, there are 4 seats for female celebrities in Chen Hao's row. Since Zhu Shasha is sitting in one, there must be one without a seat. Wei Xinglong gave her a wink, and Shiva said, Please arrange another seat for Mr. Wei. The cosplay maid immediately moved a chair and set out the tableware before Zhao Yifei sat down. Wei Xinglong said with a smile, Today I invited a famous chef from Hong Kong Island to cook his signature dishes and serve them. Shiva rang a bell, and immediately a professional team of chefs came in carrying trays, each covered with a silver lid. What was inside was yet to be seen. Place one in front of each person, open them together, and the aroma will fill the air. Appétissez, tiens chaque fin soupe. Each person receives only a small bowl, but this small bowl is quite valuable. Wei Xinglong tapped his wine glass with a spoon. Eat first, then drink, try everything. I don't know what others think, but Chun Hao felt that the texture of shark fin was a bit like vermicelli, but the soup was very delicious, leaving a lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth, and an unforgettable aftertaste. Bang! Beside her, Shiva opened a bottle of red wine and poured it into a decanter. It would take a while before she could drink it. During the meal, Director Zhang tried to make conversation. If Mr. Wei thinks there are no problems with the script, let's finalize the female lead today. Zhao Yifei's ancient costume look is very suitable for the female lead's temperament. However, the final decision still needs to be made by Mr. Wei. Zhao Yifei immediately put down her spoon. Mr. Wei, I even went to learn classical dance specifically for this movie. I wore this outfit here so I could perform a little something for you. You can eat while I dance for everyone. After saying that, Zhao Yifei stood up, took out her phone, connected it via Bluetooth, played music, and started dancing. I have to say, Zhao Yifei is truly a graduate of a dance school. Her figure is really good, and her classical dance is very professional. Everyone watched with rapt attention as Zhao Yifei performed with great effort, even going so far as to circle the dining table and display her most beautiful dance moves in front of each man. Especially in front of Chun Hao, she tried her best to flirt. When the song ended, everyone applauded generously. After bowing to express her gratitude, Zhao Yifei returned to her seat and looked at Chun Hao with a smile. Mr. Chun, what do you think of my dance? Professional, absolutely gorgeous. Chun Hao is pragmatic and realistic. Originally, the female lead for the movie had been decided between two actresses, Yu Yaowei and Zhao Yifei. However, due to Chun Hao's public statement and Zhu Shasha's sudden appearance, and with President Wei remaining silent, the final choice for the female lead is now uncertain. The next dish is served. Ladies' dish, Imperial Concubine's Bird's Nest. It was only a small bowl. It was delicious, but the portion was too small. It was gone after a few bites. Wei Xinglong frankly asked Chun Hao, who do you think should be cast as the female lead in this movie? As long as Chun Hao dares to mention Zhu Shasha, she's a shoo-in for the movie's female lead. But Chun Hao is not that kind of person. First of all, I haven't read the script, so I don't dare to recommend it casually. Uncle Wei wants to invest in movies to make money, but he still needs to think about it more carefully. Wei Xinglong said with a smile, I thought you would recommend your friend. Chun Hao looked at Zhu Shasha and said, I think she lacks experience, and period dramas may not suit her. If a suitable script comes along in the future, I will invest in her to play the lead role. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang immediately expressed his opinion. Whether it's suitable or not mainly depends on the costume. You can only know if it's suitable after you put it on. I think even if I don't play the female lead, I'll definitely be good enough for the second female lead. Yu Yaowei, who had been completely bewildered, finally realized that Zhu Shasha was about to turn the tables and steal her thunder, so she immediately chimed in. I think what President Chen said is right. Zhu Shasha is not qualified enough yet, mainly because she is really not suitable for this script. Although Zhu Shasha is Yu Yaowei's assistant, the opportunity is right in front of her. If she doesn't seize it, will she ever have a chance to turn things around in the future? How will I know I'm not suitable if I don't try? After saying that, she stood up and walked to the outer performance area. After calming herself down, she suddenly struck a pose. His Majesty. She knelt down, tears welling in her eyes, and then recited a long passage from the script with deep emotion. After the performance, everyone applauded, and Yu Yaowei was amazed. How did you know about this scene? She walked back and sat down, and then casually mentioned it. Your script is highlighted in red. I worked on it from beginning to end. I memorized it after reading it a few times. The so-called red marking of the script means that after the actors receive the script, they mark each line of the character they need to portray with a red pen, so that they can see at a glance when rehearsing and know which parts need to be memorized and which parts are scenes with their co-stars. Yu Yaowei remained silent, somewhat angry. Wei Xinglong spoke at the crucial moment. The main purpose today is to host a banquet for Chun Hao. We'll talk about casting later. Let's eat first. The next dish was served. Main course, steamed grouper. Everyone was given a fish and enjoying their meal. When the red wine had sobered up enough, Shiva poured a glass for each person and distributed it in a maid costume. Wei Xinglong raised his wine glass in a gesture of respect. "Let's drink together." They all raised their glasses, and the 4 female celebrities gestured to Chen Hao. Just after drinking, Chen Hao felt something moving under his feet. It was Yu Yaowei trying to seduce him with her feet. "Mr. Chen, do you remember? We've worked together before. I filmed an advertisement for an agency your company represented." Chen Hao was filled with emotion. This peach blossom banquet of Wei Xinglong had just begun, and he really couldn't handle it. "Of course I remember, and we even took the same flight when we came to Guangqing a few days ago." Yu Yaowei smiled, captivatingly beautifully. "And we're even staying at the same hotel? What a coincidence. Let's have a drink alone." Yu Yaowei broke the deadlock first and took the initiative to launch an attack. Seeing this, the other 3 female celebrities were not to be outdone and took the initiative to start a conversation with Chen Hao. On the contrary, Zhu Shasha was caught in the middle and couldn't get a word in edgewise, which made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Wei Xinglong's toad-like face was constantly smiling. He was happy to see this scene unfold. Chapter 75, Embracing Both. To be honest, the 4 female celebrities present were all attracted by Wei Xinglong's generous offer. Whoever could win over the mysterious expert would receive a bonus of 50 million yuan, which would be paid out on the spot. Previously, Yu Yaowei was very conflicted, mainly because she didn't know who she was going to seduce. If it was Wei Xinglong, even if she didn't like him, she could suppress her disgust for the sake of 50 million. But today, when she saw that the person she was supposed to seduce was Chen Hao, her heart finally relaxed. Chen Hao is young and promising, physically strong, and although he is not as good-looking as male celebrities, he is at least somewhat handsome. Yu Yaowei wouldn't object to having something happen with a man like that. Even if it's less than what he offers, she'd accept it. However, there are other competitors in this competition. It's one thing for other female celebrities to get involved, but why did Zhu Shasha also get involved? She hit it so well. I never even realized before that she was such a cunning person. Regardless of Zhu Shasha, whoever can win over Chen Hao will, besides the 50 million bonus, also receive preferential treatment from President Wei. Time waits for no one, and opportunities don't come again. "Mr. Chen, we've known each other for a long time. You're really quite knowledgeable. I only found out today that you're also acquainted with Mr. Wei. How did you 2 meet?" "I'm smiling," said Mr. Wei. "Chen Hao's grandfather was my mentor. I owe my wealth today to his excellent teaching." Everyone immediately raised their glasses in praise. Disrespect, disrespect. Chen Hao, however, showed no respect to President Wei. "Mr. Wei, that's going too far. So you're offering me a high salary because of my grandfather's connections? Well, I'll have to think about it carefully." "No, please." Mr. Wei immediately became anxious. "Your grandfather is your grandfather, and you are you. We've known each other for several years. I've been following you since you joined Jiangxing Startup. You managed to turn a shell company into a listed company and increase its market value 1,000-fold. That's why I recruited you. It has nothing to do with your grandfather," Chen Hao said with a smile. "My former company was able to go public thanks in no small part to Mr. Wei's help. I'm not ungrateful. Uncle Wei, I'll drink this glass." "You can drink as you please." Chen Hao tilted his head back and drank it all, and the others immediately chimed in, saying they would all drink with him. During the dinner, everyone toasted and chatted, enjoying themselves immensely. The dishes were served one by one. Although the portions were small, there were plenty of them. There were 24 dishes in total, and each one was different, stimulating the taste buds. After several rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, the wine had been drunk and the dishes had been prepared. As the meal drew to a close, the rest of the meal consisted entirely of drinking. 4 female celebrities took turns performing, and after they finished, a maid cosplayer did a hot dance, creating quite a scene. Under the influence of alcohol, Zhu Shasha gradually loosened up. If she didn't take the initiative, Chen Hao might be seduced by 4 top celebrities. Especially Yu Yaowei, who had the advantage of being close to Chen Hao, grew closer and closer to him, even setting aside her status as a female celebrity and taking the initiative to drive with Chen Hao. She was really going all out. After the dinner party ended, they moved to a tea house. On the way to the next event, Wei Xinglong brought up the same old topic again. "Which of these female celebrities have you taken fancy to? Who do you want to sleep with tonight? Don't worry. As long as you nod your head, I'll arrange it all for you." Now Chun Hao truly believed that Wei Xinglong's gathering today was prepared specifically for him. Uncle Wei, why are you doing this? You're so eager to find talent. If I'm still healthy enough, you won't be needed tonight, and I'll take all 4 of them. Chun Hao said, half-jokingly. Few ancient emperors lived to be 100 years old. We must exercise restraint. Am I being unrestrained? But you're still young. Enjoy life, young man. The group arrived at the tea room first, and after taking their seats and waiting for a while, the 4 actresses, along with Zhu Shasha, came in after changing into new Chong Sams. Because Zhu Shasha was a step too slow, Yu Yaowei and Zhao Yifei took the lead and sat on either side of Chun Hao, pouring tea and water for him and performing the tea ceremony. Although the others were just there to accompany them, they were also served by maids who poured tea and water for them and took meticulous care of them. Have some tea to sober up. This is ginseng tea, made with wild ginseng. Wei Xinglong was truly afraid of death. Ginseng and wolfberry are a prescription used to prolong life before death. For older people, drinking this can replenish qi and blood, but after Chun Hao drank it, his yang fire surged. With these 2 stunningly beautiful actresses fawning over him, Chun Hao quickly became aroused. Because they took the initiative to make physical contact with Chun Hao also became attached to these 2 goddesses. Yu Yaowei, age, 28, height, 172 centimeters, weight, 49, appearance, 9.8, fake, strengths, proficient in acting, an expert in singing, and an expert in dancing. Goddesses token, brah. System evaluation, skilled at disguising oneself, naturally obsequious and adaptable. Current favorability rating, 80. Difficulty level, hell. Note, when the favorability rating reaches 100, a special reward, the bone-tempering pill, will be awarded. According to Chun Hao's understanding of the system, only those with a true appearance score below 9 will be rewarded with bone-tempering pills, while those who reach 9 will receive Qi pills, and those above 9 will definitely receive rare rewards. So, putting aside the fact that Chun Hao accidentally encountered Yu Yaowei and Director Zhang having sex, and considering her fake looks and the hellish difficulty level, Chun Hao wasn't very interested in winning her over. Zhao Yifei, age, 31, height, 170 centimeters, weight, 50, appearance, September 7th, 10. Strengths, master-level dance, proficient in performance, proficient in some musical instruments, excellent singing, and fluent in English. A token of love, autograph photo. System evaluation, stunningly beautiful, multi-talented, a foodie, and a fitness enthusiast. Current favorability level, 60. Difficulty level, hell. Note, when the affinity reaches 100, you can obtain the legendary reward, your destined magical artifact. Upon seeing her personal information, Chun Hao's fondness for Zhao Yifei surged. Putting aside everything else, just the legendary reward after completing the strategy, the natal magic weapon, was something Chun Hao desperately wanted to obtain. However, the hellish difficulty level made Chun Hao hesitate. As for the other 2 actresses, not only were they not as pretty as these 2, but they also couldn't get any roles. They probably gave up, as they didn't actively flirt with Chun Hao except for sitting and drinking tea with him. They chatted about everything under the sun for a while longer. It was close to 9 p.m. Shiva's phone alarm went off again, and she kindly reminded her. Mr. Wei, you should go to sleep. No. Wei Xinglong stood up immediately. The doctor's orders told me to go to bed early and get up early, and I can't stay up any longer. You guys continue having fun. I won't disturb your enjoyment. Mr. Wei, we'll see you out. Director Zhang and the other men also took their leave and left the tea room, giving Chun Hao enough space. Mr. Wei and his group chatted as they walked. Who do you think President Chun will choose tonight? I guess it's you, Shasha. Wei Xinglong said solemnly. I bet it's Zhao Yifei. Didn't you see the way this kid looked at Zhao Yifei just now? His eyes were full of desire to conquer her. It's different from how he looked at Zhu Shasha. Then let's wait and see. Chapter 76, this is a difficult choice. After Mr. Wei and his group left, the temperature in the tea room suddenly rose, and even the air was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Especially Yu Yaowei and Zhao Yifei. The 2 women used all their charms, their eyes full of allure, making Chun Hao feel numb to the bone. Zhu Shasha, who was standing to the side, also wanted to try, but she didn't dare to. After all, in terms of looks, she couldn't compare to the 2 top stars, let alone the two actresses who had given up. As for status, it was fine before she didn't know Chun Hao's background, but now that she does, she no longer has the confidence to be on equal footing with him. To be honest, Zhu Shasha regrets it quite a bit. If she had agreed to his proposal earlier, perhaps none of this would have happened. I recalled what she said the night before last. From then on, they went their separate ways, and when they met again, they didn't recognize each other. I regret it. Just as Zhu Shasha was struggling with her decision, the door to the tea room was pushed open, and Shiva walked in. Everyone looked at her, wondering why she had come back. Secretary Shah, is there anything else President Wei needs to tell us? Shiva sat down, staring intently at Chun Hao, and got straight to the point. President Wei is betting on you again, guessing who you'll choose tonight. If you're still a man, don't keep people in suspense. It's getting late, and I need to get my beauty sleep. Hurry up and choose so I can arrange your rooms. Her bluntness left everyone in the room speechless, as Chinese people are generally more reserved and rarely speak so directly. Secretary Shah, has anyone ever told you that the way you talk is annoying? Shiva crossed her arms. Stop talking nonsense. Let's choose one, including me. The four celebrities, along with Zhu Shasha, all stared blankly at Shiva. Why did another unexpected obstacle suddenly appear out of nowhere? What are you looking at? I want to earn this money too. Everyone felt relieved. After all, getting 50 million just by sleeping is a temptation that few people in the world could resist. I'm quitting. Sure enough, one of the female celebrities withdrew voluntarily. One person spoke up, and the other raised their hand in agreement. I'm quitting too. As expected, the two of them withdrew from the competition and left the tea house on their own initiative. The remaining people inside were Shiva, Yu Yaowei, Zhao Yifei, and Zhu Shasha. How am I supposed to choose? Chun Hao actually really wanted to choose Zhu Shasha. Since given her popularity, he should be able to win her over if he played his part properly. However, Wei Xinglong invested 50 million in the strategy, so if he chose Zhu Shasha, it would feel like a loss. Opportunities to sleep with female celebrities are rare, especially top-tier actresses like Zhao Yifei. If you miss this chance, you might never get another one in your life. Forget it. I'm not going to dwell on it anymore. Just as Chun Hao was about to make a choice. I'm quitting. To Chun Hao's great surprise, Zhu Shasha took the initiative to withdraw. She silently got up, walked out of the tea room, closed the door, and left. Damn, Zhu Shasha's already gone. So what's he still agonizing over? He simply put his arm around Zhao Yifei's shoulder. I've made my choice. He has no sense of romance. Yu Yaowei's favorability, -80. Current favorability, 0. Yu Yaowei stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Shiva stood up with a stern face. Come with me. Zhao Yifei remained silent throughout, following Chun Hao upstairs to the VIP suite. The room is over 140 square meters, and even the bathroom is larger than the bedroom in a typical residential complex. I wish you both a wonderful evening. As Shiva closed the door and left, Zhao Yifei, being quite open-minded, made a suggestion. Let's take a shower together first. Chun Hao didn't refuse, and the two went into the bathroom together. After Zhao Yifei turned on the hot water, she took the initiative to undress, revealing her graceful figure. The bathtub is large enough for two people to soak side by side. Zhao Yifei went in first, and Chun Hao didn't hesitate either, taking off his clothes and getting into the bathtub. You're also after that 50 million bonus? No. Zhao Yifei spoke frankly. Actually, I'm doing this because of Mr. Wei's preferential treatment in terms of resources, which will help my career advance further. Tell me more about it. She fell into deep thought and began to speak. It turns out she signed a performance-based agreement with the entertainment company. Once the agreement is fulfilled, she will go from being a contracted artist to becoming one of the company's shareholders. Although I have very few shares, at least I can be promoted to capital and have a lot of decision-making power. It's like a real serf who has been liberated and is now singing a song of liberation. Chun Hao asked again, what are the terms of your performance-based agreement, specifying how much money you expect to earn for the company over a certain period? Within 3 years, we will earn 1 billion yuan for the company. Chun Hao gasped. 1 billion yuan was an astronomical figure for many businessmen. Some businessmen could not earn that much money in their entire lives. How long has the performance-based agreement been in effect? 1 year. How much of the betting quota have you met? 200 million. Chun Hao could only manage a wry smile. No wonder you were able to participate in this bounty. Zhao Yifei leaned against Chun Hao. Actually, before I came here, I tried to find out about you indirectly. Before I met you, Mr. Wei kept saying that you were a business genius. I was also very curious about you. What kind of person are you that made Mr. Wei, a billionaire, so obsessed with you that he didn't hesitate to set a trap for you? Are you disappointed after seeing me? No, you're much better than the old man. She raised her head, her eyes conveying deep affection as she gazed at Chun Hao. After hearing that you're a business genius, I actually have my own selfish motives. I want to befriend you and ask you to help me devise a money-making plan and win a betting agreement. Chun Hao said it directly. Of course, no problem. However, I have many friends who are your fans. If you send me some recent autograph photos every now and then, I can offer you advice free of charge. Real. She became somewhat agitated. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. After all, we had a one-night stand, didn't we? Zhao Yifei's favorability plus 10. Current favorability 70. She rested her head on Chun Hao's shoulder again. It's just an autograph photo. I'll send it to you when I get back. Now, can you tell me what solutions you have to help me fulfill the performance-based agreement? Chun Hao stroked her skin as he explained. To accumulate 800 million yuan in 2 years, unless you shoot a blockbuster movie and make a lot of money at the box office, it depends on luck. But you should be able to do it by taking a steady approach and leveraging the fan effect. But can you put aside your idle image and do live streaming e-commerce? I'm afraid I can't do it. She was telling the truth. There is a hierarchy of contempt among celebrities. Even obscure actresses look down on internet celebrities. If she were to lower herself to do live streaming e-commerce, her acting career might be tarnished. It might even be used against them by competing companies, and they might be accused of exploiting fans. Overall, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. It will ruin their current career. Even if they win the betting agreement, they will be relegated to behind-the-scenes work in the future, and their career will end. It's not worth it. I knew you had an image to maintain and didn't want to do live streaming e-commerce. Relying on endorsements and commercial performances, you probably won't be able to accumulate 800 million yuan in 2 years. She sat up and looked at Chun Hao with anticipation. Is there really no other way? Chapter 77A, Fleeting Date. Yes, there is. Does your performance-based agreement specify the source of funds? She also thought about Chun Hao's question seriously. This recipe wasn't clearly stated, and I don't quite remember it. Chun Hao said again, I can offer you a solution until I see the performance-based agreement clearly. I made up a bunch of things, but your agreement clearly states that it's not allowed, so there's nothing I can do. She thought for a moment and then asked again. Based on a lack of details, what's your proposed solution? Chun Hao said, there are many ways. For example, you can set up a trust fund and entrust me to help you make money. As long as the leverage is large enough, you can earn 800 million yuan in 1 or 2 months, let alone 2 years. These words rekindled her hope. How about we take a look at the betting agreement for me another day? No problem. Thanks. She offered him a light kiss, a quick peck on Chun Hao's lips, and he responded with a passionate French kiss. When emotions ran deep, he stopped in time, took the initiative to help Chun Hao wipe his body, and began to narrate his story. I became famous overnight with a movie and won the Best Actress award. Success came too easily and made me a little arrogant, which is why I signed the performance-based agreement. But when I gave it my all, reality hit me hard. A phenomenal blockbuster movie is something you can only come across once in a while, and we actors only get paid. The production company's share of the profits doesn't go into their pockets. As a year passed, I worked myself to the bone running around doing promotions every day, but I only earned 200 million yuan. I was still 800 million yuan short. I almost broke down. Chun Hao asked again, what will happen if you fail? She said with a wry smile, a lifetime contract, selling myself to the company, until they squeeze every last drop of value out of me. Chun Hao sighed. Indeed, they're no different from slaves. So I have no way out. Chun Hao pulled her into his arms. Since there's no turning back, let's forge ahead. Now that you have me, rest assured, I will definitely help you fulfill the betting agreement. It's only 800 million in 2 years. Absolutely no problem. Zhao Yifei's favorability plus 10. Current favorability 80. Taking advantage of her emotional state, Chun Hao immediately engaged in water sports. After World War I ended, the two rested for a while and chatted on the bed in the bedroom. Then, a second battle broke out, which was quite intense. The first rays of morning sunlight shone through the window and fell on Chun Hao's face. He opened his eyes and saw the sleeping beauty beside him. Her hair, her features, and his flawless white skin, even her eyebrows were perfect. Chunhao felt like he was dreaming. He never dared to dream of sharing a bed with a top celebrity. Life is full of surprises. Chunhao silently admired her, and after an unknown amount of time, Zhao Yifei showed signs of waking up. She groggily opened her sleepy eyes, glanced at Chunhao, turned over, and took the initiative to hug Chunhao, saying something indistinctly. "Good morning," Chunhao replied. "Good morning." She nestled in Chunhao's arms and slept soundly like a docile kitten for a while until someone knocked on the door. "Is Mr. Chen awake yet? Mr. Wei is looking for you." It was Shiva's voice. "Not yet. Please wait a moment." Shiva's calls startled both of them awake. She was wide awake, sat up lazily, and covered herself with a blanket. Chunhao got out of bed and went to the bathroom to get dressed. She said it somewhat shyly. "Could you please bring me my clothes from the bathroom?" Chunhao took her clothes and placed them by the bed. Then he leaned close to her and kissed her on the cheek. "How wonderful it would be if you were my girlfriend." She smiled sweetly and said in a joking tone, "If you can really help me fulfill the performance-based agreement, I can. It's a promise. Let's seal it with a high five." She raised her slender hand, and the two high-fived, thus establishing a contract. Chunhao dressed with high spirits and walked out of the VIP suite. Shiva led the way, guiding Chunhao downstairs to meet Wei Xinglong. "Good morning, Mr. Wei." Chunhao thought Wei Xinglong would repeat the same old things, but to his surprise, Wei Xinglong's opening remarks were, "Do you want to sleep with more female celebrities in the future?" "Oh, what do you mean? What kind of expression is that? When I was young, I was even more outrageous than you." After making a joke, Wei Xinglong finally got to the point. "You can see my sincerity now, right? Join my group, and I'll arrange it for you any female celebrity you fancy." Chunhao stared wide-eyed, asking incredulously, 50 million for one night? You're really that generous?" Wei Xinglong waved his hand and said, "Actually, it doesn't always have to cost this much money. Some female celebrities are quite willing to offer themselves up in order to become famous." Chunhao sighed. "I really can't imagine the happiness of a rich kid. I just want to ask you one last question. Are you going to join my group?" "What else is there to say, Mr. Wei? From now on, I'm your employee." "Ha ha." Wei Xinglong laughed heartily, shook hands with Chunhao, and generously wrote out a check and handed it to Shiva. "Send it to her." After taking the check, Shiva glared at Chunhao fiercely, then turned and left without looking back. To be honest, Chunhao did have a slight reservation about Shiva. He always felt that she was too open and had slept with countless men. Even though she was mixed race, Chunhao would definitely not choose her first if he had a choice. Afterwards, Wei Xinglong chatted with Chunhao about when he would start working. Chunhao stated, "I still have some things to finish in Guangqing. Once I get back to Jiangcheng, I will start working immediately." Wei Xinglong blinked his dead fish eyes. "My headquarters are in Guangqing, not Jiangcheng." Chunhao was also taken aback. "So, I'm going to stay in Guangqing to work from now on? Is there a problem?" Chunhao thought about it seriously. "It's not a big problem, but I still have some things to take care of in Jiangcheng." Wei Xinglong also thought about it. "I heard from Shiva that you wanted to work for a real estate company." "We do have that idea." Wei Xinglong suddenly laughed. "That's no problem. I happen to have a real estate company in Jiangcheng. You can start working at the head office first, and when you return to Jiangcheng, I'll send you back. I need you to do something for me. Please speak. Eradicate the cancer. Whether it's a small company or a large corporation, with a large number of employees, there will always be a few bad apples, and Wei Xinglong's Xinglong Group is no exception. The real estate branch in Jiangcheng was a huge cancer, but because the shareholders were locals from Jiangcheng, Wei Xinglong's investigations, whether he went in person or sent people to investigate, always ended in failure. This caused the cancer to grow larger and larger, resulting in Jiangcheng's real estate companies suffering losses year after year. They're either lining their own pockets or falsifying financial statements. They've been keeping an eye on me, and I can't find anything wrong with them, so I need you to help me get rid of them." Chunhao thought about it seriously. "If I were in charge, I shouldn't have joined the company first. Instead, I should have gone undercover and started investigating from the bottom up. Only after the evidence was conclusive would I reveal my identity as the director. Only in this way can the truth be found out." Wei Xinglong applauded. "Great idea, let's do it." Chapter 78, Something Happened. After having breakfast with Wei Xinglong, it was getting late. As they had to continue the coordination process as agreed, Chunhao said goodbye to Wei Xinglong. Zhu Shasha was already waiting for him in the parking lot when he left. Yu Yaowei and her agent left last night, leaving me all alone. Can you take me with you? Chirp, chirp. Chunhao opened the Audi door. Get in the car. On the way away with Zhu Shasha, the two of them kept silent about what happened last night. Chunhao always brings up topics that are best left unsaid. Didn't you want to curry favor with the big capitalists? Now that Yu Yaowei has dumped you, your opportunity has arrived, hasn't it? Zhu Shasha blushed slightly. I'm short-sighted, unaware that there's a pearl right in front of me. She looked at Chunhao again and said gratefully, Thank you for helping me resolve this crisis. Apart from Yu Yaowei, no one else will bother me. Should I go and talk to Yu Yaowei? She shook her head. No need. You've already helped me enough. I won't trouble you with these small things. Chunhao asked again, What are your plans for the future? She spoke frankly. Director Zhang messaged me last night saying that he would give me the role of the second female lead, Yu Yaowei, so I want to make a movie first and see if I can become famous. Chunhao said with a smile. With the party last night, my support for you, and your connection with President Wei, it's only a matter of time before you become famous. I know. She thought about it seriously for a long time before finally speaking. Does your previous suggestion still stand? Chunhao asked the question knowing the answer already. What suggestion? It means, let me be your secret lover. Of course it counts. You have my contact information. If you need me, just send me a message anytime. As long as I'm not busy, I'll be there whenever you call. Chunhao said jokingly. Actually, I still like your old rebellious self. Could you reply to me? Zhu Shasha's face turned even redder. I wouldn't dare. After all, I didn't know your capabilities before. During the drive, the two talked a lot. Chunhao tried his best to use his eloquence, but in the end, he couldn't improve Zhu Shasha's favorability rating, which remained at 95. It was only 5 points off, but it felt like there was a mountain or sea separating us, an insurmountable distance. The system rates Zhu Shasha's strategy as extremely difficult. The later the game progresses, the more difficult it becomes. After dropping Zhu Shasha off at the hotel, she didn't get out of the car, as if she still had something to say. Chunhao asked her, Aren't you leaving? She conveyed her feelings with her eyes and finally uttered a sentence. Remember to call me. After Zhu Shasha left, Chunhao took out his phone and made a call, intending to arrange for Sun Nana to continue today's meeting process, but the call was answered. Brother Hao, I have good news for you. President Ma and Vice President Wang got into a fight. They were arguing so hard that they almost came to blows. Chunhao asked with a smile. Why? Vice President Wang's resume is fake. President Ma said he wanted to take back his shares and break up the partnership. But Vice President Wang refused and shamelessly claimed that he had indeed worked in Silicon Valley and big companies and had a lot of work experience. The two of them are at odds now. All our work has stopped, and the company might go bankrupt soon. Chunhao smiled wryly. A joint stock listed company can't just go under like that. Let's wait and see. Old Ma can't beat Wang Ligua. He might even be kicked out of the company. Sun Nana lowered her voice and asked in a hushed tone. Brother Hao, what are you really thinking? Why don't you want him to fail? Chunhao said seriously. If things develop as I expect, with Lao Ma being ousted and Wang Ligua taking sole power, then I can retaliate without hesitation and bankrupt Wang Ligua. You're so naughty, but I like it. I have to go see a show now. We'll talk later. After hanging up the phone, Chunhao looked around the hotel, unsure if Zhang Menglu was there. He called Qian Zhaodi first, intending to ask where she was so he could return the car to her. No one answered the phone, so Chunhao had no choice but to go back to his hotel room, thinking about changing his clothes. As soon as I pushed open the door, I saw a pair of surging, turbulent bodies flash by. It was Wang Lichuan. She wasn't wearing a shirt, and her hair was wet, as if she had just taken a shower. As Wang Lichuan disappeared from sight, Zhang Menglu rushed over in a panic. Upon seeing Chunhao, she instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. It startled me. I thought it was room service. Chunhao closed the door, went inside, and asked, What are you two doing? Zhang Menglu blocked Chunhao from getting close. I just took a shower and was about to go out for a walk. Wang Lichuan was hurriedly getting dressed. In front of Zhang Menglu, Chunhao felt embarrassed to stare directly at her, so he turned his back and said, I also need to change my clothes, and then I'll return the car to Qian Zhaodi later. You can't talk about people during the day, and you can't talk about ghosts at night. If you speak of the devil, he'll call you. As soon as Chunhao answered the phone, he heard Qian Zhaodi crying and wailing. Something's happened. Chunhao felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly asked, Don't cry. What happened? Tell me what happened. It turns out that after Chun Hao left yesterday, Zhuang Hua went to the studio. No one knows exactly what happened. In the middle of the night, the hospital called Qian Zhaodi to say that Zhuang Hua had been hospitalized. The man's head was split open and he needed 12 stitches. The one who did the beating was Lu Jianan. What are you waiting for? Go to the hospital right away and see how it goes. Chun Hao drove Zhang Menglu and Wang Lichuan to the hospital in a hurry. When they entered the ward, they saw Zhuang Hua with his head wrapped in gauze, looking terrible. Qian Zhaodi and Zhuang Hua's parents were present, and police officers were taking statements, saying that Lu Jianan had been arrested and brought to justice. Zhuang Hua's parents were indignant. They had never laid a finger on him since he was a child, but he had been beaten like this by his ex-boyfriend. They were determined to make sure that Lu Jianan was imprisoned. This scumbag must not be let off. Qian Zhaodi was also very indignant. At this moment, Zhuang Hua was still somewhat conscious, speaking in a weak voice. We can't sue him, at least not now. Why, daughter? He beat you up like this. Why are you still siding with him? Zhuang Hua said weakly. The training course will start in 3 days after the conference. In my current state, I definitely cannot give a lecture. But if Lu Jianan is also arrested, what will happen to the training lectures? Keep in mind that they received money, tens of millions in training fees. If the lectures are postponed, the venue rental fees, labor costs, and personnel expenses will all be considerable. Actually, these are all minor issues. If the training course cannot be held normally, and the enrollees sue him for fraud or illegal fundraising, Zhuang Hua could not afford such charges. Zhuang Hua exhausted all his strength to explain the pros and cons in this way. She's now in a precarious position. If she calls the police to arrest Lu Jianan, the consequences will be too great to bear. But if she doesn't sue Lu Jianan, she can't swallow this insult. Zhuang Hua's parents were in tears, and Qian Zhaodi was also very angry. After understanding the whole story, Chun Hao solemnly stated, "Don't worry about these things. Lu Jianan will still sue if he wants to, and the training will proceed as scheduled. As for the lecturers, have you forgotten about me?" Zhuang Hua was deeply moved by Chun Hao's promise to help with the presentation, a timely act of kindness. Thank you, Chun Hao. Zhuang Hua's favorability +5, current favorability 95. Chapter 79, The Decline of Human Nature. Next, Zhuang Hua stayed in the hospital to recuperate, where her parents took care of her. She also gave Chun Hao the house key, asking him to go home first to get his computer before going to the studio to stabilize the situation. Chun Hao, Qian Zhaodi, Zhang Menglu, and Wang Lichuan drove an Audi to Zhuang Hua's house. On the way, Qian Zhaodi revealed some unknown truths. When we were drinking the night before last, Zhuang Hua said that he was going to go and get back together with Lu Jianan the next day. It happened at night. That scumbag Lu Jianan seemed to be trying to rape Zhuang Hua. When she resisted, Lu Jianan grabbed an ashtray and smashed it on her head, causing it to burst open. That scumbag ran away when he saw things were going badly. If Zhuang Hua hadn't called me with her last breath, she might have been dead last night. A scumbag like that deserves to be let off easy by not being sued. The three women chattered amongst themselves, all denouncing Lu Jianan as a scumbag. They said he looked refined, but was actually a hypocrite and a beast in human clothing. Chun Hao sighed as he drove. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. This incident also teaches us a lesson. When doing business together, don't be in a romantic relationship. If you break up, it could very well lead to the collapse of the business. Qian Zhaodi glanced at Zhang Menglu beside her and asked bluntly, "Who are you referring to?" Just a quick thought, don't overthink it. They arrived at Zhuang Hua's house, and upon opening the door, they found the once clean and tidy home now in complete disarray. The scene was horrifying, with debris scattered everywhere, ashtray fragments strewn about, and a large pool of blood. Qian Zhaodi was about to go in when Chun Hao stopped her. "Has the police been here?" "I've been here before. Don't worry. I've already obtained the necessary documents. You can go in." The four then entered the messy room. The torn pieces of clothing, the messy sofa, and the scattered debris on the floor. One could almost imagine the scene of Lu Jianan's bestial rage as he tried to force himself on Zhuang Hua, the two chasing, struggling, and desperately resisting. Chun Hao shook his head, dismissing his fantasies. He went to the study to take Zhuang Hua's laptop, left the dilapidated house, and headed straight for the business school. A formal training course is not a project that can be completed by one person. It includes market research, logistics, teaching assistants, venue management, and lecturers. Manhwa claimed that she had a team of 100 people, and she was not lying about that. At this moment, the studio was full of people, numbering at least 100. When Chunhao and the others arrived, the studio was in complete chaos. People were either whispering among themselves or making a scene. Because of the chaotic scene, no one noticed that Chunhao and his 3 companions had entered. They continued to gather in small groups, discussing the matter anxiously. After listening for a while, I roughly understood what they were arguing about. One of the reasons for the noise. Manhwa is the main person in charge of the studio, essentially the big boss, responsible for overall coordination. Lu Jianan was in charge of logistics and personnel expenses, which meant he controlled the studio's accounts. The big boss and the second boss had a falling out. One was hospitalized and the other was imprisoned. The studio's account was frozen, and the promised share of profits could not be paid, causing panic and resentment among the staff. The second reason. Many partnerships have experienced this situation. They can endure hardship together, but cannot share the spoils. Once you make money, all sorts of problems follow. This includes trivial issues, such as unequal distribution of spoils, and who did more work, and who did less work. For example, a certain Diyun crosstalk troupe is a typical case like this. The third reason. Even Chunhao didn't expect that his midway joining would become the fuse for the breakdown of the alliance, with so many people dissatisfied with him. If we compare profits to a cake, some people are responsible for baking, some for decorating, and some for making the cream. When the cake is ready to be sold, someone else joins the team and wants to take a share of the fruits of everyone's hard work, wanting to reap the benefits without sowing and even taking the lion's share. Of course, many people will be dissatisfied. Chunhao listened secretly for a while and found a fourth reason from these discussions. Whether it's a large company or small business, factionalism exists. Who has a good relationship with whom, who gets close to whom, who has affairs with whom, and so on. This team is no exception. Take Manhwa, for example. She is in charge of overall management and coordination and oversees the entire education and training system. However, she delegates authority to logistics and entrusts personnel and finance to Lu Jianan. Lu Jianan harbors strategic dissatisfaction with the leaders, secretly engaging in underhanded tactics to control public opinion and coerce the leaders into changing their original intentions. Manhwa's main purpose in trying to win over Chunhao is not to divide the already prepared cake, but to sell it in countless portions. Lu Jianan was blinded by jealousy and couldn't see the business opportunity, so he must have spoken ill of Chunhao to his employees yesterday. Under pressure from everyone, Manhwa defied the majority opinion, which caused a rift in the team. That evening, when she was alone with Lu Jianan, the conflict escalated and spiraled out of control. After gathering enough information, Chunhao stepped forward and publicly revealed his identity. "Everyone, please be quiet, look over here, and listen to me." The room gradually quieted down. Some people recognized Chunhao, while many others did not. "You actually dared to come. It's all your fault that things have turned out this way." Those who know Chunhao immediately launch into a verbal attack. "First, I want to explain the current situation and the crisis you're about to face." The entire room fell silent, everyone listening intently to what Chunhao had to say. Manhwa is hospitalized and will not recover within 10 days to half a month. Lu Jianan has been arrested and his bank accounts have been frozen. He may be sentenced to 3.5 years in prison, which means that we won't be able to give you your share in the short term. The audience erupted in uproar and discussion. Chunhao waited a while and then spoke again. "This is not the most serious crisis." Everyone turned to Chunhao, waiting for him to continue. "If classes cannot be held as scheduled, and you are sued, you all could very well end up with charges of collective fraud or illegal fundraising." At this point, the anger of the entire audience could no longer be contained. "What's the point of you saying all this? It's all your fault. If you hadn't gotten involved, this problem wouldn't have happened." Facing the barrage of criticism from the audience, Chunhao dismissed it with disdain. "I'd like to offer a friendly reminder. Anyone who wants to leave can do so now. You can discuss the profit-sharing issue with Manhwa after she's discharged from the hospital. But if anyone is willing to stay, we can work together to find a solution." "Sal my ass. Only a fool would stay. A new emperor brings a new court. He's the one in charge now. Let's go. Pa Jinx." The studio staff scattered in a panic, and more than half of them left, grumbling and cursing. Qian Zhaodi pulled Chunhao aside and questioned him. Aren't you just making things worse? I'm helping her screen available talent. Chunhao sighed. When people are successful, they're mostly hypocritical. Only when they're down on their luck do they show their true feelings. Those who stay under such circumstances are enough to prove their loyalty. Chapter 80 Leveraging Power. Qian Zhaodi sat to the side and said helplessly, I can't argue with you. So many people left at once. Are you sure it's okay? Chunhao smiled wryly. Actually, I've always suspected that many of Zhuang Hua's 100-person team members are just filling in the numbers, and seeing it today, I can see quite a few of them. The quality of soldiers is more important than their quantity, and the wisdom of generals is more important than their bravery. Once I have trained these 20-plus people, I guarantee that Zhuang Hua's career will reach new heights. Qian Zhaodi crossed her arms. I'll wait and see. Zhang Menglu asked in a low voice. How can I help? Chunhao spoke frankly. I'll probably be very busy for a while. So could you help us order lunch and dinner? Dinner? Zhang Menglu was taken aback. Chunhao opened Zhuang Hua's notebook and checked the courseware content. Maybe there'll even be a late-night snack. Chunhao gathered the rest of the people together. Through their self-introductions, Chunhao gained a preliminary understanding of them. Most of them were juniors of Zhuang Hua, many of whom were still college students and had a vague concept of money before entering society. This means that they feel it doesn't matter whether the profits are split now or later. The main reasons they were willing to stay were to repay a favor, their shared interests, or because they had a good relationship with Zhuang Hua and didn't want to be stabbed in the back at this time. Since you're willing to stay, I will explain my solution. Until Zhuang Hua is fully recovered and discharged from the hospital, I will be in charge of the lectures. You are welcome to cooperate with me and make all the necessary plans for the upcoming courses. We'll first stabilize those who have already registered and offer high-quality lectures so that they feel they're getting more than their money's worth. As long as they don't cancel their courses, we still have a chance to turn things around. Clear. More than 20 people work together with one heart and one mind. Time is of the essence. There's no time to lose. Let's get to work. At Chunhao's command, they immediately got to work. He's a perfectionist at heart. Once he starts something, he's determined to do it to the best of his ability. Since he's taken on this job, he can't just do it half-heartedly. It must be said that Zhuang Hua's team has done a really comprehensive job of researching materials, including domestic cases, foreign materials, training outlines, presentation ideas, and every PPT slide is very novel. In the second half of the internet era, we entered the new media era, which presented an excellent opportunity and opened up entirely new business ideas for Chunhao. During lunch, Chunhao chatted with more than 20 employees, most of whom were responsible for miscellaneous tasks such as recording and arranging seating. Why do we still need to record? Chunhao was a little confused, so they explained. Because business schools need to keep backups. On the other hand, for example, in executive programs, some executives may be in meetings and unable to attend. If they miss a class, the recording can be sent to the boss, so the high registration fee is not wasted. Chunhao checked the training schedule again. There were 6 classes in total, with 2 classes a day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. The 6 classes would rotate for 3 days. If they worked nonstop for a week, each class could have 2 classes. Some classes have a large number of students and are divided into 3 classes, one of which is held every month, and all training is completed in 3 months. Chunhao waved his hand. It doesn't need to be that complicated. If there are a lot of people, we can negotiate with the business school to use a multifunctional classroom. There's no need to open 3 classes. If it can be done in a month, then don't make it take 3 months. Efficiency is the best approach. After lunch, Chunhao gave a detailed presentation, clearly outlining the arrangements for the more than 20 people. Qian Zhaodi had left long ago, but she left Wang Lichuan behind to help out whenever needed. And so, Chunhao devoted himself entirely to the data. Only when he fully understands it can he explain it clearly to the bosses. Time flies, and 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Tomorrow is the day Chunhao will give his lecture. In order to take advantage of the situation, Chunhao called Wei Xinglong and told him that he would be giving a lecture the next day and that he could come and listen in if he had time. Afterwards, he instructed his employees to spread the word, saying it was a lecture by a famous teacher, and that even Wei Xinglong had come to sit in on it. With everyone working together diligently, the day of the lecture finally arrived. Each business owner who has purchased a course has a membership card. Their information is entered into the computer, and students only need to swipe the card to verify their identity and enter the classroom. But today is so strange. The CEO class, which was supposed to have only 80-odd people, actually had 100 to 200 people. Due to a shortage of manpower and lax security, many swindlers have infiltrated the area. However, these scoundrels are not ordinary people. They are all economics professors from business schools, and even the lowest ranking among them are senior executives of companies. Ma Buitao enrolled in the CEO training program, and Wang Ligua, upon hearing that it was taught by renowned professors, shamelessly came to audit the classes. The scene was really grand. Wang Ligua was filled with emotion. Before the lecture even started, the venue was already packed with people, filling the multifunctional classroom to capacity. In the middle of the multifunctional classroom, a professional camera was set up and staff were adjusting the recording equipment. Others are organizing courseware, connecting audio equipment, linking computers, adjusting the large screen, and preparing the course content. Wei Xinglong arrived as promised to support Chun Hao, sitting in the first row with the senior professors, eagerly awaiting the start of the lecture. Ring, ring, ring. The school bell rang. When Chun Hao stepped into the multifunctional hall, the hall immediately fell silent. Everyone stared at Chun Hao, some with doubt, some with curiosity, and some with ulterior motives. A qualified lecturer can adapt to all kinds of big occasions. If it were Zhuang Hua, she would also subconsciously feel nervous when giving a lecture to so many big shots. But Chun Hao felt no pressure at all. After standing still, he looked around the room and said half-jokingly, "Hello everyone. I am the instructor for this training session. My name is Chun Hao. Thank you all for coming. If any of you are attending this class, please pay the tuition fee later." The whole room burst into laughter, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Ma Buitao and Wang Ligua were dumbfounded and completely stunned. Only today did they learn that the legendary Professor Chen's grandson was actually Chun Hao. That was such a surprise. With the help of the teaching assistant, a PowerPoint presentation was displayed on the big screen, and Chun Hao began his first lecture. Chun Hao uses the most humorous language and colloquialisms that even a fool could understand to explain some obscure and difficult business terms. Interspersed with ancient and modern business cases, the lecture was delivered in a lively and engaging manner, drawing on classical texts and engaging conversation, transforming an otherwise dry and tedious business lecture into a vivid and entertaining one. Sharp. Many professors admired him greatly. Their lectures were mostly repetitive and tedious, simply reciting the content from the textbook. Not only were they boring and tedious, but few students listened attentively. However, when listening to Chun Hao's lecture, the entire audience was captivated, and the frequent interactive questions and answers always sparked active participation from everyone. Chun Hao's performance on the podium and his relaxed demeanor led all the professors to believe that Chun Hao was born for this job. Even Wei Xinglong nodded in agreement. Professor Chen's grandson has indeed inherited his father's mantle. He's got that style,